We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado!
In the tornado right here!
We deploy
Power lines are coming down! Stop it right here! Stop right here!
We gotta back up!
Back it up! Back it up!
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Eyewall, Hurricane Dollar making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't the general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
Flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
Stop right here.
We gotta back up!
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Eyewall, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Category 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't
The general disclaimer, obviously, I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, there's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
flooding farther to my south, but when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it
inside of it. We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here. We are in the tornado.
In the tornado right here.
Tornado. We can pull
Power lines are coming down. Stop it right here. Stop right here.
We gotta back up.
Back it up. Back it up.
Oh, roof's going. Roof's gone right now. Eyewall, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Category 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
What's going on, everybody? Meteorologist Mike Linden coming at you live from the MyRadar studio in normally beautiful and sunny Orlando, Florida, but that is certainly not the case as we are tracking Major Hurricane Milton as it approaches the west coast of the state of Florida. I'm going to give you a little rundown of what's going on with Milton, but of course we are coming at you with the meteorological Avengers. I've got tropical weather expert and director of meteorological research, Dr. David Ruglicki, as well as meteorologist Erica Lopez standing by. In the field is senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci and storm chaser Jordan Hall. They will be joining us in a moment as things get going. And of course, we will also be joined a little bit later from our digital content creators, Colin McCarthy and Will Cano. So before we get to David and Erica, I want to show you guys what it is that we are dealing with right now. And that is, of course, Hurricane Milton. It is a major hurricane, but if for whatever reason you haven't been paying attention to things, it has weakened significantly. Now, don't get it twisted. It's still a major hurricane, right? That is very destructive, dangerous conditions heading for the west coast of the state. But as David will talk about here in a moment, it is no longer that monster storm it once was with 180 mile per hour winds. Milton right now boasting 125 mile per hour winds. It is moving at 17 miles per hour, so it is really hustling, and landfall looks likely to come much earlier than anticipated. At one point, we were looking at a landfall closer to 2 o'clock in the morning into Thursday, but that now looks to arrive considerably earlier with the storm now set to make landfall potentially between 8 and 10 o'clock this evening along the western coast of the state. So Milton has really been a storm that, as you can see here on the MyRadar app, has traveled quite a long way, and it is almost here in terms of its final destination. It's traveled nearly 1,000 miles. It's been a Category 5 hurricane twice in its lifespan, but it has weakened considerably. It was a Category 4 not too long ago, but it is now a Category 3. The cone of probability has shrunk considerably, and Tampa, things have gotten a little bit better for Tampa, and still not out of the woods. As you can see, there is still likely tons of water getting pushed into Tampa Bay right now. Of course, the storm rotating counterclockwise. You can see the bands just slamming into the bay there. But unfortunately for folks in Bradenton, Sarasota, Northport, and Port Charlotte, you are now staring down the barrel of what looks to be a very serious situation where maybe a day ago you were not expecting potentially a direct hit, but that is the unfortunate reality. This is why we have told you to prepare well ahead of time. Now, at which point we do see landfall tonight, that's likely around 8 o'clock tonight. The storm will track its way northeast across the state of Florida, effectively paralleling the I-4 corridor. Of course, that is a very busy interstate that connects both Orlando and Tampa. Included along I-4 is Lakeland, Florida, which is where David was just yesterday. He has since relocated to Miami, which has brought with it its own threat, as we saw numerous tornadoes popping up along the eastern coastline of the state. But also along I-4 is Kissimmee, Celebration, Lake Buena Vista. Of course, that is home to Disney World, and they are closed. It's very rare that Disney World closes, but they are taking Milton very seriously, as one should. Of course, Orlando, which is where we are right now, is just barely there in the cone, and then along the eastern coastline there, Titusville, Cape Canaveral, which is, of course, where the Kennedy Space Center is located, Rockledge, Vieira, Melbourne, Sebastian, Vero Beach. You are in the cone, at which point overnight tonight the storm is expected to weaken to a Category 1 hurricane before exiting the eastern seaboard as we head into Thursday afternoon. All right. So, of course, we are streaming live across all of our social media platforms and in the MyRadar app as well. So if you, wherever you are watching from, again, we really appreciate you joining us, whether it is on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, LinkedIn, or, of course, in the app. We are streaming everywhere right now. I want to bring in the Director of Meteorological Research, Dr. David Ruglicki. David, you were in Lakeland yesterday when we were streaming. You are in Miami now. I'm very glad that you were able to relocate safely. But, of course, it was quite an interesting start to the day for you, sir, where you looked out the window and you saw a tornado on the ground close to where you are. David, how are things going down in Miami?
Well, things are a little breezy and it's raining on and off as I have my observation window right there. So we are, I can confirm it is a little breezy, but all things considered, based on everything we've talked about with the track and how this storm, yesterday during the discussion, we talked about this thing undergoing an extratropical transition, which you normally see in Canada, is now happening over Florida. I believe we made the good decision to leave. Tornadoes notwithstanding, when we were talking yesterday, I believe we were on the road leaving, and now that we had a tornado warning, my wife, who drove us down, was not too thrilled to hear about that, Mike. But we're here, we're safe, and we're happy to support and talk about this as it makes landfall.
David, it's no longer a Category 5. It's no longer even a Category 4. It is now a Category 3 hurricane. Of course, still a major hurricane with winds at 120 miles per hour. But why have we seen things weaken considerably? Of course, we talked a lot about wind shear. We talked a lot about dry air. But it seems like Milton is really kind of running out of steam a little bit here in terms of reaching back up into that 4 and 5 range, right?
Right. And we knew this was going to happen. Well, the question was, how weak was it going to get because of the sea surface temperatures, right? That was the big thing. We still have to go over 30-degree sea surface temperatures. But if we contrast Milton with Helene, Helene was a much larger storm with a much larger eye. So as a result of that, there's what we call more inertial stability, which allows it to hold itself upright better in the presence of vertical wind shear. Now with Milton, which was a lot tinier, when it gets hit by vertical wind shear, it's going to be a lot more prone to dry air intrusions and tilting of the vortex, which will also allow some more dry air intrusions. So I think this is a consequence simply of the storm. Now the storm size. Now the other thing, again, is that this trough that's digging in, usually when these storms make landfall, there is a trough somewhere, usually to the west. This trough dug in exceptionally low, and it's something we'll talk about. There's a cold front draped over Florida right now. So this thing is, what they say at the Hurricane Center, the category is not the whole story. And we're seeing an amazing rain shield here with tons of heavy rains that you've been dealing with in Orlando, all day, right? Now we've had tornadoes up and down the state that we've kind of dealt with in Miami. So I think this is all according to plan, maybe a little lower than what we had initially expected. But again, it's shear and dry air, Mike. That's what did this thing in.
David, we spoke a lot about the chance and the likelihood of power outages in the state of Florida. I'm going to pull up the app here, and we're going to show you what those power outages look like. So if you go into the app and click on the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards there on the toolbar. All you have to do is toggle on power outages, and you can see that we've got numerous power outages up and down the state. In total, we are looking at roughly 119,000 customers that are without power. That number is likely to go up considerably as the storm works its way inland. Of course, remember, a customer is not representative of the true human impact. One customer could be a home that houses 4 to 5 to 6 people, right? So 119,000 customers, already a very, very large number. But of course, if you look on the map here, you can see these red boxes. Those are tornado warnings. Earlier today at roughly 3 o'clock, the National Weather Service office in Tampa shared just a completely nuts graphic here. And Jack, I'm going to pull it up here on our X account here so we can show folks here. Yeah, if you can take the web browser, Jack, look at this. This was from roughly an hour or so ago. As of 3 p.m., 53 tornado warnings were issued. A full-fledged tornado outbreak occurring over the state of Florida. We still have 7 active tornado warnings right now. In fact, if I go down here, you can see some of the damage from earlier today, courtesy of Carmine Marceno there, the sheriff of Lee County. Not a pleasant start to the day thus far. And if we go all the way down here, look at this video from storm chaser Jordan Hall here. That is from earlier today near the Fort Myers area. That is a significant tornado on the ground. Look at the debris flying around the base of the tornado there. So it just goes to show you that the threats extend so far away from the eye of the storm, particularly when you're talking about a storm as strong as Milton. For more on the tornadoes and for tracking the tornadoes, I want to bring in meteorologist Erica Lopez. Of course, she is joining us and will be sticking it out with us here as the evening progresses. Erica, this is a situation where I think people maybe get mesmerized with the eye of the hurricane. This is, of course, a major hurricane, and people are looking at the cone, and that is what they're giving a lot of their attention to. But unfortunately, with the way that these storms work, is that, again, those threats extend so far away from it, where right now, all up and down the eastern coast of the state, there are just numerous tornado warnings that are active right now.
Yeah, and one of the things about this particular Hurricane Milton is we're seeing an increase in wind shear, dry air, and that's also fueling that tornado threat. And so, full on tornado outbreak in the state of Florida before even a hurricane makes landfall. So definitely something that we don't see often here. I know a lot of people are like, whoa, there's so many tornado warnings. We've never seen anything like this before. So something to take seriously. We've been talking about it over the next several days. And like Mike was saying, I know it's something that there's just so many impacts that you have to watch with each system, and even parts of South Florida where, maybe they weren't going to get the rain, but they're definitely getting all the tornado warnings right now. So several of them have been issued, and there's a couple of confirmed ones just there on the south, some of those most southern tornado warnings. So I'm going to get you some of the latest info on that. So a tornado warning that was issued for, and this is actually an observed tornado. Let's see. Yeah. So a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wellington, moving at 45 miles per hour. So it's that most southernmost tornado warning. So this is a PDS tornado warning, a very dangerous situation, with just how the atmospheric ingredients are coming into play here. That is why we've already seen, not just this one, but earlier today, we've seen several large and dangerous tornadoes confirmed. And so this is going to be the story for the rest of the afternoon, right before Milton makes landfall. And so that's one of the more prominent tornado warnings we definitely need to take seriously here over the next several hours. Just north of that region, they did extend that, and that's the same area that's under that tornado warning. So we were talking about that earlier. Palm Beach County until 5:15 reported large and extremely dangerous tornadoes. So they just extended that PDS tornado warning just on the northern side of that, and you can see it there just on the west side of West Palm Beach. So that's South Florida. You guys are seeing this tornado threat pretty considerable there. So those are some of the ones that we're watching, and it looks like there is a tornado warning just right outside the Orlando metro area as well. Nothing confirmed there, but just something I wanted to make you aware of. Really, the one that we're watching for a confirmed tornado is the one just on the west side of West Palm Beach.
Yeah, Erica, I mean, I've got it pulled up here so the folks can see it on screen. Jack, I think you need to take it on TikTok, though. It's still showing the web browser. Yeah, let's take the app here, Jack, because we definitely want to show folks this. Can you see right here? You should be able to see my mouse cursor, but when you see green and red close to each other like that. Now, the radar is right here to the west of West Palm Beach. Green is representative of winds going toward the radar site. Red is representative of winds going away from it. So when you start to see that green splotch there kind of in the middle of the red, it's very likely that this right here is our tornado. Effectively, what that means is a couplet. Now, David, you're still with us here. This was to be expected, right? On the eastern side of the storm where you typically find a lot of that tornado activity. But to say that this was a lot of tornado activity maybe doesn't even really go to sell it all that much. I mean, 53 active warnings as of 3 o'clock. I mean, almost the entire state was covered in active tornado warnings. Did that surprise you at all?
Yeah, that surprised me a lot. And again, so just to put things in perspective, how much is 53? 53 is indeed a lot. The record, I believe, is 204. That's Hurricane Ivan from 2004. So that's quite a while ago. But what you have here is that, so I was talking, so where I'm staying right now, the two buddies of mine who work at the National Hurricane Center, and as we were taking a look at this, we were talking about things like dry slot and sting jets, which is normally what you talk about with like mid-latitude intense cyclones and tornado formation. So this is very unusual for how early in the storm is. Like, hasn't even made landfall yet, and we've had to deal with an immense amount of tornadoes here, Mike.
So, Jack, I think you probably are good to do that push, if you can hear me. Folks, we're about to do a fairly large push notification to the southeastern United States, alerting folks to our live streaming coverage. So, Jack, just let me know when you do that push here, and we'll re-rack it from the top. I see a lot of you folks that are watching on social media. Again, we have we're going to be here a while, so stay with us, and we will take as much time as necessary to relay to you the information as we are seeing it, and to answer any of the questions that you might have. Of course, I hope that you are all staying safe, particularly if you live in central or western Florida. Of course, we're coming to you live here in Orlando. You can see that little blue dot here on the map. That is us. And if we are to lose power here, okay. All right. What's going on, everybody? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. You are joining us live here from the MyRadar studio in what is normally beautiful Orlando, Florida, but unfortunately right now we have a guest, and that is Hurricane Milton, which as it stands as of right now is a Category 3 major hurricane with winds at 121 miles per hour. That does represent some significant weakening. It was a Category 5 hurricane earlier this morning, and just of a couple of minutes ago, really, it was at roughly 125 miles per hour. But we're at the point now where we're getting hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center, and it's very likely that now with the storm in full radar view, that we are seeing the storm weakening. Of course, that does not mean that you need to let your guard down. We're already seeing numerous power outages across the state, and it is very likely to be a very long night for Floridians. I am joined, of course, by the MyRadar weather team. We're going to have a lot of folks joining us here on the live stream, but of course, I am joined by the Director of Meteorological Research, Dr. David Ruglicki, as well as meteorologist Erica Lopez. So again, we've got a very long evening of coverage for you. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you are watching from, whether it is in the MyRadar app or across our social media platforms. We are here to give you the relevant information as it comes in. Landfall, Jack, if we want to switch to the app here, landfall looks likely to be a lot earlier than what we thought. It kind of goes along with the model runs that we were seeing maybe even 2 days ago, where landfall was looking likely to be around Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And that may certainly be possible. I mean, the eye of the storm is right there. It's right off the coast of Sarasota and Bradenton. Now, of course, that represents a pretty terrible situation, to say it bluntly, for the people in Bradenton, Sarasota, Northport. For folks in Tampa, again, while you may not get the eye of the storm, you're still right now seeing tons of storm surge, more than likely right now slamming into Tampa Bay. Of course, the storm surge forecast is still expected to be quite sizable. Jack, if you want to pull up the web browser here, you can see that the National Hurricane Center has tamped those numbers down just a little bit. 6 to 9 feet of storm surge for Tampa Bay. Remember, 7 feet came in for Helene, and that caused a ton of damage. We saw a video from Jordan Hall on social media of literal piles of debris.
So it looks like we're watching this tornado warning in Orlando, and Andy's asking about, I think he's looking at velocity here. If you want to pull up the app, if there's an interesting signature there on our app. So I want to just kind of take a look at that. Sorry for interrupting you, but we want to get the latest information with this tornado warning in Orlando. I know a lot of people may be worried about this right now. So see if we could pull that on the screen. Yeah. Yep. So
I've got it up.
Nothing confirmed yet from the National Weather Center or Service I'm seeing here. But we may have something here soon. And that's the thing about tornado warnings is if you're under a tornado warning, it means that at any moment this could, produce a tornado. And so if you're in this area, you need to be in your shelter right now, seeking shelter away from those exterior windows and walls. Get into the most inner portion of your home if you can. And that's why you have been under this tornado warning. But so far right now, I'm not seeing any confirmed reports of a tornado here with this warning. But of course, we're going to wait to see if the National Weather
Holy
Service.
cow, Erica. I see why they issued it. It's right here. It's on the southeastern side. There it is, right there. So cool thing about MyRadar, it's TMCO here. This is actually the radar for the Orlando International Airport. So it's called a terminal radar. We can have David talk all about terminal radar here in a minute. But what's really cool about terminal radar is it gives you effectively a even closer look into what's going on radar wise. But right here in the southeastern side, kind of right near the airport, that is likely the signature as to why this tornado warning has been issued. Big shout out to Andy for bringing that to our attention. There's of course so much going on, but right there where you're seeing the green going toward the radar, red away from it. So effectively you see that couplet spinning. Holy cow. Yeah, look at that to the west of Taylor Creek Reservoir. It makes a ton of sense as to why they issued that tornado warning. Of course, we are here on this little blue dot. Jack, can you take the camera from the roof? Let's look. I don't think we can look. That's west. Yeah, so that's going to be our best shot there. Of course, not a pretty sight, right? It's been raining all day, and of course, there's rain on the camera lens there. But if we are to see something, that is going to be our best shot. That's looking east. Man, look at the pieces of the billboard there flying around there. All right, so let's advance this out. So the signature, yeah, it seems like there's something wanting to lower there from the cloud. Let's give it a moment to load here. But it's right there, ironically enough, west of Wedgefield. If there wasn't a relevant name for a tornado-warned storm, Wedgefield, that'll do it there. So it's right here. So for folks that live along 50 east of Conway, you need to be ready to act here. Goldenrod, that of course is East Orlando. We're talking near the campus of UCF. You need to be ready to be in your safe place. Let me speed this up a little bit here. But that is a troubling return, as Erica brought up. And that is just one impact here from tornado-warned storm. Erica, if you want to pull that up on the broadcast computer next to me, if you just want to have that ready to go, so that way I can move to something else here. But we will continue to keep an eye on, of course, that tornado-warned storm over Orlando. So let's bring in David Ruglicki. David, as we were talking about the storm surge threat for Orlando, for Tampa, it has come down. Again, right now it's roughly 6 to 9 feet. Jack, if you want to pull the web browser up, I still have the storm surge there. The storm surge forecast has come down quite considerably for Tampa Bay, but for the folks there in Sarasota and Bradenton, quite the opposite, 9 to 13 feet of storm surge. That's that purple color, and then Port Charlotte 8 to 12. David, good news? I mean, to call it good, I mean, we're trying to find some silver linings here, but good news for Tampa?
Let's call it less bad news. How's that?
It's at the expense, unfortunately, of others, you know?
Right. But as we just learned with Helene, this is still going to do a lot of damage. And on top of that, the winds are much higher this time. So I know right before landfall, they had dump trucks and garbage trucks out to try and clear out all that debris. Because guess what? When the storm surge comes in with 100-mile-per-hour winds, you don't have missiles if it picks it up before the storm surge even gets all that stuff. So it's a very dangerous situation to be out there, as all the stuff that people were trying to clean up and get together over the past week, well, now it's just going to be displaced and littered all over the place all over again. So I feel for everyone out there. Yeah, it's less bad. Like I said, it's less bad than it was 6 hours ago, but it's still not great news, Mike.
We now have it looks like that tornado warning for Orlando has expired, so that is good. That is very, very good. Unfortunately, we now have a pair of tornado warnings along the eastern coastline there. You can see just west of Fort Pierce and for Stewart there, south of Port St. Lucie. Erica is going to keep an eye on those tornado-warned storms. This is going to be an evening where things are going to really move fast and furious here. David, folks have heard a lot about being on the dirty side of a hurricane. Can you explain what the dirty side is?
Sure. It's the front right quadrant, and that is where you have what we call constructive interference. So, as you know, the hurricane moves in the northern hemisphere cyclonically, and as you're moving along, the cyclonic wind phases with the forward motion on the front right side. Let me get you closer in the camera here. Get you on the front right side. So they're coming at you both together, and that is what causes enhanced winds on that particular side. Now, also, as this storm comes into landfall, if it's going to be sheared, it's going to be tilting. And we know for a sheared storm, if it's tilting in a certain direction, that is where tornadoes are favored. This is a little different because we're undergoing extratropical transition. So there's a lot of things going on here. So yeah, so I guess nominally the dirty side is the front right side because that is where the winds of the forward motion of the hurricane and the cyclonic flow phase together to increase the wind speed, Mike.
David, I've got the latest discussion here from the National Hurricane Center. Remember, folks, we're at the point now where we're going to get hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. Ironically enough, David, you're in Miami with some of the people from the National Hurricane Center. Of course, your former employer as well. David, I'm going to read this out so folks can we can break it down a little bit. So they're saying track model guidance continues to insist that the hurricane will slow down a bit near or just south of Tampa Bay later this evening. Milton Center is still expected to then cross over Central Florida and turn northeastward. It's likely to be right near the threshold of a major hurricane when it reaches the west central coast of Florida this evening. It's grown in size, particularly in the extent of 34 to 50 knot winds to the northwest of the center, and the northern Eyewall appears most severe at the moment due to southwesterly shear. As a result, significant wind impacts are likely to occur north of center as well as the south, regardless of the exact intensity at landfall. This will likely be a noticeable gradient of surge heights to the north of the landfall location. However, the risk of damaging storm surge still exists across most of the west central and southwest coast of Florida, given the size of the storm. So, David, I want to talk about what they say right here. As a result, significant wind impacts are likely to occur north of the center as well as to the south, regardless of the exact intensity at landfall. A lot of folks, I think, assume when you're on the southern side of the storm that it's not going to be as bad. This is explicitly saying that's not the case. I mean, effectively, they're saying everywhere around the storm is bad. But in this sense, they're saying the north of the center as well as the south. Can you break down what it is they mean by that?
Sure, and this is where it gets complicated for what we call an extratropically transitioning system. So to kind of break that down, I mean, when we mean tropical versus extratropical. So like an extratropical system is what you think about with a regular trough or a cold front. And what that is where you have a very asymmetric storm where you have, by asymmetric, I mean, not symmetric, not round. So there's heavy stuff on one side and lighter stuff on the other side. As a hurricane undergoes this transition from a symmetric to an asymmetric storm, that is what we mean by extratropically transition, going from symmetric to asymmetric. And normally this happens over Canada, or as these storms, race off to Great Britain and Ireland. So this is very unusual to be happening at the Florida Peninsula. So you have to start, you can't just start thinking tropical anymore, like the dirty side and the clean side. You got to think about things like, as this storm rains out, like I mentioned this before, we call a sting jet. So what a sting jet is when you have a ton of precipitation that cools the air, it'll rush downward and accelerate on the other side of usually of a mesocyclone. In this case, a rather large tropical cyclone. So you can't just think about this in a tropical sense because there's a lot of extratropical, extra sauce, no pun intended, that is apparently going on with this storm at the moment, Mike.
And as, David, you are talking, the power outages just continue to climb across Florida. And this is absolutely something that we were anticipating and what we feared most. Because it's one thing to be dealing with a landfalling major hurricane, right? But it's another thing to do so feeling really helpless, right? With the power going out. Mother Nature has a real way of humbling you real quick. And I can show you the power outages in the MyRadar app. So right here, on the layers menu, it looks like the stack of cards. You then click on power outages and they'll all pop up here on the map. Here, I'm just for a moment going to turn off the radar, and you can see that the power outages still are now just dotting the landscape. If I zoom out a little bit, mind you, look at Helene's path. You still got folks in Georgia and North Carolina that still don't have power. Still don't have power. Right now in the Sunshine State of Florida, there's roughly 125,000 customers without power. The most impacted county is actually as far away from the storm as you can get right now, seemingly, on the eastern side. That's Indian River County, where nearly 65% of the entire county is in the dark right now. 17,000 customers. Remember, a customer does not exactly represent the true human impact. A customer could literally be a shed. It could be a house. It could be an office building, right? Whoever, as long as you have a bill, an account number, that counts as one customer. So 17,000, likely considerably higher than that. Of course, Indian River County, home to Vero Beach and Sebastian, Florida. So we're going to continue to monitor the power outages. I really would not be surprised to see that number jump up dramatically, especially at the point of landfall. Hillsborough County, by the way, home to Tampa, you have 15,000 customers. That's only 2.2% of the total customers. Same thing goes for Pinellas County, 2.2% of customers. Manatee County, 3.3%. Again, we're going to see this number climb. David, I want to ask you here, and again, Erica is monitoring things on social media. So if there's anything you guys want to send to us, you can send us a DM on whatever social media platform we're monitoring things. And of course, Erica's keeping an eye on those tornado warnings out west as well. David, the track, of course, right now has shrunk pretty considerably. The cone is now, Tampa is no longer in the cone. St. Petersburg no longer in the cone. It seems like the National Hurricane Center is unfortunately zeroing in on Bradenton and Sarasota. Even Siesta Key and Osprey no longer in the cone. For the people that live in Bradenton, Palmetto, Bradenton Beach, Sarasota, that decided to stay, David, and did not listen to evacuation orders, can you explain for the people that are watching what is very likely knocking on the doorstep right now?
So what is knocking on the door? Well, so they're going to experience the Eyewall, and the Eyewall is where the most intense winds of the hurricanes are. So right now it is a Category 3 and maybe a strong Category 2 on landfall. So and since they're living on the coast, they'll probably experience something like sustained, not gusts, sustained 90 to 100 mile per hour winds as it comes on shore. Winds from the south. All right, so things are going to get blown around that way. Then they're going to enter the eye, and the eye might fill, so the winds are going to die down. And then they're going to get hit with the other side of the eye wall. So they're going to get a double whammy here of 70 to 90 mile per hour winds sustained with gusts even higher than that. So away, and this is not even near the shore. Near the shore, we've talked about storm surge. They're going to experience that. So they're about to experience about 100 mile per hour winds twice, unfortunately. And it's going to be a really rocky situation for them, Mike.
All right, David, I can't hear you. It's probably something on my end here. I just let Jack know so we can figure that out. I can't hear David anymore. I think that his audio just went out over the stream there. But it is a very serious situation, of course, unfolding for the folks that live there in Southwest Florida. You can see that the eye is a lot bigger than it once was. At one point over the Gulf of Mexico, it was roughly 4 miles wide. So the eye a lot bigger now. You can see that the southern side of the eye is seemingly a little more open there. Of course, that represents a weakening. It looks like Matthew Capucci, I see him in his car. So we will bring in Matthew Capucci here in a moment. Jack, just let me know if things are good with my audio, and we'll bring him in here. But again, for the folks that are watching on social media, thank you very much for joining our continued coverage. Yep. Thank you, Mauricio. Yes, I can hear you. So again, for those of you that are watching on social, I can hear you, Mauricio. Thank you. So for those of you, again, that are joining us on social media across all of our platforms, thank you very, very much for your support. We really, really appreciate it. Whether you're watching on TikTok, watching on Twitch, YouTube, even LinkedIn, we're streaming on all of our social media platforms and, of course, in the MyRadar app as well. All right. Let's bring in senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who, I'm not kidding you, like literally yesterday was in like Toronto, Canada. He has flown across North America to be here for you to deliver the information that y'all so desperately need to know, particularly if you live on the western coast of the state. Capucci, I see you. Can you hear me?
Hey, Mike, good to see you. Good to hear you. You know, right now we're kind of ramping up rather quickly. In the time it took me to shower and throw on clothes and get ready for this, which was only about 20 minutes. Oh, I didn't realize y'all could see me. I better take my stream. In any case, in that amount of time, oh, you do not want that angle. In that amount of time, things have gone very quickly from, a little bit of rain, a mild breeze to suddenly we're able to very much experience tropical storm conditions. And the rain has been pouring down to the point where a lot of roads are already partially flooded. If we take a look at my forward-facing stream out the window, you'll be able to see that. There are palm fronds all over the road too, which leads me to believe that a lot of these storm drains will become clogged very soon, which is my big concern because, this water is going to need a place to go. And considering that we have the surge yet to come in this area where I am in Sarasota, it's quite distressing that any possible points of egress are not viable at this point, just given all the clogging the storm drains. The environment is so saturated too. And, if we take a look out the right, we see in just a moment that I'm only about 4 or 5 feet above the ocean where I am right now. And this surge is going to come in dramatically in the next probably hour to hour and a half. If you take a look out the right side of the window, and guys,
we don't have it up yet, Capucci. We're gonna pull it up in a moment. Your stream is broadcasting.
My stream is broadcasting at about 5,487 kilobytes per second. Well, in any case, so as to not park at this roadway, we're going to find a new location just a little bit down the street. But I can tell you, everything looks good right here, right now. It's not going to look good right here in about 2 hours' time. Things are going to ramp up very quickly. And, Mike, one thing I'm a little bit worried about when it comes to tropical cyclones like this, people assume that things go up kind of linearly, kind of proportionally as you get closer to the eye. And that's simply not the case. Things ramp up in sort of a stair-step pattern. So there's not too much going on. There's not too much going on. You get into a rain band, it gets a little spicy, things level off. And then once you're in the eyewall, things very dramatically sort of turn on like you're flipping a switch. And I know that Dr. Wrigley attested to this earlier on. The eyewall is a part of the storm that's like its own little buzzsaw. It's very different from the rest of the storm. So within that eyewall, even where I am, I'm expecting gusts 90 to 100 miles per hour. But I'm growing increasingly concerned about Tampa from a wind standpoint, not because of the surge. They might wind up lucky on the side of the storm that has outward moving winds, but just that backlash is reminiscent of, in some ways, Ian, where we had a bit of a trough interaction, a little bit of baroplanicity introduced. I know Dr. Glimpy was talking about that. That basically means it's exhibiting some non-tropical characteristics. But that's going to sort of give it an extra punch in the backside at a time when normally the backside would be sort of fading with time. And so that's why I think there's a chance that even once the eye passes, things seem like they should be chilling a little bit. That won't be the case. Some folks will get gusts of 90 to 100 miles per hour. And I am concerned about the Tampa Metro for that.
Capucci, we're working on pulling in your stream. It looks like the link that we have, Jack is, it's saying it's just loading indefinitely, or infinitely, I should say. So that being said, I know that you're streaming. We're working on pulling that up. We'll have it momentarily. I got both Jack and Mauricio in my ear. We have folks in the comments here that are saying protect Capucci at all costs. They were missing you yesterday. Like oh man, they were missing. We got Matthew is a boss. Yesterday, people were talking about you and your frog from Helene. So of course, we had people asking about. We had people asking about that dumb bus yesterday. So we're glad that you're here. We're glad that you're here.
I might be on the other side of the Sunshine State, but I can drive back there faster than can be. And if you talk smack about the bus, I don't know. You're going to get bus back.
So we also added, for the folks that are watching on Twitch, we also added some emotes of the team. So there should be a Matthew Capucci emote in there. I guess we're going to have to get a waffle one. That probably makes a lot of sense. We'll work on getting those for Twitch. But Capucci, I'll pull you back in a moment. If you just want to work with Mauricio and Jack, they can communicate with you, or at least with Mauricio. We'll work on getting your stream up. Oh, people are using the Capucci emote on Twitch there. It's so funny. All right. So David, you heard everything that Capucci just talked about there?
Yeah, I was following along great. He's I think we're in agreement here is that yeah, as he pointed out, like it's not a linear increase in winds. It's as we say, an exponential increase in winds, and it's going to get bad in a hurry as the eyewall moves onshore. So I think that and also if the eye goes directly over you, you're going to get it twice, because it's going to be eyewall, eye, calm down, and then eyewall again, just go in the other direction. So I think everyone in the path right now, and we see how that cone has narrowed with the 5 o'clock update, that we've got some serious stuff coming towards the Bradenton, Sarasota area, Mike.
Yeah, I see folks that are asking on social media to ask for any live streaming webcams. I got to let you know, folks, a lot of those are having a real tough time loading in the Bradenton, Sarasota area. I'm working on pulling some in for you, and we'll see what it looks like. But believe it or not, those cameras are pretty overloaded. I got a comment here on YouTube, someone asking if they can use MyRadar on Mac. Not yet. Believe me, our developers are hard at work making sure that we are available on every single platform under the sun. That is certainly another one. We hear you loud and clear that you want the MyRadar app on Mac. So best I can say is just stand by. We don't have it yet, but it is on the way. So anywho, for those of you that are watching on social media, again, thank you very much. We've got so many of your questions. Yes, Nick, it is on Windows. That is what I'm using right here, and thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. I see Capucci's camera up here. We're going to have that in a moment. So, of course, I'm using the MyRadar app. It is completely free to download on iOS, Android, Amazon, and Windows. There are premium features in the app, including the hurricane tracker, which plots the cone on the map. There is a 3-day free trial in the app right now that you can use that'll get you through Milton. If you want to cancel after that, so be it, all good. But if you want to keep the premium features, hey, that helps our development and engineering team bring exciting new features to the app. We'll bring Capucci back here momentarily. I see his camera. It looks like we see a boat there out his window. I recall during Helene, Capucci was driving, looked out his window and saw a boat floating down the road, which was quite a sight, to say the least. As, of course, I was saying that, you guys can see on the app here, I've got the power outage layer turned on. We just jumped from 125,000 customers without power to 142,000 customers without power. So unfortunately, that number going to continue to climb as Hurricane Milton gets closer and closer to landfall. I mean, it's pretty insane to think that we were looking at a landfall occurring at roughly 2 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. We may see a landfall here within the next 2 hours. The eye of the storm, while considerably weaker, is effectively right off the coast of Sarasota right now. Of course, the National Hurricane Center has zeroed in the cone over Bradenton and Sarasota. It's expected to weaken to a Category 1 right over top of Lakeland and Bartow. Remember that the cone represents all possible locations. That line in the center is effectively just the middle of the cone. You can see that Orlando is now back in the cone on the northern side, firmly in the cone, which is where we are broadcasting from right now. It looks like the storm could potentially go right over the top of Disney World and then exit the eastern seaboard, going right over the top of Cape Canaveral, Titusville, Satellite Beach, Melbourne. Remember that Cape Canaveral, not only home, of course, to the Kennedy Space Center, but also home to Port Canaveral, the second busiest port in the United States behind Port Miami. So if you've taken a cruise out of Florida, it's definitely been out of one of those two places. And this Milton, it looks like it's getting the Florida experience here, going to Disney World and then hopping on a cruise and exiting eastward there. The most troubling aspect of all of this, though, is, of course, the fact that between Tampa and Orlando is Interstate 4. You can see it right there on the map. One of the busiest arteries of traffic in the state of Florida, connecting both Tampa and Orlando. There are a lot of people in and along that path, some of which were not told to evacuate. So it's going to be a very long evening for people that live along that way. So I see Capucci is driving. Let's pull Capucci back in here because we've got his camera up. Capucci, I think now you should be able to walk people through what it is that you're seeing. So you're in Sarasota. Things are about to get cooking for you here pretty soon.
They definitely are. And, you know, Mike, one interesting thing, it's funny. Earlier on, it wasn't that bad even 5 moments ago when we spoke. And suddenly in the past probably 5 to 10 minutes, we're getting solid tropical storm force winds sustained at or above 40 and occasional gusts around, I'd say 55-ish miles per hour. And the reason I think that's interesting is because at the same time it's pouring. So that and look, even right here, you know, a big burst of rain coming in as we speak, and the trees are sort of flailing back and forth. I think that one attribute we have to discuss with this storm is precipitation drag. The strongest winds are just above the surface. Sometimes they have a tougher time getting down to the ground, but when you have rainfall, when you have precipitation, it helps pull that momentum down. And so I think precipitation is going to play a big role as to who gets the heaviest winds. You know, back when I was chasing, oh my goodness, those lightning. I don't know if y'all can see that. I know there's a bit of a delay in the stream, but I just got lightning, which is rather unusual in the inner bands of the storm. And the traffic lights are out right now, which of course, power is out. But, oh, wow. Mini swirl on the left side of the screen. Give it just a moment. There's almost a miniature vortex type thing. And sometimes we get these little vortices to shut off buildings. And now, yeah, I'm definitely in a wind tunnel between buildings. You get these little vortices to shut off buildings, but then they sort of take on a life of their own and they linger for a little while and they get vertically stretched due to the strong winds above the ground. Fujita and I believe it was Wakimoto talked about that back in 1992 following the passage of Andrew. And sometimes we see that with either very strong storms or storms that have dry air entrainment. But anyway, back to my point earlier on about the precipitation. The south side of the storm, as you mentioned, Mike, has kind of an open eye wall. It's not that wet. But on the backside, there is more rain. So there's actually a chance with this storm that you almost get more wind on the backside, which is pretty bizarre. But yeah, I know right now, based on what we're taking a look at, you're seeing me go around the rotary. So you'll see in just a second, because the stream, of course, is a little bit delayed. In just a second, you'll be able to see that weird little burst of wind and the associated sort of wind tunnel between the two buildings, which is rather interesting to see. Of course, right now, I'm going around a different rotary on my way down to Venice Beach. I think the onshore component of winds in Venice Beach might be a little bit greater, and that will allow me to document and experience more surge. Already, the water levels are definitely rising near the coastline. The surge is coming in Fort Myers Beach. They're probably seeing a 2 to 3 foot surge so far. Where I am, all the traffic lights are out, so a lot of these areas are without power. I think the power at my hotel was on, but I doubt it will be soon. I'm seeing a few other drivers in the road, which is not something we do want to see. I'm going to venture to say most of these folks are probably not atmospheric scientists. But yeah, so heading down towards Venice, either that or Osprey, Laurel, that area. For folks wondering about how we stay safe, of course, we are meteorologists. We know what we're doing, but that also doesn't necessarily mean we're immune to the elements. I've pre-scouted locations several days ahead of time that will allow me to basically shelter from the wind, but also remain above the water. The winds with this storm, I'm comfortable facing sort of in this vehicle. I don't think that'll be an issue. Surge is something I never want to experience firsthand. So I'll be in a position that will allow me to see the surge, document it, capture it live on camera, but also evacuate vertically onto a roadway that sort of goes upwards. It's very tough to see, and actually there's no one behind me, so I can do this. I'm going to tilt right, and in just a moment, you'll be able to see, the boats are out there. The surge is beginning to creep up. The water levels are increasing. So again, there's no one behind me. Ordinarily, we wouldn't do this, but it's perfectly fine. You can see some sailboats on the right. And yeah, where I am right now, the winds have a bit of an offshore component. I'm in Sarasota near Gulf Shores Estates, a little bit north of Osprey, but wind direction plays all the role in the impacts people will face. So I'm heading a little bit farther south towards Laurel, and they'll have a bit of an onshore wind that will be increasing markedly in the next, I'd say, 2 hours. And that's where we're expecting the surge to be a big issue. So again, we are driving on, it looks like North Tamiami Trail. For those who have been here before, North Tamiami. I'm taking a right now onto Orange Avenue at the intersection of Orange and Mound, crossing near the Mary Selby Botanical Gardens in downtown Sarasota. Sarasota is a beautiful area. The only issue is it's only a few feet above sea level. I was asking Siri how high up I was, and consistently she's saying things like 7 feet, 11 feet, 12 feet, which in a situation like this is not ideal. I think we're getting to the point where we can begin to say in Tampa, things are looking better from a surge standpoint. Things are looking worse in Venice. Confidence is increasing for places like Siesta Key and especially like Venice, areas to the south to get the bulk of the surge. I'd say, Vamo over towards Osprey, Laurel, Nompkins, and of course, Venice Beach. So I'm heading south on the main roadway right now that will take me to Venice. And momentarily, you'll see me head back onto 41. That's Tamiami Trail. Look at the big pines up there, big palms up there that are, really beginning to flail quite a lot. And it's interesting to see how much those tall trees are whipping back and forth compared to the lower trees. Hurricanes have stronger winds just above the ground. There's so much friction at the surface. And that's why oftentimes we see a discrepancy between what they list the maximum sustained winds at in a hurricane versus what we actually observe at ground level. And obviously the trees stick up a little higher, they get the winds first, and then they eventually make their way down here. So I think in the next little while, we'll see stronger winds really start becoming an issue where I am. But yeah, you see palm fronds just about everywhere in the street. It is pouring still. One cool thing, and I say cool, obviously we never want to experience a hurricane, but for those who are at home watching, I want you to, if you can safely, listen to the sound of the rain and see if you notice anything different compared to ordinary rains you've experienced in the past. Or if you walked outside, don't go outside, obviously, but if you walked outside, you've probably noticed something a little bit different. And that's that all the droplets are a lot smaller. And that's due to something we call a warm rain process. And by the way, this street that I'm on is beginning to flood, not from surge, but just freshwater rainfall. Once the winds get higher, you'll also notice I'll take routes that will not bring me underneath trees. Right now, I'm pretty confident that I should be good in terms of any falling trees because the winds just aren't that high yet. But interesting, you might hear in the background, I'm getting a shelter-in-place EAS, emergency alert system, wireless emergency alert. So if you just heard a phone buzz, that was me. It looks like the county and local officials are issuing shelter-in-place notices to the folks here, simply because we're getting to the point where, you shouldn't really be on the roads. I obviously know what I'm doing. I'm going to a location I've pre-scouted, so I essentially sort of know how to do this, having been in 11 hurricanes so far. But for ordinary folks, there's no reason to be on the roadways. We're doing this to show you perspective such that you can show home. Stay home, rather. We know from a psychological standpoint, people are much more likely to react to something, to understand it, to care, and to take appropriate action if they can see it. It's like they say in the Polar Express, seeing is believing. And so by giving you that visual, by documenting what's happening, we can not only hopefully spur folks to stay home, but also let them know how their communities are doing without them having to get on the roadway. So again, you're noticing some splashing on the car around me. There's definitely a good deal of rain on the road. I'm a little surprised by how many vehicles I'm seeing on the road. Folks, Applebee's is closed. You don't have to be out here. Walmart's going to reopen on Thursday, Friday. There's no reason to be out here yet. For now, folks should be staying home and hunkering down and just kind of riding this one out. I am, of course, on Taniemi Trail for the folks who have driven along the west coast of Florida, near Sarasota Heights. But anyway, so the reason we have really small rain droplets is due to something called a warm rain process. Basically, the whole hurricane is like a heat engine. It's warm at pretty much all levels. So you don't have any melting hail. What makes big rain droplets in thunderstorms and ordinary mid-latitude storms is that it's very cold, high above the ground, and there's hail up there or snow, and it melts, and you get bigger droplets, or the droplets coalesce. You don't really have that here. Not only is it not cold enough upstairs to generate hail or any sort of frozen precipitation that would melt into a bigger drop, but the wind is sort of whipping through the air so quickly that the raindrops can't really get big. Oh, by the way, a fun little thing for those who are at home. I'm going to hold it up to the camera, and you'll probably see it in a few seconds, so you won't see it quite yet. But I brought a special little friend with me. And no, it's not Freddie. Don't get your hopes up. Okay, come on. It'll take just a second. Of course, the Zoom is a little bit delayed. But I brought my 3D printed hailstone. I don't know why I had it with me, but oh, there he is. Yeah, that's Spike. And oh, interestingly, Mike, you don't know this yet, but I meant to tell you. A gentleman at Formlab, so a very fancy 3D printing company, reached out, asked for the STL file for the hail. I said, sure, sent it to him. He printed it in some sort of crazy, amazing resin and is sending it back to me. So that'll be a cool scientific tidbit we can explore after the storm. Folks at home, it'll be really neat to see. But yeah, I'm very excited about that.
So, Capucci, right? I think because we were showing you driving, we just got suspended on TikTok for our live access. I submitted an appeal. We will not be able to be streaming live on TikTok until tomorrow. Fun times, indeed. That's because we're showing you driving, I think. So we're, I submitted an appeal for that. That's really a bummer. We'll see what happens. We have one person that we know at TikTok, and we're going to see whether or not we can get that restored. In the meantime, there are numerous tornado warnings that continue to pop up on the eastern side here. Erica, I see that you're tracking that one near Sebastian and Vero Beach. Can we take Erica's screen there and show her?
Yeah. So I was watching that earlier, and it is a confirmed tornado, and it has about 9 minutes left on the warning here. And so, yeah, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Vero Beach. And I saw a lot of you asking about that tornado warning. It's moving at 30 miles per hour. And Jack, let's see if we can share my screen here, so we can show the app. And I'll go ahead and do that. So there you have it on your screen, Jack, if we could pull that up. So I have the radar here, and this is one that I've been tracking. I also shared some video earlier on our social media, on our Twitter, on our X account, I should say, of the tornado warning that was in just on the west side of Palm Beach. So there's a confirmed large tornado. Right now, I'm not seeing any footage of the one that we have confirmed. Again, it's going over Indian River shores and Griffith, Florida. This is along, I think, just on the east side of I-95. And so that is one of the tornado warnings that I'm watching, a very dangerous situation unfolding here. But at least in terms of the tornado coverage, it looks like we don't have too many tornado warnings right now. That's really the one that we're focusing on because that's right now what I'm seeing, at least the only one that has a confirmed tornado tag with it. There's also a tornado warning coming near Cape Canaveral there as well, Satellite Beach on the northern side, but nothing is confirmed there so far. So let's toggle this on, and I want to show you where those tornado warnings are. And you can see here on your screen, this is again using our MyRadar app, and there it is. So you can see the velocity there pretty prominent over Indian River shores, maybe going offshore here. Let's see if I can get the movement of this tornado warning. And so you can see there really going parallel along the coast. And again, a confirmed tornado per the National Weather Service there. And you can see even just the velocity, a lot of rotation with all of these storms that are bubbling up, especially over the Atlantic, just to the north of that area. So Cape Canaveral, maybe Satellite Beach, a lot of you concerned. Just seeing a very broad area of rotation. Again, nothing confirmed over this area, but just wanted to make you aware of that. A lot of people are asking about these tornado warnings in Florida. And then we have two more just on the south side here, Port St. Lucie, also broad area of rotation, not seeing anything confirmed yet from the National Weather Service. And this earlier tornado warning that's just right over the I-95 corridor, just on the south of Port St. Lucie. This was earlier that confirmed tornado that I shared on social media that has tracked to the north. So they are saying this is a confirmed tornado as well, but just from what I'm looking at velocity, it may be going offshore. So it looks like the danger is diminishing there. This tornado warning has about 5 minutes left on it. So I think they will allow that to expire. It looks like the broad rotation that was associated with that is moving offshore. So far right now, 4 tornado warnings in the state of Florida, one that is confirmed just right over Indian River shores. And we're going to keep watching that here over the next several minutes. But again, take these tornado warnings seriously. It's been a very active day in terms of tornadoes across the state of Florida. So we're going to keep an eye on this. And of course, what's going on in the field here.
Hey, Erica, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so one interesting thing, you're doing a great job pointing out the dissection of the tornadoes on radar. You know, I went back a while back before this and found some records. Hurricane Ivan in 2004 produced 120 tornadoes. Eula back in 1967, which hit Texas, I believe on September 20th of that year, produced 115 tornadoes. So with this storm, we're seeing several dozen tornadoes, as you've covered. The one that recently hit Fort Pierce looks to be perhaps an EF2, EF3 plus tornado, which is remarkable and concerning. But yeah, in any case, back to you. I'm going to drive for a little bit, and I'll check in with the folks there in about 12 to 15 minutes. And by then, I should be in a better perspective to offer some more information on this surge. But until then, Erica and Mike, I know it's a pretty prolific tornado producer in addition to all the other hazards.
Yeah, and Dr. David was talking about that in the earlier stream about how prolific this tornado threat. We've pretty much seeing a tornado outbreak in the state of Florida, and it's been quite a bit of time since we've seen it over that area. So I don't know if Dr. David, you kind of want to talk about that again. I know it's been a while, and I've been trying to clip that section to put it on social media, but maybe you could just restate what you said so we can put it on social media, because I think the tidbits that you had earlier about that were pretty interesting.
Sure. So there are a couple things going on. So Capucci is right. In the recent past, Hurricane Ivan, also known as the zombie Hurricane Ivan, which made landfall, did a loop-de-loop and came back across Florida from the east. That currently holds the modern record for tornadoes. Now with Milton, why are there so many tornadoes? And it has to do with this extratropical transition. When we talk about extratropical transition, we're talking about a symmetric hurricane, like when I mean symmetric, like winds basically equivalent all around the eye, to an asymmetric, where one half of the storm has more rain and more winds and all of that associated with it. So you normally see this behavior when these storms hit Canada or Great Britain. You don't see this very often when it's making landfall in Florida, and has lots to do with that cold front that is sitting over the Georgia-Florida border right now. So what you have to talk about here when we talk about this tornado threat is a lot of what people talk about in the mid-latitude cyclones, or when they have a lot of big tornado outbreaks. Like you got to talk about dry slots, this dry air coming in from the west, which we can see there's very dry air to the west of Milton right now, coming in and wrapping around. You also got to talk about sting jets. So Capucci was talking earlier about how rain can help those winds mix down. Well, in the mid-latitude systems, usually in mesovortices or mesocyclones, we call that a sting jet. And that's not something you normally get with a tropical cyclone, but it's in this weird place right now where it's transitioning at an exceptionally low latitude from a purely symmetric tropical system to an asymmetric extratropical transition, Erica. And there's everything you got to think about here. Like a lot of the classic rules that you think about with hurricanes, they don't exactly apply here because it is in this transitional state.
So, guys, just to give a little update on things, we're seeing a lot more people watching us on YouTube and Twitch, which is great. Thank you very much for joining us. If you're just joining us for whatever reason, I think maybe because we showed Capucci's camera there, TikTok suspended our ability to live stream. So that's fun. Of course, we are trying to deliver critical information here with a landfalling major hurricane in Florida. So we've got some folks behind the scenes that are trying to work that out. But otherwise, we move forward. So let's bring it back from the top here. Folks, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist from MyRadar. Of course, I'm streaming to you live from our studio here in Orlando, Florida. We're that little blue dot here on the map. If I zoom in here, there's a couple of them. Those are actually power outages here. But this little tiny little blue dot, that's us. So we are here. We are riding out the storm with you. And of course, by storm, I mean Category 3 Hurricane Milton. Presently has winds of 121 miles per hour. And this is a storm that means business here. Of course, it is a major hurricane. It is pushing toward the northeast at roughly 17 miles per hour. So it's really hustling. We were initially thinking that landfall was going to come fairly late tonight into tomorrow morning. But gosh, folks, we might be seeing landfall here within the next hour and a half. I mean, the outer bands of the Eyewall are hitting Sarasota and Siesta Key right now. So this is fairly interesting, especially when you consider the fact that, boy, is it so close to Tampa and Tampa Bay there. So needless to say, of course, remember the last time that a hurricane made landfall in Tampa was 1921. You're talking super duper borderline here. Of course, the storm surge threat continues to be quite significant for the folks that live in this part of the world. Jack, if you want to pull up my screen, I'm going to show folks the storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center. 9 to 13 feet here for where landfall is expected. Of course, that water has been piling up all day, and then up here into Tampa Bay, 6 to 9 feet of storm surge as well. Now, landfall here, remember that is, of course, quite important, but the threat extends so far away from the eye of the storm to the point where we are seeing numerous tornado warnings up and down the eastern coastline right now. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3, is that 2 more? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings right now across the state of Florida. And that is something, of course, that we are keeping a close eye on. Earlier today, there were 53 active tornado warnings, or at least up to that point, 53 active tornado warnings. What a very, very active storm here. And of course, we are also seeing numerous power outages now starting to pile up. I've got that layer here turned on in the MyRadar app. You can see it if you click on the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards here. And if you scroll on down to power outages, all you have to do is toggle that on, and you will see all of the active power outages. We right now have 197,000 customers without power across Florida. Bear in mind, if I zoom out a little bit, you can see that there's even more power outages still up here into North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Georgia. That's from Helene 2 weeks ago. Those people still don't have power, and we are now, again, just starting to see those power outages beginning to pile up here over the east coast of the state, particularly so here in Indian River County, where 65% of customers are without power. That is where one of those tornado warnings just was. It has just expired. We're down to these two here near Port St. Lucie and Stewart. What we're going to do here is I'm going to jump over to velocity and we're going to keep an eye on things. And yeah, it looks like the threat is moving off the coastline here. If I turn it up just a smidge, let me go into per station, and we're just going to turn the opacity up just a little bit. You can see right there and right there where you're starting to see the green and the reds kind of coming into one another. Those that is the radar indicated rotation. We've got someone here that just said, where did it go? That they're in Sebastian and they've got power on, so that is great. So that's good. That's right up here in Indian River County, where there are, a lot of people without power. But those are our 2 active tornado warnings right now. The good news is that they seem to be both radar indicated. Erica, that's you're not seeing anything otherwise, right? I'm not seeing any indication that there's anything on the ground as it stands.
Yeah, both tornado warnings, at least right now. Just looks like a broad area of rotation, which is some good news. They have allowed some other tornado warnings to expire. But so far right now, just 2, one on the north side of Port St. Lucie and on the south side near the coast.
All right, so let's zoom on out here and take a look at things. Folks, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here for the live stream. For those of you that joined us from TikTok, thank you very much. For whatever reason, TikTok decided to suspend our ability to live stream today, so that's fantastic. We're seeing if there's any connections that we have to get that resolved. But for now, we are streaming across all of our other platforms. Of course, we are on Twitch, YouTube, LinkedIn, even, and of course in the MyRadar app and on Facebook and X as well. We've got live streaming coverage as well from storm chaser Jordan Hall and senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci. Jack, can we take Jordan's camera there? It looks like he's in Sarasota. Capucci is in Sarasota as well. We certainly know for next time we're not going to be able to show them driving on the social media, but there's Jordan's camera. He's not in the Zoom, is he? Can he hear me? No, I don't think we don't have Jordan just yet. But you can see that, boy, it is a not a fun time. Look at that palm tree at the bottom of the screen there, really holding on. We also have a camera up above our building here in Orlando. Jack, let's pull up that west camera here. There it is. So things have been pretty active here in Orlando. It's been raining the entire day. Shoot, it's been raining all week. And this is just more of that. I'm a little concerned about our parking lot, which routinely does fill up with water. So we'll see how that goes. But needless to say, we are sticking it out. Michael on X said, why not driving? Yeah, I guess that when you're driving and you're showing, an active storm chase, that they consider that to be dangerous activity. So that's fun. It is what it is. That being said, we continue on here, so thank you very much for joining us on all of our other platforms. Let's bring it to the top, Jack, shall we? Let's pull up the MyRadar app here. What's up, folks? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I am joining you live, or coming to you live, I should say, from this blue dot right there. That is us in the cone of Hurricane Milton, which right now is a major hurricane, Category 3 intensity, with winds at 121 miles per hour. It has weakened considerably from where it was even earlier today as a Category 5 hurricane, but this is, of course, still a very serious situation, a major hurricane bearing down on the state. It looks like some folks are asking about landfall. That looks likely to be coming here potentially within the next hour to 2 hours. You're already seeing, if I zoom in here and let me grab the animation slider and pause it, right now over Sarasota, these are the outer bands of the Eyewall. So the eye of the storm is right here. I mean, we are talking landfall is imminent at this point, pushing its way eastward here. Out ahead of the landfall area, we've got Lakeland, which is in the cone, Bartow. This is pretty much I-4, which is not great that it is going to effectively run parallel to one of the busiest interstates in the state of Florida. Of course, on I-4 is, let alone Tampa and Bartow and Lakeland. You also have Kissimmee, which is just outside of Disney World and Lake Buena Vista and Celebration. Kissimmee, as I mentioned, Orlando, and then the storm is expected to exit off the eastern seaboard. That is right over the top of Cape Canaveral, which is, of course, home to the Kennedy Space Center, as well as home to Port Canaveral, one of the busiest ports in the world, the second busiest in the state of Florida, right behind Port Miami. So if you've ever flown into the Melbourne airport there or to Orlando and gone on a cruise, it's likely been right there along the Space Coast. I want to bring in tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki, as well as the director of meteorological research for MyRadar. David, I know that you're just as bummed about TikTok as I am, but we digress. We trudge forward here, unfortunately, the same way that Milton is doing. David, are you surprised that, I mean, we're talking about landfall here within the next hour or so? It seems to be super imminent.
I am very surprised. It appears to have sped up and doing the speed up, slow down, speed down. If you read very carefully the forecast discussion from the National Hurricane Center, and we should get a new advisory here in about 9 minutes, they did talk about this storm potentially slowing down. But yeah, no, I think we all fully anticipated to be streaming right up to landfall about 1 o'clock in the morning, and that is going to be coming a lot earlier. Now, that's actually a good thing. Even though it'll probably still be after sunset, I don't think a lot of people are going to be asleep. Heaven forbid they sleep through this. So I think this is actually a good thing from a social perspective, so people can be awake as this thing makes landfall and starts trudging across the state, Mike.
We have Bonnie checking in on Facebook saying she just lost power in Titusville. Of course, Titusville is all the way right here. If you guys can see my mouse cursor, it is on the eastern end of the cone there, right near Cape Canaveral on the Space Coast. David, we're starting to see the power outages really beginning to pile up now. We're up to 218,000 customers without power. When this thing does make landfall here in the strongest winds in the storm, again, that 121 mile per hour sustained winds along the Eyewall here. For folks that are in Sarasota, Bradenton here, Manatee County, where there's only 3.3% of total customers, with how much rain has come here over the past several hours, what is the main concern for folks that are about to see landfall here within the next hour or so?
Well, what you're going to start seeing and have to worry about here are uprooted trees and uprooted utility poles. So that's really the issue here, is that, because remember, we just had Helene. So the ground is going to be a little bit moister because you just had Helene from the storm surge and from the rainfall from Helene. Now we've had incessant rain with Milton, so the ground is already really saturated. That's going to make it a little looser for the tree roots and for the utility poles. So those are the big concerns. And I would remind everyone, just speaking from my personal experience, so I stayed in Lakeland 2 years ago for Ian, and I remember, Mike, you and I were talking, and then all of a sudden I was gone. And it just happened just like that. I think I said, we're fine. Oh, the lights flickered. And then maybe 30 to 60 seconds later, show's over, folks. So I think that's what you have to worry about here. And those winds at the time, when we went back and looked, the Lakeland Linder Airport, which is where the NOAA planes used to be, they're not there anymore. Confirmed as of this morning. They are not there. They have sortied out to the western Gulf Coast, so the planes will be fine. But that's all it took. 50 sustained, gusts to 70, and we were without power for a day. So these wind speeds are going to start ramping up as the Eyewall comes on shore, Mike.
David, people are asking on social media about the weakening. So, of course, this storm was a Category 5 earlier today. It's now down to a Category 3. Can we expect further weakening on its final approach here? I mean, you're talking just a couple of miles here off the coast of Sarasota. How much weakening can we expect to see here over the next hour on final approach to landfall? Is it possible it might make landfall as a Cat 2? What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. As you can see on the radar here, the Eyewall, well, as it looks like there are 2 Eyewalls right now, actually, but both of them are open and exposed to the south. One thing, again, to contrast this with Helene had that dry pocket on its western and southern side. It was basically hugging the Eyewall, but the Eyewall was able to maintain itself basically right up until landfall. Milton is not able to do that, and that should allow this storm to fill in and weaken. But even still, even if it's a Category 2, that becomes like a statistic for the history books, right? What the National Hurricane Center is fond of saying is that the category is not the whole story. And as we've documented, Erica is keeping an eye on this, is that this is a tornado threat. And this doesn't mean, if it's a Category 3, 125 mile per hour winds, even if it's a Category 2, you're still talking over 100 mile per hour winds. So you're still going to see significant damage, power outages, and things of that nature. So there's a lot going on with this storm, and if it drops a category, again, that's becomes Mike. It becomes basically a statistic at that point.
So we are keeping a close eye on things. Alexis on Facebook just asked, when's the next update? Here within the next 4 minutes, Alexis. We're at the point now where the National Hurricane Center is going to issue hourly updates. And of course, as we get the discussion from NHC, we will relay it to you. Of course, David used to work for the National Hurricane Center. He is one of the brightest minds in tropical meteorology, and we're glad to have him on the team. And of course, on the live stream, we've got meteorologist Erica Lopez keeping a close eye on social media and keeping a close eye on these 3 tornado warned storms along the eastern coastline. So Erica is going to jump in really at any point if things really get going there. Right now, it's all radar indicated rotation. So there is no tornado on the ground as it stands right now. David, right now with the storm nearing landfall, how likely is that tornado threat to remain here over the next few hours?
In the outer bands, very high. Now, you generally will not see tornadoes in the inner core, as Matt was driving through earlier, I guess, which got us in trouble. You're going to see these little turbulent, what we call mesovortices. So there's a lot of different scales going on with hurricanes. When you have the giant eye and Eyewall, then you have mesovortices, and we did a video on that and the dynamics of how and why they form. That has to do with vorticity gradients, and that's if you want to learn all about that, we did a video about polygonal eyewalls and vortex Rossby waves, a bunch of $5 words for you right there, $60 sentence. We did a video for that. The smaller ones, what we call the mesovortices, that is a lot of turbulent behavior, and as Capucci was talking about, you get these winds creating vortices coming off buildings, and then they do some self-sustaining there. So you've got a lot going on with these storms, and I think that's what you have to worry about here. Now, the tornadoes, those are in the outer air bands. That's a little something different. As the storm moves on shore, the tornado threat in the eye is going to go down because you just get them. But Mike, it is something that at all radii from the eye, there's something's going to get you. So you just got to be diligent and pay attention to what's happening around you.
All right, I think that was Capucci or Jordan. Who is that we have in the Zoom? Is that Capucci?
It's me.
All right. I don't know if we want to be showing you driving anymore. I mean, we violated terms of service there on TikTok. I don't know about whether or not it would violate terms of service on Twitch, but it is what it is. Capucci, I see your shot. I guess we'll wait until you find a place to stop driving there. But it looks like conditions have really diminished quite considerably.
Yeah, if we can pull up my shot real quick, whoever's in the control room running things, that would be great. I can say in just the past 10 to 15 minutes, look at how much the visibility has decreased where I am in Sarasota, heading a little bit south towards Venice. The traffic lights, which you'll see momentarily, are whipping back and forth. Conditions really going downhill. And there's just this constant spray, both of like sea spray and of just water in the air, just about everywhere. It's very impressive to see, but honestly, there's not too much to see simply because of how windy it is. Once this little band goes through, I think fortunately I'll get a break in terms of the rainfall, but I'll be focusing on the surge, but the backside of the storm will be incredibly windy. It's amazing to see how much dry air has eroded the southern side, but that northern side, I know Dr. Iglicki was pointing out, just looks mean. So Bradenton and Sarasota, I would say be prepared for winds gusting 100 to 110 miles per hour at the immediate coastline. And the weird part is they will be offshore winds there. So where I am right now, I'm kind of transitioning. I'm getting winds parallel to the coast, but I'll be getting onshore winds in the next little while as I make my way more towards Venice Beach. You can notice right now, it might be tough to see in my camera, but can y'all see how the winds are kind of coming at me head on? That's because I'm on a north-south roadway. I'm on Tamiami Trail. For folks who've been here before, you know it. You know where it goes. It's pretty much the spine of the west coast of the state, along which all the major businesses reside. But the winds are coming almost due at me, which is basically saying I'm at the point of the storm where the winds are kind of parallel on the coast. But soon I'll see them curve more out of the right and eventually far to the right. And that will represent an onshore wind as I get into the southern part of the Eyewall, where the winds are onshore and piling water against the coast. And Mike, that's been the biggest concern all along. Who would get the offshore winds? Who would get the onshore winds? The onshore winds are the ones responsible for pushing ashore that potentially deadly surge of 3 to 4 meters or 10 to 13, 14 feet. And that's what we could be up against in Venice. So I've scouted locations that are near bridges, near, points of egress, ways that I can basically escape. And, another thing too, I want folks to know a lot goes into the safety that we do these things with. Obviously, there's no way to be 112% safe when you're in a storm, but we do everything we can to mitigate risk in all ways, shapes, and forms. Even right now, a lot of folks might be wondering, why am I driving the left lane? See those power poles? There are none over the left lane. Little decisions like that might be tough to see or even notice are always going on in the back of our heads as scientists. And so ultimately, we want folks to know that MyRadar is doing things a safe way. We have multiple ways where I can communicate if need be, multiple redundant backup plans too. So, nothing always goes 100% according to plan because by virtue of being with nature, we're, dealing with a chaotic system, but we're doing our best to mitigate risk as much as possible. Winds right now, look at that gust that just came in, which you'll see momentarily in the camera because there's a bit of a lag. I just got a gust where I am to probably 65, almost 70 miles per hour. I've noticed palm fronds ripping off the trees. In some cases, now they're just sort of trunks that are a little bit denuded. I've also noticed, too, signs beginning to blow down, and that usually happens when we get close to the hurricane force winds. But I want folks to know this is like a sink drain. That whirlpool in the middle of a sink drain, same thing. All this air is trying to fill in towards the middle of Milton's eye, and that's why the strongest winds will be closest to that eye, eventually in the eyewall. And even though it doesn't look like there's an eyewall on the southern side on radar, there's just not much rain, so we can't really, see it. Mike, is there a way that we'd be able to pull up First Station radar from Tampa and show folks something interesting?
Yeah, stand by. I can pull that up for you.
That would be great. Because, yeah, you'll be able to see sort of where I am. You'll be able to see the winds that are, buffeting me right now, and also that kind of strip of heavy precipitation on the eastern side of the outer eyewall. But once we're able to pull that up, Jack, in the background, if we can do that, awesome. So, yeah, if we can switch off all the other stuff, and we'll show the First Station radar, and you'll be able to see that I'm on, and it'll take a sec to load, so folks at home, be patient with us. If we throw on reflectivity, you'll be able to see there's one very heavy strip of rain right along the west coast of Florida. You kind of see that right there, right towards the middle of the screen, that elongated strip right there. That's what I'm in right now. And that's kind of cycling in from the south and just blasting me. That's why I'm getting heavy rain. But if we can pause it for a second, you notice the eye looks really, really big. And you're wondering, is that a big eye? Not exactly. If we switch now, if we can pause it and then switch to velocity, you'll see the eye looks a lot smaller. And so we'll show velocity first. The eye looks a lot smaller, so it is still pretty a potent eye. And you can see the brown on one side and the blue on the other. So the eye looks smaller. Remember that shape. Let's now switch over to correlation coefficient. And we switch to correlation coefficient, and you'll be able to see on the southern side of the eye wall, you'll see a little bit of a strip of blue. And so what I think is happening, yeah, right there, you see all that blue? What I think is happening right now is that the rain only represents the outer eye wall, but there are birds that are tracing the inner eye wall. So all that blue you see right there, those are irregular shapes. Those are birds caught up in the eye of the storm. So even though dry air is infiltrating, there still is an eye structure, an eye wall structure of sorts. That's where the heaviest wind will be. And the only reason we can see that wind, birds. All that blue is when the radar is saying, hey, there are spiky shapes. Rain's not normally spiky. Hail, well, sometimes it's spiky, but we know there's not hail. We know there aren't any snowflakes in there. It's all spiky stuff. And the only thing, birds on the radar right now. Pretty cool.
That is a it's neat to see. Of course, it is a bit of grim for our bird fans out there. Capucci, we've got a lot of folks that are watching here on social media. Some folks are asking about the flash flooding potential on the eastern coastline. So, of course, the flash flooding potential, Jack, let me pull up the rainfall potential graph here from the National Hurricane Center. Jack, it's on the web browser if you're able to pull it up. There it is. So you can see that red color represents more than a foot of rain. We're talking 12 to 16 inches of rain. That is from just north of Tampa along I-4. And then up here near Daytona Beach, shoot, even that orange color is 8 to 12 inches of rain. And things do get a little better the more south and east you go. But nonetheless, I mean, you are looking at a significant amount of rain, so much so that if we look at the flash flooding potential from the National Hurricane Center, that this pink color, that represents a high risk of flash flooding. That means you are at 70% likelihood to see flooding stretching from pretty much Tampa Bay and south into Sarasota all the way up to Daytona Beach toward Palm Bay and the Orlando Metro included. I mean, there are a lot of people that live in this part of the world, and it's not going to be a fun time. And bear in mind, in terms of rain, that you can see that it's over the next 2 days, the flooding that extends through tomorrow morning and then all the way through Friday morning for folks that are in Daytona Beach and north of Orlando. That high risk of flash flooding remains. So it looks like we should have a new update here from the National Hurricane Center. We do. Again, we're at the point now where we are going to get hourly updates here from the National Hurricane Center. I just heard someone, I just saw someone on YouTube there say, where's the update? Emma, it's right here. So heavy rainfall continues over central Florida peninsula with heavy hurricane force winds beginning to occur along the Florida Gulf Coast. That's where Capucci and Jordan are right now. It looks like, Jack, if you want to take Jordan's camera there, looks like he's setting up in a parking garage, which is probably a pretty good idea considering that he's not on the ground. So what else we got here? So a sustained wind of 58 miles per hour and a gust of 77 was recently reported at a station in Egmont Channel. A sustained wind of 54 and gust of 66 was reported at the airport in St. Petersburg. So that is our update from the National Hurricane Center. They haven't put out a discussion. We'll likely get one of those as we get closer to 8 o'clock this evening. But again, we are going to get those hourly updates that come into us here. Okay, so let's bring it back to the top here. What's going on, folks? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I hope you are all safe if you live in the state of Florida. Jack, I think we should probably be careful with showing driving, especially with what happened on TikTok. For those of you that are watching us on our social media channels that are not TikTok and are joining us from TikTok, we were suspended on TikTok. No idea why. If any of you guys know people at TikTok and can help us out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Of course, we are trying to disseminate critical, potentially life-saving information to people wherever they are watching from. But we appreciate it nonetheless, wherever you are watching. Again, we are streaming live in the MyRadar app. We are on Twitch, X, Facebook, YouTube, and even on LinkedIn. So we are just about everywhere. Of course, I have got the rest of the MyRadar weather team that are with us, including meteorologist Erica Lopez, senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who is out in the field. We've got storm chaser Jordan Hall, and we are soon going to be joined by digital content creator Will Cano. He should be with us shortly. David, I don't think that he is back yet, but David is actually in Miami. He went to go chat with some folks from the National Hurricane Center, so a bit of an inside man there. So we will have an update from David here momentarily. Oh, and with that, I see David on camera right now. David, you just went to go chat with you folks at the NHC. What was the topic of discussion there?
Landfall timing, and there definitely seems to be some internal disagreement about when the landfall is going to happen. I know the discussion talked about potentially the storm slowing down and having a later landfall, but the three of us got together and we were looking. We did some technical analysis with makeshift rulers, and it certainly looks like that Bradenton is going to be ground zero for landfall. And we should have landfall here maybe in the next hour or two, because even based on this, the outer Eyewall should be making landfall right about now. So I think we believe landfall is going to be happening here very, very shortly. It depends. It depends exactly what they call the center, because based on this radar imagery that you have up right now, it looks like there's the small Eyewall, remnants of that, and then the big one outside. So a lot of this now just depends on which one they decide, whoever's on, working at the time, what they decide the actual center to be, Mike.
Hey, Dr. Erlicki, could I ask a question real quick?
Of course.
So on radar, it looks like that northern Eyewall, the outer Eyewall is really mean near Bradenton and near Tampa Bay and Ruskin. I'm very curious. It looks very sharp, but it doesn't necessarily look circular. I mean, this is a weird thing to say. Have the baroclinic dry air? Is it even reminiscent of a sting jet, or is that, just way off base? I'm really curious about why we're seeing what we're seeing on that northwest side.
100%. We are actually talking. I know you've been popping in and up, but and I was just talking to my NHC friends about this. Yeah.
Oh, we just lost David, and I think we lost the rest of Zoom. All right, so let's work on getting everybody pulled back up here, Jack. That's fun. So just as we were getting into the good stuff there, I'm curious to hear, David, he was talking about makeshift rulers. I wonder what they were what they were talking about there. Don't worry, you folks in the chat. Jack is the man. He's working on pulling everybody back in. So as David was alluding to, Mauricio, if you want to let folks know in the Milton channel there on Slack that Zoom went down, we're working on getting everyone pulled back in. That being said, landfall could be happening momentarily here. Gosh, if I look at the latest scan in the MyRadar app, I mean, you're talking about the inner Eyewall pretty much right over the top of Sarasota right now. That being said, if you look really closely, you can actually see what looks to be the true eye of the storm right here, right? This does represent the fact that the storm is weakening as it is undergoing. I see David again. I see Erica. I see Capucci. Looks like everyone is rejoining us. Guys, I don't know what the heck happened there. Of course, we do have a hurricane pushing over the top of Orlando right now, or nearby. No, well, we're good to go. David, can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's real choppy. How do I sound?
You sound great. So we lost you as you were talking about the makeshift rulers with your friends at the National Hurricane Center. Can you?
Hey, Mike.
Yes, Capucci.
Just one thing to let you know from a technical standpoint. I can hear Dr. Ruglicki fine, and I think the audience can hear both myself and Dr. Ruglicki fine. So I'm wondering if there might be an issue, either a power hit in the Orlando area or something with the cell service there. But just for a technical standpoint, Dr. Ruglicki and I can hear each other pretty well.
Confirmed.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Jack just told me that the audio in the stream is good as well. So we're back up. We're running. Hey, this is how live productions go. You get little hiccups sometimes. Capucci, if you want to jump back into your conversation that you were just having with David, talking about the dynamics of the eye, we can pick back up where we just left off.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Ruglicki and I will take it for a little while just because of the audio issues that appear to be on your end. No offense, Mike. It's a you problem. No, I'm just kidding. But,
fair enough.
Dr. Ruglicki, sting jets, very fascinating things. We learned about those back with the Great Storm of I forget what year in the UK. And since then, weird setups, weird to predict. Do we think that's something that's going on here? And what is a sting jet exactly?
So a sting jet is a combination of about a dry air circling around on the backside of a storm. And normally you see these in mesocyclones. I don't want to say mesovortices, that's something else. But mesocyclones in the mid-latitudes. And it's associated with precipitation, rainout, and dry air. And that accelerates the winds. They start high, and then they accelerate down, and then they'll come back up and cause convergence out in front of them. And I think that's part of what we're seeing here in the northern eyewalls, that we're no longer really concerned or can't really just isolate tropical processes here. We're undergoing an extratropical transition, so we can't just say, things are going to be like this as you get closer to the eyewall. It's not a traditional structure, as you pointed out, because even on the radar, you'll see, as you pointed out, on the northern side, there's some really high reflectivities in this one little area, which normally, that's where the moat is. So I think Matt, that you were spot on, that we have to talk about severe weather stuff that we would talk about in like Nebraska and Oklahoma a few months ago is going on with this storm right now, Matt.
Yeah, most definitely. It's such a cool thing to see unfold in real time. But the folks at home, when we talk about these baroclinic processes, these mid-latitude things that influence the weather sometimes, it's a sign of a changing structure with this tropical cyclone. In the tropics, you don't really have a change of air temperature with distance. There are no fronts, there's no jet stream, there's not too much of anything. It's just kind of warm and tropical. And tropical cyclones, hurricanes, they feed off of, ironically, calm conditions. That's why Milton was able to get to Category 5 strength yesterday. There were no winds to knock it off kilter. There were no, jet streams, no changing winds, nothing to kind of mess with it. Now it's beginning to feel a jet stream dip off to the north and east, and that's doing a couple things. One of those things is helping it to slowly transition into a non-tropical cyclone. And so the eye right now is becoming a little bit more oval-shaped. Dry air is beginning to kind of sneak into the backside. And in doing so, that dry air interacts with the moist air and they kind of clash, and you get more of a kind of a nasty backlash. The backside will be, expansive from a spatial standpoint, just bigger than a purely tropical cyclone.
Tropical cyclone, you have to sort out the dirty side, right? The front right quadrant that we always see all the time. But due to this weird structure, particularly the model picked up on this, the half model picked up on this a couple days ago, is that the western, the southern storms all of a sudden are going to have some of the more intense winds and over a much larger area than what you would normally get with the typical tropical cyclone map.
And that's an issue from a surge standpoint too. I mean, right now I'm driving into an area that honestly is not super rainy, but the winds are still fierce even where I am. But I imagine when that kind of comes in near like Northport and I'll probably park near soon, Northport and I'd say Venice, I would imagine it'll get real nasty real fast. It's interesting. So the outer eyewall, whatever that feature was, has just exited where I am, and oh wow, I'm gonna see mobile homes actually that are water. So if folks can see my stream, Jack, we can push that up if we're able to. Where I am, mobile homes are underwater. Actually, businesses are beginning to come to tread water too. Like, watch what happens here. Y'all can already see the surge coming up, and look at that. And further, that's a neighborhood that is currently treading water, and on the other side, mobile homes are below water. So I'm going to actually park here and watch the surge come in real time. I know you can't see it. There's a bit of lag. You'll see it really prominently, and just to move.
Oh yeah, we're seeing it. Holy cow!
Yeah, so wow, and it's coming up rather quickly. I know that folks at home who are watching, you want to make sure I'm safe. A bridge, such that I can kind of literally inch back up as need be. I'm going to actually keep this recording so we can get kind of a time lapse of this too. And it's amazing to see what's going on here.
I see folks that are saying on social media that the audio is going in and out. Folks, there's a major hurricane that is not too far away from where we are in Orlando. We've got redundancies in place. We are, I know folks are saying the audio is better. My guy Jack in the back is quick. Don't you worry about it, Jack, and Mauricio too. Big shout out to Mauricio.
I'm so sorry.
I see it, Kuchi.
Right, but not only that, the audio. That man is now wading through leg deep water, and it's still rising rather quickly. But I do want to apologize. It seems like we still are struggling to be able to hear and or understand you. The winds where I am are picking up in Northport. So even though we're inside the outer eyewall in the moat where the winds are kind of less intense, that inner eyewall or the remnants of it are still going to be approaching soon. And then we have the backlash. So the winds will definitely be getting higher. It almost looks like there's some aliasing, at least in the MyRadar app, on the backside of the, oh, wow. Yeah, those winds are getting intense. Wow. The roar of the wind is becoming noticeable too. I might actually go back over the bridge and check out the mobile homes that are, experiencing, literally getting submerged right now too. But look at that surge coming up fast.
For folks that just saw Capucci's shot there with the gentleman walking in the water, for one, not a great idea, and there's many reasons why. Number one, I would imagine on that street there are sewage drains, right? And with the water up that high, that means the objects and things that are in the sewage are in that water. Pretty disgusting. So that's certainly one thing to keep in mind. I guess that potentially there could be something with the audio with the folks joining us hearing me, but I believe that the audio sounds fine going out over the stream. So believe me, we've got Jack and Mauricio in the back making sure that things are resolved. We've also got Will Cano, who is joining us. I can see him in the Zoom, and I just saw him react, so I guess he can hear me clearly. Will, unclear if I'm coming in choppy on your end. But Jack, we want to pull Will up in a picture-in-picture. We can introduce him to the people here. So, Will, unclear if you know anybody at TikTok that can resolve our account being suspended from live streaming, so that's fun. But, of course, we are streaming across all of our other social media platforms. Will, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, Mike? It's a big day.
It certainly is a big day. In our in our internal chat earlier today, you had mentioned, like, is it just me or is this thing moving along? And it is. Oh gosh, there's Capucci outside of his car. There he is, but he's likely getting something up on social media. That's what he does. But Will, this is a storm that we have obviously been tracking now for a week. I think meteorologically speaking, it has just not ceased to, or it has continued to amaze, really. But we're at the point and we're at the precipice now where it is making landfall there along Sarasota and Siesta Key. So anything from your perspective, Will, that jumps out at you? I know yesterday we talked about extreme intensification, let alone rapid intensification. Anything that jumps out to you?
Right. I can pull up that information on the rapid intensification in just a few minutes. But for now, what really stands up to me is how difficult it has been to forecast exactly where this storm has gone. But otherwise, the National Hurricane Center truly has done a good job of predicting this storm. Since it formed, if you remember way back in the Bay of Campeche, they had the bullseye right over Tampa. And here we are with the eye just 10, 20 miles south of Tampa, aiming towards Sarasota. And we're still getting those wiggles north and south. So we're not exactly sure where it's going to make landfall yet. Closing in, like I said, on that Sarasota, Bradenton area. But the National Hurricane Center has done a great job with a really tricky situation here.
All right, Will, I just lost your audio, so it looks like it could be me on my end. That being said, we'll work on getting that resolved. Jack, just let me know when that is fixed. Will, thank you very much for your point there. I heard maybe 50% of it there, and then I lost you. But we'll work on retrieving that. Thank you very much, Will. All right, so Jack, for folks that are watching here, I guess you can take Will's picture-in-picture off and bring up the app here. Because landfall is fairly imminent. We've got Capucci there in Sarasota. We definitely, Jack, if we can... What'd you say, Jack? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you do your thing. All right. So for folks that are watching on social media, everyone's saying that they hear the audio. Yeah, everything is good going out to the stream. We're just trying to resolve things so the folks can hear me from the studio. I see them all on a monitor right here. I see Capucci, David, Erica, and Will. I see them all. So we're just working on getting it resolved so they can hear me. Jack is literally troubleshooting it in real time. Hey, big shout out to Jeb on YouTube who just sent in a super chat. Jeb, thank you very much. Boa tarde. I believe that means good evening in Portuguese to all the folks watching in Brazil. Shout out. Of course, Brazil, or Orlando, home to a lot of Brazilians. So big shout out to Brazil. Thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, Courtney, for TikTok, you need to submit an appeal. We did submit an appeal. They said that it will take 24 hours, so that helps nothing. But hey, we're here now. That being said, folks, this is, of course, Hurricane Milton, and it is starting to make, what could we say, landfall here, because if you look really closely, let me get the power outages off for just a moment here. You've got this band here that looks to be the eye, right? But actually, this is kind of our eye right here. The storm is weakening as it is making approach, and you can really see that here on the velocity. Of course, velocity is showing us winds, right? And I'm using the radar site here just on the southern side of Tampa. And you can see that right here, this hole, there's our eye, right? Hey, another super chat. Frankie, thank you very much. Says riding this thing out in Orlando. Hey, so are we. If you look at the MyRadar app right here, that little blue dot, that's us. So we're right here with you, my man. And again, thank you very much for that super chat. We really, really appreciate your support. Thank you very, very much. Let's switch back to the composite reflectivity. So again, you can see that, and I'd love to bring David in. We're working on getting him back into the stream. I see Erica chatting here on our internal Slack channel here. So we're working on getting it resolved, folks. Don't you worry about it. That being said, I see what you're saying, Erica. So yeah, Jack's working on it. I have no doubts that things will get fixed. So looking back at the app here, again, we are probably an hour to 2 hours away from well and truly there being a landfall called here. As to where that's going to happen, if I turn the hurricane tracker layer back on in the app here, you can see that the National Hurricane Center's cone is pretty much centered over Bradenton there. Remember that the cone represents all of the probabilities. That line in the middle just represents the approximate middle of the cone. So the forecast from the NHC is everywhere within that cone there. So Bradenton, it looks like, again, the center of it here is Longboat Key there, pretty darn close to the Bradenton or Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. So landfall should be occurring pretty soon, which should be within about the next hour or two. Of course, the storm is then expected to rapidly weaken, becoming a Category 1 hurricane at that point on its approach to Orlando overnight. So that is something to keep in mind, that if you do live in Orlando, you're in Kissimmee, let's just say you're visiting from out of state and you brought your family to Disney World this week. Well, hey, welcome to Florida. This happens a couple of months throughout the summer, and wouldn't you have it? You're getting the true Florida experience here. A very unlikely path from this storm, mind you. It's not too often that we see a storm travel 1,000 miles across the Gulf of Mexico, becoming a Category 5 twice and rank in the top 5 strongest storms ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. So that's fairly rare. But in terms of hurricanes, Florida ain't new to this. It is true to this, right? That being said, you're just going to have to ride this out as best you can if you are here centrally located. Remember, a Category 1 hurricane, the worst of the winds will be around the center of the storm, but the threats do extend away from the eye. It's been raining all week long over central Florida. It is raining right now in Orlando. Jack, can you pull up the camera outside and we can show folks what it looks like from the west side of the building? I see it jumping around in the breeze there. Of course, there's our live camera. You can see it bouncing around there. Big shout out to Andy and Omar for fixing those cameras and getting them working here. Jack, can we switch to the east side now? I want to see what that billboard. Oh, we got the bus camera now. Oh, shoot. Look at that. Okay, of course, you can see all the rain pouring off the side of the building there. All right. I mean, our parking lot still looks good. That camera there. Oh, I guess you're switching back and forth there, Jack? That one. Yeah. Something's happening, I guess, Jack, when we go to switch to that one. Oh, Jack's telling me I need to... Oh, that's not me. Oh, it's just doing that. Fun. Fun. Andy, I don't know if you're watching. Not sure what's going on there. Let's switch back to the west side camera then, Jack. And we'll take a look at what's going on over the western side of the building. Of course, again, this camera shot is in Orlando. Whoa, big shout out to Christopher for that very generous super chat here. It's a bunch of waffles. I don't know if Capucci can hear me. He may be able to. Please send to Capucci's healthcare bill for wading into poop water. Y'all are too funny here with a bunch 6 waffles. And he'd appreciate that very, very much. You know, Capucci's love of Waffle House, he doesn't even order waffles at Waffle House. I think he orders like a grilled cheese and the hash browns, coincidentally. So pretty wild you go to a Waffle House and not get the waffle, huh? Okay. So, Jack, let's pull the app back up here and we'll show folks what's going on. We are working on getting everything fixed on our end for the audio. You guys should be able to hear me just fine. It's an internal thing where the folks that are joining our live stream, I see them all up here. I see David looking forlorn out the window here in Miami. He may not be able to hear me, but I see him, and I see Erica and Will. We're working on getting them pulled back in. Of course, we've got live stream cameras as well from Matthew Capucci and Jordan Hall that are both in Sarasota. I guess, Jack, if there's any way that we can pull up pictures of both of them and leave them up, that would be great. Of course, if you are watching on our social media, thank you very much for joining us. And if you're watching in the MyRadar app, welcome as well. There are our storm chasers up on screen. If you're wondering, hey, where's their TikTok stream? They were doing great on TikTok. Well, that platform decided to suspend our live streaming ability this evening. For what reason, I can't tell you. No idea. But of course, we are here to try and deliver critical information to you as best we can. No idea what's going on with TikTok, but regardless, we are here. All right. If you guys have any questions for us, get them into the chat. I've got everything pulled up here in front of me. That being said, we are looking at a landfall from Major Hurricane Milton here momentarily. You can already see that what you'd think would be the eye of the storm right here coming ashore into Sarasota, but the eye of the storm is actually back here. You can definitely see that if we switch to velocity in the MyRadar app. It's that big hole right here. In fact, if I switch over to correlation coefficient, this is a product that will show us objects being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. Give me 1 second here. And what correlation coefficient is going to show us is all this blue here, right? What that is, coincidentally, those are more than likely birds that are trapped in the eye of the storm. So not pleasant. Somebody just said something on TikTok, or on YouTube from the MyRadar account. I assume that was Andy. Okay. Anywho, that being said, let's switch back to the reflectivity scan here. So again, the eye of the storm is actually right here. So this little dry slot here, the storm is weakening effectively is what's happening here as it's losing its real oomph here as it works its way through Florida, pushing eastward here. Jack, do we have the folks on Zoom restored just yet? I see your camera. You can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down if they can hear me. Well, I can't hear anybody. I am here all by my lonesome. So we are getting it we're getting it fixed here. Okay. Got Nathan here. Thank you. I appreciate you watching. Thank you. Chris Brazil on YouTube asking about Altamont Springs. That's a suburb, of course, of Orlando. Orlando is in the cone, at which point it should be weakening from a Category 1 to a tropical storm, which is pretty similar to what we saw during Ian. Ian, of course, came in through Sanibel Island, and in fact, I can show you Ian's path in the MyRadar app in the hurricane tracker. If you click on the little gear there, right now we're looking at current storms, but if you switch over to historical, I'm going to click the year here, and we're going to go down to 2022. Of course, that's when Ian was, and I'm going to scroll down here to Ian, and we can now plot Ian's path on the map. Look how close it is. Now, Ian taking a more northerly track from Fort Myers up toward Cape Canaveral. But what's important to understand here is that Orlando proper did not effectively see Ian well and truly come to town, right? It ran south and east of the city of Orlando. Again, this is Ian's path. But if I go back into the layers menu and we switch back to current, well, you can see the path is a lot different this time around. It is going from west to east across the state. Of course, folks that went through Hurricane Charlie are likely looking at this path and thinking, man, that looks pretty darn similar to what Charlie's path was. The good news is that the storm will weaken pretty considerably as it pushes its way eastward. But again, the threats extend far away from the eye of the storm, far away from the eye of the storm. I mean, shoot, it is pouring rain over Seminole County right here in Apopka, Lake Mary, Sanford, Oviedo, pouring rain there. But of course, doesn't even hold a candle to what we're seeing down here along the southwestern coastline. So I'll re-rack it from the top here. It looks like, it looks like we are getting our audio issues restored. David just said it's good now. David, you can hear me? I see Erica nodding
I can hear you, Mike.
I can't hear David, Jack, for what it's worth. I can't hear anybody. So we'll work on getting that. Yeah, Erica, I agree. We will work on getting that restored here shortly. Jack and Mauricio are doing a great job in the back here. But I'm just going to keep on talking here, folks. Somebody in the chat once called me a professional yapper. I mean, yeah, for sure. I concur. So let's get the reflectivity up here in a moment. Let me switch to composite reflectivity in the app. Fantastic. There we go. All right, folks. My name is Mike Linden. I am a meteorologist with MyRadar. We are coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I'd normally say sunny Orlando, Florida, but boy, that is not the case today. And that is because of good old Hurricane Milton here, a Category 3 hurricane that is momentarily going to make landfall along Florida's southwest coastline with winds at 120 miles per hour. If you are joining us on social media or, of course, in the MyRadar app, thank you very much for joining us. We really, really appreciate it. If you are wondering, hey, what's that cool looking app that he's using right there? Well, of course, it is MyRadar. It says it on my shirt. You can see the little sticker here. The app is completely free to download. You can download it on iOS, Android, Windows, as well as on the Amazon platforms. And what's really cool as well is if you have it on iOS or Android, you can take it in the car. We are one of the only radar apps in the world that has the capability to come in your car with you. And if you're a premium subscriber, you have access to a feature called Routecast, where you can enter a destination and we will give you turn-by-turn directions in CarPlay and Android Auto. So that is super cool. Anyway, looking at Hurricane Milton here, we are talking about landfall occurring considerably earlier than what we thought. Someone said, we're all here for the yapping. You're free to go. Yeah, listen, if you ask my parents for my report cards when I was growing up, talks excessively in class, that was definitely on there. But look at me now, all my teachers growing up, I'm getting paid to talk a lot. Here's a question from Joshua Bradford on YouTube. And Joshua, thank you very much for your support in that super chat. That's very kind of you. Can you discuss the data from NOAA and the Navy weather aircraft that collects and how it's used in predictions? Add weather aircraft to the app by chance? Andy and our development team, if you guys just heard that, somebody asking for recon data in the app. It is on the roadmap, Joshua. It is on the roadmap for something that we really, really want. Hey, we got Mike from Oklahoma. What's going on? Oh, my guy from Mississippi State. Oh man, what's up, Mike? Hope you're doing well out there in Oklahoma. Small world. Joshua, back to your question that you asked about the data that comes in from the hurricane hunters and from NOAA. We're going to work on getting our audio fixed here in Zoom. Jack, I guess I'll sign out of Unity here and I'll sign back in because it's got to be on my end. I'm back into it here. I can also switch over to my AirPods, Jack, if that... Okay, sweet. I also see Will in the Slack talking there. Jack is working on getting the audio issue resolved on the back end. So just stand by, Will, and we'll send it over to you here momentarily. But as for the NOAA and Navy weather aircraft, David, you can hear me, right?
Yep, I can hear you, Mike.
Oh, I hear David. I hear David in my ear now. That's amazing. Let's, Jack, if you can pull David up on screen. David. Okay, Jack says we can't do that yet, David. He's stalling. In fact, I see something behind me. What's going on here? So Jack is working on our audio issues. But Joshua, we're going to have David answer your question here in just a moment. Of course, Dr. David Ruglicki is the Director of Meteorological Research for MyRadar. He also worked for the National Hurricane Center, and David has flown into multiple hurricanes before. So I'd love for him to give you that firsthand knowledge as to what that's like. I can tell you, though, that the hurricane hunters that fly into the storm are effectively what they're doing is taking real-time measurements of the storm as they're flying through it. They drop instruments into it as well. So when it comes to getting that information when the storm is outside of radar view, that's going to be effectively, you're not getting ground truth, but you're getting the truth as to what is going on in the storm. The storm is right now within radar view, so you're not necessarily going to be getting as frequent flights flying into the storm. Being that it is quite literally about to make landfall here along the southwestern coastline. But the hurricane hunters do an incredibly great job at giving folks effectively an inside look as to what's going on inside the storm. We've shared a bunch of video on our social media channels related to the hurricane hunters flight. When we can pull David back in, I know he said it multiple times. It's like going on a roller coaster for 8 hours. I love roller coasters, folks, but not for 8 hours. So hard pass on that. But Joshua, perhaps you would want to go for that ride. Okay. Will's just saying that the extreme wind warning was issued for Tampa, Clearwater, and St. Petersburg. Will, thank you very much for that. I'm going to toggle that on here in the weather alerts. So the extreme wind warning, Will, thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. There it is. So folks, the extreme wind warning is something that is reserved for, wouldn't you guess it, the most extreme situations when it comes to hurricane force winds. It's right here. It's this orange box in MyRadar. So this is for the next 3 hours. This is until 9:30 Eastern time. Now, effectively, what this means is that you are going to be dealing with, you guessed it, extreme winds upwards of up and above 115 miles per hour. Of course, you can see in all caps, they write, this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. This is actually a new warning that has been issued. I believe it goes back to, I can't remember the date offhand, but it actually originates from the National Weather Service Melbourne office on the east side of the state of Florida. Effectively, the winds are as strong as a tornado. And so in the past, they would issue a tornado warning, but that doesn't necessarily make sense from the sociological perspective when telling people it's a tornado, when it isn't. It's just an extreme amount of wind, or extreme wind speed, I should say. So this is an incredibly serious situation for people that live in Tampa, Bradenton, St. Petersburg, Clearwater. The next 3 hours are going to be, for lack of a better way to describe it, bumpy. I'm going to turn the per station back on here. Again, with that issuance of the extreme wind warning, and Will, thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. If you can get that onto social media as well. Jack, you're saying you need someone to talk on the stream. Will, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mike. Can you hear me?
Okay, Jack, I hear Will. Does that mean that we're good? For now, Will, you can hear me, correct?
Yes, I can, Mike.
All right, Will, let's talk about that extreme wind warning. Of course, that is it's not surprising, especially with a major hurricane just off the coastline there. David, can you hear me as well?
Yes, I can, Mike.
Okay, I hear David as well. David, let's bring, Jack, let's bring David into the fold as well, along with Will there. So David, the extreme wind warning. This is now the second for the west coast of Florida in 2 weeks. Of course, we had one with Helene, and here we go, yet another one for Tampa and St. Petersburg. I am curious, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but I guess I will. Is this the first time the extreme wind warning has been issued for Tampa?
Yeah, because there would be no other opportunities to do it. I mean, as we talked about, like, this only happens when there's a major hurricane bearing down on the location. And as we've talked about, it's been quite some time since this has been happening here in Tampa, Mike. So, yeah, this would be the first time we get to see one of these things.
And David, going back to the gentleman's super chat from Joshua, it's saying effectively, what is the purpose of the NOAA hurricane hunters flying into the storm? Of course, you've been, how many hurricanes have you flown into, David? Two. And what is that experience like?
When people ask me how it is, I usually ask them, like, how do you feel about roller coasters? Because if you don't say immediately, I love roller coasters, you shouldn't be on that plane. So the most memorable one was into Hurricane Harvey. And this was back when I worked at the Naval Research Laboratory. I got on a flight there because I know a bunch of people down here, and it was like being dribbled like a basketball. And it was one of the most exciting things I've ever experienced in my entire life. Because at one point, as you're in the Eyewall, you're going up, and we had 3 Gs. And then when you get on the inner, and what happens is, on the inner edge of the Eyewall, there's very intense downdrafts, not exactly in the eye, just on the very inner edge of the Eyewall, and we dropped like a rock. So we went from 3 Gs to weightless in the blink of an eye. And those pilots and flight engineer, how it works for this particular plane, which is unique from like commercial jets, is that you have a pilot and a co-pilot and a flight engineer that sits right in between them and is basically straddling the throttle. So it's up to the flight engineer or the engine engineer to throttle up and throttle down to account for the split-second changes in vertical displacement. Now, the second part of that question was, what are they actually doing? And remember, there are 2 hurricane hunters. There are 2 groups. There's the Air Force planes. They fly out of Biloxi. And then the NOAA planes, which fly out of Lakeland. Well, I should say, usually fly out of Lakeland when a hurricane is not bearing down on them. And they, on a very low level, they're trying to find the center of the storm. Really, they're trying to get wind profiles, drop sondes to get boundary layer wind profiles, and to figure out where the dead center of that storm is, because that helps the hurricane center track. The extra sauce that the NOAA planes provide is something called tail Doppler radar. So it actually has a radar attached to the back of the plane, and it uses this what's called a fore-aft scanning technique. So as the plane is zooming, the Hurricane Research Division has special technology that it can scan angles and produce a three-dimensional wind field in post-processing. So the Hurricane Center, or the National Hurricane Center, what they do with this data is that gives us information about the vertical structure of the storm. And that allows them to see whether or not the storm is tilting. And that's really one of the big things, like how shear is affecting it. So that's the two things that the plane's doing. Now, when the storms are away from radar coverage, the planes are absolutely vital because a lot of the observations are remote sensing from geostationary satellites, sometimes from microwave, but the planes in there really give you that, like, the in situ observations. Now that we're closer to land, we're closer to radar, the two can supplement each other, Mike.
All right, we've got some super chats to talk about. Charles, thank you very much for your support on YouTube. Appreciate it very much. He asked, what time is landfall expected? I mean, landfall is likely going to occur here within about the next hour or so. Don't be fooled by this right here. This is drier air getting sucked into the storm over Sarasota. The eye of the storm is actually back here. And David, this is indicative of the storm weakening on approach to land, correct?
Yes, sorry, missed the unmute button. Yeah, the storm is most certainly undergoing weakening because you're dealing with the effects of shear. It's probably tilting right now.
Lost David again.
And you're also having to deal with a dry air gap, which is going to suppress convection. But as we've pointed out, this storm isn't exactly tropical anymore. So some of the structures that you're expecting on the front right side, the dirty side, those rules don't apply anymore. And when we were looking at the radial wind data, the strongest winds are on that northwestern quadrant. We've talked about sting jets before. So this is an unusual extratropical transition. Again, you normally see this when these storms make landfall up in Canada or when they're approaching the Ireland and Great Britain. So this is an interesting event that is happening here off the west coast of Florida, Mike.
All right, so David, I lost you again, your audio. I think the folks heard that over the stream, so Jack will let me know when things are going on. Jack, you got a lot of fans on social media that are saying that that you must be so stressed out, but we're okay. All right, cool. I got another super chat here from Loretta. Thank you so much. Loretta says, thank you to the entire team for your dedicated effort in delivering this crucial storm information. Your hard work is truly appreciated. Stay safe. Loretta, thank you very much. That is, we appreciate it more than you know. Again, thank you very much for that. Again, for folks that are just joining us, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. Of course, we are streaming across all of our social media platforms in addition to the MyRadar app. We were on YouTube earlier this evening, or rather on TikTok, I should say. Unclear as to why, but they suspended our live access. So that's unfortunate when you consider the fact that we are disseminating critical safety information. So, hey, if anybody knows anyone at TikTok, help us out. That being said, I'm using the MyRadar app here, obviously. I mean, I'm here in the MyRadar studio. The app is completely free to download. Of course, there are premium features within the app, but there is a 3-day free trial that you can turn on to get access to the premium features like per station radar and the hurricane tracker. So that'll get you all through Milton. And then if you would like to continue using the premium features after that, your subscription helps our development team continue to make MyRadar one of the best weather apps in the world. So big kudos to all of our premium subscribers out there. Anywho, that being said, let's talk about the details. We have got Category 3 Hurricane Milton, which right now has winds at 120 miles per hour. It wasn't too long ago that Milton was a Category 5 hurricane. It has weakened considerably, but the good news is that it continues to weaken and will continue to do so. But don't get it twisted. A Category 3 hurricane is a major hurricane, and there are a lot of impacts that are being felt, particularly right now in the city of Tampa. You guys can see if I turn this off for just a moment, the hurricane tracker and per station. Do you see this orange box? This is an extreme wind warning. This is a new warning that is recently been started to become issued by the National Weather Service that effectively talks about winds that one would find in a landfalling hurricane at above 115 miles per hour. This extreme wind warning is, of course, reserved for, you guessed it, the most extreme circumstances. Of course, in all caps, the National Weather Service writes, this is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation, right? The extreme wind warning in effect until 9:30 tonight. That includes Tampa, Brandon, Riverview, St. Petersburg, Pinellas, Clearwater, Palm Harbor, Bradenton. Sarasota not included in that, but boy, the winds are going to be whipping through Sarasota as well. Let me go back into the app. We're going to turn on per station and we're going to turn on the hurricane tracker. So you can see that right now the cone does not necessarily include Tampa proper, but it does include Tampa Bay. Remember, the last time that a major hurricane made landfall in Tampa was 1921. That was 103 years ago. That record in serious jeopardy of breaking, or for the first time coming to an end. So, all right, it looks like we got a lot of folks here asking questions here on social media here. Jen asking on the velocity layer, a large purple circle. Oh, you mean this out here? That's just the radar. That's just the radar. Nothing we're worried about. But boy, look at again, velocity scan is showing us winds, right? So the green is representative of winds going toward the radar. Red is wind going away from it. But when you start going into the blues and the browns there, holy cow, you're talking about some crazy wind. And of course, that's going to come up quite significantly on a landfalling hurricane. It looks like it disappeared on me there. Let me switch back to composite reflectivity. Again, right here, this is drier air, and you can definitely see that here. If I go into the layers menu and I turn on clouds and we go into water vapor, that is going to show us here momentarily. I might have to switch to high def for that to work here. Let me go in. There we go. So you've got drier air, the rust color there, starting to get entrained into the storm just a little bit, right? So that is working against it just a smidge. Let's turn that off. We're going to go back to per station radar and come back to composite reflectivity. The eye of the storm is actually down here. You can definitely see that if I go to velocity. Yeah, that big hole, that is the true eye of the storm. So we are looking at landfall here occurring within the next hour or two. I do see folks back up in the Zoom. Jack, you just let me know if all is resolved. I see that David is saying that audio is back. David, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mike. Can you hear me?
Oh, and I hear David. All right. So I am joined. Big Jack behind the scenes. He's got a camera view there. But I don't want to stress out Jack more than things that are actually going on here. But big shout out to our director, Jack. Give me some W's in the chat wherever you're watching from. W Jack, he is really been kicking butt over these past couple days. Oh, wearing his Chase Utley jersey. Of course, didn't they lose yesterday to the Mets? I think they did. Oh, and if they lose today, they're out of the playoffs. Okay. Well, I'm a New York sports fan, so I really could care less about Philadelphia's success in the postseason. Anyway, let's bring in Dr. David. Jack, can we pull up the team view shot here of? Still trying to make sure things work. All right. Well, we'll move forward here. Jack's got a lot of W's here in the chat. Let's pull David back in here, at least, Jack, to have David chat here. So I want to talk about, again, the eye of the storm. David, the eye is it's weird, right? In this sense, we know that the real eye is back here, right? Looking at velocity. But again, to reiterate for the folks at home that are watching, this slot here just to the east, what's going on here?
Well, it seems that it's trying to do an Eyewall replacement cycle, but it's stuck because there's absolutely no convection on the southern side, or the reflectivities are not strong enough. Because we can see it, it does, like you've pointed this out, it looks very different on the per station radial velocity versus on the reflectivity. So looks like it was trying to do one, and it's not gonna make it happen. So the people who are about to experience this, they might experience two different wind maxima. This is before the eye gets there. After the eye gets there, they'll experience stuff on the back end as well. So I think that's what's going on here, is that it failed to undergo an Eyewall replacement cycle, so it's just kind of stuck and it's running out of time. We'll have landfall here in a few hours, Mike.
I mean, it's pretty wild, David, when we were discussing landfall potentially coming at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then this has really been a storm that just continues to surprise almost every single step of the way. Really. Again, at one point, folks, Milton was a Category 5 hurricane with winds at 180 miles per hour. Its central pressure, the number, I can't remember it off the top of my head here. I think I hear Capucci. He might be able to.
I hear Jordan.
Oh, it's Jordan. It's Jordan Hall. Let's bring Jordan into the fold if we can, Jack. If we can bring Jordan in, this would be the first time we've brought him into the fold. Jordan, we're not on TikTok right now. They suspended our live streaming access. Your guess is as good as mine as to why they did that. But needless to say, we are, of course, streaming across all of our other social media platforms. Jordan, where are you right now?
Where am I right now? It's a great question. I believe, let me update my let me see if I can get location here. I can tell you I'm getting battered by wind right now, if that's something you want to know. We are south of Sarasota, moving further south here on 41, and the winds are very intense already. Lots of debris flying around here on the roadways, so.
Jordan, you were, of course, chasing Hurricane Helene, which seems like a million years ago, but that was just 2 weeks ago in the Big Bend of Florida. How does this compare this time around here?
Yeah, so the difference between Helene and Milton is this is hitting a very highly populated area. And so there's going to be a lot more debris flying around. And on top of it, this was a Category 5 at one point, as we all know. So it is, even though it's weakening, it's still got that Category 5 type storm surge that's going to get pumped in here later tonight. And we've already seen that in Fort Myers and starting in Venice as well.
So, Jordan, this is going to be a situation here where storm surge is just going to continue to be very bad for the people that live along the western coastline there. Now, of course, the storm surge numbers have come down just a little bit for the folks along the southwestern coastline, but of course, the National Weather Service still calling for 6 to 9 feet of surge for Tampa Bay, 9 to 13 feet for the Sarasota area. Have you seen any of that surge on the ground just thus far?
I have not seen it yet. I am just getting to a view. Oh, big power flashes to my left. Hold on, I'm going to go try to get us closer to those. I've not seen a whole lot of surge yet, but then again, I am straight east of this eye right now. So the worst of that surge is going to be on the southeast side of that eye.
Okay. So we're going to keep Jordan shot up here. Jordan, feel free to chime in.
Big power flashes. You should see them on stream.
Yeah, oh yeah, we're seeing them here. We also saw earlier today, Jordan captured a tornado near Fort Myers. In fact, let me work on pulling that up here. We shared it to our social media channels earlier today. Jack, if you can switch to the web browser here. Just had to scroll down just a little bit. Here it is. Of course, got to watch out for terms of service, I guess, on any of the other platforms. Man, I'm still salty about that. Come on, TikTok. We're trying to deliver critical information here to people.
I'm going to be in and out on audio here.
You're all good, Jordan. But this is earlier today, folks. Just because it's a hurricane doesn't mean you're not going to see tornadoes. And holy cow, did we see a lot of tornado-warned storms. It was effectively a full-fledged outbreak earlier today across the southern portion of Florida. If you look really closely in the video where my mouse cursor is, watch right here, you can see debris getting kicked up by this tornado. Of course, the National Weather Service survey team has got to get out there and take a look at the damage to ultimately determine what its rating is going to be. But nonetheless, a pretty powerful tornado on the ground there over South Florida earlier today. Jack, let's pull up the app again here. Actually, let's send it over to Erica. I think we should have Erica now where I should be able to hear everybody. Erica, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. All right. It looks like we are We are cooking with gas again. Jack, let's pull up the Max machine over here because I see Erica has a graph here related to the rainfall potential. And that is something that for folks that live away from the eye of the storm, you certainly need to be keeping a close eye on. If you remember Hurricane Ian, these are very close to what Hurricane Ian produced on the ground. And I can tell you, even though the storm was weakening, for us here in the Orlando area, Lake Eola, right down the street from our office, I've never seen it flood like that before. And Erica, these are some significant rainfall totals stretching from Lake Okeechobee northward up to Jacksonville.
Yeah, and that's another danger that we have to talk about with this, and something to keep in mind as well is it's already been a very rainy season across Florida. We already had precipitation or rainfall from just 2 weeks ago from Helene. We were tracking that exactly 2 weeks ago, made landfall almost exactly 2 weeks ago, and now here we go again, where we're seeing 10 to 15, maybe even more inches of rainfall. And for some of the same areas that already saw rain already this season, and then they're going to pick up even more rain. So 10 to 15, flooding is going to be a major issue. You can kind of see where that yellow is on the map there. That's where we're going to see some of the bigger rainfall totals. And yeah, it stretches all the way up across the I-4 corridor, I-95, even into parts of Jacksonville. You can see where the rainfall totals kind of start to go down is a little bit further south in South Florida there. So something that we're definitely going to be watching. And let's give you a bigger view of the rainfall totals in case you're wondering where we're going to see this rain. So I remember the last stream, a lot of people were talking about what was going to happen in Jacksonville. This one, not so much. I think we're really focusing in on Tampa, Orlando, even Orlando going to receive plenty of rainfall and even over rainfall there, 10 to 15 inches of rainfall and even across areas of Jacksonville. And so, that's why we talk about the Weather Prediction Center's maps. They have excessive rainfall outlooks that they issue, and we use these quite frequently, especially when there's big rainfall events. We've been talking about that pretty much all year, even across South Florida. This time it's focused in on Central Florida, of course, because of Milton, but you can see that they have issued this high risk of excessive rainfall. So that is definitely a certainty, and that continues not just today. As we head into the overnight hours and more rainfall, we get even more rainfall. Tomorrow, it's more focused in on the Orlando area, Daytona Beach, that high risk of excessive rainfall. So Orlando, I think you're going to get more of the rainfall as we head towards the rest of the evening, and this will last through tomorrow. So just something to keep in mind, rainfall, flooding, going to be a huge threat for Central Florida. And of course, you guys located in Florida, I know you're preparing for that rainfall potential here over the next several hours. So something that, maybe we haven't really touched on too much, but definitely that's something that we always see, especially with stronger hurricanes, as the water gets pushed up and it picks up a lot of water, drops it off across areas of Tampa and Orlando.
David, I saw your message there on Slack. You were talking about a paid question about the open Eyewall on the southern side. Which platform did you see that on? I'm not seeing it. I believe you.
I may have been mistaken, but our mod was boosting it. Sandy was boosting it.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So then, now I see one of them from Christopher Policastro there. That must be it. About the precipitation dissipating on the southern side there and concentrating on the northern side. You want to take that one, David? And then, Will, we're going to send it over to you next.
Sure. Normally when you see that, so this is going to get a little intense, is normally when you see that is that when the storm is tilting. So you'll have the upper levels of the storm are actually going to be tilting over the lower levels of the storm. They're going to be vertically displaced. When that happens, you actually get a cold anomaly down tilt and a warm anomaly up tilt. And what that happens is that you encourage convection where the storm is tilting, and you suppress convection where you have a warm anomaly, because these cells that can't they're not going to, when they rise into warmer air, they're not going to be able to maintain their lift. So they're not going to rain out as much. So that's part of it. And the other part really is there just is so much dry air on the southern side that's being entrained into this storm. And the last bit is there's a lot going on with Milton, is that due to the extratropical transition where you have this trough that is focusing motion on the northern side of the storm. So it's a combination of multiple factors here as to why there's convection and rainfall on the northern side and not on the southern side, Mike.
All right, let's send it over to Will Cano, who, Will, I know that you are compiling some information there on a lot of things that are going on. Of course, we're dealing with the first ever extreme wind warning issued for the city of Tampa. That includes Bradenton, St. Petersburg, Pinellas Park there. But, Will, this is a day that I think Floridians are going to remember for a very long time, but let alone for the folks in the southwestern side, the eastern side, just completely littered with tornado warnings earlier today.
For sure. Yeah, this is going to be a day that Floridians remember for a long time because this storm is not just one or two pronged. This has about 4 or 5 prongs. And one of the big one of those today has been the tornado threat. We are having an arguably historic outbreak here. So Hurricane Ivan in 2004 produced 120 tornadoes. And just in Florida alone today, we've had 98 tornado warnings. And that's as of 6 p.m. And these tornado warnings keep coming back and back. We've had 15, at least 15, again, this is from about 6 p.m., particularly dangerous situations. Now, these are only issued for storms that have a really catastrophic impact, like a big tornado going into a heavily, densely populated zone, or a really strong tornado just in a generally populous area. And we've had 15 of those today. So truly lots of massive tornadoes. And we had a big one coming through Fort Pierce. I'm a student here at Cornell, and I have a friend whose parents are in Fort Pierce. She stepped outside, and her parents told her that everything's okay, but it's getting really bad down there when it comes to the tornadoes.
All right, it looks like we have meteorologist Matthew Capucci working
Holy cow.
Oh, there's Jordan. I hear him say, "Holy cow!" Let's pull up Jordan's camera. Jordan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
What are you reacting to? Let us know what you're seeing.
It is a wind tunnel here. Where am I at? Let me get a town name here. I'm trying to figure that out for us. We're in Venice, downtown Venice. And it is getting really windy. Power flashes all over the place, and debris just flying around. So it's getting pretty wild out here.
Yeah. All right. Let's thank you, Jordan, for the check-in there. We're working on pulling Capucci back in. We've got his camera momentarily. Jack, if we just want to show Capucci here for a second here, we'll work on pulling him back into the stream. Notice where Capucci is. Not really raining seemingly, but boy, there's a lot of wind there and some debris on the ground. Just saw some lightning flashes in the distance there. All right, so we'll check back in with Capucci momentarily. Lot of debris on the roadways there. All right. Jack, let's bring it back to the app here. I want to show folks the wind layer here. That's something that we really haven't showed a lot of. Look at this, right? I mean, that is pretty remarkable here. There's the center of the storm on the wind layer. You can see that it is, at least on the wind layer, showing it a bit to the north of the track. Let me switch back to per station here, and we'll go with radar view. Yeah. So those are effectively there in the same place. Landfall should be momentarily. We're talking within the next hour or so. This is the eye of the storm right here. It is just off the coast of Sarasota, Siesta Key. If you're wondering what is going on here in the southern side of the eye, the storm is effectively fallen apart, right? It's still a major hurricane. It has not been downgraded just yet. Winds at 120 miles per hour. In fact, let me see. We might have a new update here from the National Hurricane Center. We do. Let me read this. So the northern eyewall of Milton is beginning to move onshore of the Florida Gulf Coast near Tampa and St. Petersburg, where the extreme wind warning is now in effect. Please shelter in place. And a sustained wind of, yep. So they have not downgraded it just yet. It is still that Category 3 hurricane, which of course is a major hurricane. We will be with you here through the overnight hours. Will, I know you wanted to talk about emergency information here, at least contact information for folks, and I think that Will is very important to people here in Central Florida.
Yes. And if I'm able to pull up my screen, I have some helpful numbers here that you guys can reach.
There they are.
Perfect. All right. Yeah. So obviously this is a huge deal, and lots of people in this densely populated area may not know exactly who to call. Number one option should always be 911, right? That goes to your local emergency management, but there are so many other numbers you can call if 911 is backed up, or if you're not able to reach 911 for whatever reason. A big one is 211 or Florida211.org. These are places to get more Florida-specific help and more help that you might need in that moment. The State Assistance Information Line, you can call this number right here. And what's nice about this is they have English and Spanish speakers. So once you call, they will immediately identify which language you want to use, and you can easily get the help you need. If you want to see your county's personal hotline for each county in Central Florida, you can visit this website. Just put this in your Google search bar. Again, for Spanish support, especially support that might not be emergency management, just something you need in the moment, you can text Hablanos to 66746. And then to donate to the Red Cross, which has been funding all sorts of great donations with Helene, and now will be doing so with Milton, you can text Red Cross to 90999. Again, that's Red Cross to 90999. Always helps to help these people out.
Will, if you can share that onto social media there, I think that would be great to at least keep folks in the know. Will, thank you very much. We're working on getting Matthew Capucci back into the stream here. We've got his camera shot there. He's driving through the Sarasota area where it seems landfall is super duper imminent here. The National Hurricane Center really keying in on Sarasota. Of course, that is where the cone has kind of begun to squeeze a little bit. You can see that in the latest update from the National Hurricane Center that they maintain that Milton is going to still be a hurricane by the time it pushes right over the top of Bartow and Lakeland. Of course, remember the cone represents all of the available locations and then works its way to Orlando overnight. I hear that we now have the #1 Waffle House fan in the world, Matthew Capucci, on the line. Capucci, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm not in timeout anymore?
I do not hear him, Jack, but if he is talking.
I'm here. You can't see me. You can't hear me. Maybe you can hear me.
Now I hear you.
Oh, good. I'm out of timeout.
Listen, Jack is rocking it back there. So, yeah. Anyway,
I find it funny that everyone else's mic was fine, but I don't know. I got put in timeout for a while.
Well, perhaps maybe it's because we got suspended from TikTok when I think we showed you driving. He's hands-free, folks. Literally, there's nothing in his hands while he's driving. Anyway, Capucci, you're in the Sarasota area right now?
Yes, I'm passing actually back through Sarasota en route to the north side. So I'm kind of on the edge of the Eyewall. There's not really a southern Eyewall anymore. I'm actually heading back towards Bradenton for the extreme wind warning. It's a very lopsided storm. It looks like dry air has really, I don't want to say degraded the southern side, but has cut back on the intensity of the southern side, whereas the northern side, I'm actually seeing power flashes right now as we speak, so I don't know if y'all have my camera up. But yeah, the northern side is getting pretty mean. Right now, I'm about to get some pretty gnarly wind gusts of, getting gusts, I guess, 60, 70 miles an hour. But shortly, I'll likely be getting gusts closer to 90 to 100 as I enter that extreme wind warning. I'm just about to enter the polygon. So if you hear my phone buzzing, that's just the wireless emergency alert system. Thus far, I've seen a lot of palm fronds down, but I'm seeing tons of power flashes off to my north in the greater, oh, power just went out. Power's back on in the greater Tampa area. Every so often, when I say power flashes, by the way, for the folks at home, I'm talking about the electrical infrastructure being damaged by the strong winds. You can also see some powerful, like there was one to my left moments ago. I'll zoom in a little bit to the north. But yeah, not sure how well you'll be able to see it. Soon enough, you'll see all the lights probably go out as the winds get a little bit worse and we get closer to the core of the storm. What's happening in the north side right now is actually really cool meteorologically, but very concerning. The fact that we're getting the stronger winds in the north side points to some, baroclinic or non-tropical processes. But what's happening soon in Bradenton and over towards, Anna Maria Island, I'm a little worried about. That's the direction I'll be heading towards, but of course in a safe location. But yeah, winds seem to be an increasing problem on the north side. And the south side, obviously, we saw the surge coming up earlier on. You watched as I showed, that camera shot of, there's another power flash. Oh, wow, they're just all over the place. It's almost akin to watching a low-budget 4th of July fireworks show. I'm just seeing transformers blowing probably every 5 to 10 seconds. Unless
Capucci,
it's lightning,
for what it's worth,
yep.
311,000 customers without power now in Florida. You said that you're in the Sarasota area, right? So that's Sarasota County, 10% of customers without power there. And then you're heading to Bradenton, which is Manatee County. 37,000 customers without power there. That's roughly 15% of all total customers. So again, if we zoom out here in the app, you can see that it is just starting to fill in like a paint by number here. And the storm well and truly has not pushed through yet. But to Capucci's point, that southern side really starting to kind of fall apart a little bit, whereas this northern side, which is slamming Tampa right now and Lakeland and is arriving in Orlando overnight tonight, could certainly expand those power outages. And again, Capucci, your camera here, if we can pull that up, Jack. Capucci driving toward the extreme wind warning, which of course we do not recommend that you do. Capucci is literally an atmospheric scientist. Capucci, the first time that the extreme wind warning has ever been issued for the Tampa area and the metro the metro area of Tampa. Can you explain to folks again what you've been in one before? What is the extreme wind warning like for folks that do not take it seriously?
Yeah, and if we pull up my camera real quick, you'll see a ton of power flashes.
It's up.
The power
It's up. We're looking at it.
Do you see that? Yeah, so power just went out. Oh, now it's back on. It's a little bit delayed, so you'll see it momentarily. Power keeps going off and on. Power flashes everywhere. But yeah, so the extreme wind warning came about out of necessity. Back on August 13th, 2004, Hurricane Charlie was making landfall as a Category 4 near where Ian did in 2022, and the National Weather Service was trying to figure out a way to get people who stayed to get to a safe place because Charlie's winds were reminiscent of a tornado. And so they wound up issuing tornado warnings as sort of a last-ditch call to action for the people who were still there, and basically saying, hey, as long as you can do so without entering floodwaters, get as low as you can because these winds are like a tornado. Then they did that during Rita and Wilma and Dennis, and they also did it during Katrina. And back by end of 2005, early 2006, the National Weather Service said, hey, we need some sort of special product that is like a tornado warning to issue for the Eyewall of major landfalling storms. And so over time, they crafted the extreme wind warning. It was created back in 2007, but not used until Hurricane Matthew in, I think, 2016, when they issued one for the Space Coast that didn't wind up having, the crazy strong winds. We've seen them issued so far for 11 different tropical cyclones, 10 hurricanes, and then one typhoon in Guam. And we're seeing the 12th issuance of it tonight in an office that never has before. Tampa has not issued an extreme wind warning. And to get a major metro underneath an extreme wind warning is certainly concerning. And even in the past few minutes entering the extreme wind warning, I've noticed the winds have been increasing where I am. And I'm not even getting heavy rain right now. I mean, you look at my camera shot, there's not too much going on. I think in the next probably 30 to 40 minutes, my camera shot will look very different. For starters, you won't see all these lights. There won't be power. But secondly, and more importantly, as I come towards like Northwest Bradenton, close to Anna Maria Island without being on the island, it will get very nasty as that eyewall comes ashore. And it's worth noting, Sarasota will still see strong winds. They got a gust recently to 77 miles per hour. I'm sure that has since increased over that. But ordinarily, the south side is the windier side. Not really this time. The south side has the onshore winds, but the north side will be just nasty with wind, given how much precipitation there is to drag down that momentum. So, I don't want folks to let their guard down because they think, oh, I'm on the good side of a hurricane. There's no good side. People in Miami today probably thought I'm far removed from the hurricane, and yet they in Fort Lauderdale were dealing with tornadoes off and on, including one that was probably EF3, the one that hit Fort Pierce, through debris, something like 30,000 feet in the air, which is crazy, commensurate with mid to high end EF3, maybe an EF4. So, hurricanes have a myriad of hazards all over the place. Oh, they have an Aldi. I love Aldi. Oh, I wish it was open. Anyway, hurricanes have a myriad of hazards. And it's important folks recognize that. Oh, wow. Yikes, sounds crazy.
Folks on YouTube, Capucci, are asking about the birds, right? So I'm going to show folks the birds here on the app. So Jack, if we pull that up, we can keep Capucci shot in a little picture-in-picture here. So I'm using something in the app called Per Station Radar. This is a premium feature, but there is a 3-day free trial for the premium features that will, if you sign up for right now, will get you through Milton all the way into the weekend. And then, of course, if you want to continue to be a premium subscriber to use all of these awesome features, it helps support further development for our amazing engineering team. So the blue dots that you're seeing here in the correlation coefficient, of course, the correlation coefficient product, or CC, as some meteorologists will call it, is effectively showing objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. And what you're seeing here, the blue dots here in the core of the eye, those are very likely birds that are trapped in the core of the eye. Holy cow. Can we take Jordan's shot up too here, Jack? So we can have Jordan and Capucci. I just saw some crazy rain come through Jordan, and you can really see the winds. Yeah, Jack, take Jordan in full. Jordan, are you still here? Can you hear me?
Yes, I got you.
Jordan, things went from bad to really active, really quick.
Oh yeah, it's coming in hot right now.
All right, so Jordan is in Venice. So if you guys can see on the, or Jack, if you can pull up the picture-in-picture of the app momentarily, I'll show people where Venice is. Let me switch back to correlation, or to composite reflectivity. Venice is right here. I'm just waiting to see it up on the screen here. Right there. That's where Jordan is. Right here. So he's kind of on that southern side where the eye is starting. Right now, actually, the eye is coming ashore. This is hard to see, but it's right there. Right? So Venice, Osprey, Siesta Key, Sarasota. Landfall is imminent. That should occur here within about the next hour, if not within the next half an hour. David, the moment is almost here. Folks continue to ask, David, if you can explain. Someone hilariously before, when you were explaining what was going on, said in English, please, which I thought was very funny. David, what's going on with the southern side of this storm? I mean, again, we have this whole northern side, which is, as soon as the app loads here, which looks fairly impressive. But then you look at the bottom, the south side, and you wonder, where is it? What's going on?
Right. So in English, yeah, this is actually one of the more difficult concepts of tropical cyclones when we talk about the tilt. And when a storm is being sheared, like, so if you think of the hurricane as a gigantic top and you hit it with environmental winds, the vertical wind shear, it starts to tip over. And that's what I mean when I say the tilt. And that tilt changes the thermodynamics at all vertical levels of the storm. And without getting too deep into it, because I guess I have to do this in English now, is that changes precipitation patterns. So down where the storm is tilting, that favors convection, that favors upward motion, that favors rainfall. On the opposite side of the storm, where it's tilting away from, that suppresses convection. That's due to the change of the thermodynamics in the vertical that will suppress convection, suppress rainfall. Now, on top of that, the vertical wind shear, the environmental winds will drive in dry air. And we know, as we saw in the satellite imagery before, there's some very dry air on the western and southern side of Milton. And the last little bit is because Milton was a much smaller storm, much smaller than Helene. Because if you were all with us for the Helene live stream, we talked about this a lot. Helene had this like dry pocket that just kind of sat next to the Eyewall for hours, and we were waiting for it to erode the Eyewall, and it never did. The fact that Helene was bigger, the eye and the Eyewall was bigger, means it is more stable, it is more resilient, it is more resistant to the environmental winds trying to tip it over. So it's a combination. It's primarily related to the size of Milton's eye. So we're going to distill it. Why does it tip over? Why is it more susceptible to shear? It's because it's smaller. That's really what this boils down to. And because of that, of the storm, of this top tipping over, that's going to change your precipitation patterns, Mike. So I think that's the simplest as I can put it.
It looks like the power outages just ticked up pretty considerably there on the west side. 350,000 customers without power right now in the entire state of Florida. Folks, if you want to look at power outages for yourself in real time, in the MyRadar app, it looks like the stack of cards there. If you turn on the power outages layer, you can then see power outages as they come in real time. Mind you, if I zoom out, you can still see plenty of folks that are without power throughout Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and even in Florida too, that are still literally in the dark from Hurricane Helene, which was 2 weeks ago. Of course, we are tracking Hurricane Milton right now, a major hurricane, 120-mile-per-hour winds. It is making landfall as we speak right here near Sarasota. at which point it is expected to weaken once it comes ashore to a Category 1 hurricane, but at that point push through the Orlando metro on its way toward exiting the eastern seaboard into Thursday afternoon. Folks, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Thank you very much for joining us. We are streaming, of course, live in the MyRadar app and across all of our social media platforms. Barring TikTok, we were there earlier. I know folks keep asking, where's the TikTok stream? For whatever reason, TikTok decided to suspend our ability to live stream for 24 hours. So if you would like to engage with us, you can do so on our various other social media platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, X. Shoot, we're even streaming on LinkedIn. So if you want to connect with us there, we invite you to do so. I am joined by quite a few members of the MyRadar weather team. We've got Dr. David Ruglicki, of course, Director of Meteorological Research for MyRadar, as well as meteorologist Erica Lopez. Matthew Capucci, our senior meteorologist, storm chaser, and Waffle House aficionado, is on one of these screens at the bottom of the screen there. We also have storm chaser Jordan Hall that is on the road as well. I just saw somebody saying you are some of them at TikTok. I'll check that there in a second. Interesting.
This big power substation just exploded here in Venice.
Let's take Jordan's shot here, Jack. You guys can hear Jordan Hall there. Jordan, what is it that we're looking at here?
So the substation that's right here, actually, as I was driving by it, literally exploded in flames and sparks. So a big piece of debris must have hit it, and it knocked out all the streetlights as well.
Well, holy cow! That's I hope you're okay, Jordan.
If you here, I'm gonna point the stream at this. I want you guys to see something really interesting here. If I zoom in, you can actually see. Let me see if I can fix the.
Oh wow!
Focus. You can actually see it sparking up there.
Oh yeah.
With the winds.
Dylan on Twitch asking, is Jordan live anywhere? Yes, you can watch Jordan Hall. If you want to just watch Jordan Hall's live stream, you can actually do so in the MyRadar app as well. Go into the layers menu and turn on the Storm Chasers layer, and you can watch both Jordan or Capucci or numerous other Storm Chasers being fed into the app courtesy of our partners from Severe Studios. Jordan, that is a whoa, bunch of power just went out around you, it looks like there, Jordan. And Jordan is in
I shut my light bar off.
Oh, the storm chasing vehicle there is well equipped. So again, let's check the power outages number. We were at 350. It's still at 350,000 customers. I imagine that number will continue to climb. Jen asking, will the stream be continuing into the night? We're not going anywhere, Jen. We would have been on TikTok as well. I know I keep mentioning that. I'm definitely salty about that, being that we are literally disseminating critical safety information to people, and whichever platform they choose to get it on, the goal would be to get that information to them. But unfortunately, we cannot do so in real time on TikTok for the next 24 hours. So hopefully we'll have that resolved for the next one. We'll just put something on our TikTok story, which is great. Will Cano is joining us as well. Will, let's bring up that slide again, talking about all of the places for folks to reach out to emergency officials, because things are about to get very real very quickly here as the storm crosses over a very populated area of the United States, that being the Central Florida corridor. So for folks that need to reach out to emergency officials and to call somebody for help, Will, what are those phone numbers?
That's right. Can you guys see my screen okay?
Jack is working on getting it onto the stream here momentarily. I see you, Will. He's just got to replace one of the shots. Just give Jack a moment here. There they are. They're on screen.
Perfect. Well, the number one number to always call is going to be 911, right? That's going to be your emergency management. They'll connect you with who you need to talk to in your local area. But in storms like this, 911 will get backed up, and it might not be the best option if it's backed up. So here are some other options for you guys. You can call 211 or go to Florida or fl211.org. That's going to give you more Florida-specific help. State Assistance Information Hotline, that you can call that number right there. Then the nice thing about that is that they will connect you with an English or a Spanish speaker based on if you speak either language, they will hook you up with the correct translator rather. Then you can find your own county's hotline using this not link. You can just search this in Google. Preparing for Milton, Central Florida's emergency phone numbers. If you're looking for Spanish support, additional Spanish support, you can text Hablanos to 66746. And then to donate to the Red Cross, which has done a great job with Helene funding and relief, you can donate for Milton, texting Red Cross in all caps to 90999. This has been posted on all the social media across our platforms, so feel free to keep checking these.
I just got an update from TikTok. They did not approve our appeal for live streaming, which is a big bummer.
That is.
Yes. So apologies, folks. We're not going to be able to stream on TikTok for the next 24 hours unless somebody here in the live stream knows anyone that works at TikTok. Maybe they can help us out there. Do we have an agency that represents us on TikTok? Somebody asked. We do not. Do you know somebody that could lift that appeal? That would be very helpful. Please let us know. All right. So back to the stream here. Of course, we are joined by the entire MyRadar weather team. We've got senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci in the field, storm chaser Jordan Hall as well. I'm also joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez and tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki. Of course, he is just above my head there. Erica, I see off screen here, you've got the excessive rainfall total outlook here pulled up, because even though we are looking at landfall momentarily here from Milton on the southwestern side of the state, the real threat is only really just beginning for the folks that live in central Florida, because, of course, incredibly strong winds are about to come across the state here the closer you get to the center of the storm, obviously. But boy, there is a whole ton of rain coming through the state right now that is going to cause big problems today and into Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, and I know you guys, you're in Orlando, so I know you guys are prepping for the storm, getting ready for it. And yeah, so let's show you a closer look at what we're expecting to see here over the next several hours. So we were talking about the rainfall totals earlier, but we could also play this out in future radar, very close to making landfall, and the models are doing very well in catching up. I was watching this all day, and yesterday we were talking about a later landfall, and now we're talking about maybe here over the next hour or two. But overall, yeah, we're expecting a lot of rainfall. We're expecting all these impacts, excessive rainfall outlooks, high risk of excessive rainfall for today and even tomorrow. And you can just see how over hours and hours, you're going to be in the thick of the rainfall. Not just that, the wind, the hurricane force winds, and that'll continue well into the overnight, into tomorrow morning. And then you can see from just this one model run, even as late as tomorrow afternoon. So the rainfall is going to be one of those major threats that we really have to watch out for here over the next several hours. And even the windfall threat, or the wind threat, I should say, not the windfall, greater than 110 miles per hour. That's why they've issued that extreme wind warning for 115 mile per hour winds or greater, especially in that purple area that you're seeing from Tampa. And I have some of the counties highlighted on there, Sarasota, Inglewood. Here over the next hour or two, you're going to start to feel those hurricane force winds. And then even in central Florida, now trending a little bit south from Orlando, Kissimmee, and all the way down to Placid Lakes, Fort Myers. You're going to see those hurricane force winds as well, possibly Cat 2 into parts of Orlando as it heads inland. And then you can see everywhere else, let's say from South Florida to even parts of Jacksonville, you'll maybe feel some tropical storm force winds, just because the wind field is expanding as the storm enters that environment of sheer and even dry air. So a lot to take in with this storm. Maybe you're wondering what kind of impacts you're going to see, but really focusing in on that Tampa, Orlando region. And I know you guys in the office are bracing for the wind and the rain here over the next several hours.
All right, little update here. Somebody on YouTube says that they have a TikTok agency, and they are reaching out to them to see if we can get our suspension lifted. We will see. That is, shout out to Al Mysteriously. Again, hard to know whether or not that's the truth. I have to take you at your word. But if you can make that happen, we would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Of course, we are trying to disseminate critical information to people here. Anywho, that being said, let's bring it back to the top here, folks. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio in Orlando, Florida. In fact, if we look at the app here, you can see this little blue dot. That not this blue circle. That's actually a power outage there. I don't know why that's popping up, an aggregated outage point. Very interesting, but it's right here. this little blue dot. Don't want to dox us fully. We're just down the street from the Kia Center. But that's us. We are in the path of the storm, so we are going to be riding it out with you. We will be here through... Okay, so this person just said, I've just lifted the ban. I'll double check that here in a moment. You can search for the account, but anyway, I'll mysteriously, hang on for a second. I'll check that out here in just a second. But just a couple other updates here. Hurricane Milton here is a Category 3 hurricane with winds at 120 miles per hour. That makes it still a major hurricane, mind you. Someone's saying they said you can go back live in 7 minutes. Is that for real? I will check. I certainly hope so. That would be very... YouTubers never lie. Very funny. We shall see. Either way, Milton is a Category 3 hurricane, of which, of course, is a major hurricane when it is Cat 3 or above. If this does indeed come close to Tampa there, that would break a 103-year-old record. Of course, that would be the last time that was the last time that a major hurricane made landfall in Tampa. I mean, it's pretty unlikely there's people really even alive today that remember that hurricane in 1923, but they're certainly going to remember Milton here. Let me turn off a bunch of things because I want to show you guys there's an orange box on the ground there that is super duper important. Right here, Palm Harbor, Clearwater, Largo, Pinellas Park, St. Petersburg, Bradenton, and Tampa. This is an extreme wind warning that's in effect for the next 2 hours. That's until 9:30 Eastern time. Effectively, what that means is that winds will be above 115 miles per hour. It is effectively like being in a widespread tornado there with incredibly powerful winds county-wide here, or city-wide, I should say, for Tampa here. Of course, that does include Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough counties. So all 3 counties in the greater St. Petersburg, Tampa, Bradenton area. Certainly not a fun time for the folks that are on the ground there. Landfall is imminent if I turn on all these layers. Again, let me go back into the power outages layer and toggle that on here. You can see that that fills in pretty darn quickly in Florida. We were at 350,000 total customers. We are now at 362,000 customers that are without power across the Sunshine State of Florida. Folks, I know that sounds like a lot, but keep in mind that that does not represent... Whoa, that is a big... Hey, that is a big comment there on Facebook. Anywho. Sorry. Just got distracted. Anywho. Looking back here at the state of Florida, I know 362,000 customers sounds like a lot. It's likely even more than that when you consider the human impact, right? The human impact is likely much, much, much higher when you consider the fact that a customer is a house or a shed or an office building, right? There could be a lot of people housed within that building. So let's send it over to Dr. David Ruglicki here, who is the Director of Meteorological Research for MyRadar. David, we are what seems to be roughly within the next hour and a half or so. We could be looking at landfall here somewhere down in Bradenton and Sarasota. People keep asking about where the southern side of the storm mysteriously went. I am going to check on our TikTok situation there. Oh, real quick, Jack, you'll be excited to hear this unless you have it in the back. The Mets just hit a grand slam and are up 4-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning against you. Oh, you saw it? All right, so Jack saw it there. I'm a Yankee fan and they're playing the Royals right now. Anyway, we could talk about sports all night, but David, the southern side of this storm, again, it's a major hurricane. The extreme wind warning is in place for the folks of Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough counties. But the southern side of this storm doesn't really seem to exist. If I widen the view out here, just let me turn off a couple of things. Let's go back up here. We'll go to the high def layer. I'm going to turn off the hurricane tracker and the power outages. Folks, I'm sure you're wondering, what's going on here? It's half of a hurricane. Well, I have somebody that will absolutely be able to answer that question for you, and that is tropical weather expert Dr. David Ruglicki. Used to work at the National Hurricane Center, has a meteorological phenomena named after him. David certainly knows a thing or two about hurricanes. So David, what the heck is going on with Milton's southern side?
Sure. So there are a lot of things going on for Milton's southern side, and we're going to dive deep. Well, not dive deep, but we're going to talk about some of the more advanced concepts of a tropical cyclone, particularly of a tropical cyclone that is undergoing vertical wind shear. Now, vertical wind shear is the change in wind speed with height. So usually in the atmosphere, you'll have slower winds at the surface and higher winds aloft. And this is what's happening now as this storm is being sheared by a mid-latitude trough. And a trough just is a dig down, usually of colder air. It's like a front. We have a front that's draped over the southeastern United States. And the trough is the upper levels of that front. So what's happening is that the trough is doing two things. It is steering the storm, it is actually physically moving it. And the other part is that because the winds change with height, the parts of the storm are going to move at different speeds. And what happens is if you think of the hurricane as a giant spinning top, you're actually, as you hit it, it's actually going to tilt over. And that's what's going on here. So when the hurricane tilts, it messes with the thermodynamics in the vertical, or basically over the entire storm. So in the direction it's tilting, that favors convection, that favors vertical motion, that favors precipitation. On the opposite side, where it's tilting away from, that suppresses convection. And for the weather, for the real weather nerds, what's going on out here is that when the storm tilts, it creates a cold anomaly about 1 degree Celsius throughout the entire depth of the troposphere where the hurricane is tilting. So if you think in mid-latitudes, we have this concept called CAPE, convective available potential energy, and that is what is associated with severe weather. It basically is the amount of fuel in the atmosphere to get really deep convection. Well, when you tilt a hurricane with that cold anomaly, you basically create an infinite reservoir of CAPE. So these cells can just fire over and over and over again where the storm's tilting. But on the opposite side, it's warm. So you have basically eliminated all potential vertical motion. So that, I know that was probably a deeper dive than most people were expecting, but this was my expertise, was sheer tropical cyclones, storms that were tilting. So it's not a simple answer of what was actually happening. Now, along that with Milton has a couple other things working against it here of why the southern side vanished. Part of it is dry air entrainment. We looked at satellite imagery earlier. There's a lot of dry air coming down with this cold front. This is what normally happens. And that air is being sucked into Milton's core, and that is also suppressing convection and rainfall on the southern side. Now, if you tuned in with us during Helene, we did see this pocket of dry air on the southern and southwestern side, but it never really got into the core. Well, because Milton was, or still is, a smaller storm than Helene, it is more prone, it is more susceptible to the effects of vertical wind shear. So it is more likely to tilt because it is smaller. And once you get tilting, like I said, you mess with the thermodynamics, you're going to mess with the rainfall patterns. So it's a multifaceted answer. It's not a simple, I've been trying to simplify this answer. I remember when I first started doing my hurricanes and shear research, I remember when I first started presenting it 10 years ago when I worked at the Naval Research Laboratory. Some of the other scientists there was like, Dave, that all sounds great, but we have no idea what the heck you're talking about. So it's been a struggle that I've been dealing with going on 10 to 15 years. And I wish that, and I've tried to distill it to is the simplest way I could possibly explain why convection is on one side and not on the other. And the last little bit, oh yeah, there's even more. Can you believe it? Is that because of the trough associated with Milton, it's going to favor rainfall on the northern side. And this has to do with mid-latitude dynamics. Maybe we'll make a video about that. I don't know. But yeah, I know that was probably a long answer to a very short question. It's complicated. I love this stuff, but it's a complicated process that there's a lot of stuff that's physically explainable. There's just a lot of really interesting things that are happening at the same time, Mike. So hopefully I didn't lose you. But I think it's a really cool, interesting phenomenon here, Mike.
David, people are asking now on YouTube, will the southern side effectively reappear? I mean, we're running out of gas here in the sense where the fuel for the storm is the Gulf of Mexico. It comes over land, no more Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I would be highly surprised because right now not only does it have to do that, but if we assume that the storm is tilted, it has to right itself. It would have to pull itself back together. And the only way to do that is either it has to pass over really warm water to invigorate convection all over the place, or the vertical wind shear has to stop. And since this storm is now caught up with this giant trough that is going to be moving this to the east, the chances of this storm regaining its tropical, like its symmetric look, where you have rainfall on all sides, is very unlikely, Mike.
All right. It looks like I'm unclear whether or not that person was telling the truth. We're still suspended on TikTok, so I don't know. So hopefully we can get that. Hopefully we can get that fixed. For the folks that in here say they were reaching out to their agencies. Again, hard to tell whether or not they're telling the truth, but I got to take them at their word. So landfall is imminent. We've got 2 chasers out in the field. We've got storm chaser Jordan Hall, as well as senior meteorologist Matthew Capuccio. They're saying they're not in the live anymore. Yep. So go figure. Let's pull up Capucci and Jordan's camera there, where in Jordan's camera, I was just seeing some power flashes. So Jack,
hey,
if you
Mike,
want to pull...
you there?
Yeah, I hear you, Jordan.
I'm uploading a video to Drive, and I'm just going to share it with you. If you can post it on social, that'd be great. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Yeah, if you post it in the Slack channel, we've got Erica and Will that would be able to handle. I just saw Erica throw up a thumbs up, so we got
Perfect.
it.
We just had it's a power line exploding over top of the house right next to me. So,
well, of course, stay safe, Jordan. I just see I see the power flashes in your shot there. Capucci, are you in here? Can you hear me? Oh, don't know if we have Capucci yet.
I don't think we do.
But Jordan, my gosh, all the power flashes and lightning in the distance there. All right, well, Jordan, check back in with us as things develop. It has been a very busy day, folks, in terms of active weather related to Hurricane Milton here. Thank you very much for watching us. We really, really appreciate it. Again, if you're watching us in the MyRadar app, welcome. If you're watching us on social media, welcome as well. A lot of people asking where our TikTok stream went. For whatever reason, TikTok suspended us for 24 hours. Don't know why. So if anyone can help get that resolved, we would really appreciate it. But we are here nonetheless. We will be streaming overnight as things stand. I am joined, of course, by the MyRadar weather team. I want to bring in Will Cano, who, Will, I know that you just had a slide up there related to the sheer amount of tornadoes that were produced from this storm. Do you have an updated count on how many tornado warnings Milton has produced thus far today? Oh, I can't hear Will. Will, do you have your mic?
There we go. Sorry, Mike.
There
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yes.
Awesome. So once my screen gets showing, you can see just the sheer amount of tornado warnings we've had across southern Florida. Now, is that Capucci?
Oh, we just got rocked by it. It was funny. It was chill. I was just reading emails, and then we just got rocked by like a crazy gust of probably 85 to 90 miles an hour, but like randomly.
We've got your camera up on screen, Capucci, while Will's talking about the tornadoes. There it is. So yeah, we got Will. We'll come back to here in just a moment. We've got Capucci's camera with the power lights there, or with the street lights, holding on. Capucci, you're in Bayshore Gardens. Walk people through what it's like.
Yeah, so right now I'm on the northern side of the eye. The eye still has yet to make landfall, but it's heading towards Sarasota. We had a report moments ago of a 10-foot storm surge observed in Sarasota. That's from Dan Satterfield, meteorologist at WBOC in Delmarva, who posted a graphic of what appears to be a potential 10-foot storm surge in Sarasota. So that would be pretty concerning if that is indeed a legitimate observation. And, I wouldn't be surprised given the wind direction. I think the bigger surge might wind up being in Venice. But meanwhile, the winds, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, even where I am in Bradenton, we've had gusts to 90 actually just now in Sarasota too. I think I'm likely soon to see gusts around or just over 100 miles per hour. I've already seen gusts to about 90 miles per hour, and the eyewall is churning ever closer to me. That northern eyewall is the more solid one. But one thing I'm noticing too, if we can actually pull up radar, vehicles rocking back and forth. If we can pull up radar real quick and show folks the per station radar of that eyewall, that northern side of the eyewall, like look at those weird little ribs. Can you guys see that? I don't know if we're able to pull it up or
Yep,
if we still have it
it's
up,
there.
but
It's there.
oh, awesome. Sorry, I was unable to see the stream on my end. But yeah, those like weird rib type things, vortices, and very strange transition points where the extreme winds try to transition into a more tranquil eye. And I don't know for sure. I'm not a specialist in this, so it might be a Dr. Glicky question. But those weird mesovortices, the ribbing that it looks like on radar, is that made worse by the, I guess, the meetup, the rendezvous, and the infiltration of dry air? Kind of chafing against that moist air, or does the dry air help break down the wind into smaller vortices? Like, what mechanism is behind why this one looks to be producing, comparatively strong mesovortices for a storm that otherwise isn't a Cat 4 or 5?
So the smaller, you're talking about the smaller ripples versus like the 2 or 3 giant mesovortices, right? That's the difference you're talking about here, right?
Yeah, like west of Longbow Key, it looks like they're just a bunch of little like ripple type things. I see 4 of them right now.
Yeah, that's a turbulence effect. So that has to do with
Huh.
a lot of up down, because when as I'm sure you know, when air rises, like right next to it, there's a lot of sinking air. So if you're getting a lot of really intense convection in one little area, you're going to get a lot of sinking on either side of it. And normally, in the hurricane eyewall, that sinking is on the inner side, and then on the outside, it gets advected like all the way in the outflow. When you get these little ripples, then you have intense sinking on both sides. It's like a cold pool. You get intense sinking on both sides, and that's when you get the choppiness in between these ripples. It's an area of active study. This is more turbulence level than you would get like a vorticity dynamics, Matt.
Gotcha. Very cool.
Mhm.
Huh. I'm still seeing power flashes here, and the winds have picked up where I am in the past, even few moments. It's funny, it is obviously very windy, but the times the gusts come through are the times we get those heavier elements of precipitation where I am. So it just began raining a little more heavily in Bradenton, on the west side of Bradenton near Holmes Beach where I am. I still have probably another 45 minutes before I'm sort of in the eye. And so I'll probably drive south, go in the eye, and then see what the southern edge holds, that weird stingjet like feature. But yeah, I mean, my vehicle's rocking back and forth. We're getting gusts of 75 to 80 miles per hour. You can see the street signs across the street are barely hanging on. I'm shocked, though, that this area has held on to power as long as it has. Most of the other parts of the route that I drove up here are without power, and I've seen tons of power flashes. But yeah, I mean, the storm is definitely getting nasty. It is nasty for a major metro area to be under an extreme wind warning. Is pretty concerning. And the flash flooding, too. I mean, near and north of I-4, Orlando, you guys are probably going to get another 6, 7, 8 inches of rain, if not more. So Orlando, you're probably sitting here watching this thinking, they overhyped it. They do everything. No, 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 no. It hasn't even started in Orlando yet. You've got the appetizers. The ground is already saturated from the rains you got earlier on. And now, this thing is going to come through with probably another 8 inches of rain right along and north of I-4. And I think that freshwater flooding will be a big issue for folks in Orlando along the highway, Lakeland too, getting into the heavy rains right now. And once you're in the rains, you're probably in there for solid, 5, 6 hours, if not more. And if the rain is falling at a rate of 1.5 to 2 inches per hour, which is very, very manageable in a tropical cyclone like this, you get that for 6 hours, you got a foot of water. And so I'm definitely worried about that flash flood threats across portions of the I-4 corridor and near and just northwards. But yeah, I mean, that is a wonky looking hurricane. It's like a half a cane on radar. Obviously, impacts on both sides, but interesting to see how the radar presentation shows all the rain on the north side, which is true, and the south side is dry but intense.
Capucci, which you brought up earlier, is a really, really good point related to the inland flooding from the storm. Yeah, I mean, I remember Ian in 2022. Of course, I slept here at the office. We were live streaming Hurricane Ian. I mean, of course, it just was not safe. Erica was here as well. I mean, we were just hunkering down. It was just not a good idea to be out on the roadways. That is effectively the same situation here, but the path of the storm this time around is a lot more troubling in the sense where, as Capucci just alluded to, it being a half a cane, right? Unfortunately, the side that has all the beef here is on the northern side, and that is going to be pushing through Orlando. It's kind of just now starting in Orlando. Jack, can we pull up the camera on the west side of the building, if we can at all? It looks like it's starting to. Oh, did we lose it, Jack? I can't tell if it's frozen or not. Okay. All right. Maybe we should send Andy a message. I don't know if it is something with our network or what have you. I see the cars driving on I-4 there. All right. So we'll check back with that one. Jack, the one on the east side of the building is still locking up on us? Oh, there it is. Yeah, weird. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. Perhaps Andy might know what's going on there. Either way, it is just now really starting to come down quite heavily in Orlando. And as Capucci was alluding to, it's been raining all week long in Orlando. So the ground is already very wet. As Erica will show you here in a bit, the flash flooding threat is quite high for almost all of Central Florida. Really, the rain is just now getting started. It is pouring on the west side from St. Petersburg up to Bushnell and up toward the villages, right? But now for folks that are, in the Disney World area, east of Lakeland and up into Orlando, Daytona Beach, and even into Brevard County on the eastern coastline here, the Space Coast, which is where Melbourne, Satellite Beach, Merritt Island. If you're familiar with that part of the world, of course, the Kennedy Space Center is at Cape Canaveral, Port Canaveral, which is the second busiest port in the United States behind Port Miami, is also located there. So you're talking about a very densely populated part of the state of Florida where millions of people live. And there's a lot of rain coming. If you remember Ian, this will be similar to Ian, but the winds will be stronger this time, just based on the path. Ian traveled south and east of Orlando. In fact, let me pull that up here on the hurricane tracker layer. In the MyRadar app, you go to the stack of cards and you click on the little gear icon. We're going to click to or switch to historical, go to 2022, and then I'm going to scroll down to Ian here and notice Hurricane Ian took a much more eastern path. Now, Ian was a massive storm, mind you. Milton is considerably smaller. But now if I switch back to Milton's path, notice that the cone goes coming through Orlando and it's west to east seemingly. So some of the worst winds and the heaviest rainfall will be falling right over the top of Orlando throughout the overnight hours. So this is certainly not a situation, as Capucci alluded to earlier, to think, they were overhyping it. They were wrong. I literally had to walk around my neighborhood this morning. I'm on my community's HOA board, and we went door to door asking people to take stuff out of their front yards. I had a few of my neighbors that still had basketball hoops outside, which of course will not be fun to deal with. Yes, Capucci.
So to your point, actually, as we were talking, the Weather Prediction Center drew a special kind of highlight zone saying major to locally catastrophic flash flooding expected in the Tampa to Orlando corridor, with 6-hour totals of 5 to 8+ inches. They write, quote, an axis of extreme rainfall stretching from the Tampa metro region northeastwards to the north central Florida peninsula is expected to result in major to locally catastrophic flash flooding with considerable threats to life and property.
If there's one thing that the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center don't do is mince words. They choose their words very, very carefully. And again, if you're just now joining us, expect there to be potentially catastrophic flooding in some localized areas. So if you do live in Central Florida, now is certainly not the time to be getting on the road and trying to outdrive this thing. You're at the point now where you need to remain in place. It's going to be an overnight threat. In fact, it'll be into tomorrow morning in the early stages of the afternoon for some folks on the east side there. But we are watching Hurricane Milton now beginning to come ashore. You can see here on radar, I'm going to pause it momentarily. You can see that the inner part of the eye is just now starting to come ashore here near Siesta Key and Osprey, just to the southwest of the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. So it is only a matter of time that this will officially be called here. What time is it? It is almost 8 o'clock Eastern time, so kind of right on the money to what we were expecting literally 2 days ago. And then Milton had other plans. It just continues to surprise. Folks that are just joining us, what's going on? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio in Orlando, Florida. If you look at the app here, this little blue dot, that's our office. We are in the heart of the city, beautiful, just down the road from the Kia Center. And we are going to be riding out the storm right along with you. Of course, the storm I'm referring to is Category 3 Hurricane Milton with winds at 120 miles per hour. Of course, we are streaming live in the MyRadar app and across our various social media platforms. We were streaming to you over TikTok earlier today, but they decided to suspend our live streaming privileges for 24 hours. Unsure as to why, but if there's anyone out there that can help get that remedied, we would greatly appreciate it. But we move on. Big shout out to the folks that are watching us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, shoot, even on LinkedIn. Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it nonetheless here. All right, so let's do this here. Let's send it over to Dr. David Ruglicki here, Director of Meteorological Research for MyRadar and tropical weather expert. David, we are, the time is upon us here when it comes to landfall here. It looks like it should be momentarily. Can you just break down, being that you worked at the National Hurricane Center here, can you break down what it's like for the NHC meteorologists when they are trying to figure out where this thing's going to make landfall, like shrinking the cone down? What's going into the thought processes there?
Well, as I'm texting back and forth with my friends who are downstairs, and I'm asking that specific question. The landfall call is going to be a little while. They wait for the center of the wind circulation, so the absolute minimum in the eye. Since the center is filling in. I was looking at the storm, the radial wind from the local, the Persation radar, and we should be having the call of landfall around 8:30, as I was just told. So that's kind of what we're waiting for here, is that we're just waiting for the center of the circulation. And it certainly looks like, as we've been talking about through this entire time, that center of circulation is going to be that small inner eyewall. And I know as we look on the reflectivity, the southern half of the storm has basically quite literally evaporated in some cases. But on the radial wind from the Persation radar, we can see pretty clearly that there is a much smaller eye, and they're waiting for that.
Do you want a video update?
Sure, Jordan.
Oh,
sure,
Jordan. Jordan, can you hear us? Was Jordan talking to us?
Yeah, Jordan was.
Yeah, let me kick my video on here. Let me see if I don't see my video.
Oh, I see, Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we've got Storm Chaser Jordan Hall out in the field. Jordan is chasing the eye. We also have Capucci, who seems to be standing by in Bradenton. I believe that he's still on the chat. But I see Jordan's face. We have not seen Jordan on camera for a couple hours now. If only the folks on TikTok could see it. But it is what it is. Jordan, I see you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Can you hear me?
Oh, I see ya. You look like you are up against it there. Why don't you walk folks through what it is that you're dealing with out there?
We're standing on a bridge here in Venice, and you can actually see the storm surge pushing in. And there's actually homes submerged in water here on the south side of the road.
All right, let's take Jordan's camera in full there, Jack, so we can see it a little bit better. We might have just lost his mic there. But I see his shot there. Jack, if we can take that. There it is. Holy cow, look at that. We can't hear Jordan. I think he's trying to connect to some wireless headphones, but you could see the storm surge. Oh, now I hear you, Jordan.
Okay, I just wasn't talking. So,
oh, no worries.
Yeah, you can see the storm surge really pushing in right now. We're on a bridge, but these houses up here are completely submerged in water. Right there, you can kind of see them out there.
Oh, man. I mean, this is just, unfortunately, things are kind of just getting started for the people there along the southwestern coast of the state. We'll have landfall here officially very soon. Jordan, how does Milton compare to Helene just a couple weeks ago?
I would definitely say way more destructive here on the Florida coastline for sure, considering the highly populated. Sorry, good guts. Yeah. I think we're finally getting into the Eyewall. Yeah, look at the current coming in. It's like a
Jordan,
river now.
It's a little tough to hear you, but yeah, I mean, it's my
Well,
gosh.
it's like a river
Look at
coming in now, Mike.
what'd you say?
It's like a river coming in.
So storm surge where Jordan is, for the record, folks, is forecast to be roughly 9 to 13 feet of storm surge. If you can zoom in again, there are houses there that are submerged in water right there that you're looking at there. You got boats there that are holding on, there in that marina, but they're, oh my gosh. I mean, and keep in mind, folks, Jordan shared video earlier today of piles of debris on outside of people's homes in Tampa. Helene made landfall 2 weeks ago with 7 feet of storm surge, 100 miles north of Tampa. And now there's literally and figuratively a wall of water.
There's a pillow. Someone's pillow floating by.
Oh, no. Little
More
fun
debris
fact.
here, too.
Fun fact, people mistag me on social media all the time as that crazy pillow guy. So that always makes my day.
Sleep in the whole wide world, visit lindenspillow.com.
I don't know if the stream just heard Capucci's little jingle there. They did great. Good times.
Oh no.
Yeah, camera. I was just giving you an update.
All right. Thank you very much, Jordan. You can check back in with us when it is safe to do so. Hey, real quick, we just got a super chat from Christopher on YouTube. Christopher, thank you very much. He says, thanks for the coverage, all heading out. Not relevant to tonight, but thanks for the smoke hazard layer in the app. That one is really helpful. All right, Christopher, very cool. That wildfire layer is really, really neat. I'll say this. Stay tuned for some super cool stuff coming from the wildfire part of the world when it comes to what some of our satellite folks are working on there. All right, so we've got Jordan's camera up. Jack, is there any way that we can pull Capucci's camera up? Oh, no, he's driving, so we'll wait for Capucci. I think that we're going to have to tread lightly here with showing cameras driving, because I got to imagine the reason why TikTok suspended us for 24 hours, which, really, really, really stinks, considering that we are trying to disseminate life-saving information to people here. Really a bummer. But thank you very much for joining us if you came over from TikTok. Oh, we got another super chat here from meteorologist Melly. Prayers from southern New Jersey. Where in New Jersey? We got some tri-state area folks here on the chat. I'm from pretty much the border of New York, New Jersey. My mom was a teacher in Bergen County for 35 years. David here is from New Jersey. And then Jack is from Pennsylvania, pretty close. She says, stay safe and God bless you all. Thank you for all that you do. No, I'm not a meteorologist, but it's my dream career. Well, all you need to do is have a love for weather and study hard. And I guess if you're Capucci, eat at Waffle House quite regularly. And that is what it takes to become a meteorologist. Again, I hope I'm not throwing him under the bus here, but Capucci does not even order waffles at Waffle House. He orders grilled cheese and hash browns, right, Capucci? Oh, we can't hear him anymore. So we'll see if he gets upset about me revealing his Waffle House order. So on screen here.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah, anyway, I'm getting winds now about 90 miles an hour. I pulled over and parked. I went right down to the water, and I know you're thinking, oh no, not near the water. I'm in an okay position because we're getting the anti-surge here. Essentially, offshore winds are pushing water against the coast, which is or rather away from the coast, pulling it away. And so Tampa Bay is having much lesser of a surge threat, but they're getting very strong winds. So I'm right near the water, getting winds probably gusting at times 85 to 90 miles per hour. I know Erica will in just a moment give us kind of an update as to how bad the winds have been, but thus far we've seen several gusts on the order of 90 plus miles per hour, not quite to the 100 to 115 mile per hour threshold for the extreme wind warning.
Yeah, and Jack, if you can pull up my screen so we can show the winds that have been reported there. Sorry, Capucci, to interrupt you, but I want to show on screen what you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
Jack,
so how bad
if you want to pull them up too, I'm just going to step away and use the restroom.
Yeah, so I'm seeing there, and I don't know if you can see this, but it says 89 near Petersburg, 93 near Sarasota. That's like right on the coast. Let's see if I can zoom in here. Trying to plot these as you're talking, but yeah, so from this map, at least it's saying 93 mile per hour winds in Sarasota.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you're exactly right. It's funny how it kind of comes in waves. You have kind of a lull for a moment, and then suddenly it'll roar back much more intense. I do think in just a few moments, though, once that inner eyewall of sorts really moves ashore into the Bradenton area where I am. And it's been a gradual process. It's like there's dry air over land or something that's making it not want to. But once that comes ashore, I think we're very quickly going to see a pretty considerable storm surge, rather a considerable uptick in winds, where storm surge will be relegated to the south. I know Siesta Key, Sarasota, they've had surge issues thus far. Likely surge already over 6 or 7 feet. I've seen a few reports up to 10. I'm not sure if that's a legitimate report, but that would match up with what was the expectation from the storm prediction from the National Hurricane Center. And this thing is a messy storm. The eye will probably be dirty, will probably still be a little bit windy. So even if you get a brief lapse or a brief lull in wind, that doesn't mean you can kind of let your guard down. And as we've seen, those winds are very intense just offshore. They're moving onshore. We've already seen, as Erica pointed out, gusts of 90 to 100 miles per hour, which, considering this is one of the biggest cities in Florida, which is one of the most populous states in the nation, that's a big deal when you have, derecho strength winds, category 2, give or take winds in a major metro area. That's a big deal, especially because with an area so large affected, it'll take a long time for power to be restored across the area. It's interesting how, and Dr. Ruglicki, I hate to keep picking on you, but you're just, a wealth of knowledge. And every time I have a question, I love that I get to go to like an encyclopedia and ask it. But it seems, and maybe this is just an illusion, but is there dry air over land that's kind of eroding a section like near and northeast of Bradenton towards like, I guess Greater Sunset or near where the radar site is? Because it seems like, there's some missing rainfall. And right now I'm like on the edge of that rainfall, but I feel like it keeps closing in, but never really getting here.
Yeah, so that's that's the up down associated with the rain bands. So sometimes when you have a rain band that it's gonna, you're gonna have up that convergence like a self-sustaining rain band, but on either side of that you're gonna get sinking, and that will suppress rain individually. So it's not what you're talking about, like the dry air wrapping. I mean, we know that's part of it on the southern side, but for the rain bands, it's really more of a rain band specific dynamical phenomenon. It's not the larger scale dry air entrainment that we talk about, like that's eroding the southern side of the storm. That's more of a secondary thing than it is the local rain band dynamics.
With regard to, there's some wonky signatures right now, a little bit west of like Northport Rotunda on the south side, on like velocity tilt 1. Is that? I mean, I'm just so fascinated. Is that a legitimate wind? Is that, obviously there's not much rain there, so we can't necessarily see the winds, but we're seeing a lot of very intense velocities, like at the southern tip of that little pointy thing. Is that a legitimate sting jet by this point, do you think?
Where can you describe the? So I've got the per station radar pulled up. Can you point again? What are you seeing, and what feature are you talking about?
A little bit southwest of Northport. It seems like there's, I'm looking on one of the apps right now. And it seems like there's, whether it be aliasing or I'm not sure, but like west of Rotunda, southwest Rotunda, because there's a little precip there. Actually, I'll send you a screenshot in Slack.
Sure. Because I'm embarrassed by my lack of Florida geographic knowledge here. After driving, southward, I encountered so many little towns that I never knew existed. So my encyclopedic knowledge of geography of Florida is embarrassing me. So let's take a look.
All right, sending it to you right now. Oh, okay. And we just lost power again. Power flashes all over the place. Ooh. Yeah.
So yeah, I think that is now okay. So we were looking at the same thing. Yeah, I think this is an oddball wind retrieval going on. It happens. We use this is level 3 data. So this is what the data we get goes through its own quality control, quality assurance, and sometimes when it's right at the range, like where that purple is, you're going to get some false returns, some aliasing. So I think that's what's going on here, because you'll see like a reds and oranges right next to greens up in these lines and these random things. If you let this play out just a little bit longer, that'll flash on and off. So yeah, I don't believe that is actually a real phenomenon.
Gotcha.
If it is, it's something I've never seen.
I'm debating, after I cover the northern eyewall, driving back through the eye and trying to get the south side just to honestly see what's there at the tip of that.
Right.
I'm I don't know. It's cool looking, but anytime you see something pointy like that on radar, that looks sting jetty, it just, it's weird and kind of scary.
Yeah, if you let it animate out a little bit more, like it's flashing back and forth to like oranges and then to the greens. Yeah, I think it's the radar is seeing something a little strange there. I'll try pulling up some of the second moments. Maybe it's there. We've got some weird particles up there or something like that. But yeah, I think this is just an artifact, an artificial artifact, not something that's actually there.
Where I am now, the precipitation has kind of backed into me, and I'm solidly getting sustained winds. 50 to 60, gusts to about 95 on the west side of Bradenton right now near Holmes Beach. And I imagine those winds will pick up a little bit more in the next little while. One small piece of good news, no more tornadoes, it looks like. That whole arcing band of supercells has been pushed offshore. It's not a concern anymore. And, if y'all are watching my stream at home, you're not seeing too much in terms of lights. That's because all the lights have, for the most part, gone out. I can go back to a business area shortly, but I'm just trying to show folks just how gusty the winds are. It's tough to hear, tough to see, and tough to appreciate, but I can tell you we're getting gusts right around 90 miles per hour right now, closing into Bradenton. And I've already seen some tree damage here. I've seen some sign damage. I've seen some power pole damage. I have to imagine this will get, markedly more significant as power outages continue to climb. About 450,000 customers across the Sunshine State right now are without power. That number very likely to increase in the next, there's a good gust. Very likely to increase in the next little while. Jack, I assume you can hear me. I'm going to step outside for just a second, and doing so to record a video requires me to log out of Zoom for a sec. I'm going to be back in within 3 minutes, so be on the lookout for me to rejoin in 3 minutes. And with that, Erica, do you mind if I toss over to you? What are you seeing? Oh, who was that?
It's
Jack.
Mike. I'm back.
Oh, hey, Mike. I'm going to step out for about 3 minutes. Jack knows that he's going to let me back in the Zoom in 3 minutes. I'm going to go outside and take a video real quick, and I'll see you again momentarily, because now I'm getting sustained winds around 70. Yeah. 70 and gusts to about 90, 95.
Did we give a big shout out to Stephanie on YouTube? Did we do that, Jack, or to Will or David? Well, big shout out to Stephanie Fisher on YouTube for the super chat. Thank you very much for that generous super chat. She says, thank you to the MyRadar team. Be safe. We love your amazing coverage. We are wet and windy in Ormond by the Sea with a heart. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support immensely. All right, I see that we've got somebody else in the Zoom chat here, and that is, I don't know if he's ready yet. I see him looking around. He looks confused. That is digital content creator Colin McCarthy. We'll bring him in momentarily. Whoa, here's another super chat. I don't know what NOK is. He says watching from Norway, so I assume it's look at Capucci there. He is.
I believe that's a Krona, Mike.
Yeah, a Krona? Oh my God, look at Capucci. You guys seeing this? Jack, can we take that in full? Let's watch Capucci do his thing here. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Hopefully he's okay. He didn't bring his helmet this time. He normally has the MyRadar hail helmet there. Thank you very much for that super chat from Norway. He says, this seems so intense. Stay safe and wish you the best. Great coverage. By the way, how's the European coverage in the MyRadar app? Well, Tormy. It is expanding every single day. We have native radar data in Germany and the UK as well, but maybe we'll have to get Norway in there soon. Okay, so we are moments away here on for landfall here. They haven't officially called it, right, guys? I have not seen that just yet.
No call yet.
No landfall here just yet. Okay. We'll start from the top here, and then we'll do the rounds here, Jack. If you want to bring up the shot of everybody, if we can. Probably don't want to put Colin up there. He's doing something. Folks, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Good evening. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. You can see behind me right there is Hurricane Milton, a Category 3 hurricane that is presently making landfall or presently coming ashore to Florida's southwestern coastline near Sarasota and Siesta Key right now. Winds are roughly 120 miles per hour. Again, making landfall as a Category 3, a historic Category 3 for this part of the world, and working its way north and east overnight through the Orlando area, and in the process dumping a ton of rain. If you remember what it was like during Ian, it will be like that, but unfortunately this time around, rather than the storm staying south and east of the city proper, that being Orlando, it is likely to come right on through town. Of course, we are streaming live in the MyRadar app and across all of our social media platforms. People have asked where we are on TikTok. Well, earlier today, we were suspended on TikTok, at least for live streaming, for 24 hours. So, unfortunately, that appeal was rejected. Don't understand that. If there's anybody watching on any of the chats that can help us with that, we would greatly appreciate it. But we still see everybody watching on all of our other social media platforms, which is great. So again, be sure to ask us any questions that you might have, and we will try our best to answer any of them as they come in. Of course, as I mentioned, I am joined by the entire MyRadar meteorology team. I've got Dr. David Ruglicki above my head there in the center of the screen. I think that's Capucci. That is Capucci. And then over here, we've got digital content creator Will Cano, as well as meteorologist Erica Lopez. Momentarily, also, we'll have US Storm Watch on X. That is Colin McCarthy. So, Capucci, we just saw you outside. What was that like, sir? Because landfall here is imminent.
Yeah, so as you can hear,
someone on Twitch, by the way, Capucci, someone said it looks like you just went through something. Something is an understatement for sure.
I have leaves and all sorts of stuff in my hair. And I can tell you in just the past 5 minutes, the dramatic uptick in how harsh the conditions are here a little bit west of Bradenton. We're in that heavier precipitation now. It is pouring, and that's helping mix down the strong winds. And we're getting more sustained winds coming here to about 70. But, periodically they slacken. But the gusts have been markedly higher, 95 to 100 miles per hour at times. And I think this is pretty much the most intense wind that I'm going to experience in this storm, and that, you're going to get here in the next hour or so near and south of Bradenton. So again, we're in that inner Eyewall feature of sorts. It's a very weird, wonky storm. The low pressure center is kind of poorly defined. But even right now, look at my stream, look at my shot. It's a little bit wild here. In just a moment, I'm going to go back towards an intersection that has a traffic light, and the traffic light will illuminate a little bit of the area. I'm happy for y'all to stay with me as we drive over there. I don't think it will limit and Mike, it's kind of up to you, but if y'all want to stay with me, but it's right over there. You can just barely see it's roughly a half mile away. And we're going to go there, and hopefully you'll be able to see just how quickly the winds are whipping. Right now I'm in the lee of a couple trees, which should cut back on just how bad it is. I've seen power flashes, though, all over the place. It's been amazing. I'm shocked that there are a few businesses up here that still have electricity. We're close to 500,000 customers now without power in the Sunshine State alone, and that number is going up very quickly. And meanwhile, I know that Jordan has reported a pretty significant storm surge on the south side. It's important to remember that it's not even raining right now on the south side of the circulation, but there's so much wind there that you're still able to get a serious surge. One other thing that may be at play too on the south side is that precipitation is actually evaporating on the way down thanks to the dry air. And that evaporation actually makes the air heavier, believe it or not, because dry air is heavier than moist air. And that causes the air to sink even faster and tugs down those strong winds, tugs down that momentum. And so that is a factor on the south side of the storm. Part of the reason, this whole thing is undergoing gradually, but still at this point, undergoing extratropical transition. It's feeling the jet stream. It's becoming a little misshapen. If it had more time, would be shaped more like a comma rather than a circle. And so, this thing's structure is becoming a little bit non-tropical. It still very much has tropical characteristics and still is very much a hurricane, but you're kind of getting the worst of both worlds, an expanding wind field and intense winds. So that's why we say storms that have this sort of process going on are very dangerous. They spread their dangers, a little farther than ordinary hurricanes. And look at that. I'm getting pretty hefty winds right now too. I'm shocked this whole shopping complex has power still. You can see the crazy winds coming right at me as it blows down the street. I'll actually just park right here for a moment because, no one's in the road and no one should be in the road. Except me, I'm special. But, don't try this at home, kids. But yeah, the winds are blowing down the street, something fierce. And earlier on, we talked about the extreme wind warning. There have only ever been 12 hurricanes that the extreme wind warning has been issued for. Well, actually, technically 11 hurricanes and 1 typhoon. It came about back in 2007 after forecasters for a couple of years had been issuing tornado warnings to account for extreme winds in the eyewall of landfall and major hurricanes. They eventually created a new product in 2007 called the Extreme Wind Warning, but it wasn't used until Hurricane Matthew in 2016. And since then, we've used it for Matthew, Harvey. Oh, and you might hear that. I'm getting a flash flood warning right now for this area. We've seen significant rainfall so far, and I'm sure that flash flooding will continue to be a big concern throughout these next few hours, especially near and just north of the I-4 corridor. So I'm really concerned about Tampa, Lakeland, St. Pete, and Orlando. Some folks already having seen 6 to 8 inches, and I say we'll double that by the end of the night. So rainfall is... Yeah,
I was going to say power outages have just spiked pretty considerably here, and it just goes to show you where we're really seeing the eye now starting to come ashore here. 606,000 customers without power across Florida. Remember that a customer is not representative of the true human impact. A customer is a building, a shed even. So 606,000 customers without power, and you guessed it, a lot of that is right here on the western coastline of the state. You can see up here near Spring Hill, just north of Dade City. That is one of the hardest hit counties. Right now, let me pull that back up. Stand by one moment. But again, the number of outages there is quite high, and it's only a matter of time. That's Hernando County, 32%. So 1 in 3 customers are without power in Hernando County. Of course, I am joined by the meteorology team. We've got Will Cano joining us all the way from California. Will, can you hear me? Or not Will, I'm sorry, Colin, can you hear me? Colin McCarthy.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you, Colin. Awesome. Sorry,
Awesome.
We've been streaming for a couple hours now. Again, not streaming on TikTok, which is a bummer, but it is what it is. Colin, this is a situation here that looks to be not coming to a close, but seemingly just getting started with the storm now making landfall. We're just now pulling you into things here. What are your thoughts here as the storm begins to work its way inland?
Yeah. Well, landfall, like you said, is imminent. We're just a few seconds away, probably a few minutes away from landfall. And it's just been really incredible to watch, I guess, the processes of this storm from its, historic peak. And now it is weakening, but that does not mean the storm is less dangerous. We're seeing a much bigger storm than it was a few days ago. So those impacts are just starting for Florida. And it's going to be especially a long night, even for places like Orlando that are going to get wind gusts near maybe 80, 90 miles per hour as this hurricane works inland. And we could also be seeing 10 to 20 inches of rain in some spots. So just incredible. It feels like there's almost been a hurricane every week at this point. Obviously, it was 2 weeks ago, but just incredible activity recently on the second half of the hurricane season.
Hey guys, just to jump in real quick, Sarasota just gusted to 114 miles per hour. That is the highest wind gust we've seen so far with this storm, and that does verify the extreme wind warning. 114 miles per hour in Sarasota.
Yeah, and Sarasota, wow. Capucci, not in the extreme wind warning. Just to the north, Bradenton is in the extreme wind warning, but it just goes to show you that, folks, that Mother Nature is not going to look at, the polygon here and explicitly stay within it. Jack, if you want to pull up the app here, just let me turn off the power outages. I'm going to turn a couple things off so people can see it. This box right here, this is the extreme wind warning that's in effect for the next hour. To Capucci's point, a 115, you said, Capucci, 115 mile per hour gust?
114 miles per hour.
114. Pretty darn close here. Notice that the airport, at least, is partially in the extreme wind warning, but Sarasota proper is not. It just goes to show you that being really close to it is certainly enough, even in Mayaca City right here as well. Big shout out to MyRadar BMX racer, oh my God, Will Grant and Acre Farms there. That's where Will is at. Hope he's hunkering down. Anywho, that being said, let me pull everything back up here. The night is just getting started, really, unfortunately. I mean, landfall has got to be pretty imminent here. David, we've got a lot of people asking what's taking so long for landfall. I know that you literally are in the same room here, or in the same house, I should say, as folks from the National Hurricane Center. What are they waiting for?
Just real clarification based, I think, on radar, on the radial winds to make sure it makes on shore, and again, it has to be, they're very specific and very precise about when this landfall happens. You remember we were waiting for Helene, right? We were waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. So, yeah, we are, as my mom is still texting me, hi mom, is that we're just waiting for that central and to get that observation on shore. You don't want to call it too early. So I think we're just waiting. It's matter of seconds now. I think we're just gonna be sitting here and waiting. Like,
David, we got people on Twitch that are saying hello to your mom as well. So hi.
She will love that.
Yes. I mean, hey, shout out to the moms of the world, right? They're always checking in. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times that my mom has reached out to me when I'm doing severe weather coverage. I can only imagine what the Capuchis are thinking when they see their son storm chasing and driving into hurricanes and collecting hailstones the size of baseballs on a pretty regular basis. But
baseballs. Don't insult my grapefruit-sized hail. But yes, my mother has told me to check in multiple times, and you know, my mother said to me earlier on, "I wish you were an accountant," which, you know, I can see that. But also, oh wow, getting some big gusts here. I'm just switching out a camera card, so you'll be able to take my
no worries. Do your thing. We see it. By the way, Rodney on YouTube says to let Capucci know he needs a light bar on his car. Capucci literally was in Canada like less than 24 hours ago, so he was able to luckily get a rental vehicle. What I'll say is watch this space when it comes to Capucci and a storm chasing vehicle. In the meantime, somebody that has a well-equipped storm chasing vehicle at the moment is storm chaser Jordan Hall, who looks to be where is he? I can't. Is it? He is Jack. Where is that? I can't see the locator there. If we can pull Jordan's camera up, he is driving. Capucci is in place there in that parking lot here. Yeah, Nokomis. That's what I thought Jordan is at. And let's pull up. Capucci is still fiddling with his camera there. Winds are picking up for Capucci. Only a matter of moments now. David, how have we not had landfall yet? I mean, and by the way, where'd the eye go? I mean, look at this thing. I'm going to pull it back up here again on the hurricane tracker. It's a category 3 still, winds at 120 miles per hour. Again, of course, within a major hurricane, typically you do see a pretty well-defined eye. David, what gives?
Well, this is what happens when you start making landfall, is that the friction of land is going to cause this whole thing to start collapsing on itself, but you're not going to get the clear eye anymore. So that's, you know, we're still manifesting, when you manifest categories, it is still based on peak wind speed. And that's simply what's going on here, is that if the winds justify it, then they're going to call that the wind speed. So the shape and structure of the eye at this point, particularly on the weakening side, doesn't matter as much as we have the looking at the water vapor satellite imagery. Yeah, it's getting it doesn't look like that much like a hurricane anymore on the satellite imagery. So yeah, it's just, this is what happens at landfall for a shear tropical cyclone. This is what happens, Mike.
All right, I just saw somebody post something, by the way, on YouTube related to a landfall. Is that what you're about to chime in with? Is it official?
I was just going to show on my screen what David was referring to. I had the water vapor satellite pulled up. If we can show that.
Okay.
And just to say, yeah, it's been called. They called it at 8:30. It's landfall.
They called it?
There you go.
Yep.
All right, that's what we thought. So let's get the, I'm going to get the official wording here from the NHC. Erica got Helene last time. David gets this one here. Let's see. All right, here we go. Jack, if you want to pull up the screen here, we have official word. Oh my gosh, that super chat. Thank you very much, Tormid, for that super chat. He donated Norwegian currency to ask, what is a Capucci? Made my day, made my night. That is hysterical. Thank you very much. Capucci is meteorologist Matthew Capucci. If only we could take his zoom shot literally right now as he stares into his camera on his phone. There he is. Jack, we'll pull it up in a second. We'll come to you in a moment, Capucci. Anyway, So the National Weather Service Doppler radar indicate the eye of Hurricane Milton has made landfall near Siesta Key in Sarasota County along the west coast of Florida. A sustained wind of 78 miles per hour and a gust of 97 was recently reported at a station in Venice. That's where Jordan Hall was just. And no, Capucci's in Bradenton. A sustained wind gust of 77. This is just talking about the sustained wind gusts. So again, there we have it. Folks, or I guess Will or Colin or Erica, if we can get that out on all the social media platforms, that would be fantastic. Again, landfall official Siesta Key in Sarasota County. So there it is. But folks, this is not where the party stops. This is only the beginning, really. And holy cow, big debris on the road for Jordan Hall there. He just went around that. Jack, can we take Jordan's camera here? We've got the landfall official. Jordan, can you hear me? Are you in the call? No, he's not. Okay. So just let me know when he's back. When he's back on the call here. Again, bear in mind that the storm chasers, both Jordan Hall and okay, no worries. No worries. Yeah, we'll just have to stop his screen share or something, and then we'll bring. Don't worry about it, Will. You're good. You're good for right now. Will, you wanted to talk about the water vapor imagery for the storm? Sorry for interrupting there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had that pulled up. Let me share. Good. I should be sharing now. Basically, just what I want to show is that all this yellow here is that dry air. This is looking at upper level water vapor, so near the top of the atmosphere. I chose that because it really shows it best. That yellow is feeding into the bottom part of the storm. So, right, the storm is rotating counterclockwise. It's feeding into that bottom part of the storm. And like David mentioned earlier, it's getting into that core. So that's what's helping the storm to weaken. That's why the eye doesn't look that well associated with the other factors.
Big shout out to the super chat here on YouTube. He says, please allow the MyRadar app for iPad to be downloaded from the Mac OS store on computers with the Apple silicone chips. It is on the roadmap. Thank you very much for your very kind super chat. We really, really appreciate it. Okay, someone said, wait, when's landfall? It is official. As of 5 minutes ago, the hurricane made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane in Siesta Key in Sarasota. If I zoom in here, we'll capture the moment of landfall. Let me take you to the time. So that's 8:22. It's going to be right here toward the end of the cycle. Stand by right there, 8:29. So this is when they officially called landfall right here. And I know what you're thinking. Where the heck is the storm? Well, it's starting to fall apart a little bit here. That being said, the night is far from over as we are looking at a really serious inland rain threat. I want Erica to show the Max computer there. Erica, I mean, this is just like Hurricane Ian when we were live streaming that in 2022. Of course, it made landfall as a devastating Category 4 hurricane near Sanibel Island and Fort Myers and Naples that are literally still recovering from that just landscape changing storm. But now the inland threat really ramps up. And as Capucci was talking about earlier, in some localized areas, catastrophic flooding is possible, Erica.
Yeah, sorry, I was just posting on social media.
No worries. It looks to be fairly significant.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing it on your screen there. You know, the rainfall definitely going to be something that I think I don't want you guys to lose focus on. I know we're talking about landfall, we're talking about the wind threat, but this is still not over yet. Even for Central Florida, it's been raining pretty much all day today, and then it's going to continue to rain into tomorrow. And so you can kind of see how our rainfall totals keep updating, and really anywhere from the north of the Tampa Bay area, from just north of Orlando as well, you can kind of see where that line of the 10 to 15 plus inches of rainfall. This is additional rainfall on top of the rain that you've already received. And that is going to stretch across the I-95 corridor, even into parts of Northeast Florida. And so that's really where we're watching for that catastrophic rainfall potential. And the Weather Prediction Center, you know, they issue even outlooks for the excessive rainfall. And you can see here a high risk of excessive rainfall for today. You know, still going to continue to rain. Hurricane Milton officially made landfall earlier already this evening, just a couple of minutes ago. And so as it pushes inland, that's where we have that that rainfall threat. And this even continues into tomorrow. So not focusing in on just today, but you can even see across Central Florida and the East Coast, including areas from Daytona Beach all the way to Titusville, we're still going to see a moderate to high risk of excessive rainfall. And so that's going to be, you know, a huge risk, not just today, but heading into tomorrow as well. On top of, you know, we saw Helene earlier, just 2 weeks ago over Florida. The ground is already saturated. It's been a very wet already season for the state. And so with already those saturated grounds and even more rainfall coming, you know, we could see already seeing power outages and all sorts of issues already in the state of Florida in terms of rainfall.
Somebody on Twitch pretty hilariously said, I don't understand any of this, but it's entertaining. Well, hey, if we can entertain you, that is great. But meteorology can be pretty complicated at times, but our goal here at MyRadar is to make sure that you guys are understanding critical weather information as it develops. So Hurricane Milton is still a Category 3 hurricane with winds at 120 miles per hour as it tracks its way northeastward. As Erica just alluded to, the inland flooding threat is a fairly significant one. And there are some major population centers that are at risk for that rainfall. That includes Lakeland, Winter Haven, Kissimmee, Orlando, and then up into the northeastern portion of the cone here. You got Titusville, Merritt Island, Satellite Beach, Melbourne, and the Cape Canaveral area. You can also see, if I zoom on out here, and just for a moment, I'm going to turn off per station. We're going to turn off the hurricane tracker. Look at the power outages, folks. There are a lot of them. In fact, at last update, we had 661,000. It is now up to 693,000 customers that are without power. Bear in mind that a customer is not representative of a person. A customer is a building, a shed even, right? So it is very likely that the real human impact is considerably higher. And the night is far from over, unfortunately. We're now at the point here where Milton doesn't really have a southern side despite being a Category 3 hurricane still. But this whole northern side is just about to get pounded by seriously strong winds and a ton of rain. I want to bring Director of Meteorological Research for MyRadar, Dr. David Ruglicki, into the fold here. David, the weakening now for Milton, it has officially made landfall. Of course, the if you want to call it the eye of it, is there over the Sarasota area here. How quickly can we expect things to weaken, being that the National Hurricane Center does expect it to be a Cat 1 here by midnight tonight, right there kind of over the Lakeland area, which would have been right over top of your house there, David, but you are not in Lakeland, which is great. How quickly can we expect this to weaken, and what's working against Milton right now?
Well, right now is you've cut off fuel. Now that it's going onshore, you've cut off the fuel from the sea surface temperatures, because the sea surface temperatures provide both what we call sensible and latent heat flux, to use the expensive terms. But all that means is that as the air from the hurricane traverses over the ocean, that the air is picking up both moisture and heat off the ocean. Now that it's over land, obviously it doesn't get that anymore. The other part is surface friction. So friction, there is always friction when air passes over a surface. It's just much lower over the ocean than it is over land, which is why, sometimes we'll see like a Category 3, 4 over the water, like 150 mile per hour winds, and that doesn't always translate over land. It has to do with friction, buildings, trees, things of that nature. So what that's also going to do is the friction, because there's still the pressure gradient, right? So you've got the way a hurricane works normally is that you have the pressure gradient pulling things inward, and then you have the centrifugal force forcing things outward. Well, as you slow down the winds, you still got the pressure gradient. So all of that wind is going to be sucked into the center. It's going to erode the eye wall, and it will fill in the center. So to summarize just simply what's going to happen, one, it's losing the fuel from the ocean, and two, we have significantly increased friction from land, Mike.
Let's take Jordan's camera here, Jack, because he
Awesome.
looks to be showing a fairly significant amount of storm surge. I see Jordan as well is in the Zoom call. Jordan, can you hear me?
Yeah, one second, Mike.
I can't
was
hear
currently on
Jordan. I
top
see
of
levels, though, Jack. Holy cow. So that's a street that is a river as it stands right now. And this is what we were talking about, folks. Life-threatening storm surge. I just truly hope that people that lived in this part of the Florida did not stay there. You can see why. It is going to take a while, let alone for that water to drain just based on the shape of the coastline down there. Not to mention that there is likely just a ton of debris in that water when you consider the fact, if you saw Jordan's video from earlier this morning, people along the western coastline there were literally still cleaning up from Helene, and emergency crews just simply didn't have enough time to get all of the debris fully cleaned up. Just a big mess. Someone says, what street is that? Unclear as to what street it is, but Jordan is very close to the coastline there. Jack, do we have Jordan? Can he hear me?
Hey, Mike, I got something to add real quick.
Yeah, go for it, Will.
Just want to let people know that since 2017, this is the 10th major hurricane, which major hurricane means category 3 or above, to strike the U.S. Gulf Coast. The 10th one in about 7 years. So averaging more than 1 year, one per year at this point.
Hey, sorry.
Now, I know Colin, you did a TikTok for us talking about Louisiana being America's kind of hurricane magnet over in the 21st century. But boy, now Florida's got something to say about that when you consider the fact that you've got Michael, Matthew, you also have Helene, Ian, and now you have Milton here to add to the list. They have come fast and furious, Colin.
Yeah. Historically, it kind of looking at the records, it almost seems like hurricanes like to come in bunches in the Gulf of Mexico, especially in Florida. I mean, we've had multiple hurricanes in the Big Bend. Really, just the west coast of Florida has been a hot spot these last year or two. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe from about 2005 to 2017, there wasn't a single major hurricane landfall in the Gulf of Mexico, and we've had I think, what did you just say, Will? 10
Sounds good.
since
Yeah, I'll
2017?
catch up.
Yes, 10th one, Colin.
Yeah, so we've had 10 since 2017. So just an incredible, I guess, last almost decade of hurricanes across the Gulf.
And one thing to both y'all's point regarding how sometimes there are these flare-ups where you get a bunch of hurricanes all at once. August, September of 2004, anyone who lived in Florida remembers that crazy hurricane season where you got Charlie, Jean, and Francis all within 6 weeks. You'd clean up from one, the next one would come in. I think 2 of them were major hurricanes. Charlie was category 4 that had a 7 or 8 foot storm surge as it made landfall near where Ian did in Fort Myers Beach. And that one brought 100-mile-an-hour winds all the way to Orlando. It was a very tight, compact storm that held together decently well after landfall. Spawned a number of tornadoes as well. So, yeah, I mean, there sometimes. We know Jordan is repositioning right now to keep safe, of course. That's kind of what happens when you're in these environments. You got to roll with the punches, and oftentimes in evolving weather, that's what you do. So, Jordan, if you're hearing this, stay safe, and great work for everything you're doing so far.
Thank you, Matthew.
Oh, you can hear this. Nice.
I'm in here. I was ready to talk
the
for a few
people in the
seconds,
chat that are yelling at Jordan. Jordan is a professional. He is seasoned when it comes to being safe. Safety is the #1 priority when it comes to what Jordan and Capucci are doing right now. I know Jordan is in the Zoom call. We're still trying to see whether or not he can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I see Jordan's levels going, but I'm not hearing any audio.
I can hear him.
Yeah, we can
You
hear
guys, you can hear him?
Yeah.
It's just me. Jordan, go ahead. Talk to the people.
Yeah, so we're sitting on the west side of Venice. So as you can see, this is storm surge that's pumping in to the west side, and we're actually about to get the backside of this eye, and I do believe that's going to end up force feeding even more surge in here. As you can see, those waves that are pushing in, it almost looks like a river coming in now, so that's kind of why I got to back out of here too. So,
and for folks at home, I'm going to give a little plug real quick. Jordan earlier on chased a tornado with a drone, crisscrossed all of South Central Florida, made it back to the coast, and now he's in the eye of a hurricane. I can't think of anyone who's gotten a tornado with a drone and the eye of a major landfalling hurricane in the same, what has it been, a 6-hour span?
It's probably 6 hours.
I don't know if there's a special weather award you can get, but hell, I mean, I'm impressed. Meanwhile, I know y'all can't see it in my screen.
Jordan's got to drive to Canada or way up north and go capture a major snowstorm so we can have the trifecta there. Yes, Capucci, we can see your shot.
I was gonna say my shot's not remarkable right now. I'm getting towards the eye, so the winds are actually calming down a little bit. But I've seen a bird, which ordinarily that sounds like a dumb thing to say. Oh, I saw a bird. No, but to see a bird in crazy conditions like this, you know the bird doesn't want to be here. We've seen via radar earlier on that there are birds inside the eye, and now actually, hey, let's do it again. If we want to pull up correlation coefficient, if we can, whoever's running the things down behind there, running the radar, we can pull up correlation coefficient and show folks why the eye is just filled with birds. It's blue everywhere on correlation coefficient on the per station radar feature. Also, I'm dodging some downed trees right now. So if I look like I'm swerving a little bit, I promise I'm good. But yeah, that hurricane has sucked in the birds because the birds, you know, get caught up in their flow and can't essentially fly out. There have been times with hurricanes in the past where birds will either literally fall out of the sky because they're exhausted and, you know, they get exhausted to death because they can't land, but they can't fly out. Or there are times you'll have a ship that sails through a hurricane and suddenly thousands and thousands of birds will descend on it because it's the only thing that there is for them to rest, take a break on. And the reason we're able to see it on radar is because radar is sensing spiky shapes. So anything in blue is like a weird, jagged, irregular shape with what's called low correlation. So the height doesn't look like the width, and it's a weird shape, and it's not rain, it's not hail, it's birds. And we know this to be true. And especially considering I just saw a bird, you know, I know there are birds up above us right now, and I just encountered one myself. The hurricane hunters reported birds in the eye back when it was a category 5 2 days ago. And interestingly, during the Great Hurricane of 1938, which hit September 21st of that year, they had birds from the tropics that were brought all the way to Maine and Nova Scotia. And I know there are reports in the past of flamingos. I don't believe the flamingo one, but there are reports in the past of flamingos or other tropical birds that make it to like
Hang
Pennsylvania.
on 1 second. Jordan, what's the plan here, my man? Jack, pull up Jordan's shot here.
Yeah, so we got a huge tree down here across the road. Thankfully, I can kind of jump this berm and get over to the oncoming lane. That's something you really notice with these hurricanes. You kind of have to weave your way around these trees. So
scary. Yeah, for the folks that were that saw me smirk when Capucci was talking about the birds being trapped in the eye. That's not why I'm smirking. It's the folks in the chat here saying that, oh, good, Capucci can add to his hurricane pets. He's not striving to do that, folks. He's not collecting Pokemon out here. But needless to say, it was a frog during Helene. It's birds now during Milton.
You know what I really want to do?
Manatee County, to be fair.
You know what I really want to do, and this will sound rather problematic. You know, I have a neighbor, and we've had a practical joke war for years, and I adore this neighbor. He's like a grandfather to me. But he lives down in Florida now. And you know how in the wintertime the iguanas get cold stunned?
Yes.
I want to go to his house, collect all the cold stunned iguanas, and then put them in his house while they're still cold, and then they'll wake up and have like 1 million iguanas in there. I'm not going to do that, obviously, but yeah.
Somebody on YouTube just said, most boring hurricane in the history of Floridian hurricanes. I mean, I can't imagine the folks along the west side agree with you all that much, and unsure where you live in Florida. It's about to get busy overnight in central Florida. Jack, can we pull up the MyRadar camera over the roof? Is it functioning? I don't know if you were able to chat with Andy and see what's going on there. I think I see it bouncing around there, Jack. There it is. So that's looking off toward the west.
Floodwaters of roughly a foot on the roadway. So flash flooding is an ongoing issue. I don't know if you all saw my stream moments ago, but yeah.
Yeah, no, we've got it. Road. Jack, let's take Capucci in full here so we can see it.
Yeah, you might catch the tail end of it. I made a pass of floodwaters, navigated through around only because I could see the end. Now I'm seeing some downed trees all over the place, but oh wow, a lot of downed trees. Power's out. I'm solidly within the eye though. And it's interesting because the backside of the eye is coming in quick, but I'm trying to make my way down to Sarasota, actually where my hotel is, but also that way I can be in the eye. It's weird. It's dead calm here. Let me roll down the window and see if there's any wind outside.
While we're looking for that, Colin, I know you wanted to jump in here. Meanwhile, I just saw on Jordan's camera there what was probably a pretty big power flash there. A lot of trees near you, Jordan. If you can hear me, of course, be safe. Colin, over to you.
Yeah, so this is now officially the third landfalling hurricane this year in Florida, which ties 5 years, 1871, 1886, 1964, and the two infamous years, '04 and '05, for the most Florida landfalling hurricanes in a single year. And at a wider regional basis, this is the fifth hurricane to make landfall in the Gulf, which ties 2005 and 2020. So we're starting to get up there in some of those historical records. And it's really been based on hurricane activity, intensity, and just the sheer amount of storms we've had. This has been the most active, like late September to early October we've ever had in a hurricane season that we've kept track of in the Atlantic. So, despite that record, incredibly calm, I guess, peak hurricane season, this back half has been nothing short of hyperactive.
Big shout out, by the way, to Tormid again from Norway, who donated 59 NOK. Thank you very much to say Capucci, gotta catch them all. This is the same guy that asked what's a Capucci earlier, which is funny. Anyway, back
What's
to
a Capucci? What's the Capucci?
Yeah. So, David, I know you wanted to jump in here, and as Colin was making that thought, I think back to when you and I spoke about hurricane season this year, and we published a video for what people can expect for hurricane season. And I asked you to kind of put your butt on the line a little bit and make a bold prediction for what people can expect out of this year's hurricane season. And your bold prediction was a back-to-back major hurricane landfall in effectively the same place. I mean, you were off by 2 weeks, but I mean, hey, you nailed it, right? With Helene in the Big Bend as a Cat 4, and now Milton as a Category 3, which I don't even think really tells the whole story with Milton as a Cat 3, considering what the heck it was doing out there in the Gulf as a 180-mile-per-hour storm. But David, this season, it feels like Beryl was a million years ago. And Hurricane Beryl and Debbie and Francine, this has been a wild season that has featured rapid intensification again and again and again. I mean, you nailed the bold prediction, David.
Oh, thank you. The waters were just too warm. That's really what it comes down to. 30-degree SSTs are undefeated, and we saw this with Milton. We had a wrong way, whenever the quintessential storm that goes from west to east, that's wrong way Lenny in 1999, going from like the Western Caribbean and hitting the Lesser Antilles from the west. That like never happens. And right now we see with Milton, I have a 6-year-old. Go, buddy. Sorry.
What's up, Alex?
Hey, Alex, they're all saying hi. I'll be with you in a second, okay? We have a lot of kids now in the house. Yeah. So the one thing I wanted to point out here, as Colin was talking about, like all these landfalls, I know we shouldn't talk about it, but peeking ahead at the GFS and the Euro ensembles, next week, we got another one, same spot. And if you look, where's it making landfall? This one's in the Keys. We've got an Ian situation. So yeah, so it's not over. So I know a lot of people were saying early in the season, like, oh, all these meteorologists wrong. They called for this devastating season, and then, nothing happened. And there was a lot of unusual stuff going on in the Atlantic. And maybe, Mike, you and I have to talk about, like, I guess all of us will have to talk about a recap. The early part of the season was unusually dead after, we had Beryl, you're right. Beryl seems like last year. And we had Debbie a little bit, and Francine, but really Beryl just feels like a long time ago. And we had the Sahara is unusually wet. Like, that never happens. We had dry air intrusions from the midlats from what we call anticyclonic wave breaking. So there was a lot of craziness going out the deep Atlantic. But just like with Ian during an El Nino, and this year was a La Nina year, which just favors tropical cyclone development, you just need something to get past all that nonsense that's way out there, all the dry air, just something to get back and act as a seed to produce these tropical cyclones over 30-degree SSTs. And this is what we got. It's just again and again and again. Now, this time, it's unusual. We have a Central American gyre that just refuses to go away, that creates this really rich area of vorticity. And I was talking to my buddies from the Hurricane Center about where Milton came from, and you can trace its genesis back to a piece of vorticity that started in the Eastern Pacific and crossed Mexico. So this is the story of Milton is a wild one from start to finish. And yeah, like I said, based on the ensembles, it ain't over yet, Mike.
779,000 customers without power in Florida. Yes, Capucci.
It's tough to appreciate. I'm in the eye right now. It just, everything is now beautifully calm. In about 3 miles, I'm going to pull over and just take some video and pictures and whatnot. It's so peaceful. I know that, I have the windshield wipers going. There's a bit of mist, which is typical of weak hurricanes. You sometimes get mist in the eye because of an inversion, so it's warm aloft and moisture gets kind of trapped below that. But it's so quiet, it's so peaceful. You would never know that just 10 miles away, all hell is breaking loose, so to speak. Even 5 miles away, Bradenton is still seeing winds probably over 90 miles per hour. What? Oh my goodness! I'm so sorry. Did you see that? On my stream, and I narrowly missed hitting him. There's a man in complete dark clothing in the middle of the street with a dog standing there. What on earth? He's wearing all dark clothing. Sir, are you good? Are you good? Yeah, you might want to wear something that has some sort of color because you almost just became a human bowling pin. Yeah, but be safe. All right, and not to sound judgmental, but that gentleman was clearly on some sort of substance that they tell us not to use in school. So, Florida man is Florida man. It's unfortunate that he almost got hit. And I mean, when you're driving on a 50-mile-an-hour road and you're driving on a 50-mile-an-hour road in a hurricane and, it's a highway, you don't expect there to be a pedestrian wearing all black and a dog and, using drug paraphernalia in the middle of the road. So my apologies if I seemed, rather rough with telling him to get out of the road.
So
but,
folks on YouTube chiming in, Capucci, saying that, where's your branded bus? We're not going there. And then someone else said, encountered another random Florida man in the dark. If you were watching our last live stream, yes, there was also somebody walking around on the street during Helene that Capucci not ran into literally, but drove by. So, hey, don't be outside in this. Not a great idea.
Erica, we want to clip that. That might be interesting as a reminder to get folks to not, be crazy in the street.
Jack, can we pull up Jordan's camera here? Unclear if he can still hear me, but he has been weaving around a ton of debris in the street there. Things are...
I can still hear you.
All right, cool. Jordan, we haven't checked in a bit. How are things going for you? I mean, are you still in the Venice area?
Yes, I'm near Venice Beach. You can see these light poles that have slammed down over the road. Everything's getting shaken loose, and when this backside of the eye gets here pretty quick, it's gonna go sideways. I think a lot of things are gonna start falling down.
To Jordan's point as well, I mean, it's been raining for days now across Florida. So, I mean, maybe not necessarily the street light there, but trees. The ground is super duper saturated. And then you have these stronger winds that are going to gust through and take power lines down. Again, as I say that, 804,000 customers without power now across Florida. And that is not just along the southwestern side of the storm. Look at the app here. We have got that up and down the state of Florida, where you've got power outages stretching from Marco Island, West Palm Beach, all the way up to near Tallahassee, where folks, by the way, if I zoom out even more, look at this. I mean, there's still people in North Carolina, Georgia, and South Carolina that still do not have power from Helene over 2 weeks ago. But it is just getting started here across central Florida. Of course, this little blue dot here, I don't know what's going on up here, but this little blue dot right here, that is us in Orlando. So we are here in the studio, or at least I am, along with Mauricio and Jack. Big shout out, by the way, to Mauricio and Jack for riding this thing out with me. It's Mauricio's first hurricane with us. So kind of breaking the seal there on a really significant one coming through central Florida here. Erica and I were here during Ian. What a crazy storm that was. And here we go again 2 years later. Not the same path, but similar intensity with Hurricane Milton tracking its way across the state. Colin or Will, do we have an idea yet if there have been any fatalities yet with this storm?
I saw one report that from the tornado earlier in Fort Pierce, we had some fatalities. I don't have a number. That was just a report I saw in on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, one hopes.
I haven't seen anything as well.
Yeah, one can hope that people took this thing seriously. I mean, holy cow, the exodus, for lack of a better term, out of West Florida, the western coast of Florida, was bananas. I mean, some of the video that Jordan shared, people were really taking this seriously. I know I struggled with getting gas in my car here near Orlando. I know Mauricio drove to like 6 or 7 gas stations before he could find some. Capucci was very lucky to literally show up at a gas station when they were coming to refill it. So, I mean, if there's anything to be said about all of that, well, one, maybe people were panicking, maybe a little bit. This is why preparation for hurricane season is important. But beyond that, the amount of people that took this very seriously, evacuated, one hopes that death toll stays very low, if not at 0. Of course, that I think would be an ideal world. We shall see how that goes. But one thing's for certain, people were definitely taking this one seriously. Capucci, when you were driving to town, because you flew into Orlando, you drove to Sarasota, did you still see a lot of people leaving even yesterday evening?
Interestingly, the highway was actually decently active in both directions. I know they had suspended tolls, but yeah, I mean, it seemed like the last of folks were getting out of Dodge. There was only one real gas station that was open. And, you know, I have the window open right now. It's pretty flat, calm here. The leaves are barely rustling. And truth be told, everything's so dark that I can't even find which hotel is mine. But yeah, power is obviously out here in Sarasota. In just a moment, I'm going to run inside and just grab some supplies and then probably head down and position for the south side of the Eyewall. But yeah, a little bit shaken, honestly, from, you know, nearly hitting a guy at 50 miles an hour. Nothing prepares you for a pedestrian clad in all black in a state highway. But yeah, suffice to say, it was a pretty jarring. And people have all sorts of different experiences in hurricanes. I know some people do different things, but please, if you're going to go sightseeing, I don't recommend you, but if you do, please don't use drugs in the middle of a highway. It's a very problematic thing.
Let's take Jordan's camera here, Jack, and I guess just switch. Take Jordan's camera in full and put the app there in the picture-in-picture, because as one can see, Jordan looks to be looking at a lighting and fans store there with seemingly a river in front of it there.
Yes,
That is, of course, the result of storm surge. And Will, I know you just sent me a message here. 2 fairly large numbers to report related to storm surge on the west coast of Florida.
Right. So there was a 12-foot storm surge reported near Manatee River in Rye, Florida, and that same location reported a storm surge of near 10 feet with Helene. So
here you go. Here's something for you guys to see if you can see.
Oh yeah.
This intersection, it's literally a river. You can see water running across it.
Jeez. Now, again, folks, Jordan is a professional. He knows what he is doing here. If you did not know, it only takes 6 inches of water to get underneath a car to effectively stall it out, 1 foot of water to lift most vehicles, and then 2 feet of water to sweep it away. As the expression goes from the National Weather Service, turn around, don't drown. You truly never know how deep water is when you're driving through it. And of course, again, Jordan is a professional. He knows what he's doing, but you very rarely see Jordan, like right now, look at that water and go, I'm going to gun it through that water. Just not a safe idea here. But unfortunately, it looks like that street Jordan is looking down there, a lot of debris floating in the roadways. And if you saw Jordan's video from earlier today, I mean, people are literally still cleaning up after Helene and put a lot of debris on the side of the road. One's got to imagine that that water is filled with such debris. Really messy. Someone's saying, how high is Jordan's car? Jordan, is your vehicle lifted? I don't think so when I saw it.
I don't have a lift on it, but I got I got some fairly good clearance. I'm in an SUV. I'm in a RAV4.
Alicia on Facebook says, I've been waiting for y'all on TikTok. They suspended our ability to live stream for 24 hours. So unfortunately, we are not able to stream on TikTok. If anybody here is familiar with a TikTok agency or knows somebody that works at that for that social media platform, let us know, because obviously we are trying to disseminate critical information to people. Okay. Let's bring it back to the top here, Jack. If we want to just swap them, take the app in full and take Jordan in picture here. We'll wait for Capucci to come back. He was going to get some supplies. What's going on, everybody? Yes.
St. Petersburg just gusted to 93 miles per hour.
Hey guys, I got a shot that you're gonna want to take here in about 2 seconds.
All right, let's take Jordan's shot. 93-mile-per-hour wind gust in St. Petersburg. Thank you, Colin. What
Over
are we looking
80
at
in
here,
Tampa
Jordan?
too. So
Okay, oh boy. All right, so the owner of that Hummer, Jordan, is there a person in that vehicle?
Negative.
Okay. Oh, the lights are just your lights reflecting back. Folks, so that's a I guess it's a Hummer. I can't tell if it's an I think it's an H2, right? I mean, it really doesn't matter, but that's a big honking vehicle, huh? One has to think whether or not that vehicle was pushed there, or whether that vehicle was left there. Either way, not going to be a fun time with that person's insurance. But Jordan, can you zoom in on the water near the tires there if you can hear me? Or I just want folks to see that it's not like sitting there in water. There is water presently still flowing into the west coast of the state. As Will brought up before, what was the number, Will? 12 feet? Yeah, 12-foot storm surge along the Manatee River. Again, that's pretty darn close to the coastline there. But look at the water lapping up against the side of that building on Jordan's shot there, right below that parking sign there. Jordan, are you able to zoom in at all? Unless he can't hear me anymore. It's possible. Listen, cell service is going to start to...
What do you want me to zoom in on? Sorry, I was out of the car.
Oh, no worries. Can you just zoom in and show the water near the wheel wells of the car there? I just want folks to see how fast the water is moving.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, holy cow. Again, folks, one has to really think whether or not that vehicle was left there or if it was pushed there. This is why, another reason why, if you are told to evacuate, to leave, because of course, if there was an instance where this vehicle, this Hummer here, was being pushed by storm surge, I mean, it could even slam into your house, right? Jordan, what a wild shot that is. Holy cow. All right. Someone said, did you guys see that mattress float by? Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of that debris. Jordan's video from earlier today showed literally piles of debris all along.
Here comes the backside of that eye.
What'd you say?
Here comes the backside of that eye. That's why we're starting to get this big rush of surge pushing in.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in on the app. We've got it up in the picture-in-picture. So Jordan is right here in Venice. If you guys can see my mouse cursor, I'm kind of moving it around. You should be able to see it. So to Jordan's point, let me pause the per station. We're going to jog it out there. So here's the backside of the Eyewall, as Jordan talked about. Not much of a southern or southeastern side to it, but if we zoom out here, you will see that there is still a lot more of Milton to come here, pushing in from the western side of the coastline there. So David, being that Milton doesn't seemingly have much of a southern eyewall right now, this western side of the storm, what will the winds likely look like? As that's kind of the last part of the storm that's sitting over the Gulf of Mexico here.
Yeah, you can't use traditional rules for what to expect on the left side of the storm, like the left front, the left side, because this is undergoing a full-blown extratropical transition. It looks like you would see from a mid-latitude storm when we talked about sting jets and dry air intrusions and dry slotting and everything like that. So the rules are a little different now as it's coming onshore. So normally you would expect on the trailing side the winds to be a little less. You cannot guarantee that this time because the structure is a little bit more different, Mike, than what we are traditionally used to.
So this just goes to show, again, why that flooding threat is likely going to tick up. What you're seeing on Jordan's stream, that's a result of storm surge, right? So that's the water being pushed ashore by the storm. But as Colin is about to chat about, the flooding threat is really just beginning. And that includes for us here in Orlando, where we are streaming from, where 2 years ago we saw more than 1.5 feet of rain from Hurricane Ian. Bear in mind, Hurricane Ian was a weakening Cat 1 to tropical storm. It seems like that could be happening again with Milton here, although the angle of approach a lot different, coming in from the west. So that means that that rain is likely to sustain for several hours. But Colin, just a ton of rain is about to come to Central Florida.
Yeah, so what I was actually going to bring up is St. Petersburg has seen 5 inches of rain in just the last hour. So that is just sheets of rain coming down, and likely combine that with a storm surge. We're looking at really bad flooding, and all that rain is going to be filtering kind of northeast towards you in Orlando over the next several hours. And they've already seen over a foot of rain about in the last 8 hours in St. Petersburg, and all that rain is just going to be heading northeast. So that flood threat's really just beginning. And I mean, 5 inches of rain, that might be a record for St. Petersburg. Hopefully we can find a record book for that. But yeah, pretty incredible stuff happening right now.
Yeah, and you have to just put the cherry on top there by saying, yeah, it's headed right for you. As our cars are parked outside in the parking lot. We did okay with Ian last
it's a good
time.
Car wash.
Yeah, no kidding. Mother Nature hooking us up with a free one. I just remember when Erica and I were here during Ian, and Erica and I were here during Ian, and I remember just for a moment we opened the door just to see what it was like in the backside of the building, and the wind was whipping so hard. That was when Jack was like just getting started with us, and we sent Jack home. He was able to make it home, and then Erica and I hunkered down here. That was a crazy storm. Milton here looks to be the next one here coming through Central Florida. It just goes to show you again, no matter where you live in Florida, you are not immune to Mother Nature's fury here. It looks like the power outages are really ticking up there for Pinellas County. Let's see. Of course, they are still under that extreme wind warning. Let me go back here. For how long are they under that? The next 15 minutes, they are under that extreme wind warning. Pinellas County, which is, of course, home to St. Petersburg. Colin, you were talking about that wind gust before. 36% of customers without power there. That's 206,000 customers. Remember that a customer is not representative of the human impact. It is very likely considerably higher than that. Okay. So let's zoom things out here. We are waiting for Capucci to come back. I see his car moving here. So Capucci likely getting on the backside of that Eyewall as well. Jordan, the same thing here as the storm begins to come ashore.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, great, fantastic. People are asking about that guy on the boat in Tampa. I'm unsure whether or not that was like very serious or not. If you're unaware of what I'm talking about,
that's very serious. Sorry, not to interrupt you. That's very serious.
Very serious. Jordan is echoing. I don't know why that is, Jack. I assume it's just
Here,
something.
it's because my stream is unmuted, so it can hear me twice.
It's a me thing. I figured it was a me thing.
It's because my stream audio is mirroring my Zoom audio. So if you mute my stream on Jack's end,
your stream is muted. It's just a me thing, Jordan, I guess.
But okay.
So yeah, what we're talking about is there's a gentleman that's like on a boat, right?
Lieutenant
in Tampa. Yeah, who decided to not leave.
Yes.
Really bad idea, right? Not a smart choice. Did you run into that guy, Jordan?
No, I've seen him do multiple interviews with every single network out there. I have friends that talk to him. He's dead serious about riding it out on his boat. He rode out Helene there in Tampa, so he's out there riding it out right now.
Jeez Louise. That ain't a good idea. Of course, we're watching Jordan's stream here. He is near Venice, right, Jordan?
Yeah, we're in Venice.
Yeah, we just have to update that locator there. Jordan's been on the move, obviously, getting to a safe location. But you just look at all of the debris there in the water. Of course, the backside of Milton's Eye starting to come ashore, and that is what is going to push even more water there. We've seen a 12-foot storm surge reported in near Rye, Florida. That is a ton of water, folks. Remember, a 2-story home is roughly 25 feet tall. So 12 feet is effectively to the middle of the house. I mean, that's if you were in two-story house looking out the window, the water would pretty much be up to the bottom of the window. Jack, let's take Jordan's stream here because it is very clear that the backside of the eye is well and truly pushing through where Jordan is right now. And again, I'll zoom in. Jordan is in Venice, right? So he's right here. And yeah, here it comes. The backside of Milton's eye. So I would have to guess you're going to see a lot of water flowing in. Capucci shot too. Capucci, are those power flashes in the distance on your shot? I don't hear Capucci.
Check this out. Do you got my audio?
Yes, we have you.
Look at this river right here.
Oh, wow. Man, Jordan, the lights on your vehicle are impressive. Holy cow. I thought for a second that was just a big power flash. You lit that thing up. Oh my gosh, look at that water.
Look at the roof trying to rip off the building in front of us too.
All right. Can you zoom in on that, Jordan? Are you able to?
On which part? What do you want?
On the roof.
Yeah, I can zoom in on that.
Man, Addison yelling in all caps on YouTube asking where Capucci is. Capucci is safe. Jeez. That's that same lighting and fan building, huh, Jordan? You were just looking at before. Yeah, so any moment now, it looks like that the part of that roof is about to fail. I want to remind folks, again, that this is a very serious situation. This is not, as some people are alluding to, just regular old rain. That is absolutely not the case. This is quite a bit of rain and quite deadly conditions. I want to send it over to Will Cano, who has been sharing some information. And Will, if we can get that up on social media as well. Jack, do we have Will? Or Will might be frozen there.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, okay.
You want me to go, Mike, or should
your camera shot looks to be frozen? Jack, oh no, there he is. I see Will. Yeah, Will, can you please share the information for people to seek help if they need it? I think that we should probably
do I'll do this real quick, and then you can hop on, Capucci. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome.
Oh, no.
Yes,
Will, you can't. Will, hang on. We don't have enough screen shares there. We have so many people in the live stream here. So let's do this, Will. Let's post it on social media. Or did you put it on X? I can share it on my end.
Yep, it's on X. It's on Instagram. It's on Threads.
Right, let me scroll down. Hang on. Let me find it here. I don't see it on X. Let me see. I don't know if it made it to X. I don't know why I'm not seeing it.
There's a chance it didn't post. I can always repost it.
Oh, no, I found it. Here it is. Jack, take the web browser. Let's do that. I got it right here, Will.
Cool.
There it is, Will.
What?
All right. Yeah, just a couple quick things. Obviously, the number one number to call is always going to be 911, but then here are some other options. Doing? You got...
Oh, cool.
You got
someone's yelling at someone
right here.
It's ripping.
I think it's better for Jordan to take over here.
Yeah, let's send it back to Jordan here. We'll come back to you, Will. Let's send Jordan's let's take Jordan in full there, Jack. So Jordan is in Venice, Florida, which is on the southwest coastline of the state. And of course, Jack, do we have audio on Jordan's stream? Negative? Okay, no worries.
When we have a second, I'd love to hop in. I have some sort of breaking information.
Go for it, Capucci.
So we just had, and I don't know if we've fully gone through the stats yet, but we just had confirmation that St. Petersburg, Florida saw 5.09 inches of rain in 1 hour's time.
Yep.
That is essentially a month's worth of rain in 1 hour. But I ran the numbers, so I was pulled over actually on my laptop running the numbers. So that would be a 1,000-year rain event. They had 8.5 inches or rather, they had 9.04 inches in 3 hours. To qualify as a 1,000-year rain event, they need only 8.5. So they more than got a 1,000-year rain event in the past 3 hours in St. Petersburg, Florida. tropical cyclones have incredibly high precipitation efficiency, meaning very little of the raindrop evaporates on the way down, and that can lead to some huge totals. But to get that amount of rain in that brief a period of time is virtually unheard of, and something that folks there may never experience again in their lifetimes or the lifetimes of their kids or grandkids.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant amount of rain. We're looking at Jordan's shot here, and of course, the storm surge, of course, all of the rain coming as well. Jordan, we still got you.
Oh,
Jordan,
wow.
you there?
Guys, pull up my stream if you would.
Yeah, let's take Capucci in picture as well there, Jack. Looks like he's driving through downtown.
Oh, no, I'm not driving through it, but I mean, look, parts of Sarasota are now flooded.
That shit's pushing in fast.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, my golly, it's like even in the downtown
Check
area.
that bridge again.
All right, so we're looking at Storm Chaser Jordan Hall shot here. This is in Venice, Florida. Jack, if you want to take the app there in the picture. This is right there on the backside. Jordan is right here.
Wow.
So you can see the backside of the eye starting to come ashore there.
Guys,
and Jack,
pull up my stream. Pull up my stream.
Yeah, Capucci and Sarasota. They're both. Yeah, oh yeah. Both of them are effectively on the backside of the Eyewall. Jack, can we take both of them at the same time?
I'm getting crazy winds though. Oh, the traffic light above me. Oh wow, power surge. The traffic light above me just fell down, and we're getting insane gusts. Wow.
Jack, oh yeah, I just saw that. Jack, let's take Jordan up in picture, at least, and you can switch between the both of them. I mean, Capucci's shot is pretty nuts. Jordan's shot is nuts. This is.
I'll be back in just a second, Zoom. Zoom.
Okay, be safe. All right, we might see Capucci walk outside of his car. There's Jordan's shot of some person driving through the water. David, we're on the backside of the eye here. After this, what are we looking at in terms of impacts here for Milton? I mean, the fun just getting started here across Central Florida.
Right. So the next part is this is definitely going to traverse inland, and the weird part is going to be, there will still be remnants of an eye wall, but you're going to have to deal with stronger winds on the northern side because of the very unusual structure of the storm. Like we've been saying this for hours. Normally, you see a structure like this. The fancy word is extratropical transition, but you normally see this when hurricanes start making landfall in like Canada or up in Great Britain. So this is very unusual structure for Florida, and we're going to see continued rainfall. I tried bringing up some rainfall totals, but some of the instantaneous, the radar derived stuff wasn't working quite yet, so I don't have anything to show. But yeah, we're going to be looking at flash flooding. The National Weather Service offices have issued some flash flooding warnings going all the way from Tampa to Orlando. So where my house is right now up in Lakeland, I'll have to keep an eye on that. I've been keeping in touch with my neighbor. So yeah, there's still going to be wind gusts that were probably 50, 60, 70, 80 miles per hour well inland. This is still forecast to be a Category 1 going right over the Lakeland-Bartow area. So we've got a lot going. And again, this rain shield from Milton extends basically over half the state and up into Georgia, which is still going to be affecting areas that were saturated and affected by Helene. So, landfall happens, as we can see with Matthew and Jordan's streams, like storm surge is a really big deal. But after that, we've got the rest of the state's going to have to deal with very heavy rainfall and locally heavy gusts, Mike.
I mean, oh my gosh, look at Old Glory there hanging on Jordan's shot there. I mean, folks, if that doesn't go to show you how powerful these winds are, just look at looks to be a metal flagpole that looks like it's, bending like a toothpick there. Meanwhile, Capucci and his shot there, Looks like he's parked out front of an Embassy Suites in Sarasota, where he just reported that a traffic light fell into the street. Really troubling stuff, especially when you consider the storm surge numbers that we have seen thus far. Will Connell reported earlier a 12-foot storm surge along the Manatee River there, which is a fairly big number. All told, though, one's got to hope that people really took this seriously. I also have to mention, I haven't even said this even one time. On the bottom of the screen, you can see the active hurricane warnings, flash flood warnings, and whatnot. If you see where you live pop up, you need to obviously take things very, very seriously. Senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci in Sarasota. We've got storm chaser Jordan Hall in Venice, Florida. This is really, Milton has already made landfall. That happened about an hour ago near Siesta Key, making landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. It is still, by the way, a Category 3 hurricane. It has not fully weakened. It's down to 115 miles per hour right now. It's still moving at 15 miles per hour, though. David, is there any oh my gosh, Capucci shot. Look at that person driving against the wind. David, is there any respite at all, for folks thinking that, if this thing's moving 15 miles per hour, it's at least hustling through pretty quickly? Or is that not worth necessarily getting all up in arms about? It's still a significant amount of rainfall coming.
It still is a significant amount of rainfall because the rain shield of Milton is very, very large. It's moving at 15 miles per hour is better than if it were moving at, say, 0 miles per hour. Like we saw, let's think back to what happened to Houston with Harvey, right? Harvey basically stalled out for days off the coast of Houston. They saw something like 5 feet of rain. So it could always be a lot worse. This is not to say it's not going to be bad, and people should be preparing for flash flooding. And just to remind everyone, when it comes to property damage, storm surge is still number one. And as we're seeing, storm surge is a really big deal. And the National Hurricane Center over the past 30 years has made it a point to convey the potential damage. And we saw this with the Helene, and we saw this with Milton. Unsurvivable was the word they used for storm surge. For rainfall and inland rainfall, because there's a lot more uncertainty and randomness, the $5 word, we call it stochastic, but there's a lot more randomness associated with rainfall. So that's a lot, that messaging has been a lot more difficult, Mike, in trying to explain to people that, yeah, rainfall is now going to be one of the biggest threats here in Central Florida.
It's Capucci just said he's back. Let's toss to Capucci. Can you hear us, Capucci? Was that Capucci that said not yet? Oh, that was Jack. Okay. So we've got storm chaser Jordan Hall in the picture-in-picture. We've got meteorologist Matthew Capucci. I see him on Zoom.
Yep.
And he looks
take
his
my
hair
audio
is
if
all
we
wet.
can.
Yeah, go for it, Capucci.
We're getting winds right now, 100 to 110 miles per hour in between the buildings in downtown Sarasota as the backside of the Eyewall comes in. My vehicle is rocking more than it did during the previous hurricane. Flooding is running rampant in the streets. I've watched the traffic light come crashing down. I backed up a little bit for that. The vehicle is just, it's crazy. And the surge, as you can see, either surge or freshwater flooding, unsure which, has come up in the streets. But look at that. It is rising quickly, to Jordan's point. And if this part of Sarasota is flooding, if it is storm surge, then there's got to be a 10-plus foot storm. Oh, my gosh. Did y'all see that? Wow. Oh, did you hear that? The traffic light just came crashing down. I'm going to zoom out a little
On
bit
your
so you
car?
can see better, but no, it missed me.
Oh, yeah, I see the... Oh, Jack, did we lose Capucci? Lose his shot, I should say. Very important. Oh, no, I see it. Oh. You guys can still hear me. Stand by. Oh, so it looks like we might have lost our connection. I don't know if you guys can hear me. You said you hear me, audio? Can't hear anybody? Yeah, we might have just had a lost internet connection here. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me.
I can still see my stream playing clean
because
on your
right
end.
now, Erica says we hear you. All right, thank you, Erica. I appreciate it. You guys hear me? Yeah, I'm sure Jack is working on the audio. I've got to imagine so. Jack, we just lost. Oh, I'm back in it. What the heck happened there? Is there a hurricane coming through Central Florida or something? Erica, David, can any of you guys hear me? All right, sweet. I don't know what happened there, guys. The IFB. Yes, Jack, I can hear you. Okay, so for those... Okay, so... MyRadar team, Jack is resolving something. We lost connection to all of our audio for you guys. He's fixing it literally right now, so they can just hear me. Oh, even Jason chiming in. Man, Jason's just like Andy. They're always watching. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. So for those of you that are just joining us, my name is Mike Linden. I am a meteorologist with MyRadar. Someone said Action Man Jack. No kidding. Action Jack. What a great nickname for him. Yeah, there is a lot going on, as one can imagine. Jack, if we can take Capucci's shot down, though. Capucci, I'm not seeing... Oh, obviously, we're not seeing anything because of the internet issue. Oh, no, there's Capucci's shot again. I see it. A lot happening.
No, that's Jordan Hall.
Up, starting to come back up. I think what's happening, folks, is that we are literally pushing the limits of like all of our networking capabilities, being that we have like 6 people and everyone is sharing their screen and whatnot. So when we were designing out our system, we were trying to picture like what would it look like if we're like pushing it to the limit. And then, 2024 hurricane season was like, hey, check out Helene and Milton. 2 weeks apart from one another when most of your team is, in Albuquerque or Canada. So, here we are again with yet another major hurricane making landfall. I mean, Capucci's shot is nuts. I mean, Jordan is out here looking like he's driving through the purge.
Oh, wow. Wow. Up, gusts to 105, pushing 110 just now. Yikes.
Capucci, are you okay in your vehicle?
Yep, I positioned in a very careful way. But wow.
Okay, so Jack, yeah, we hear you, Jordan. Jack, take Jordan's shot full, because those look to be homes that are submerged.
Yeah, we got homes going under now here in Venice Bay.
Oh.
David, so we had a lot of surge come in very clearly ahead of this storm. But now we're getting the backside of it. One thing we haven't talked about in a minute is bathymetry, right? I know a big $5 word, as you'd like to say, the shape of the coastline on the western side of the state of Florida. What is really adding to, what is bathymetry and how is it adding to this pretty devastating storm surge?
So bathymetry is the continental shelf that's underwater. So the shelf, the topography, for lack of a better word, I guess it's another $5 word, but the shape of the coastline as you get underwater. And the Florida and in the Gulf Coast, it's pretty flat for quite a while, for about 100 miles, and then it drops off precipitously into the Gulf of Mexico. But since it's so flat, the hurricanes are able to push that. They don't have to dig deep. That water is already really shallow, so it's able to push things on shore a lot more easily than if it were over the ocean.
Ooh. Guys,
All right, I hear.
Can we take
a lot of water?
Yeah, but I mean, Capucci. It's difficult. You and Jordan, your shots are bananas. I mean, Jordan's got a neighborhood underwater, and
Oh, geez. Yikes. Oh, my gosh.
Are you okay?
Holy, did you guys see that at home? Take my shot. A
Oh,
couch
it's up.
just flew off the roof of a neighboring hotel.
What happened?
A couch just flew off the roof of a neighboring hotel. Holy jeez. This is the
Yeah.
most intense I've seen in all my time of hurricane chasing. Were you able
David,
to see my shot?
Yeah, oh yeah, we're watching. David, I mean,
Did you
this
see
was
the couch?
Major wind in our shot too.
David, as the storm made landfall, both Capucci and Jordan showed us what that was like, the inner Eyewall as it came ashore. This now the backside of it really cooking. I mean, the visuals here are bananas. I mean, what does that tell you about the shape of this storm? Is there anything really that has caused this backside? As both of them have reported, it's significantly more intense. Oh no, do we have David? Network's having issues?
We're getting crazy
Circular.
gusts here, guys.
Yeah, so what they're seeing, there are a couple things going on, is that the western side is unusually strong because there's something there called the sting jet. All you weather nerds can go look up what that is. So you're having all these very oddball structures that you would normally get over like a plain supercell or in a winter storm are showing up in hurricanes. It's very strange. It's very unusual for this latitude for something like this to be happening in Florida. And that's why you're going to see all this stuff. Now, specifically what's going on with Capucci, sitting in with these high rises, you'll get funneling of the wind. So as the winds hit the buildings, they're going to be funneled into these little jets around the building. So that's part of the reason why he's seeing some of these really, really intense wind gusts, Mike, that he wasn't seeing, for example, with Helene, because Helene, there was just a lot of marshland.
1.2 million customers without power now across Florida. I mean, I feel like that number was like 700,000 last time I checked. So a big jump up, and it's right where Capucci and Jordan are right now. I mean, Jordan's shot is nuts. Look at all that debris in the water there.
Give it a second, you're going to see some crazy winds. Here we go.
Oh, wow. Holy. I think Capucci's shot is frozen. Oh, nope. It's struggling there. Yeah, we see it. It's the good Lord. Someone on Twitch just asked, how do they ever recover from that? It takes time. And bear in mind, this part of the state of Florida is not really used to this. This is kind of a new experience for them. Again, the last time that a major hurricane made landfall. Jack, take Capucci in full. There it is.
Roof is power blue.
Downtown Sarasota's underwater. Sarasota.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know about you, but the parent in me is like, oh my God, Matt, get out of there.
Well, Jack, if we need to have someone drop out just momentarily, we just let them know in Slack, just momentarily, so we can have Capucci and Jordan's cams up there. Oh my gosh, Capucci's shot is crazy.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
I just want to chime in real quick. I don't know if you heard me earlier, or I'll let Capucci go.
No, go ahead, Colin. All right, we can't hear Capucci. We're running into
right now.
Oh, there he is.
We can hear him. We can hear him.
Is it
Okay.
a tech issue? Awesome. Yeah, I
No,
think
you're
everyone
good.
else can hear. What I will say is this too. We're talking about a sting jet. Basically, the cloud, the moisture in the cloud is falling into dry air, evaporating. That becomes heavier air. It accelerates towards the ground. So you have parcels of sinking air that are tugging momentum down with it. And so you're getting intense winds all the way down to the surface. And that's why on the backside, we're getting even stronger winds, gusting at times 110 miles per hour. I watched traffic lights come crashing down. I watched part of a roof peel off. I've watched signs and debris fly by like projectiles. I've watched a couch fly from I don't even know where, midair, and land next to me and crash down to the ground. This is the gnarliest I've been in my time chasing.
Jordan, how about for you? I mean, your shot is bananas.
Whoa.
I mean, that neighborhood looks to be seemingly underwater there. You haven't seen any people, right?
No, I haven't seen anybody walking around, but the backside of this eye is intense. As you can see, debris flying by, debris landing in water and causing big splashes. Here we go. There's another big gust right there coming through. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some roofs off some buildings around here.
To think, had it not been, David, for the vertical wind shear and the dry air, what this could have been like for the southwest or for the west coast of Florida. I mean, really,
Holy
really,
watch,
what?
camera.
Oh, we've got it up. Good gosh.
Roof. Somebody's roof just flew by.
All right. We're watching Jordan's shot here.
Whole building just blew apart right into the water. Flew across the intersection.
Yeah, Jack, if you want to just take them full here.
Oh my gosh.
Show the both of them.
Wow.
Just switch back and forth.
Oh, a roof. Roof just lifted off a building next to me. There it goes. There it goes.
I'll lose a back window like this.
Do we still have Capucci and Jordan? No audio? Yeah. Listen, folks, they are intercepting a major hurricane. Oh, I see Capucci's fiddling with his camera here. Jordan, are you still there?
I can hear you, Jordan.
Okay, good. It's getting wild here.
Yeah, we got you, Jordan. I mean, it's all you, my man.
Getting
Just
Western.
walk people through what you're seeing.
So, Jordan, I know you're in the thick of it, but the way you and Matt are responding, because I was with you guys for Helene, is this worse?
Oh yeah, way worse.
Really?
It's because you're in such a populated area where everything becomes a flying projectile.
Right.
So then they slamming into other things and it just turns into a big mess.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
I mean, Helene, of course, Helene was a Category 4 at landfall. I mean, this just goes to show to not really get tied up. I mean, a major is a major. And boy, the backside of this eye is like so much more robust, seemingly, even on radar too, right? I mean, the southeastern side of the eye, I mean, now that'd be over land, has just seemingly disappeared here.
Mike, can you hear me?
Oh my gosh, yeah, look at the billboard outside of our building. Holy cow, yeah, it's almost completely ripped off. Our Starlink satellite is still out there, right? Is there something hanging off the side of our building? I think if Mauricio might go and check that out. Shoot, I'll go even check it out right now. No worries. Let's take Jordan's camera up in full again, because Orlando's going to get wild here eventually. But where Jordan is, he is in the thick of it for sure. Someone said they want to see me out there. Listen, folks, we are. Oh my golly. Jordan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I gotcha.
Okay, so this what I'm pointing at right now. This building just exploded in a bunch of pieces.
Oh, whoa, I didn't even see that. Yeah.
Yeah. The roof is floating in storm surge now.
Yeah, so what you're looking at here on Jordan's shot, as he just described, was a building. Jordan, you said the roof floated past you, or is that it on the ground?
Stand by.
Thank you very much to Brian on YouTube for that super chat. How do storm chasers stay safe? This is not their first rodeo. I mean, they are... Oh my Lord. Is that the roof, Jordan?
Yeah, that's that roof.
Folks, this is why, if you are in a mandatory evacuation zone, you should have left. Man.
The next gust is going to lift that thing up.
Yeah, Jordan, I mean, we've got you. We're waiting on connecting back to Capucci. I see his camera, just waiting on Capucci to join back in on the call if he's possible, if he's able to do so. Okay, if we can let him know that, or I'll let him know.
Here it comes. It's trying to lift up.
Someone said they're watching 3 o'clock in the morning in the UK. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. Nick, thank you for that super chat. Appreciate it. I'm hungry. Is Waffle House open? Haven't looked at that. I know that Waffle Houses in this part of the world are not open, which goes to show you how serious of a situation this is. Amelia, they are pros here. Jordan, you still got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Cool. Thank you, Decoy. Thank you very much for that Canadian donation. Thank you. Or super chat, I should say. It's the roof migration season. Yeah, no kidding. Time for them to migrate north. Unfortunately, there's going to be a pretty significant cleanup underway for this. Are you yelling hello to somebody, Jordan? Jack, we still have him? Jordan just left? Oh. Okay, so we're still watching Jordan's shot here. Again, Jordan is in Venice, which is on the southwestern coast of the state of Florida. Jack, if you can replace maybe the Apple TV above my head with the app here. So the inner Eyewall winds are just now kind of hitting Jordan and even Capucci in Sarasota. But there is still so much more rain on the backside of this storm that is pushing inland right now. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Jack.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, David.
I was looking at some storm relative winds, and now that Milton is moving on shore, we're starting to get returns on the northern side, and we're seeing winds, at least in radar, that are pushing 100 miles per hour to the north of Tampa. So we'll see if that verifies. Erica brought up before the observations website, and I'm trying to get to see if some of this verifies, but that website is having a bad time right now. But yeah, this thing just is just full of surprises. I hope Jordan and Matthew are keeping safe, man. This is wild.
Erica, and David, if you guys can just drive here for just a moment, I'm going to go outside for a moment with Mauricio to recover our Starlink satellite. All right, be right back, everybody. You are in very capable hands with meteorologist Erica Lopez and Philadelphia Eagles fan David Ruglicki. Be right back.
That's your new title, Dr. David.
Unnecessary.
I'm just going to call you that every time. I don't know if we can share my screen, but I was seeing if this website was showing the weather hazards of the wind, and I am seeing 102-mile-per-hour winds in Sarasota. I've been kind of focusing on the social media, so if this was already repeated, I apologize. This is just what I'm seeing now. But here are some of the observations we've seen with Milton so far across the Tampa Bay area. You're seeing 98. They're close to where meteorologist Matthew Capucci is, 102 in Sarasota. I'm sure these numbers will be going up here. I think it's a little bit behind in terms of the wind gust report. I do want to also show the rainfall that we've seen so far over this area too. This also may be a little behind, but you can see some of those red numbers are of upwards. I'm seeing 8 inches of rainfall. I think earlier meteorologist Matthew Capucci was reporting some significant rain around the Tampa Bay area. But also, I've been getting a lot of questions about Orlando. What's going to happen in Orlando? I've been getting a lot of DMs on social media, and I think that's where a lot of people are concerned about is what's going to happen later. Because I think right now, even just an hour ago, they're saying, well, it doesn't seem as significant in Orlando. Should we let our guard down? Well, no, because this is still going to be an overnight threat. And already in Orlando, we picked up a couple of inches of rainfall.
We're just
You
getting
can see here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Erica.
No, you go ahead, Jordan. I'm not sure if we can show what's on the screen there.
I wasn't muted. That was just me talking to myself.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting in some crazy images there. And I've been trying to post it all on social media. So if you missed anything on our live stream, go on X. I'm posting on Instagram. We're posting on Facebook. And I'm trying to keep up because there's just so many images that, that Hurricane Milton is leaving behind damage. Earlier, meteorologist Matthew Capucci, we're seeing roofs down. Just crazy images coming out from Milton. And I was curious too, when you asked that question, Dr. David, about if this seemed worse than Helene, because just from pure reaction of how Capucci and Jordan were reacting from the storm, it does seem worse.
Hey, let me know when I can jump in.
They're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? We're getting gusts constantly to 110 miles an hour. I'm going to pivot to the car next to me. It'll be tough to see how much that car is shaking. Wait for a good gust to come through. The surge is rising rapidly in downtown Sarasota. This area earlier on I could have driven through, it's risen probably 3 feet since I've been here, and I keep moving back. Wow, look at the car move. Look at that. Wow. Yep, gusts to about 110 miles per hour. A piece of my car broke off and flew away. I think it was part of the bumper, but yeah, we've seen projectiles flying by, power flashes. Everything's without power now. I've seen wires dangling from the embassy suites in front of me. I saw a part of the roof over there on that building, which you can't really see, just fly off and fly away. Road signs have gone past me. Traffic lights have flown past me. A couch came from the top of a hotel, I believe, and crashed to earth. But solid gusts around 110 miles an hour, at times pushing close to 115 in between the
I think we're losing your audio there, Capucci.
But absolutely wild, and there's no way to pull in my audio from Zoom. I mean, from whatever it is. But yeah, look how quickly the surge is coming up. There's a gust to 110. Solid gust to 110.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're still talking,
Having a bit of
Capucci. I
a
think we
tough
lost your
time
audio
hearing
there.
anyone, but
Sounds like he's having a communication issue.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
we're having a connection issue there, Capucci.
I'm
I think you're
shocked they
just
didn't just
losing
freeze the
overall.
windshield.
uh,
I just about lost the windshield over here in Venice.
Wow, that's just crazy wind gusts I'm seeing from just on the camera here from meteorologist Matthew Capucci. I wish we could hear him. I wish I could hear the wind. But again, they're posting regularly on social media. So if you want to hear the power of the storm.
No, we just
I
lost
think we
Matt.
lost him completely. Yeah, we just lost him completely.
I just about lost my
Hopefully-
windshield here in Venice.
Man.
Yeah, Jordan, if you want to talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing, we have your camera pulled up. Looks like we got it back in the stream.
Yeah, I was coming down here to check on Venice, and when you go through these intersections, the wind's gonna be blowing from right to left on your screen. And when you blow through some of these intersections, there's debris flowing through these intersections like a wind tunnel. And not a moment ago when I was driving through here, I had a big piece of debris slap the windshield. So I don't know what it was. Might have been a pawn or one of those palms, but the winds are howling up. There's a gas station on there.
Yeah, and we're looking at Capucci's images, and he's getting in on the rain. Looks like he stayed in the same spot too. A good safe spot, I think. He was reporting earlier that I think part of his car or something flew off. And there's another car next to him, so I'm wondering who that is next to him. I don't know if it's just another storm chaser who's also there with him, or they just happen to find each other. But I see that other car. It's been there for a while. It looks like we do have Capucci back. I'm not sure if we can hear him yet, though. Okay, I can hear you now.
Hey, any luck? Testing 1, 2. Test. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna lean further into my vehicle, but hold the camera out the window. What I will say is this.
Yeah, Matt, that looks pretty crazy where you are. You could see the wind just blowing around. And I was curious, what's that car next to you? Is that another chaser?
Cars because they're rocking like insane to the point where I'm moving back and forth by probably 4, 5, 6 inches at a time. And a piece of my bumper. The air could get even more drier, heavier, so it's that. With more momentum, suddenly, you pull down that momentum to the surface and you get those insane gusts. But I mean, look at the road signs. Look at everything. Okay, here goes another go.
I can't hear you, Capucci.
Yeah.
It looks. I think we can't hear him because he's in the middle of the storm. So, he's saying gust of 115 right now. Capucci, we're just having audio issues. You're sounding very low over the stream. We can hear you, but people are complaining that they can't hear you.
Why don't we do this? Can I call one of you and go on speakerphone?
Yeah, you can call me.
Okay, Erica, calling you. Bye.
Okay, so we'll wait to get Capucci on my phone here, and we'll put him over my mic so we can hear him better. I think the problem we're having is he's also in the middle of the storm, so I think whatever is going on around him, the audio tends to filter that out. So I think that's what's happening with Capucci. Okay, you're on the phone now, Capucci.
Out of my soul. Right now we're getting winds gusting 115 miles an hour. The car next to me moved almost a foot during that back and forth. The road signs, as you can see, are all bent. The water still continues to rise. And I've had gusts at my location consistently between 110 115, tons of power flashes. A bench flew off one of the hotels and crashed down to the ground and just kind of exploded in a series of debris. Road signs have been flying past me. Traffic lights have as well, and debris is becoming virtually deadly. The surge is rising very quickly in downtown Sarasota. Sarasota proper, not accessible. A part of my bumper ripped off and has ripped away from the vehicle. I don't know where the rest went. This is part of something called a sting jet. On the back side, you have, oh, wow. Wow. On the back side, you have dry air, and basically the backside of the hurricane is evaporating in that dry air, and resultantly, it is becoming more dense, heavier, dry air is denser, so it pulls momentum down to the surface, and it's insane. We're getting crazy gusts to the surface.
Yeah, I think also, I don't know whose audio is kind of echoing.
I'm told by Jason to rejoin the Zoom link. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay, 115. Constantly 115. I'll rejoin Zoom.
Okay. We'll get Capucci's audio back here in just a little bit. Yeah, but if you're seeing the image right on the right, that's where meteorologist Matthew Capucci is. You can kind of see road signs tilted a little bit just from that imagery that we were seeing. Obviously, the wind and the storm surge picking up. I'm working to see if we actually captured earlier Capucci's imagery of the couch falling off the hotel. I'm not sure if we got that. I've been trying to clip these videos and post them on social media so you can go back and watch them. But just insane imagery that's coming out of Sarasota, Florida right now. I think earlier meteorologist Matthew Capucci was reporting 110 mile per hour winds. Obviously that may go up if this continues over the next several minutes. But we're gonna wait on to see if we can get Matthew Capucci back on this stream. And we'll get his audio back here so he can report on what he's seeing out there in the field.
Once again, downtown Sarasota is below water, and we're getting
Okay, I hear him, but I don't see him. Okay, I'm reading your guys' questions in the chat. A lot of you are just watching the stream. Jordan, I don't know what you're seeing. I see you're parked somewhere. I don't know if you can hear me and join in on the Zoom.
Relocating.
I'm here, Jack. Okay, so looks like meteorologist Matthew Capucci is relocating. Yeah, that's incredible imagery right now. I think Mike went to go take care of some things around the office. Orlando right now, you're getting kind of the brunt of the storm. So the wind's flying. If we showed our tower camera earlier, the billboard that's right next to our office pretty much ripped off. I don't even know what was there, but it was hanging on by a thread. I think we had something on the side of the building. So I think they're trying to secure some of the the cameras that were out there if I think one of them fell.
Hey there.
But looks like we have Capucci back on our
Yeah,
stream.
I was repositioning, so okay, so first I'm going to drive back to the same side of the rotary and show you where we have an insane amount of surge coming in. So downtown Sarasota is below water. I mean, look at that. You can't go, and this water has risen fast. It's about 7 deep, 7 inches deep there, inches, 7 feet deep there in parts of the downtown area. But, you know, I have to imagine closer to the coast, it's probably 10 to 15 feet. That amount of surge was 100% realized. Right now, I'm doing something rather unconventional. There's so much hurricane spray inside my vehicle that I need a towel to wipe it off the windshield from the inside so I can see. Unfortunately, I don't have a towel, so I'm actually using my shirt to do that. So we're not going to pivot the camera to me. My vehicle's rocking back and forth wildly, and I've seen furniture, I've seen, you know, literally projectiles fly by. Part of the bumper of the vehicle flew off. And it's amazing because on radar, you know, it's not raining that much. And the crazy part is this is something that has sting jet properties. So if you're wondering what a sting jet is, basically you have, oh, wow. Yeah, you can hear there's tree stuff hitting the vehicle. I still feel in a safe position. And that storm chaser and I have been chatting back and forth. You see him in the white car. He did a little lap a little while ago, and I did the same to check to make sure we weren't having surge come in other directions, which could potentially isolate us. We're not, so we both have multiple redundant escape routes planned, but we've been in kind of cahoots. But what I was going to say, sting jet, you know, you have dry air on the backside of the storm wrapping in, evaporating part of the moisture. What was moist air now becomes dry. It becomes heavier because it's denser. It sags towards the ground quickly, it accelerates towards the ground, and it has, you know, the chance to bring crazy momentum with it. But you see me cleaning off my windshield right now. You know, that's with my shirt, so ignore that. But yeah, I'm going to try to put the defrosters on just because there's so much moisture inside. But look at these gusts. I mean, the vehicle's rocking back and forth like crazy. Just to sort of show you some perspective as to what's going on, we're going to, you know, go backwards. I obviously can still see, but we're going to go backwards in the same rotary. No one is around. It's only myself and one other storm chaser. But you're going to be able to see a little bit more of some of the damage. So, okay, well, I guess I was going to show you down whatchamacallit, a down traffic light, but honestly, it blew away. There was a bench that crashed down from a rooftop somewhere and flew in like crazy. You can see that there is more surge in front of me right here. We're not going to go into it, but I'll just kind of show you what that street looks like. And yeah, I mean, you can see it looks like there's part of a roof here. Yeah, so I watched part of this roof fly off earlier. Now you see palm fronds and pieces of roofing material on the ground right there. That fence is all down. It's amazing that the traffic lights are still going. It wants me to put my seatbelts on. Of all the...
Oh, I think we lost your audio again, Capucci. Yeah, I mean, we have his picture, but I'm not sure. I can't hear him over Zoom.
Right. I just want to let everyone know we will stick with the stream as long as we possibly can here. So
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and we're trying to keep their cameras up because I think this is where it's getting, you know, where they're getting some of the craziest imagery from the winds. Even earlier, seeing the car with Capucci, I think it was an emergency vehicle, just you could see how much the water had risen there. And so that was a good perspective to see where Capucci is in Sarasota, Florida. Obviously not seeing very much water here. I'm not sure where he is. I think he's repositioning again. That's probably why he lost signal. And I see Jordan Hall moving around as well. The gas station he has up, I don't know if we can pull that up. There's some damage there. And it looks like it's tilting, so. Yeah, Jordan, I don't know if you can hear us. I don't know what you're seeing or experiencing there. And Jordan is in Venice, Florida.
Oh, we see nice the overhang there rocking a little bit. They're still getting some really intense gusts, it looks like.
We got Capucci's audio back.
Hey there, everyone. So unfortunately, we've lost all internet service.
I'm here too, by the way.
You're on Zoom anymore. I apologize for the folks in the studio, but Erica's just going to, be a saint. She's always a saint and hold up the speakerphone to the whatchamacallit, to the microphone. But yeah, we're getting extreme winds and we're getting just crazy conditions here in downtown Sarasota. For the folks back at MyRadar, know that I am safe, that all is good here. Unfortunately, there's a serious surge, but there's no way for me to connect to internet anymore just because internet has dropped off. And I know internet has dropped off because our live view unit has gone from down to about, about 300 to 900 a time. So, yeah. But anyway, internet's been extremely spotty. I get it periodically and then it goes away again. But look at that surge just piling up in downtown Sarasota. It's incredible to see how quickly it came. It's incredible to see how much it's risen and how much it has engulfed. And we're solidly on the backside of the storm. I've wound up moving around just kind of duck out. But yeah, this is very much a sting jet. This is not the back Eyewall because there's very little moisture coming down.
Yeah, that's incredible what you're seeing there. We have it pulled up here, Capucci.
Also, guys, we're playing the game over here of when is this awning gonna tip over?
Yeah, I was wondering what that was, Jordan. I was a little concerned there. Your
gas station
video
awning.
keeps going in and out, so I wasn't sure if it was tilting or it was just like my eyes playing games. But I'm glad you confirmed that because I was a little confused there. But now we see the clear picture.
Yeah, you can see it wobbling
Oh,
back and
gee.
forth pretty good. One good gust, and I think it's gonna tip over.
I can still hear you, Capucci, on the phone. I think you went out there for a second.
I'm going to call you back in just 1 sec. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Jordan, some people concerned about you. They're asking if you're safe, and it looks like you're in a safe spot right now.
Yeah, if this tips over, it's gonna tip over away from me from right to left. So I'm on the north side of the wind. The wind's blowing at my back.
Yeah, and I see a lot of you concerned about Orlando. So Orlando, over the next several hours, you're going to get in on the thick of the storm. That's why, meteorologist Mike Linden isn't on camera now. They're kind of making sure that everything's okay around the office, making sure that, we are still up and running for the stream and, that things are okay there. Rainfall over the next several hours, I think that's going to be one of the biggest threats. I know it was a little quiet earlier, but now I think this is when you're going to get in the thick of it overnight, at least through tomorrow morning. So if you live in Orlando, the danger's not done yet. You're going to get in on the rainfall and the wind here over the next several hours. So I hope that answers your question. I am getting a lot of questions about Orlando, even on social media. So if you want to share that information, share it out to your friends and family that live there. It's another one of those populated areas that we're concerned about.
And Erica, I was just reading the 10 o'clock NHC update. They did downgrade it to a Category 2, so this is all normal, expected. But based on what we're seeing, the category is most certainly not the whole story in this case, as we've seen from Jordan and Matthew over the past 45 minutes to an hour. Is that I think the category right here is largely irrelevant. Because we were asking them, is this feels worse than Helene? And I think a lot of it is because we're in a much more populated area of where specifically the storm is making landfall. So yeah, this has been a wild thing to witness. I'm sure you'd agree.
Yeah, and Jack, I don't know if we can have another smaller image of what the radar looks like right now, just so we can kind of put an image to the words, because I think, it already made landfall, but even on the radar, I'm seeing, a lot of rainfall. Not even the heaviest rain has made it to Orlando yet from Milton, and most of it is in Tampa, Lakeland, Kissimmee. So I kind of want to put that in perspective there. Yeah, and I don't know if we can zoom in on the map, just like on Central Florida, so you guys can see in the chat what we're talking about, because Orlando right now, the heaviest rain will arrive here over the next several hours, and that'll continue through tomorrow. And that's why they've issued a high risk of excessive flooding over that area, 10 to 15 inches of rainfall on top of the rainfall that you've already received in Orlando. So I just want to keep that up for you guys. You can see where from the latest National Hurricane Center update, the 10 p.m. advisory, where the center of the storm is located in comparison to where, in comparison to Orlando and Tampa. So hopefully that helps you out for those in the chat asking about what's going to happen in Orlando here.
Yeah, and Erica, I got a little interesting thing to add. So obviously Disney World closed today, no surprise. And then they also closed for tomorrow. This is only the 11th time in history that has happened from a tropical cyclone. Obviously, they've closed for other emergencies like 9/11 and COVID, but other than that, it's only been 11 tropical cyclones, and this is the 11th.
Yeah, and how long ago did they close Disney World? I think earlier this morning when I was checking, I don't think it was officially closed, but I'm just wondering, like, how.
Yeah. I saw that at 1 p.m. they started to shut down and get people out, and then it looks like they'll stay closed tomorrow. But the last time was tropical storm in 2023, I believe, or perhaps a Category 1 hurricane, a lower end one, but still directly impacted Orlando.
That's interesting. Well, thank you, Will, for that tidbit. I was curious about that. I didn't even check it. I was just so busy trying to keep up with all the social media posts here. But definitely interesting. And of course, take the storm seriously. If they're closing down Disney World in Orlando, it's a very serious threat. In Orlando, I think it's a very interesting city because I was there during Hurricane Ian, and I am not a chaser like Jordan and Capucci, and for me, hurricanes I won't be in them. It's just something that I come from Texas, and that's where I'm used to the severe weather, but hurricanes not so much. I'll track them out, but very interesting that I think this one will hit harder, especially just because of where it made landfall in Tampa. But Capucci, we have you back on the phone here.
Good. I was trying to sort of find a good position that will rest for a second and get things oriented. But yeah, and the surge is absolutely wild here, and this is surge on the backside. And in just a second, you're going to see the winds go crazy once again. I'm in the parking garage of the hotel. This hotel, fortunately, high above by about 8-9 feet, and you can see it's an elevator parking garage for this reason. But watch what happens. For starters, you're going to see crazy wind right now. Okay, you'll obviously see those crazy winds, and look inland, so they're.
Oh, Capucci, you're going in and out. I know your signal's not the best.
Right. Oh, palm trees down right in front of me. I don't know if you'll be able to see that, but massive. I mean, my car is rocking back and forth like crazy. But once again, I'm going to pull up to the surged part of the road, and I mean, you can see just how deep it is. It's gotten deeper and deeper and deeper. I was parked probably 40 feet up there earlier on, and now rocking back and forth like crazy once again. I did before, and I certainly can't park there now. Erica, can you hear just how much blowing there is of the wind?
No, I can't. I think your phone's doing a really good job of blocking out all that noise.
I should use my Philly headphones from the other day.
That's true.
It's hitting the back windshield. I'm obviously sitting in the front, so if something were to break, it would be the back windshield. I'm still in a safe location for all those wondering. I mean, I'm above there, and I have a way to get 12 to 15 feet higher if I need to, and I don't need to, but that's just part of my redundant backup plans. But yeah, I mean, the car is rocking back and forth like crazy, even more so than during the other hurricane. The last one didn't feel like a Cat 3 to me. It felt like a mid-range Cat 2 Helene when it made landfall. And this to me feels more like a 3. And I know this isn't even a tropical process. This is something called and gobsmacked that we're getting basically a sting jet in this part.
Oh, I think we lost you again, Capucci. Yeah, looks like we lost him. Hey guys on Twitch, I am reading your comments. I have them all here in the chat. And I'll try to answer your questions as well. We're showing the incredible imagery from meteorologist Matthew Capucci, who I think just lost signal. I still have him on the phone, so if we get him back, you'll be able to hear him immediately. The call just dropped, so we'll wait and see if he comes back on this chat on the stream here. But his video is still working, so you can still see this is live imagery from his car, his camera in Sarasota, Florida. And I think he went back to the spot he was at earlier. And earlier this had lights, so it looks like all the lights went out. I think it was in a hotel. But you could just see the wind roaring there. And so I'll wait and see if Capucci gets back on our stream here. Yeah, and we're checking in on what's going on there. So I'm actually not in Orlando. I'm covering this from Texas. I'll be back in Florida here in the next week or so. So I am in Texas. They're all in Orlando. So kind of taking the reins here of the stream while everybody gets into a safe location there. Yeah, so Jack, I'm not sure if we see Jordan's view here. I don't know if we could put it up in the bigger screen. So it looks like we're kind of losing signal there too with Jordan. Not sure if,
on your end.
did we see the gas station on and come down?
I'm on my way back to check and see if it came down. I went down the road just a little further, just to see what kind of damage I could find. And it does seem like these winds are ramping back up too. I'm shocked you can't hear it, but re-roll a window.
All right, guys. I am back. We
Yes,
are
you're
good.
back?
Yes, I am back. All is good outside. Boy, that billboard is torn up, and the winds are not. The worst of the winds have really not arrived yet in Orlando. Erica, David, thank you very much for driving. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, Jack's got it up there. You might just have to hide me there, Jack, to show that billboard.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, Erica, we didn't even know when they did that. They must have done it super early yesterday morning. My guess is they sent someone up because when I was driving in, I noticed all the billboards on I-4 were either removed or looking like that. And ultimately, it's a good idea. It's all for safety, right? Because ultimately, you'd be putting up a giant sail. So
I thought it was ripped off. So I'm glad you were saying that they actually took it off.
Someone cut like X's in the whole thing. And effectively, it allows the wind to blow through. But it's very clear that it came off of the middle, right? But it's still holding on there. Shoot, it might end up in our parking lot before the night is over. But as of right now, still holding on. We still have Jordan shot, right? And I see Capucci shot. I mean, it looks like he's sitting in a boat. I heard him talking about, when I was outside, I heard him talking that he's using his t-shirt to like wipe off the storm surge on his interior windshield. Do we still have him? Can we hear him? I can only imagine that he dropped off. He is very limited cell signal. Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, so Jack just said in my ear here that he's got very limited cell signal. My guess is the fact that the cellular network is just absolutely being demolished down there. We're very lucky that Capucci has the bonding service to be able to get his shot out here. Jack, can you just hide Erica for a moment there just so we can see? I want to see the street. Oh my gosh. Jordan shot is bananas too. But yeah, leave Capucci shot up here. Of course, that's in downtown Sarasota. All right. Of course, Jason's just like Andy here. He's always watching. Let me rack it from the top here, and then David, we're going to talk about the eye of the storm here in just a moment. So let's start with this. What's going on, folks? My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. It is 10:26 Eastern Time. Jack, how long have we been streaming for? I mean, since like 4 o'clock, right? So it's got to be around 6.5 hours, right?
Made up here.
Almost 6 to the. That's what I thought. Someone in the YouTube chat said you need sat phones. Capucci has one, but they are strictly for emergencies, right? You're not supposed to use that stuff unless like he is in danger. He is fine. Anywho, that being said, we've been streaming for roughly 6 hours. I am, of course, joined by members of the MyRadar weather team, meteorologist Erica Lopez, tropical weather expert and director of meteorological research, Dr. David Ruglicki. He's above my head here. David's a trooper. I would have to imagine that his wife is very happy that they decided to leave Lakeland last night, because as we'll soon see here in a second, they are being pounded by heavy rain and winds, whereas David, maybe they're hanging out off screen drinking mojitos down there in Miami. I gotta imagine Alex is having fun with all the other children of the National Hurricane Center. And then right over here to my left, your right, is digital content creator Will Cano, who you may have seen on many of our Instagram Reels and TikToks. So, of course, we are streaming in the MyRadar app and across all of our social media platforms. If you're wondering, because we've seen some people ask, why aren't they on TikTok? TikTok suspended our live streaming ability earlier this afternoon. I really do not know why, but unfortunately, it is what it is. And we will not be able to be streaming on TikTok this evening, but you're more than welcome to join us on our myriad of other social media platforms. I see a ton of people on YouTube, on Twitch, where I believe that's like an all-time high number for us on Twitch. So big shout out to the folks watching on Twitch. All right, Jack, let's pull up the app here and let's walk through the latest, and then we're going to bring David in here. So Hurricane Milton is now a Category 2 hurricane with winds at 110 miles per hour. That's not a big drop off from where it was not too long ago at 115. So at 110, it has slowed down. It is now moving at 16 miles per hour. And the track is going east-northeast here. So you can see that the National Hurricane Center has still, and I'm curious to ask David here, the NHC has still left the cone what seems to be fairly wide here over the next 24 hours or so, particularly on the eastern seaboard of Florida. But one thing I want to bring to your attention, inside this little blue circle, I don't know what's going on there, but that little circle, that is us in downtown Orlando, just down the road from the Kia Center. Shout out to the Orlando Magic. And of course, Orlando City, SC right down the road as well. But we are here. Oh, Jack just said in my ear that the Orlando Magic game, I guess they just announced, is postponed on Friday. I mean, they're still in preseason, right, Jack? Or does the season get started here soon? Okay, so yeah, it was a preseason game. That's what I thought. Okay, so the storm is going to slowly trudge across central Florida. If you live in, let me just hide some stuff here because obviously there is a lot going on and I'll take you guys through it in a moment. So this is right now what Milton looks like. And if we zoom out, yeah, I got you, Jack. So by the way, for those of you watching at home, Jack is the true marathon man. He has yet to use the restroom, so we're going to give Jack a bathroom break. There he is on screen, the real MVP. Jack has yet to use the restroom, literally since this afternoon, so Jack's going to do that, and I am going to I'm going to stall until Jack is back. We've got David up on screen, which is good, so Jack knew that I was going to talk to David here momentarily. But this is a look at Milton. It is kind of a big mess. It really doesn't have an eastern or southern side, but boy, that western and northerly side are quite a mess indeed. And this goes back to what the National Hurricane Center was talking about yesterday. And as David has been alluded to, what's actually happening here effectively happens to tropical cyclones as they get closer to Canada. So a fairly rare meteorological process occurring right here. Extratropical transition. We'll talk to David. As you can see him on the screen, he's ready and waiting. I'm going to keep talking here. Our lights just flickered in here. I don't know. Might be losing my mind. Anywho, so we've got Milton tracking eastward. If you live in Orlando, you are likely starting to feel things. You probably are wondering here over the past 15 minutes or so, things have kind of ticked up a little bit. This is just the start of it, folks. Brevard County and eastern Florida still have yet to really see all that much when you compare it to what Tampa is going through right now. But Titusville, Cocoa, Vieira, Melbourne, Palm Bay, you are next. Disney World is closed, folks, so you can't go see Mickey tomorrow. Only a handful of times have they closed. Will, I know you're here. We will talk about the Disney World closures in a moment. I'd be remiss if I did not mention right here on the screen, this is the MyRadar app. It's on my shirt. It's on the microphone here. It's behind me. MyRadar is completely free to download. I'm using it here on the Windows PC. You can download it on iOS, Android, and the Amazon platforms as well. And what's really neat is that if you are a premium subscriber, you can have access to a feature called Routecast. And MyRadar is one of the first and if not only weather apps that you can take in the car in Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. We will give you turn-by-turn directions with a feature called Routecast, and we will navigate you around bad weather, which is really exciting. Anywho, that being said, the app is completely free to download. Yeah, so before we get to David, I know, David, I keep holding you on here. I want to show folks the power outages here, and I'm just going to turn off the radar for just a moment so y'all can see this. As expected, the state of Florida is a big mess right now. 1.6 million customers without power. Keep in mind that a customer is not equal to the true human number. A customer is a house. It could be a shopping mall, a shed. There can be lots of people inside that one home, right? So 1.6 million customers. There are a lot. Mind you, if I zoom out here, I mean, it's just a straight line here. Up north is Helene, and now Milton down south, right? I mean, literally, there are folks still in North Carolina here in Yancey County, 5,400 customers that still do not have power. Helene's impact was 2 weeks ago. David, this is the hurricane season that just won't quit. It took a bit of a break there midway through, but boy, it's like the Mets in the 6th inning this evening, right, Jack? Anyway, let's go back to the app here. I'm going to turn on the hurricane tracker. Again, we still have
always
some time.
got to get those Philly digs in, don't you, man?
Always. I'm a Giants fan. You know, I can't like Philadelphia, and I'm a Knicks fan too. You know, so listen, y'all threw batteries at Santa. Like, you and the Cleveland Browns fans, y'all are the worst. That being said, if there's any Browns fans or even any Eagles fans in the chat, you're cool with me. That being said, let's bring in our resident Philadelphia Eagles fan and one of the sharpest minds in tropical meteorology, Dr. David Ruglicki, who continues to rock with us. Oh my God, someone in the Twitch chat said, we have Saquon now. Y'all didn't pay Saquon. Oh, I'm sorry. We got some Eagles fans in the chat here. Oh, that's too funny.
Love to see it.
David, so you are in Miami, of course. You made the correct decision in my mind to leave Lakeland, which, as you can probably see on the app right now, is just getting absolutely dumped on with rain. My parents are actually at my house in north of Orlando watching my kids who are asleep, but they said the power's been flickering and the winds are howling. David, the night is kind of just getting started for the people in Central Florida here. Couple of questions for you. Let's start with number one. Where's the southern side of this storm?
Well, the southern side of the storm is due to a couple reasons. So it's vanished. Basically, all the rain has basically evaporated for a variety of reasons. We've touched on this a little bit. When the hurricane is sheared, and when a hurricane is sheared, it tilts. And when it tilts, it creates this thermal imbalance. This is, I keep thinking of the simplest way to explain it, but when a hurricane, when it's down tilt, that's where all the convection is. That's where all the rainfall is. Up tilt, that suppresses convection. That's number one. Number two, on the trailing side of this, there's a cold front. There's a lot of dry air, so that is being entrained into Milton. And number three, if you're wondering, if you stay tuned with us during Helene, we talked about this. There was a dry pocket of air that was basically hanging on like a remora to Helene's Eyewall, and Helene's Eyewall never seemed to dissipate. And a lot of that has to do with size. Is that Milton's eye was, I believe, a third of the size of Helene, and Helene also, in terms of outer radii, was I think top 10% ever in the Atlantic Basin. We're talking like Katrina sized. So all of that was working in Helene's favor. Milton was a much smaller storm, so it is more susceptible to the negative impacts of vertical wind shear, Mike.
David, I'll ask you another question in a second. Boy, I started talking about New York sports and whatnot, and oh my gosh, all of a sudden the chat just like lit up. We got Baltimore Ravens fans in here, people talking about the Dolphins needing a quarterback. No kidding, the Miami Hurricanes. A lot of sports fans here in the chat. So someone asked about, someone said they're excited about the Tigers. My wife is a Tigers fan. You're finally back in the playoffs after like not being there in a super long time, huh? Anywho, David, back to talking about Milton. We can talk about sports later. We'll be streaming, of course, I got Jack in my ear yelling about Philadelphia. Did the Phillies win tonight? Do we know? They lost? Oh, that means the Mets.
Yeah.
That means the Mets advance. Gotcha. Well, shout out to you wearing the Chase Utley jersey, who was, of course, in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So shout out to Chase Utley. Oh, I can see it. Nice. Oh, the World Series one. That's very nice. Listen, I grew up a Yankee fan, so I've seen a couple of those. Anyway, back to... Fair enough. Fair enough. Someone said, shout out to the Giants for being last in the division. Do not besmirch the good name of Daniel Jones. We love Daniel Jones in this household.
Hey, he had a honestly great game against the Seahawks. That was a solid win.
Yeah, man. By the way, someone on Twitch, David, MyRadar needs a Linux version. This has become a common theme here. People asking for the Linux version. I know you are like the #1 Linux cheerleader on the team here, so perhaps maybe someday. Anyway, that being said, Jason, that's very funny in the chat. Going back to talking about Milton here, David. So of course we see. Can we pull up Jordan's shot here and Capucci's shot here? Oh, Jack is not back from the bathroom.
A little bit. So
he might be grabbing something to eat too.
Mike, I have some in situ observations.
Oh, he is. Of course he is. What am I talking? I'm sorry, David. I'm losing my mind. Jack is back. David, continue. Jack, if you can pull up Capucci and Jordan's shot.
So I know we were talking about as this hurricane starts traversing, and before we jump back to Matthew and Jordan, as it's now traversing Central Florida, I have some in situ observations from Lakeland, Florida, and I'm saying this because my wife is just sitting off screen, is that our neighbors have indeed lost power. So they're out, and if you check the observations from the Lakeland and Bartow airports, it's sustained 45, gusts 65 to 70, which is almost exactly the same as what it was when I lost power during the Ian stream. So it certainly seems like for Central Florida, the threshold is sustained 50, gusts to 70. You're going to lose power is what it seems like, Mike.
So yeah, Polk County there, of course, home to Legoland, 38,846 customers, one of which is David right here. But of course, remember that the customer doesn't represent the human impact. David is not home. His neighbors are, but David is in South Florida. So again, this is why it goes to show that if you have the ability to leave, to do so. Now, of course, some people are not able to leave. They don't necessarily have the means, but we did share earlier that yesterday that Uber was running a promotion today where they were taking people to shelters for free. So that's just a truly incredible service that Uber was offering yesterday. That being said, David here, Orange County now, home to Orlando, is really starting to lose power here. 19,000 customers now without power. I mean, you're really seeing all the reds here. Look at Pinellas County here, 57% of customers without power. Manatee County, 62%. Hardy County, 75%. And then Sarasota, 53%. So a lot of counties super hard hit on the western side. By the way, all you folks in the chat here, if you guys have any questions for David, myself, the Storm Chasers, we do have Jordan with us, Will, Erica, Capucci. Feel free to get your questions into the chat, and we will try our best to answer them as they come in. People saying back to the storm, LOL. Listen, the storm is not anywhere close to being over. David, let's go back to what we were talking about before, the extratropical transition. What does that mean? And what makes this storm effectively like a Canadian storm, but here in Florida?
Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into meteorology when we talk about a tropical system versus an extratropical system. So a tropical system is like a hurricane, and the way you quantify that, the way you say how do you separate the two, is by symmetry. So the left side of the storm looks like the right side of the storm. It is a circular, we all see this, it looks like a buzzsaw. Where when you have like a mid-latitude system during like a big snowfall, like a big cold front, you'll have half the storm being really windy, really stormy, and the other side being a little bit drier. So it's just like a regular frontal system. So what happens in an extratropical transition is that is a hurricane going from a symmetric round buzzsaw to an asymmetric storm where all of your convection is basically on one half of the storm. And that's kind of what we saw with Milton. So if we remember, even when Milton was coming into radar range, it had an eye, like it had an eye, and now it's getting closer to land. There's the southern half of the Eyewall has basically quite literally evaporated. but you're still getting all these different features like we were talking before, like the tornado threat, that the very serious tornado threat earlier today over Florida. We were talking about things like dry slots and sting jets. And you talk about that with mesoscale weather systems in like the plains or in the Northeast or things of that nature. And this structure, as it transitions from a tropical cyclone to an extra tropical cyclone, normally happens as these storms, these fish storm, for example, if this is an Atlantic storm, as it's recurving and gets all the way up to like 45 north, as you said, when it gets up towards Maine, Canada, the British Isles, all that kind of stuff. So this is very, very unusual because it's set up with a cold front that's draped over the southern United States where Georgia and Florida meet. There's also that big mid-level trough that is also shearing this storm. So it was a big confluence of events. And I know we'll probably talk about this in the recap at the end of the season. Milton start to finish has just been a wild ride. And we end with something that should be happening over Canada, happening over Central Florida, Mike.
David, just as you were answering there, Capucci actually just called me. He wanted to let everyone know that he is safe. I've got to call him back here momentarily. We do have his camera shot. It's, again, super limited cell service down there. It looks like Jordan might have frozen, unless we do have Jordan. Jack? Oh, nope, there's Jordan. It's tough down there, right? I mean, they are both like literally in the hardest part of the state. Okay, I hear Jordan. Your shot was locking up a little bit there.
I got Starlink too, so it should be working fine.
Yeah. Okay, David, I'll call Capucci here back in a moment, and then we can bring Capucci into the stream. We still have Will Cano with us here. Will, we talked before about some of the rarities of this storm, whether it's the number of tornado warnings that we saw earlier today to, I mean, this might sound silly, but Disney World closing. This does not happen all that often. So Hurricane Milton added to the list of the October M name storms for Florida, maybe not right alongside Michael and Matthew, but significant in its own right and certainly rare in its own right as well, Will.
Right. Yeah. To touch on Disney World, I find this interesting. So Disney World, as we all know, such a big corporation, it rarely closes, right? Even for big thunderstorm days, it rarely closes. In fact, it's only happened 11 times because of tropical systems in the past. The most recent being Hurricane Nicole in 2022, but that wasn't even a full day closure. It was like closing one afternoon and then reopening next afternoon. So they closed this afternoon at 1 p.m. for Milton, and they will remain closed all day tomorrow. So again, that is only the 11th time in history that has happened due to a tropical system.
Yeah, that is. Listen, they do not close. And what's amazing about Disney is even if they get totally smashed there overnight tonight into tomorrow, you would never know going into Friday. It is truly the most magical place on earth.
Yep.
David,
Yep.
I have a question here, David, from a Twitch subscriber. So this is in relation, David, to the South Side dissolving. So the question is, since the South Side dissolved, is there still going to be a strong storm surge for the Southwest? This Twitch subscriber is expected to be at work tomorrow. They live along Northport, Port Charlotte, and Punta Gorda.
So we're talking, that's down around where Ian made landfall, right?
Yeah, near Sanibel Island. Real quick before you answer, David, for that Twitch subscriber, I'm not sure your employer is even going to have power into tomorrow morning. But David, with that storm, the question again is that with that southwestern portion of the storm evaporating, will there continue to be a storm surge threat? I mean, you look at the radar here, and it is certainly still slamming into Southwest Florida.
Well, part of it, we get a better idea of the structure of the storm on the velocity. So we know that the reflectivity is not really picking up a thing, but there still are scatters. And if you look on the radial velocity from the per storm, the per radar imagery, you still get what looks like a coherent storm. So you're still going to get storm surge. The worst of it is most likely over. So we're down to about 1 to 3 feet by tomorrow morning. We've got about 10 hours from now. So yeah, you're still going to experience that, and the waters may not recede immediately, and obviously it's going to be much worse in Sarasota. I think the bigger concern is, will your employer have power tomorrow before you get to work. But yeah, the worst of the storm surge in that area is
a lot of
probably over.
A lot of folks asking in the chat as well about the tornado risk. So when you're on the right hand side of the storm, that is typically where you find that tornado threat. That has seemed to have diminished quite significantly. I'm not seeing any active tornado warnings out there right now. I mean, we can have Will pull it up from earlier. There was a significant amount of tornado warned storms earlier today. That being said, you need to have multiple ways of receiving alerts. The MyRadar app will send you alerts even through, particularly if it's a tornado warning, will still send you alerts. And then, of course, the EAS system, the emergency alert system, will also send alerts that wake you up. This morning, I got woke.
Damn it.
What'd you say? The Zoom and why?
Oh, sorry. Didn't realize you had audio on.
Okay, Jordan, we've got to restart the computer. So I guess that means we're going to lose David and Will. All right, so guys, if you guys can hear me, Jack has to restart that PC. I don't know why, but it's all good. He's going to restart it. Just rejoin here momentarily. So Jack, I guess you're good to restart it. So David, Will, Erica, stand by. That being said, it's time for me to start yapping, huh? That being said, folks, if you have any questions for me, feel free to get them into the chat, and I will try my best to answer as many of them as we still can. Pretty popular question that we've been asked is, where's your TikTok stream? Unfortunately, folks, we were suspended for 24 hours on TikTok. Don't really know why, which is a bummer, considering that we are trying to get life-saving information out to people. Unfortunately, we are not able to do that, at least in real time on TikTok, so apologies. But that being said, you can still watch this live stream across other social media channels, as well as on the MyRadar app as well. Big shout out to the Nightbot there in Twitch that's sharing the link to the Storm Chaser giveaway. If you are interested, head on over to our Twitch channel. We're MyRadar WX on Twitch, where you can find a link to enter a contest to win a chance for 2 to go storm chasing. We'll pay for your airfare as well as your airfare and your lodging. And if you want to go see a tornado up close with meteorologist Matthew Capucci and Chase. Oh, I still hear David. I still hear David talking. Oh, he's in Unity. Got it. That's what I thought. All right. A lot of folks also asking about the Orlando impact. So, folks, we're in Orlando. I'm literally talking to you from Orlando right now. Yeah, Jack, if you can let them know. I still hear David talking. It's very funny. Here, I'm going to take my headphones off here just for a moment, Jack. So that dot there, that's us. Like, that's where I am right now in Orlando. We are riding it out well and truly with you. I went outside earlier to bring something inside with one of our editors, Mauricio, in the back, who I misspoke earlier. This is Mauricio's second hurricane with us. Mauricio was with us for Helene. That was 2 weeks ago. And now here we are with yet another hurricane, another major hurricane, mind you, in Florida. Helene, of course, going up north to the Big Bend. Milton had a different idea. Unfortunately for us here in Orlando, one thing I need to make very clear, if we do lose power here in Orlando, I mean, our building, our power lines are underground. So, you know, fingers crossed here and knock on wood that we will be able to keep streaming. But we will stay with you for as long as we possibly can. Okay. That being said, you can see, if I turn off for just a moment, the per station radar. Jack, just message me in Slack when everybody is ready to rejoin again here. But if you look here, the whole western side of the state is covered in the yellows and the reds. The red means that there's a greater than 50% of the county without power. Look at Hardee County, 75% of customers without power. Polk County, big county in Central Florida, home to Lakeland and Bartow there, 10% of customers without power. David's home is Lakeland. He's joining us actually from Miami, so they made the choice to leave, which I thought was a great idea. I see a question here. Mike, is your office close to the Grand Bohemian? That's south of here. That's closer to the theme parks. We're closer to the Kia Center. Let's see. Everyone talking about that Lieutenant Dan guy. I saw that. That's just nuts. That is so crazy. Someone says, does blue mean less outage? Yes. So in this sense, if you're looking at the power outages here, when you see the blue color, it's less than, I believe it's less than 10%. Then it goes to yellow when it's greater than 10%. Then it is orange when I think it's more than 25%. And then red when it's more than 75. I believe that's how it goes. Manatee County, or maybe more than 50%, apologies. Manatee County as well, 62% out there. Speaking of manatees, speaking of the Manatee River there, a 12-foot storm surge reported down there in southwest Florida. 12 feet, folks. Remember that a 2-story house is roughly 20 to 25 feet tall. So 12 feet is effectively like standing and looking out the second-story window and the water coming up to the bottom of the window. It looks like we're pulling zoom back up here. Jack, we got to let Capucci know. Can you hear me, Jack, in Unity? Cool. Okay, good. Colin McCarthy just sent me a pretty troubling message here. A flash flood emergency was just extended to Lakeland. So we're going to go here into the app, into the alerts here, and I am going to toggle on under the flooding and coastal. We're going to do flash flood warning. And yep, wouldn't you know it, the whole state is covered in those, huh? So let's go back here. And where is it? Right here. Flash flood warning. Yep, that's for the next 4 hours in Tampa Bay. This is for, flash flood emergency for Lakeland, Winter Haven, and Wesley Chapel. So for the next 5.5 hours, so until 4 o'clock in the morning, there is a flash flood emergency for Lakeland. It is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation. Holy cow, for a flash flood warning here. So effectively what this means, right, is that there is so much water. Move to higher ground now. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order. Stay away or be swept away. Jeez. Riverbanks and culverts can become unstable and unsafe. Jeez, Lobo. Again, the language, got to understand, folks, when the National Weather Service chooses their language, they do so very, very carefully. They do not use words lightly. Folks, someone here on YouTube just asked for us to show our tower cameras. Jack, can we show the camera above the roof looking out west? I mean, there's not too much to see. There's a lot of rain, of course, on the camera. Jack, what about the east side? Is that billboard still hanging on? Look at that thing go. So that's Orlando, our office here. We'll check back in with that later. Good Lord, the flooding here. How about Jordan shot too there, Jack, in Sarasota? Jordan, is Jordan back in the Zoom? Are they all back in the Zoom, Jack? Jordan, David, and Will. Okay, cool. Jordan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Can he not hear me?
I do not hear Jordan. I'm going to have to call Capucci here soon so we can get him
That's crazy that Mike
on the
can't
stream.
hear me.
And
Can
we
you guys
will,
hear me?
We'll get him. Good gosh, look at that shot here. I hear Will as well.
I can hear you, Jordan. Mike, can you hear me?
No, I can't hear Jordan.
That's so crazy that he can't hear me.
Now I hear Jordan. I don't know what's going on.
There we go.
I'm pretty sure that it's our network, obviously, here in Orlando getting slammed.
But yeah, so what I was pointing out is this tree, and what's really cool and something you can really see about how we've been talking about all day is how it's been raining so much that the ground is so saturated. This tree didn't snap. The roots literally gave way because the ground is so saturated, and that wind just battering it from every direction just tips it over. And that's going to be the big problem here along in Florida, is just these trees tipping over because the ground can't handle the weight anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's and is that a power line next to it there, Jordan? I can't really tell. Like wrapped around the base of it?
Those are the roots.
Good. Woo, that is a big root there. Jordan, you're still in Sarasota?
No, I'm in Venice.
Okay. I know you keep moving back and forth there. So
I'm just
we'll get
hanging
that.
around Venice. I'll be in
Yeah,
Venice for a while.
Fair enough. I mean, Jordan, were you able to see earlier Capucci shot from downtown Sarasota? I mean,
Yeah, I'd seen he was getting that extreme wind over there.
good gosh, man, it's wild. Meanwhile, again, a flash flood emergency extended for Lakeland, Florida. So again, if you live in Polk County, David, by the way, you can hear me. Aren't you glad you're not there, huh? Let alone not dealing with power and having a flash flood emergency.
I should unplug the headset so my wife hears that next time you say that.
So let me switch over to the Melbourne radar here. Wow.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Will.
Like, I got something cool you might want to pull up on radar.
Let's do it.
Okay, so if you go to the Tampa per station radar and pull up for velocity, I think you can really start to see that jet streak coming in over the city. We're getting some big gusts in Tampa.
Okay. Let's switch to velocity here.
Yeah, see those dark blues? Like, watch them just fill in.
This road's blocked. No going down
So
this
for
road
those of
anymore.
you, just so you know, red is representative of winds going away from the radar site. The radar site I'm using is right here, KTBW. And then the green is representative of winds going away, or toward the radar site, rather. When you start to see the green and then this brown down here, we are talking about super duper powerful winds. Big shout out to David, by the way, and his team for making these colors really stand out here. David, to see this inland here over Tampa and the Bradenton area here, I mean, what's going through your mind when you see something like this?
Well, we really have to think about what we were seeing with Capucci and Jordan's live streams. And I asked them, I said, guys, it certainly feels like this was worse than Helene, even though Helene was technically a stronger storm. And they both pointed out that since they're in much more highly populated areas, you're going to see much more debris, many more, pieces of things flying around. It's a lot more dangerous. The other thing is that as these wind gusts get into the city, they're going to be funneled through these big buildings, and that's going to create localized jets. So you're going to be getting gusts that are well in excess of perhaps of what you're going to see with these sting jets. So enhanced local jets between these buildings. I was actually getting some in situ reports from friends who were telling me in Tampa they could feel the buildings are swaying. So yeah, this is pretty wild for
David, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So, as Capucci and I have both said, this one definitely feels a lot more intense, even though it was like one category lower than Helene. But do you think it has something to do with whereas Helene intensified very rapidly, but it was such a quick period of it intensifying and landfalling that it just didn't have a whole lot of time to mix those winds all the way to the surface, whereas Milton has been able to have those winds all the way down to the surface since it's been a category 5 for hours, allowing those winds to kind of stay down there even though it's dying.
That's a really interesting concept. No, I hadn't thought about that at all. I think part of it, what you guys are talking about, so you're onto something there. I think with this, with the winds mixing down, because so what Jordan's referring to is a wind. The highest winds of a hurricane are usually at 1.5 kilometers off the surface, and it's due to surface friction. Friction dissipates that. But what we're getting with this storm, I think partially as it's going through an extratropical transition, is that you're getting this drier air, and we've talked about sting jets a little bit, is that the precipitation coming down to this dry air is driving all of these heavy winds to the surface. So you're not seeing the fall off with winds that you would normally get with a typical storm. So Jordan, I don't know if it's necessarily that it was a category 5 for so long. It could be. This is actually, I'll talk to some of my boundary layer friends about this. I hadn't really thought about that. But that's a really interesting science thing. Yeah, it is certainly plausible. It passes the smell test, I would say.
Good. I'm happy I'm not crazy, because that's kind of how I envisioned it. Was like, Milton had time to really mix those high winds down regardless of the category, and Helene intensified, but it didn't really have a whole lot of time to really get everything going, I don't think.
Now, it might have something to do with the fact that Milton's Eyewall was so tiny. So there have been a lot of studies, if you really want to dive into it, about like oh man, inertial stability, where the air comes in, overshoots the eye wall, and then wiggles its way as it comes all the way back up. So you actually get a secondary wind maximum at like 2, 3, 4 kilometers high. It's not, doesn't happen very often. It's a little rare. But in this narrow case, maybe you didn't have that overshooting, so it was really maximizing the winds at the surface. It's very plausible. It's something that I hadn't thought about before. I don't feel like you should be a crackpot. I remember when I first started my sheared hurricane research like a while ago, I got called a crackpot to my face, and I ended up being right. So that felt pretty good. But yeah, no,
Awesome.
I know I have some friends who focus on boundary layer physics and dynamics of tropical cyclones, and I'll bring it up. One of them is the former chair of meteorology at the University of Miami. So I'll shoot him an email tomorrow after things settle down, and I'll talk to him about this. So thanks for yeah. I always welcome crazy stuff and crazy theories, thinking about like pushing the science for these hurricanes. So thank you, Jordan.
Just to jump in here real quick, guys, as you guys were chatting there, both Jack, myself, I mean, literally everybody, I would imagine, in Orlando, there is now a flash flood warning in effect for Orange County. In fact, it's Lake County, Orange County, Osceola County, Seminole County, and South Central Volusia County until 2 o'clock in the morning. Effectively, what they're calling for here, folks, is that so far, 5 to 8 inches of rain have fallen, 3 to 6 inches additionally are likely to fall on top of that. So for those doing the math there, what they're saying is that upwards of potentially 14 inches of rain may fall here before all is said and done. That is, of course, a significant amount of rain. As you saw with Jordan's shot earlier, all it takes is for really a little bit of rain to just completely saturate the ground. For the record, it's been raining all week long in Florida. It's what we call a predecessor rain event, effectively the appetizer to the entree here that is Milton. It was raining so much that now you put more rain on top of that. It's like a sponge. You put the sponge underwater, you squeeze it, it fills up with water. Then you try to pour more water on top of the sponge. It can't hold it anymore. It reaches a point where it just spreads out. And unfortunately, that's what's happening right now, let alone in Orange County in Orlando, but across the entire state, Central Florida, I should say. I mean, literally, if you look at the app here, the whole big shield of precipitation here is effectively perfectly aligned with all of the flash flood warnings all across the state of Florida. Water, folks, is not anything to mess with. I mean, it is literally the #1 killer when it comes to natural disasters. It's not, if you think like, oh, tornadoes, directly with the wind. It's the water. I'm sure Jordan and Capucci would both attest to that as well. Water is frightening. Winds you can hide from, as the expression is, hide from the winds, run from the water. I've seen, when I was working in television, I covered flash flooding damage up close. There's really nothing like it. Water is that and fire. When I covered wildfires, it's just staggering what fire and water can both do. The best thing that you can do here with the water, particularly if you're in a low-lying area, you can't be there. You simply cannot be there. It's like being in a bowl and you being in the center of it, not a good place to be. Of course, unfortunately, the time to prepare has passed. Like you're in it now, right? So you need to have multiple ways of receiving alerts. All right. It looks like, Will, are you saying you're Will, you got to get going here?
Yes, I think I'll get going. Thanks for having me, though, Mike, and everyone.
Of course. For those of you, we'll bring Will up here. Y'all can follow Will on. Go ahead, Will. Plug all your social media platforms.
Yeah, at WillCon06 on TikTok, Instagram, and also X.
Awesome. So again, you'll see more of Will on Instagram and on TikTok and on our X platform as well. Thank you very much for joining us, Will. Stay safe. We'll catch you back here for the next one.
Likewise, guys, especially you in Orlando, Mike.
Hey, it's not just me. We got Jack and Mauricio here in the back here too.
Everyone there.
Yes.
Everyone there.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate it.
Yep. See you guys.
All right. Cool. So Let's bring it back from the top. I see Erica as well, and Erica, I guess maybe we can talk about some of the future modeling here. David, I'm not talking about next week. I don't want to do that yet. I just don't want to put that evil out into the world. I'm supposed to be in Las Vegas with Erica for a convention, and of course, a big shout out to our friends at DGM Racing, and of course Kyle Weatherman, NASCAR's official weatherman. I would like to be there covering that, David. Even though, of course, if nature quite literally calls, I will be here, but we don't want to talk about that yet, David. Not doing that.
Hey, I didn't see nothing. I didn't hear nothing. I don't know nothing.
Oh gosh, I don't want to do that. Man, there's some rude people on YouTube. TikTok was crazy yesterday. But TikTok was pretty good. All right, hang on one second. Sandy, I'll get this person here. We're just going to go ahead and put that person in timeout. Boy, that was a borderline comment there, Sandy. We might have to block that person. Jesus. Anywho, let's start from the top here. My name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. Of course, I'm joining you from the MyRadar studio in the city beautiful, that being Orlando, Florida. Of course, I am using the MyRadar app to track Hurricane Milton, which as it stands right now is a Category 2 hurricane and weakening, 104 miles per hour now. It is moving at 16 miles per hour, so it is slowing down pretty considerably. But that's why you're seeing all of these flash flood warnings. Those are those red boxes that are in place over the state. It's just a big mess. In fact, right now across Florida, 1.7 million people are without power. You can also see that in the MyRadar app here. Of course, the bulk of those folks are down here. Something we talk about in severe weather is when storms train, where they follow along the same. It's effectively storms finding the path of least resistance in the atmosphere and effectively find a route through, and then storms that follow it kind of go along the train. The reason why I say that is because storms effectively that train have a history, right? If a storm has a tornado warning that's issued, typically the National Weather Service will keep that tornado warning issued out front of it, or they'll pay close attention to storms moving through that area. Again, the reason I say that is because you look at all of these power outages. If I turn this off for just a moment, you can see that basically where the storm is going here, you're seeing the higher incidence of power outages continue to tick up. So this is effectively where the center of circulation is right now, sitting over top of Hardee County, which right now 97% of customers are without power. We are effectively looking at a total blackout in Hardee County. For the record, Bradenton is home to Sarasota County. 67% of customers there without power. And then in Sarasota County, 67% of customers without. I meant Manatee County. Apologies, 73%. So if you do live in Polk County, that number has ticked up from 10% to now 16.5%. Osceola County, which by the way is where Kissimmee is, we're on the way to Disney World here. Osceola County only at 2.8%, Orlando at 3.8%. So rising, okay? Again, we are here in Orlando. We are going to keep streaming for as long as we can. Anywho, that is the word on the power outages there. Those continue to tick up. If you are listening to me right now and you live in Central Florida and you have like a power bank, little magnetic one here, hashtag not a sponsor. This brand is great though. Unfortunately, Jeff Bezos not going to be able to get you these right now. So you got to have them. Definitely get them for next time if you don't. Again, hashtag not a sponsor. Get these charged up and plugged in right now, because if you do lose power, I mean, this is literally going to be your only source to be able to charge your mobile devices. And if you needed to call emergency services, this is how you're going to do that, at least by charging up your phone battery. Let's go back to the storm here. Of course, the storm is expected to continue to trek its way eastward. Orlando no longer in the cone here, but remember, if you look at just this huge shield of precipitation, the cone is just representative of where the center is the storm is, right? Very interestingly, the storm is expected to remain at Category 1 hurricane intensity the whole way eastward as it works its way off the coastline there, just off the coast of Kennedy Space Center. I know they've already brought all of the boosters and the rockets inside there at the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building, for those that are unaware. Anywho, the storm is now passing south of Lakeland and looks to be passing south of Disney World, Orlando proper, and it's heading right for Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, Vieira, Satellite Beach. If you've ever come to Florida and you've taken a cruise, it's likely been out of one of two places. Port Miami, the busiest port in the world, or Port Canaveral here in Cape Canaveral, the second busiest in the United States. I believe it's in the world too. I have to check that. That being said, it's the second busiest in Florida for sure, being that it's behind Miami. That being said, a very, very busy evening. I am joined by the MyRadar weather team. We've got meteorologist Erica Lopez standing by. We also have tropical weather expert and director of meteorological research, Dr. David Ruglicki. He just told me that he's repositioning. David is actually in Miami with some folks from the National Hurricane Center. So we have an inside horse. And meanwhile, David used to work at the National Hurricane Center. He is a meteorological phenomena named after him. And we're also joined by digital content creator and Mr. Viral. I mean, gosh, everything he tweets turns to gold. Is this gentleman right over here, Colin McCarthy here. I mean, Colin, how many tweets have your posts on X have you had that have gone over like 20-something million? It's a lot.
I have, I think 60 million views in the last 3 days.
Yeah,
so, yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. All right, so let's go around the horn.
And he's only
here.
a student.
Yeah.
So,
lifting the curtain. You're talking about a guy that's been stitched on TikTok by Billie Eilish and like Kim Kardashian. So pretty awesome. So shout out to Colin. Erica, let's talk about these model runs. The storm doesn't really have a center anymore. We'll bring David back here momentarily. It's undergoing effectively extratropical transition, which typically only happens when when a hurricane or tropical cyclone goes north to Canada. And effectively what's happening here is that the whole southern side is just effectively disappearing. And this is becoming an issue where you're just seeing the worst of the worst on the northern side. Meanwhile, Erica, look at the outer bands on the east side there. It's a good thing those are happening over water, but my guess is particularly like right here, off the east coast of like Vero Beach and Fort Pierce.
It's been a long night.
I would imagine you're seeing big time water spouts out there right now with all of those storms spinning up out there.
Yeah, and I was actually thinking about that earlier when I was looking at the radar. I was like, wow, there must be some big time water spouts because I mean that line of storms is pretty much what triggered the tornado outbreak earlier. And thankfully, I was checking on this earlier. We haven't had a tornado warning in like about 4 or 5 hours over Florida. So,
yeah, Erica, look at this, right? Let me turn off the hurricane tracker. Like right here, there's one, right?
Yeah.
Here's one there too. Right there, man, that is wild. I mean, folks, we had a full-fledged tornado outbreak earlier today, and it was so fast. Like within a couple of hours, it started and was over.
I think it was 130 tornado warnings or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was like over 150 like confirmed or tornado warnings in the state of Florida. Yeah, I saw something that said 150.
Fort Pierce is actually where that there's been multiple fatalities reported on a tornado that hit Fort Pierce earlier today, and then also I believe it's Vero Beach, which is to the north as well.
That's really unfortunate news there, Colin. Obviously the goal is to survive, right? That's unfortunate. Someone's asking about, is Capucci still out there? Yeah, Jack Capucci, we lost his. Yeah, Capucci is in a. Let's take it then. Jack just said the winds outside our office are crazy. It's hard to see, Jack, because it's Yeah, what I could, I was gonna say, Jack, I could like step away and then join the call from my phone and go outside. If you guys want me to do that, I'll do that. I
think it'd be cool to hear what it. I think that's what I wanted to see with Capucci and Jordan's video, and we couldn't really hear the storm, but it would be interesting to hear it from Orlando.
All right, let me know in the chat if you guys want me to go outside, and then I'll leave it to Erica, David, and Colin here to drive here for a moment. I'll go walk outside. I guess I'll have to bring my AirPods and put a
and I could break down the forecast for Orlando while you're out there because I know a lot of people have been asking.
Let's do it. I'll go outside. I'll go
Yeah.
outside. All right. So Jack, take me off camera. I'm going to go outside for the people. All right. All right, you're up, Erica.
Yeah. So, Jack, I don't know if we could put maybe, so I don't want to block that camera view, especially if it looks good. W side maybe on top, or we'll see where we can put it. But I just kind of want to go over the forecast here over the next several hours. I don't think we've shown future radar in quite a bit of time, and I just kind of want to get an update. Like we were saying earlier, Milton already inland, well inland, but this is taking a look at the next hour or so. You can kind of see where the heavy rainfall is setting up. I did see a camera earlier in Daytona Beach where the winds are starting to pick up and even the rainfall. So that's going to be pretty much the story here. You could see over we do this for every hourly step. Heavy rainfall still over Orlando, Daytona Beach. That continues into 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock hour. Still rainfall for the 5, 8 o'clock hour. And on top of the rain, you're also going to get the wind. And that's what we're seeing right now from a live camera from the MyRadar office facing east. And so you can kind of see the bridge on I-4 there out in the distance. A couple of raindrops on our camera as well. And that billboard, I asked Mike this earlier, that was something that they have they pre-took it off. So it wasn't actually ripped off the billboard. That was something that they had taken off, whoever was advertising on that. And that's right outside our office. So I think Mike is going to go outside so we can hear what is going on there. Just outside in Orlando, but yeah, a lot of you guys asking about Orlando here. And yeah, and if you're in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. I'm seeing a lot of comments, but I'm curious where you're watching us from. Maybe from Florida. A lot of you on Twitch. Jack is also in Orlando. A lot of people asking about Jack. I think he's all right back there. Let me know if it's anything different, Jack. I know he can hear me, but Mike is going out there to survey the storm. And so let's see what else we can show you. So let's get an update on the rainfall totals here over the next several hours. So what you see on top of me is, so this is the rain that is still going to come. So this is on top of what's already fallen across Tampa and even Central Florida. So maybe an additional 8 to 10 inches of rainfall is possible. Of course, this is, a rainfall threat that's very prolific. This is also one of those threats that we're going to be watching very closely. And again, this threat is not over yet. Do not let your guard down if you're Orlando, even in Daytona Beach along I-95 on the east coast of Florida. Something to take seriously. A lot of questions earlier about Jacksonville as well. You can see Jacksonville, I think you received the bulk of the rain. Still going to come down here, 3 to 5 inches of additional rainfall is possible, and even tropical storm force winds. So although the center of Milton is still over Central Florida, as it comes up and rides the coast, I think that's when the storm surge threat, especially for Jacksonville on the East Coast, will start to go up here over the next several hours. So by tomorrow morning, I think that's when you're going to see some of the highest threats across the East Coast of Florida. And that's why the National Hurricane Center has also highlighted that region for storm surge potential. Now, nothing like what they're seeing and what we've seen in the video, but 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is possible along the coastal areas. I did see that along the St. Johns River, there were also mandatory evacuations. So obviously, if you're in those mandatory evacuation zones, you should not be there because the storm surge is still going to be something that you need to take into consideration, especially across Jacksonville and on the east coast of Florida. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't hear the storm.
Yeah, it's going to be, I guess, hard. The AirPods are probably isolating the audio. I mean, these winds are whipping out here. I'm literally trying to protect my phone with an umbrella. I mean, it looks like that billboard, the part of it on the bottom, could rip away at any second. I don't know if I can zoom in here, but I'm just outside on the fire escape. And whoa. We're good. I have an umbrella here above my head that almost completely flew away. But our parking lot is still good, which is nice. Again, we are under a flash flood emergency here in Orange County. I can't really zoom in, not really seeing anybody on I-4, which is also good. I don't really even hear anybody out on the roads. So that is also a good sign. But I mean, can you guys see that just the sheets of rain coming across the parking lot?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see the wind too. It looks a lot of rain.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty significant. We've got rain kind of flooding underneath the building right here for our neighbors downstairs. But otherwise, things are looking pretty messy, and it sounds pretty violent out here. Of course, I guess the AirPods are probably isolating that audio, but there you go, guys. Look at Orlando here with Hurricane Milton coming to town as a Category 1 hurricane. And remember, the center of the storm is well to our south, but it's a big mess. All right, I'm going to come back inside here. But if anything else you guys want to see before my umbrella flies away? Yeah. You guys hear me?
Yeah, I think you're showing us the great. Oh wow, I can see the
Look at
umbrella
the umbrella;
now.
it's completely inverted. All right, we're going inside. I'll be right back.
That's a good cue to go inside.
Yep.
Yeah, so let's see what was just looking at the chat here. A lot of you guys are watching us from Texas, so hello. So asking for updates on, let's see, Port St. Lucie and Port Charlotte. Yeah, so for the most part, if you're in South Florida, that's Port St. Lucie. I think and Dr. Glickly is there too. I always say Dr. David because I don't know if I'm saying your last name right, and I tried there, but I don't know what you're seeing down there in South Florida, but at least with the future radar here, I think the main threat was that tornado threat that we saw earlier.
Yeah, we had a tornado. It's pleasantly breezy out right now. But yeah, no, the tornado threat was the serious threat. We had a tornado. I believe there were 2 or 3. My NHC buddies went storm chasing earlier today, but we had a tornado near the Miccosukee reservation about I want to say about 6 or 7 hours ago, and that was 3 miles from here. So yeah, after that passed, basically that's all we really had to deal with here, Erica.
Yeah, and that's some good news for South Florida. I know a lot of people concerned about what's going on there. And so I don't know if we could pull up the app, Jack, just to kind of get a location where the center of the storm is and what's going on right now. And I love using the MyRadar app, of course. It's a free download, and it'll show you where the center of the storm is, where Milton is currently located. And you can see there, really the center of the storm. And I guess we don't have the track up, but it's located just on the south side of Tampa. It made landfall, Hurricane Milton made landfall at about 8:30 Eastern time. So that was about 3 hours ago. And we saw some pretty crazy winds and rain from storm chaser Jordan Hall, even Matthew Capucci. So if you want to go back and check out that footage, it's all on our social media platforms. We were seeing all sorts of, cars stranded in the water, debris, roofs flying off houses. And so, considerable damage just south of the Tampa Bay area and even across the Tampa Bay, where they saw some significant winds. And now we're seeing the storm now track over Central Florida. And that's where we're expecting to see even more of the damage of rain, wind, power outages. Power outages, numbers keep going up as well. And we'll get a quick update on that here in just a bit. But I can hear you, Mike.
Office to look at like the front of the street here. It might be kind of hard to see, being that the window obviously is right here. But again, a big parking lot out in front of us here, where luckily it seems like nobody left their vehicles, which is nice. Shout out to the city of Orlando. This parking garage here, they let people park in there for free through Thursday. So big shout out to the city for allowing people to store their vehicles safely. Can you guys see the rain just like whipping across the side? It looks a lot like Ian in 2022. And then on the street there, just figure I'd give you guys a look here. Otherwise, I'm going to come back to the stream here momentarily, guys. See you in a moment.
Yeah, that's, I was in the office during Ian, and that's probably one of the scariest experiences I had. Thankfully, nothing too crazy happened near the office, but I know a lot of you guys are worried about what's going to happen here over the next several hours. So just prepare for the wind and rain. And then by, I think, tomorrow afternoon in Orlando, conditions will improve. I see a lot of people asking that. And there's nothing happening in Jacksonville. But again, the center of the storm is still located just right on the west side of Tampa. And so, the strongest winds will hit later on in the overnight into tomorrow morning, especially for Jacksonville. So right now you're not seeing very much activity. It'll definitely peak in intensity as we head into tomorrow morning. So there's something to keep in mind. Do not let your guard down. If you were asked to evacuate along the St. Johns River, take that very seriously here. Someone asking about an update on the category on Milton. So it's still category 2 hurricane. From the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center at 11 o'clock, it was at 105 miles per hour max sustained winds, central pressure 960 millibars, and still, bringing some of that devastating rain and winds, especially across central Florida. So that's a quick update. Category 2 hurricane still over Central Florida, 1.7 million customers or 1 million customers without power in the state of Florida alone. Now that number is 1.9 million. And so those power outage numbers keep going up. I think some of the hardest hit counties are Sarasota County with over 200,000 customers without power, Manatee County with over 200,000, Hardy County, very small county, but almost 10,000 customers there without power, Pinellas with nearly 400,000 customers without power. And even in Osceola County, you're seeing about 11,000 customers without power. And in Orange County, where Orlando is, the power outage numbers are going up with 26,000 customers without power. So that's just a quick update on power outages. Now back up to 1.9 million customers without power. And that's just households. So, a lot of people are without power tonight in Florida. If you're watching us from there, I hope you have devices or something that is charged, so you may get alerts, especially in the overnight hours if you happen to be under, flood warning that you're seeing now in Orlando, or anything imminent that you may need to know. And I'm just reading the comments here. Yeah. So, a lot of communities in South Florida, unfortunately, got affected by the tornadoes earlier. And so they are seeing even damage down there in South Florida.
Erica, it's kind of looking like the strongest rain bands are going to be heading into Orlando over the next several hours. So I want to be shocked to see a flash flood emergency issued for Orlando, because we're really starting to see those heaviest convective bands kind of train over the city, being on that north side of the hurricane.
Yeah, and that's a good point to bring out, because I think a lot of people are saying, and I was getting so many messages on social media that, is it the threat over yet for Orlando? And I was like, the threat hasn't even started in Orlando. This is
just beginning.
It's always forecast to be an overnight threat. And so that's something that, if you're watching us now, you live in Orlando and even Daytona Beach, these are the peak hours. This is when the worst of the storm will arrive over your area. So take this very seriously. Do not let your guard down. And you can see there on the radar, some of the heaviest rain bands, like Colin was saying, are going to set up over Orlando and really make way for that, potentially catastrophic flooding. And that's why there's a high risk of excessive flooding issued over Orlando. And that's going to last through tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
Erica,
we actually just got reports that,
oh, sorry, Colin, go ahead.
I don't know if you guys just saw this, but the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium, where a ton of emergency responders are located at, much of the roof has just been blown off. So I just saw some images of that. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
So like a huge amount of the roof has been blown off.
So
Colin, if you're able to find that on social media, we should definitely show that on stream here.
I want to jump in and talk about that for a second. So I just got another note from my neighbor in Lakeland, and he said it all of a sudden has gotten quiet, like the wind stopped howling. And I'm like, I think you're in the eye. And if you go to the storm relative winds, the winds on the western side are still up around 100 miles per hour, which would grok with what we were just told with the roof being ripped off. So yeah, it certainly seems like the western side of the storm is where the strongest winds are, everybody.
All right. If you guys can hear me, I actually just spoke with Capucci. We have his camera I'm going to give him a call, so I'm not going to be able to hear Colin, David, or you. I'm not going to be able to hear any of you guys, so bear with me here. I'm going to give him a ring here, and I don't think we're able to stay on the IFB as well. All right, I'm going to call Capucci, and we'll get him onto the stream so he can chat with the people. So stand by, everybody. All right, Capucci, I've got my phone. I'm hiding so people don't see your phone number. Can you guys hear him? Go ahead, Capucci.
Awesome. Well, hey there, everyone. Sorry I've been incommunicado a little bit. I got to say, this is arguably one of the most intense storms I've ever seen in my life, and we know I've chased a lot of storms. It's all thanks to the Sting Jet. I mean, the fact that there's no precipitation falling, it's just pure wind, is something that doesn't really happen with hurricanes. It's all commensurate with a Sting Jet. And basically, you just have dry air encroaching into Milton circulation from the backside, but the moisture in the air evaporates. It's like you're literally evaporating the tail of the cloud. That causes the air to become drier. Drier air is heavier than moist air and denser, so it crashes towards the ground, and it pulls fierce, destructive winds from the upper atmosphere with it. And that's why we're getting these unbelievable gusts, widespread gusts of 100 to 115 miles per hour across the entire area. I've seen a number of gusts topping 110. The surge is still very high. You'll be able to see in just a sec. I'm rounding the curve right now. I have to be very, very careful because these palm trees have been crashing down. Metal bench narrowly met. And look, still very high. I mean, that surge is pretty deep. You obviously don't want to go in there, but look, that is downtown Sarasota, and the whole thing is underwater.
Capucci, earlier, I think we have that clip up on our X feed. I can look for it. I mean, you saw a couch fly past you midair.
Oh, yeah, it was like a crazy bench. I wouldn't be driving in there if I were him. It's definitely deeper down there. But, yeah, I mean, you can imagine my surprise when literally a metal, like, I'm pretty sure it was one of those, like, hotel cement benches, just came crashing out of the sky. And there are more power flashes. I have no idea where it came from. Couldn't tell you. It scared the heck out of me. And, you know, granted, I was positioned in a way that even vertically I was sheltered. But normally you're used to debris coming from side to side, not just crashing out of the sky. There, just in front of me, there's a part of a traffic light. I don't know if y'all can even see that. I'll tilt the camera down a little bit.
It's a little hard to see. I don't know if you can open. I don't think your camera has an ISO you can crank up, but if you can, we might be able to see it.
And that's the issue. It looks great in the live view monitor, but yeah, it's part of a traffic light that just came crashing down. I saw that crash down next to me as well, but I gotta say, this has been one of the most intense storms of my life, and a very impressive one. At this point, I'll give you a brief little tour. Down this way, we saw part of the roof of a building rip off. You'll be able to see some sheet metal on the ground just to my left, which you won't be able to see it super well, but sheet metal on the ground.
Yeah.
Parts of walls and fences. So there, I mean, those are big chunks of not only sheet metal, but, you know, parts of walls, parts of the building. That's plywood and 2x4s. What floors me is that all the power's up, but a lot of the street lights are still functioning, which is rather interesting. And it's amazing that this is coming on the backside. It's not even raining. Like, my windshield wipers don't need to be going because there's no rain. It's just all unbelievable wind, courtesy of that Sting Jet. Oh, look, we have trees in the street right here. And obviously no one's around, so it's okay if I kind of, get creative with traffic laws a little bit. Let's see what's down this way. And just,
Capucci, Jordan was saying before and had a conversation with David related to, obviously, you guys were chasing Helene 2 weeks ago. That made landfall in the Big Bend as a Category 4. So you compare that to Milton a Category 3. I mean, if we're getting caught up in the categorical intensity there, Helene stronger. But Jordan felt as though this storm, at least from the human impact, like him being on the ground, felt considerably stronger and more powerful. Do you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. Notwithstanding it's affecting more people, but just the fact that, the winds are so much stronger. The maximum wind gust recorded by an official measuring station was 99 miles per hour in Perry, Florida, associated with fundamental misunderstanding or fundamental, area of understanding how flight level winds, when the hurricane hunters fly into a storm and they find those winds, how do those mix down to the surface? Sometimes they don't. I mean, at the same time, they're having sustained 130 mile per hour winds at the surface, rather a lot from we could barely get a gust to 95. There wasn't adding up. Something wasn't allowing those winds to mix down. Whereas with this, it's not even raining right now, and we're getting unbelievable winds associated with a sting jet. What dynamics are at play? Is it a temperature thing? Is it a moisture thing? In this case, dry air is playing a role, but there's a lot that we have yet to understand when it comes to tropical meteorology, and I think this exemplified that.
Capucci, just one moment here. Jack, if you can take the web browser, here's the video that Colin was talking about. So big shout out to Jason Adams from WFTS here. Wow, look at Tropicana Field here, of course, home to the Tampa Bay Rays. That is the roof of the Trop that has just been torn apart. Wow. Holy, I guess I shouldn't go full screen with this. We want to make sure that he gets the credit here. Let me zoom in. Hang on, Capucci. I got to put you down for just 1 second so I can zoom in here because I want to make sure that he gets the credit here. Can you guys see this on the stream? Holy cow, look at that. Yeah, he said we all had a collected gasp when we saw this from our reporter. Yeah, no kidding. Of course, for those of you that may not know, of course, this is the home of the Major League Baseball team, the Tampa Bay Rays. You know, not trying to make any jokes. Some people say that this is the worst stadium in Major League Baseball. That, of course, doesn't mean that it should be damaged. But I would imagine that the Rays, they had to have known this was a possibility here. But that is the roof of the dome that has been shredded to pieces there. That is wild. Holy cow. I mean, they're not in the postseason, right? So the good news is that, I mean, their season, good and bad news, their season's over, so they should have time to be able to fix this. But wow, that is a crazy video there. Jack, you want to take the web browser back up, or take the app and then Capucci stream. Go ahead, Capucci.
Yeah, right now I'm just driving around, and it's tough to figure out what is surge, what is freshwater flooding. I mean, I was rounding this corner to go back to my hotel, and you can see the entire street is flooded. And actually, if I back up a little bit, y'all know those blue blinking police lights? It looks like there are several on the ground, but still blinking. That's the only light that I see anywhere. So that obviously is not going to work. It looks like, actually, I'm getting a brief overcall. So, Mike, I guess I'll be on hold for a sec, but I'll return in just a moment.
Go do your thing. Just let me know in Slack when you're ready, okay?
Awesome. I'll be on in just a sec.
All right, sounds good. All right, so there's Capucci here. Can you guys hear me again in Unity, Erica and David and Colin?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, sweet. I've got the phone positioned away. I don't think it's going to come through on the mic. How about that video from the Tropicana Field? Holy cow. That's
yeah, that was
nuts.
crazy. I was like,
I wonder what did that. It wouldn't just I mean, something had to have hit it, right? Debris, and then that had to have been a domino effect at that point, because I don't think that it would just tear up because of the wind, right? Man, that is a crazy video. Colin, I don't know if you found that or whoever found that, but if we're able to repost that on Instagram or TikTok there, that would certainly be something to get out there. Jeez Louise. I've never been to that stadium. David, have you been to that stadium? I mean, you're closer there than I am.
Nope, never been there.
No, I mean, I know that, you know, again, it's kind of laughed at as like the cruddiest stadium in Major League Baseball. This is a team that won the World Series not too long ago, mind you, and is probably one of the best teams in Major League Baseball at talent development. Oh, and then Jason is asking me to verify something here. Colin, you see that message there from Jason? I'm trying to see here. Hang on 1 second. I'm seeing this Instagram post here. Oh, no. All right. So, Jack, if you want to take the web browser again. Yeah, so this post was from 21 hours ago. First responders were using Tropicana Field as like a base of operations. Oh, no. I mean, that is... Okay, so I'm going to say something. I'm not necessarily comparing it to that. I'm just saying that there's some similarities, right? So, Colin, we did a TikTok not long ago where we spoke about if there were to be a major hurricane in the Tampa area, it could have a Katrina-like effect, being that the flooding would just be horrible. Now, this storm went south. Luckily, of course, it was sheared. There was dry air. A lot worked against it. But, I mean, this just gives me, this is reminiscent to me of Katrina, where, of course, they were using the Superdome as a means of staging. Holy cow. That is very, I hope that people there are all right. That is not good. Of course, the first responders, very, very, very busy night, a very busy couple of days ahead, for the first responders there in the Tampa area. And now, of course, literally, we just looked at a video not too long ago. I'll jump back over to our X account right here. Look at this video. Again, this is from Jason Adams at WFTS here. That is the roof of the building that I just showed you there. So here, I'll jog it back here. I'm going to pause it. I'm just going to have to shrink this web browser, and I'll take this one and pull this up. So that is what it looks like. Whoop, 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 whoop. Right there. Oh, now we're looking at David. All right, let me shrink this down. Give me 1 second, folks. In real time. All right, so that's Tropicana Field, right? Home to the Tampa Rays. This is what it looks like down on the field right now. Of course, they're not playing baseball. They are using Tropicana Field as a means of staging for first responders. So that is super troubling. Obviously, we're going to have to do some digging there to get an update on it. But Jack, you can switch back to the radar here. Wow, that as we said, folks, we're just kind of getting started. The winds outside here in Orlando are wild. I know Capucci is driving. I'm waiting for him to call me back. Or shoot, maybe he's tried to call me back. No. All right. He said he was going to call me back, so he'll call me back when he's ready to. All right. Erica and David and Colin, I'll just bring it back to the top here. I guess what I'll do is I'll just plug these headphones back in and then wait for Capucci to call me back here. But it is almost midnight here. And that means that it is about to be October 10th. But right now, it is October 9th, 2024 at 11:43 Eastern Time. My name is Mike Linden. I'm meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live from the MyRadar studio here in Orlando, Florida. I am joined by the Meteorological Avengers, digital content creator Colin McCarthy, meteorologist Erica Lopez, as well as the Director of Meteorological Research and Tropical Weather Expert, Dr. David Ruglicki. Of course, we are talking about Category 2 Hurricane Milton, which made landfall earlier today, by the way, at around 8:30 on Siesta Key near Sarasota. A couple of big things have occurred thus far with Milton. Number one, the extreme wind warning was issued for Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater. That's the first time it's ever been issued for that area of Florida. And of course, remains to be seen, David. I don't know if they'll officially say that this was a landfall in Tampa, right? So is that record still going to stand, 1921? Is that still going to be the most recent major landfall? Or is this going to count?
We're like splitting hairs here.
Right.
I'll talk to, we'll be in Miami probably a day or two longer. So my TSB, the Technology and Science branch, he went to bed, and his wife, who actually works in the Hurricane Specialist Unit, you might see her name pop up in a little bit. She's working the midnight, so I think tomorrow, when we all get together for lunchtime, I think I'll talk to them and ask them a little bit about it. But, it's a couple miles here and there. I think it's semantics at this point. This is probably going to count as your resetting the clock on the Tampa landfall, the major Tampa landfall, Mike.
Yeah, so for just to make it clear to everybody, the last time that the city of Tampa had seen a major landfall, of course, that's Category 3 and above, that was 1921. If indeed that record is going to fall, this would be again a fairly significant weather event. Hurricane Milton, if I zoom out here, and then Colin, whenever you're ready to share your screen, just let me know. Hurricane Milton right here, when it was just to the northwest of Progreso. I'm sure you saw the clip of NBC meteorologist from Miami, John Morales, who has been a long-time meteorologist in South Florida. He was tearing up talking about Milton at this point. This was when the storm was a Category 5 with 180-mile-per-hour winds. David, what was the central pressure again? I can't recall offhand what the central pressure was at that point, but it ranks now among the top 5 for strongest storms in the Atlantic Basin. I can't recall what the number was now offhand. It's been a long couple of days here.
I believe we dipped into the I
think it was 897.
Yeah, something like 897, 90. Yeah.
Yeah, and Katrina was my head says 905. I don't know if I think
it was 905.
I thought so. Yeah.
Sounds
so
right.
Again, they do things different out there in the Pacific, as I'm sure David can talk about. The typhoons out in the Pacific are nuts, but when it comes to the Atlantic Basin, we have seen some monsters out there. Milton was one of them, and coincidentally, David, was it the smallest one in that top 5 list? I gotta have it in front of me here. I'm kind of putting you on the spot a little bit.
Yeah, Milton was very, very tiny, particularly the eye.
4 miles wide, 3.8 miles.
The Eyewall was smaller than the average size of eyes in Atlantic storm. So yeah, this was an exceptionally small storm, to start. And it was almost like the diametric opposite of Helene and Katrina. But as the storm started being sheared, then it started to grow in size, and now we're seeing much bigger effects throughout the whole state of Florida, Mike. That's kind of what happened.
Correct me if I'm wrong, David, but wasn't Wilma's eye 2 miles wide? Like, I believe that's the most intense by pressure hurricane we've ever had in the Atlantic.
Yes, in the Atlantic, Wilma holds that record. If you want to talk like an equivalent in the Eastern Pacific, Patricia's eye was around a similar size. There's something about these storms with these really tight pinhole eyes that they zip up and rapidly intensify for reasons that are still being studied, because part of the problem is, when it comes to these numerical weather prediction models, like you get multiple grid points to resolve like the eye and the Eyewall. In some of these models, you get a grid point to resolve the whole thing, and they just struggle with that. I know very early on in Milton's life cycle, the Hurricane Center forecasters were just basically said, yeah, we don't believe the models. This is going to blow up. And it did.
Now, again, Milton at one point did weaken to a Category 4, perhaps maybe because of this land interaction down here with Mexico. Of course, some very light shearing happening at that point. But then at this moment right here, this number 5 right here, we were streaming yesterday live, and it kind of took my breath away a little bit with David there when the 5 o'clock update dropped, and they went from 155 here to 167 back to a Category 5. That really took my breath away a little bit. And I think right there at that moment, David, when we saw the Cat 5 get issued again, that was where it triggered like a mass exodus of people from the southwestern portion of Florida, being that you just don't see that all that often. Meanwhile, Milton, just look at this path. It's so weird. From the Bay of Campeche all the way to Florida over crazy warm water the whole time. I mean, 1,000 miles there. Kind of the worst case scenario, right? One can think when it comes to the Gulf of Mexico. Of course, you can certainly have it the other way. If one were to form right here near Cuba and head up toward Texas or Louisiana, and unrestricted by land. But my God, thankfully we had wind shear and some dry air here, because at one point, I mean, we were looking at a full-fledged major league disaster if Milton had not weakened on final approach. David, so obviously we're seeing a lot of damage coming in, right? Tropicana Field damaged, Sarasota downtown where it did make landfall, where Capucci was, completely flooded out, a 12-foot storm surge near the Manatee River. Let's play an if here, David. Let's say if it did not weaken, what could have this looked like for folks there along the southwestern coast.
Well, I think you're talking about storm surges about 12 to 15 and maybe 18 feet. Although we say that, and from the images that Jordan and Matthew showed us, that there were some serious surges anyway. But, you know, we talk about how when it comes to property damage, that's storm surge. When we come to loss of life, now that's rainfall. So you would have seen a lot more damage. And the really concerning thing is that depending on how this track wobbled here and there, as you can see this track there, it does catch the wobble. It does look like it caught a trochoidal wobble and then bent a little bit to the right. Just a little bit farther south, you're talking storm surge back in the areas that got wrecked by Ian 2 years ago, and they're still probably rebuilding down there. Now, the one thing I want to say about the storm that's unique, and I think, you know, Jordan brought this up before, is because it's doing this extratropical transition, the winds on the western side are blowing up right now. I was looking at the wind observations from the Tampa airport, and they're pushing 90 miles per hour after the center has passed. So, you know, even if we had a symmetric storm, big storm surge, but this is such a unique case, Mike. It's really something to watch.
I want to share, Erica sent this to me over Slack here, but Jack, if we want to take the web browser here, this is courtesy of Yimby St. Pete on X. I mean, y'all can see this crane here on top of the building. So it fell onto this building here. So the crane right here at the top of the building collapsed. And look at that. It landed right on top of this building here. I mean, that is awful, right? Erica also shared this video here from the city of DeLand. Of course, this is north of Orlando in Orange County, of some transformers exploding.
Mike, I also shared just now the pictures of what the damage looked like on the ground from that crane.
Okay, I'll pull it up here in a moment. Jack, is the audio coming through of this? I've got it turned on. No. All right, no worries. All right, Erica, so I'll have to refresh here. Okay, whoa, look at that. This one comes to us from Nimbus Storms. Wow. Oh, no. That is awful. So that's the result of that crane. Look at that on the side of the building. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so
Hello.
Capucci. Oh, he's in Zoom. Good, good. Capucci, welcome back.
I'm trying. I have such little Wi-Fi, but
all right. Well, let's take advantage of the time while we've got him now. So do we have Capucci's camera? Capucci, you're not seeing our stream, are you?
I'm able to see a little bit of it, but
so there was a crane collapse in downtown St. Petersburg.
Kilobytes per second. What collapsed? The stadium?
No, well, no. Tropicana Field is damaged. Yes, that's in Tampa, St. Pete, and then a crane collapsed in St. Petersburg. We just showed some photos of it. So I think now people are starting to.
I'm aware of. So yeah, so sometimes folks will probably see a lot of cranes moving. That they do something called crabbing, where they basically try to blow with the wind like a weather vane. But there's only a certain point, and I think that, you know, the hurricane's gusts have been so erratic and they changed direction so much towards that Eyewall that it doesn't surprise me that the crane toppled over. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to get back to my hotel, and it's tricky because the road that the hotel is on is surged. I just can't get through. It's too dangerous. So I'm on an alternate road a mile or two inland, and then going to try to cut back and get to my hotel through a sneaky back way. The issue is I honestly can't find my hotel. I can't type it into the GPS because I have little to no cell service, which is why it's amazing, frankly, that we're chatting right now. I can't even use Apple Maps, but I can somehow talk to y'all on Zoom. But
Capucci,
yeah, if you look around, you
worth,
obviously see there are tons of trees in the road, and I'm trying to sort of navigate around those. If we go to this next intersection, it looks to me like the traffic signs might be hanging down. It's very tough to tell. Everything's disorienting. You sort of forget how easy it is to get lost when you don't have any road marks. And like even this street, can I make it past here?
Capucci, for what it's worth, if you can hear me, if you want to give Mauricio a call and like find generally kind of where you are, Mauricio could guide you to where you need to go to and give you directions.
Sorry, I'm plowing over tree branches right now. If I get one flat, that's okay. I have one spare tire. That's all right. Was Mauricio able to push the video?
I believe so. Jack, do you know
Not
if
yet.
not yet?
We need something else from you, Capucci, because there was something that we needed. I checked it. So if you can check the message.
Oh, geez. Okay.
All right.
Now let's see. Yes. Mauricio, yes, if you can hear this, yes, the last map is a push area, but if y'all would mind pushing ASAP, that would be great. Much appreciated. But yeah,
Cool.
I'm honestly just trying to get back to where I'm residing tonight based only on where the railroad tracks are. And I think I know where I'm going, but it's tricky because, I mean, look at all the trees in the road. I've already gone over several sets of trees. Now I'm heading back west towards Tamiami Trail. Tamiami, or Route 41, Highway 41, is kind of the big north to south thoroughfare, and it's inaccessible in Venice and Sarasota and North Sarasota and a number of major communities, which is, obviously pretty concerning.
What's Capucci? So ever since when we last spoke with you and you saw the couch fly past you and water draining out of that Embassy Suites pool, I mean, describe. I mean, we see your camera here, but it's obviously nighttime here. We can really only see what's out in front of us here. What does it look like around you?
Right now, it honestly, it's just a sea of darkness. It's crazy. You're driving around. There's so much mist in the air that everything's so mysterious, and then all of a sudden, there is a tree down that you can't see until the last minute, or there's something hanging down, or there's a low wire. Coming back from a hurricane is almost like navigating an intense obstacle course, and it's very eerie.
2 million customers now without power across Florida, so we've crossed a pretty big milestone there. Capucci, you're in Sarasota, correct?
I am in Sarasota right now. Yeah, I'm a little bit north of downtown. Downtown is in big trouble in that there are 4 or 5 feet of surge.
Yeah, 67% of customers without power in Sarasota County. That's equal to 201,000 customers. And then for Manatee County, which is, of course, home to Bradenton and Mayaca City, 72% of customers without power there. That is 190,000 people. So we're talking, up and over 500,000 customers just in that area alone. And remember, the human impact is likely considerably higher than the number of customers. Capucci, hopefully your hotel has power here. By the way,
no, it doesn't. I went in earlier on, and the only thing that works is the keypad, but that's battery operated. But my hotel won't have power. I don't think you guys will have power tonight. I think that by 3 o'clock in the morning, you'll be without power.
Well, for what it's worth, we did not lose power during Ian. So we shall see. Of course, Ian kind of pushed east and south of us, but luckily our power lines here in downtown Orlando are underground. We'll see, right? We shall indeed see. Meanwhile, next door, Hardee County, that's where the storm is right now, by the way, at least the center of it. Hardee County, 97.5% of customers without power there. It's smaller, right? That's equal to 9,400 customers. But even still, a long night for the folks of Zolfo Springs, Wachula, Charlie Creek, Bowling Green. Not good times there. Capucci, I guess we'll keep chatting here for as long as we have you here. Of course, looks like those traffic lights are out in front of you. Not a pleasant trip there.
No, and I honestly don't know where I am. I'm making sure I don't go down any one ways or anything. I'm pretty sure this is Tamiami Trail. I hope it is. At least there's no water on this part of Tamiami. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Tamiami Trail. Let's see. It looks like it is.
All right. I see. I see people in the chat asking what our plans are if we lose power. Listen, we're going to stay with you as long as we possibly can. Someone says from Orlando here, wish my power lines were underground. Been without power for hours in the Orlando area. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys have that sting jet coming in just a few hours. So that crazy wind that I'm getting, now I'm looking at the radar, and I can tell you, Mike, it's going to get probably 30 miles per hour worse than whatever you're getting right now. And even still, I mean, look at the winds on this north-south road where I am. It's crazy. At least I'm hearing something weird underneath my car. So I have a stick or something embedded in the bottom. As long as I can make it back to my hotel, I don't care what else happens. But
you want to stop for a moment and check?
No, I'm only a mile away. I just know that sometimes with all the debris, like last time, for example, I had part of a palm tree that got stuck in the undercarriage. But yeah, it looks like there's some sort of structural damage over here to my right. It's tough to tell exactly in the dark. But yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at the velocity here from Melbourne, and yeah, the winds are whipping right now over the airport, really, in Orlando. In fact, something that we haven't done here. Let me switch to composite. And what we're going to do is I'm actually going to click the little cloud icon, and this is the forecast panel here. So let's see, in Osceola County here, we have got winds gusting. Yeah, from the west, 32 mile per hour sustained winds. I mean, that gusting is going to be crazy, though. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean,
79 degrees in
storm,
Florida.
I think this will catch a lot of people off guard because with the jet dynamics, with the, the non-tropical aspects of this storm, it's going to retain its strength inland much farther than normal. I mean, even at radar level, I'm seeing 110, 120 mile an hour winds over areas just north of Lakeland, which is crazy. And obviously, we're not quite getting gusts to 120 at the surface, but Lakeland's probably still seeing winds 90 plus miles per hour. Orlando will see gusts over 85, maybe more. And, I thought I went conservative in my wind forecast the other day, or rather, I thought I went generous, and it wound up being conservative. I said gusts to 105, and I mean, we well outpaced that. I got gusts of 115 even here, and I'm sure that Tampa saw gusts of 110 in a few areas. It's insane.
Yeah, someone's saying, I'm confused. Is it in the cone of probability or north of it? So Orlando is north of the cone right now, but as Capucci's alluding to, with the non-tropical characteristics of this storm, it effectively, David, right? I mean, effectively, the south side of the storm has seemingly disappeared. And this is typically a process that you see that occurs when tropical cyclones reach Nova Scotia, for example. So the northern portion of the storm has really taken over. It's just a bulldozer of rain right now. And to Capucci's point, David, if you can break down again for our viewers what a sting jet is here.
Sure. A sting jet is something you usually see on the backside of a mesovortex or a mesocyclone that you normally get in the mid latitudes as rain evaporates into dry air that makes that air heavier and it drives that downward and it's bringing these higher wind speeds down to the surface. And that's what you're seeing here with this on the western side. And to what Matthew was talking about before, I was looking at the ASOS station at the not the Orlando airport, the Tampa airports. And what was happening was that the wind speeds, this is just at the ASOS station at the airport, take it for what it's worth. They were sustained to about, wind speed of 20, gusts to about 30 miles per hour at 315. Then all of a sudden, I want to say at 8:10 p.m., it jumps to sustained of 50, 60, and gusts up to 90. And the wind shifted from out of essentially the east to out of the north. So you're on the western side of this storm, and the winds picked up significantly, and I think that's what's coming to the rest of the state. So I had my neighbor text me, said that things were dying down a little bit in Lakeland, but if you look at the radial winds on radar, you see these huge winds to the west. So I think what's going to happen, and what you're going to have to watch out for in Orlando, as I was looking at the Orlando airport, is that they're going to tick up to like tropical storm. The storm's going to pass, and then all of a sudden you're going to get this big wind shift to the north and start seeing some significant increases in the wind speed, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, we have folks in the chat that are saying that they have power in Orlando, that they don't have power in Orlando. And thank you, folks, for rocking with us here. Remember, of course, we're using the MyRadar app. It is completely free to download. You can download it on iOS, Android, Amazon, as well as on Windows PC. That's where I'm using it here. The Hurricane Tracker per station radar, the features that I'm using on screen right now are premium features. But right now we do have a free 3-day trial for those premium features. So if you download the app, you sign up to the trial, you'll get it through, I guess it would be technically here. It's now Thursday, by the way, 12:06 a.m. Eastern time. You'll have it through Sunday. So that's more than enough time to get through Milton. And then if you want to continue with the premium features there, then that's great. That helps support future development and our awesome engineering team. If you don't want to use the premium features, it is what it is. For the record, by the way, if you look at the hurricane tracker here, the official forecast from the NHC calls for this storm to remain a Category 1 hurricane as it exits the eastern coastline. Capucci, David, is that something that, I mean, based on what you guys are describing here, sounds like that doesn't surprise you all that much, that the storm will maintain Category 1 intensity. Right now, by the way, it is still a Cat 2 at 100-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not remotely surprised. It's moving at a somewhat decent clip. I mean, it's lower than it was earlier, but
16 miles per hour, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not terribly surprised given what I'm feeling here. And I know looking at some of the observations, it's really been penetrating inland quite well in terms of the wind, partly thanks, of course, to those baroclinic or non-tropical processes. But yeah, I mean, even far inland, it is definitely packing a punch and then some.
Yeah, we have a report here on YouTube. Take it for what it's worth. Someone saying that the power is down by University Boulevard between UCF and Full Sail. Of course, those are two schools here in the Orlando area. That's pretty much just to the east of where we are. So, yeah, again, if we look at the power outage map here, and I turn off the hurricane tracker for just a moment, I talked about how, you know, severe storms train and have like a history. Notice that everything behind the storm now is in this red color. It was blue, then it ticked up to orange, now it's red, and you're starting to see that as well. Lakeland was at 17% total customers that are out. Now it's up to 24%. So it keeps ticking up, right? Orlando and Orange County, we're now up to 4.5% total customers without power. That was at roughly 3-point-something% not too long ago. Osceola County, 9.3%. Seminole County at 5%, and then out ahead of that in Volusia County, now up to 10%. So again, for the folks back here on the west side, again, Hardy County is effectively completely blacked out. Hillsborough County, roughly 50% of the customers without power there. Manatee County, 78% of customers rounded up, or 77, I should say. 76% of customers in Sarasota County. Pinellas County, 71%. Again, this storm is just ripping through the west coast of the state and now really pushing through central Florida. Capucci, for you being on the ground, and you were on the ground for Helene, now that you've had time to effectively chase both of them equally here, how do you differentiate both of the storms? What will you remember most about them?
The honest answer is I don't feel Helene was a Category 4 at landfall. It may have been at the immediate coastline, but even still, it didn't necessarily look like it from a data standpoint. Didn't even feel like a Cat 3 to me. This felt like every bit of a Cat 3. It felt a little bit like Hurricane Sally back in 2020, which I was in Gulf Shores, Alabama for. I mean, it's been so impressive to see the backside winds and how much the storm really has held together, courtesy of those non-tropical processes and that sting jet wrapping in. But it's one of those storms that seems to have everything. It had destructive and deadly tornadoes that may have been close to EF4 in strength. It had an intense surge of more than 10 feet. It had crazy flooding rains, a record 1,000-year rainfall event in Tampa. It had, of course, the incredibly strong winds, a sting jet. This storm has everything in the worst possible way. And unfortunately, it's leaving quite a mark, and it's leaving, a lot of folks who are going to have a lot of cleaning up to do.
All right. So, Capucci, if you just hang on for 1 second here, I think David's there with his family. He's got his young son with him there. So David, I think, is going to get going here momentarily. For one, David, thank you once again for sticking with us and streaming. I know prior to your time with MyRadar, I guess your media opportunities and whatnot were somewhat limited, but you've become a bit of a media darling here in your time with MyRadar. So again, thank you very much for taking the time to rock with us. Jack, how long have we been streaming for?
I think 7 hours.
Yeah, 7 hours and 40 minutes, and David's been here pretty much for the entire time. So, David, again, thank you very much. But before we say goodbye, I got one more thing for you here. Same question to Capucci that I gave to Capucci. I'd like to ask you, from your perspective, and from looking at things on a deeper, more expert level, of course, in your area of expertise here. What do you think will be the story of Milton here when all is said and done? It's been a pretty wild storm.
Give me 15 seconds. I'm so sorry. 15 seconds.
Go ahead, Capucci.
Sure, go ahead, Matt. Wait, did you need a 15-second break? Oh, he left.
Boy, does he know how to make us wait on pins and needles, huh? Wow.
Just disappeared.
He got us all. He got us all.
Took him 15
right.
seconds to vanish. I think that's what he meant.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, so Matt talked about all of the different aspects of like the landfall, the extratropical transition, the major hurricane landfall, the sting jet, the tornadoes. But, if you even go back farther than that, this storm was a Category 5 twice. It went the wrong way. It went from west to east, from Bay of Campeche all the way to the Florida coast. And if you go back before that, Helene happened. I remember when Helene was making landfall, and we said, hey, there's something else that's going to be developing in the Western Caribbean. And we just kind of like were waiting and waiting on this blob to show up. This storm formed initially from the Central American gyre. And what eventually planted the seed for this in the Bay of Campeche was a piece of vorticity that trekked over the mountains of Mexico and acted as the seed to sit in this giant blob of rotating air, this giant rotating air mass from the Central American gyre. So the whole story of Milton, from the tornadoes and the sting jet all the way back to whatever this was that crossed the Mexican mountains, this is going to be one of those legendary tales of hurricane wonder and woe for everyone. And as I was looking at observations, like, it's not over. Like I said, my neighbor in Lakeland, whose power is out, he texted me and he's like, yeah, it got really quiet all of a sudden. And I'm like, I think you're in the eye. And based on everything we've seen, like, it's going to get a lot worse for you as the western part of this Eyewall gets to you. So this whole Milton thing, like, obviously these last few hours have been really intense to watch, but the whole story of Milton has just been one wild ride, Mike.
David, I think that you put a bow on it there perfectly. Please send our best to your wife and to the rest of your family. Again, David, thank you very much. We got to get some W's in the chat for David for spending his time with us. He could be hanging out with the folks from the National Weather Service there, but David's here with us. So again, thank you very much, David. I appreciate it as always.
Had a pleasure, guys. I'll be talking to you tomorrow.
Someone said W hurricane brain. That's hysterical. So
love it.
Gotta love it. Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Good night, everyone.
All right. So there's Dr. David Ruglicki. Fantastic. What an evening it has been thus far. So I'm still joined by Colin McCarthy and meteorologist Erica Lopez. Jack, can we pull up Jordan's live stream here? I guess we're still waiting on for Capucci to rejoin us. But yeah, let's show Jordan's live stream. That is a troubling sight there. I'm hearing that it looks like Jordan's shot was on a few other networks, which is cool. Jordan, Jack, is he in the chat? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Yikes. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then how are things looking on those Orlando cameras? You said they're working a lot better right now. Is that because of Andy fixing them? Man, look at that. That billboard, it's still hanging on. Look at that. There's our shot of our parking lot there. Man, I'm hoping that tree stays up. I mean, it's rocking. And look at that one. That's looking out west. You can see the Kia Center kind of right there in the background of the shot there. Just to the right over there is Orlando City's Inter & Co. Stadium. But,
I'm glad that it's looking empty. I'm glad people aren't out on the roads trying to check this out.
Last time, Erica, there were people on the road. I remember last time during Ian. Overnight, I forgot what time we inevitably kind of rounded things out, but there weren't people on the roads then. But that being said, troubling to say the least. Was that a power flash, Jack, that I just saw, or are my eyes playing tricks on me there?
Might just be the lights moving around, maybe.
Okay. Colin, I saw that. I apologize, Colin. I know you had something to share earlier related to the storm surge. You know, we've talked a lot about what those storm surge numbers could ultimately be. There were some pretty bonkers numbers forecast. Bear in mind, Helene brought 7 feet of storm surge to Tampa, and that storm went 100 miles north of Tampa. We did see a 12-foot storm surge reported near the Sarasota area. And Colin, what do you have to report?
Yeah, well, in Tampa Bay, we saw something as of almost an anti-storm surge where the water was actually pulled out of the bay and actually peaked 5.5 feet below the normal water level. I saw some videos of literally parts of the bay were literally dry because I believe that Sting Jet sucked all the water out of the bay. I don't know if you guys have any theories for it, but it's kind of we've seen. Believe we saw this with Ian a few years ago. But
yes,
it's just incredible to see this, I guess, in real time. So,
to Colin's point, you know, when you see water get pulled away from somewhere, it's coming
like a
back.
tsunami.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's coming back.
Yeah.
I remember when Capucci was, I can't remember exactly where he was, but he was obviously covering Hurricane Ian, and he went out to the water and was effectively standing where water normally is, right? And it had pulled back so far. What's effectively happening, folks, I mean, I think the best way for me to show it here, excuse me, is to go into the app here. We're going to tap on the layers menu and turn on the winds. This is going to be the best way for me to show you this. I'm just going to turn off the per station here for a minute. So again, a hurricane is a center of low pressure, right? The winds around low pressure rotate counterclockwise. And effectively what that's doing is it's like a big sink, okay, in the atmosphere. And so effectively what's happening there, to Colin's point, it's effectively like a giant toilet, and you have winds just rushing toward it, and that means that it's going to pull, these are ground-based winds, right? It's going to pull water, as an example, toward the center of it. I'm sure you've seen the storm surge forecast for the east coast of Florida and thinking, like, what the heck's going on there? The storm's making landfall in the west. Well, the winds layer, I think, here does a really good job at showing you exactly why that is. Remember, they're rotating counterclockwise, so look at these winds that are slamming back into the east coast. Melbourne, Palm Bay, Sebastian, Titusville, New Smyrna, Daytona Beach, right? Let me pull up the storm surge forecast for the National Hurricane Center. Yeah, Jack, switch to the web browser real quick here so we can show folks here. 1 to 3 feet right here of storm surge north of Palm Bay, and then from Sebastian Inlet through Cape Canaveral, Titusville, Melbourne, Cocoa, Vieira, all the way up to South Carolina. There's 3 to 5 feet of storm surge expected. I know that may not seem like a lot. 5 feet of storm surge is significant. That is enough to really mess some things up here, particularly on the St. Johns River here, considering the people live along it, right? That's up near, Erica, up into Jacksonville, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. It's not to be messed with. Not to mention down here in Cape Canaveral, you've got Port Canaveral, one of the busiest ports in the United States, the second busiest behind Port Miami. You've got Kennedy Space Center down there, and Cocoa Beach and the beachfront communities there are beautiful and super vibrant. But 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, again, may not seem like a lot there. It's not good. It's certainly not good. And the reason why, again, if we switch back to the app here, Jack, you can really see that well on the using the wind layer here. And then coincidentally, if I switch to the jet stream, which is the air upstairs here, this, by the way, is completely free to do in MyRadar. You switch to the jet stream, and notice you are seeing effectively the shear, right? You're seeing the jet stream. This is, again, the air upstairs with the winds coming in from the south. At the surface, it's just a little different. But needless to say, that is one powerful center of low pressure here, again, with those winds coming down from the upper portion of the atmosphere. Golly. All right, let's switch back here. Colin, did you have something else that you needed to share?
Mike, there's some.
Oh, he stepped away for a second. Go ahead, Erica.
I just saw here. See if I could pull up some of the obs. We're seeing some tropical to possibly hurricane force winds in Orlando. See if I can pull this up. I just lost it. I had this web browser up and I don't know where it went. Let's see if
yes, people on YouTube asking about the about Tropicana Field. Yes, we covered that earlier. Terrible. Terrible. And a great point, JB, saying especially during high tide. Absolutely. During high tide, it kind of pumps up that storm surge as well.
Oh, Mike, and just like an update on the power outages, I think 2.2 million customers are without power now in Florida. So that number is definitely jumping pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it's so let me pull back here. Again, in MyRadar, you can look at power outages. So let me turn off Hurricane Tracker. I'm just gonna turn everything off for a moment here, and then ready, check this out. 1, 2, 3. Boy, that's a lot of power outages, right? If you zoom out here, mind you, I mean, this is literally hurricane season from the past 2 weeks. All of this that you're seeing right here. These are folks up in North Carolina. I'm sure that y'all have seen the videos up there. I mean, literally like once in a generation, once in 2 generation flooding up there. Those people still do not have power. Power starting to get restored here across parts of Georgia and South Carolina. But now this humanitarian crisis is kind of just beginning in Southwest Florida. Where the city of Tampa, again, has never had a hurricane landfall, or hasn't had a hurricane landfall since 1921. Remains to be seen whether or not the NHC is going to consider this landfall here near Sarasota as that landfall. Really going to be splitting hairs there. But Erica, you know, as we talk about, you know, severe storms when you're dealing with even tornadoes, right, or a tornado outbreak, storms will train, right, along a line, the path of least resistance in the atmosphere. And effectively what we're seeing here is storms with a history. And it's not storms, it's a storm. It's Milton. And you're seeing kind of the power outages continue to tick up as the storm tracks eastward. Again, if I turn the hurricane tracker layer on, the center of circulation is right here over Polk County. Last we checked, I think that was at like 17% total customers without power. It's now up to 24.7% of total customers without power. Out ahead of it, we've got Seminole County, which is north of Orlando, still holding strong at 5%. Orange County, I should say, at 4.5%. Osceola 9.3. So, Erica, we haven't seen a big jump up there yet. But, folks, if you live in one of those counties, again, we're this blue dot. That's us.
Yeah, and Jack, I want to show my screen because this is just the reports of the wind gusts so far. So it looks like MCO, Orlando International Airport, reported a wind gust of 70 miles per hour. Even the executive airport in Orlando, 62. I'm trying to see what this is. This is, I think, Mulberry, 78 mile per hour wind gust reported. And even in Daytona Beach International, 78 mile per hour wind gust. So those are hurricane
on the other
gusts.
side of the state. On the other side of the state. Golly.
And even at the Cape here. So I'm seeing, you know, this is where all the launches happen. And I guess it disappeared. So 67 mile per hour wind gusts reported there, even 69 here. KC Tower 1, 67 right there on the beach. So, you know, those are tropical storm force wind gusts. But yeah, even in Daytona, hurricane force wind gusts there.
All right, I actually just texted him. Looks like Capucci is back in the Zoom. Capucci, can you hear me?
I can. I was trying to get into my hotel, but I couldn't figure out which room was mine. It was one of those, you know, those outside motels where well, not outside, but the, you know, doors face the outside. I was trying to get into mine, but the issue is there's a power outage and there's no light anywhere, so I couldn't figure out which one was mine. And so I was trying to go door to door and look at the numbers, but shine a flashlight, but I couldn't, you know, turn on my phone, a flashlight, because the phone was wet. And I was also on Zoom at the same time. So multitasking galore. But yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible storm. And it's funny, every time I think it's almost over, it pulses back up again. We get a big additional roar of wind. And it's just been virtually nonstop here.
Erica just walked through the OBS too for here in Orlando, and to your point that you guys continue to make here, it does indeed look like Looks like we are going to get rocked here in downtown Orlando. It's seemingly any moment now, as this thing pushes eastward here. I can't get over the fact that it's like such a steep drop off, and again the transition that it's undergoing here. That the south side here, like if you live in, Sebring or Avon Park here, you're thinking, what hurricane? It's not even that far away, and it's still chugging along at Category 2 intensity, right? So it's quite a storm.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the stinger right now. The stinger is almost past me. You guys are going to get the stinger. And it's amazing to see how a non-tropical process can make things so much worse than they otherwise would be. And, one thing I want to mention too, Mike, is that you've had so much rainfall already that any trees are going to be kind of loosened in the soil. That would make it that much easier for trees to topple when the biggest winds come through. That would cause more power outages. So the fact that we've had so much water is a very problematic thing when it comes to power outages and vegetation damage, because those trees will topple quite easily.
Yeah, so again, with MyRadar here, you are able to track a whole lot, right? We pride ourselves on having a ton of different features within the app. Again, the app is completely free to download on iOS, Android, Windows, Amazon. In the layers menu here, this is how you access pretty much everything. This is kind of your launching point for everything. Tons of stuff here. But I want to make very clear to you that if you can track pretty much every single kind of weather alert that exists on the planet Earth. You can toggle all of them on at the same time, or you can toggle certain ones on. For example, I've got tornado warnings turned on, severe thunderstorm warnings turned on, and flash flood and flood warnings turned on. The red color there is the flash flood warning, of which there is one in place for Orange County for the next hour and a half. Of course, that is home to Orlando, where they're anticipating roughly 16 inches of rainfall. Sorry, 14 inches of rainfall total, potentially even some more locally. Earlier today, of course, there was a flash flood emergency in place for the Lakeland area. I want to make sure that it is still in effect. Yes. So again, in here, life-threatening flash flooding in effect for the next 3.5 hours for the city of Lakeland. Golly, I mean,
I would expect them to expand that too to Orlando. Once that,
especially with the amount of rain.
Kind of moves more. Yeah, just so much.
So much. I mean, I can't recall, Erica, maybe you can help me out here, if we had a flash flood emergency during Ian, because the totals are going to end up being pretty similar. I remember the retention pond in my development, because we were here all night, right? When I left, it was dry, and then when I came back, I mean, it was literally so full that the pumping station right next to it, that the alarm was going off, to the point where we had to have somebody come out from our city to effectively like restart it, to the point where the retention pond was so full.
I'm pretty sure we did, because I remember, Lake Eola, that road was covered in water.
Yeah, do you remember walking down to Lake Eola?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen the water that high ever. Yeah. I mean, it was completely overflowed, and we're looking at the same amount. All right, we got Jordan in here now as well. Jordan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Let's take Jordan's camera.
Here, I'll show you. Let me move my camera for you quick so you can see what I'm actually looking at.
All right. So, of course, this is Storm Chaser Jordan.
Wow.
Is that a boat in a carport?
Yeah, they had the boat parked under there, but the big part is that the carport collapsed. I'll back up to the next building over, actually. You guys can get a good visual here. So as we back up and go over here to the next building, you can see the devastation on this side too.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you've really got to hope, Jordan. I mean, have you seen any people? I mean, I would have to hope people got out of there.
So I haven't seen any people. So do you remember that those mobile homes I had the camera pointed at earlier that were underwater?
Yeah.
These are those mobile homes. The water is since receded. So
here, Jordan, we'll come back to you in just 1 second. I want to say thank you to Colin McCarthy. If y'all didn't know, Colin is actually still a student, and he's got homework to do. We want to make sure that we're not getting in the way of Colin and his schoolwork. I think he might have already left. I think he might be frozen there, Jack. So Colin.
Yeah, I think he left.
I see him typing. Colin, thank you very much. If you can still hear me, we appreciate you hanging out with us as always. All right, he just messaged all of us. All right. So Jordan, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep walking us through things. Capucci is here as well. He made it back to his hotel.
Oh, he has a hotel? I wish I was that lucky.
Capucci, you still hear us? Oh, might have lost Capucci as well, unless I just can't
I'm here.
hear. Oh, there he is. Okay. So I don't know if you can see Jordan's stream
Yeah,
here.
I was getting an overcall from the Denmark news, but they didn't. I don't know. One thing I will say, I sometimes feel like it's great for us to do these international newscasts, but sometimes they forget we're in a hurricane, and so then they call like 8 times. They're calling again right now. This is the 4th time the Denmark news is called.
Well, go say hello to the Danes. Let us know how that goes.
All right, I'll see you in a sec.
All right, Jordan. So again, back to you. You haven't seen any people out there wandering around, right?
No, thankfully. I'll go ahead and point the camera back over here to my left. You can see all the stuff left on the ground from storm surge.
Ay. By the way, I guess I should. Jason just said something. I should make it pretty clear. Colin is a college student. It's not like he's a high schooler joining us and has homework to do the next day. Colin is, I believe, UC Davis. Yeah, we're not violating labor laws here. Colin is a college student. Look at that. I mean, Jordan, I don't know if you remember seeing the video that Capucci shared from Helene of literally a boat floating down the. Oh my gosh! Look at that debris. Oh yay. I mean, again, I'm trying to keep a silver lining here, Jordan. At least, those are mobile homes, right? So the key word there is mobile homes become mobile. At least it seems like they're still on there. It seems like they're still there, which I guess is the silver lining here. But boy, the sides of it, that carport there, totally wrecked. Look at that. Remember, folks, as we told you in the lead up to this, Jordan, you're in Venice, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, in the lead up to this, folks, we told you that this part of Florida, they just have never dealt with anything like this before. The last major hurricane was 1921. So, I mean, likely even their grandparents had not even experienced anything like what you're seeing here. And Jordan, I know you've been down in this part of the world fairly often where the cone has had Tampa, and you've talked to people. I'm not trying to put the good people of Tampa down, but I know you've talked about this on social media where people there kind of have, again, I don't want to speak generally here for everybody, but I know that you've run into people that just think that this was never going to happen, that they live in the lucky part of Florida, but that's just not the way that it works.
Right, yeah. I hear that all the time. Every time I'm near Tampa, it's like, oh, they could say it's coming, but it's always going to miss us last second. So I always hear that.
Man, the damage is tough there, Jordan. Jordan, I know you're a big sports fan. Did you hear about the Trop in Tampa or in St. Petersburg?
Yes, I did.
Yay. Tough. I mean, if anything, right? I mean, the good news is, I mean, it's good news and bad news, I guess, is that they're out of the playoffs, right? So, like, their season's over. So they got some time to figure that situation out. Hopefully, that the ownership doesn't use that as an excuse to move the team to Montreal, because, like, getting a team stolen from you is that's not good for anybody. Just ask the good people of Seattle, Washington, how that works out. Or shoot, what the people of Oakland are going through right now with the A's. So, Jordan, it's hard to tell. I mean, there is water right there. Jack, if you can take it in full here, there is water that's seemingly on their driveway there. Is that, Jordan, is that just a puddle of water there, or is that surge behind the house?
There's still a little bit of puddle there. There's a canal that runs directly behind the house. So that's where a lot of that surge came from.
For folks that are unfamiliar about with these neighborhoods in Florida, there's little canals that connect to, effectively in this instance, right near Venice, it would be the Gulf of Mexico. They're effectively, instead of having alleys behind your house, they're just teeny little waterways. So people that have boats and kayaks and wakeboards and whatnot can effectively take that canal out into the open water. It's kind of one of the big reasons why a lot of people move to this part of the state, is because there is, again, that waterfront access. Unfortunately, this is that risk that you take by living there, because those canals, as Jordan is alluding to, are little funnels that once the water gets trapped in there and it starts to rise, it really doesn't have anywhere to go other than what you're seeing right here. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, you get those little canals that are back there, and when that storm surge pushes up, it just gets funneled in and through those canals, and then you get that flooding that comes in behind where you would expect it. And that's also another danger that you face when you're out here and have to be prepared for, is where that flooding can trap you.
Hang on 1 second. All right, so somebody in Twitch says, I've been here since 7, on and off because of my power. Here, Erica, if you just want to take over for just 1 second, I have to step away for a moment. Jack, if you want to take Erica
sure.
on
So
full screen there.
Let me share my screen here so we can go through the app, and because I kind of want to show a little bit of what's going on. I see a lot of people asking about, what kind of warnings, update on power outages. So we'll do that here really quickly, and we'll keep Jordan's camera here, but let's show this real quick. So I have the app here for those that are wondering what's going on, and let's toggle on the alerts. Well, actually, let's go to the power outages, because these numbers keep going up in very drastic way. The center of the storm is starting to move over Central Florida now, especially to Orlando. Orlando earlier, if you're watching us here earlier, I was reporting that we were seeing hurricane force wind gusts already in Orlando. And so, of course, that is probably what's also leading to the power outages. But I want to get a quick update on that, and let's do that. So about 2.1, I think, million customers are still without power. Let me update that number, because this just keeps going up, and I see a lot of you talking in the chat about power outages. Let me know if you're watching us and maybe you don't have power where you are. But right now, 2.2 million customers without power. It looks like the number has gone up since the last time I've seen it. Some of the hardest hit counties are Hardy County, Orange County, already up to nearly 40,000 customers without power. So that's where Orlando is located. And Volusia County, interestingly enough, that's where we saw Daytona Beach reported a wind gust of 78 miles per hour. So right now, Volusia County, 46,000 customers without power so far. And in Northeast Florida, not seeing much in terms of power outages, but that's really what is going on there. And so I think Orlando, you guys are waiting for the storm, bracing for it. Wind's already starting to pick up there, and that'll continue throughout the next several hours. So just stay home if you can. And make sure that your devices are charged so you can get any of the latest alerts. Now, let's talk about some of those alerts that we've been tracking mostly right now. And people were asking about that tornado threat. We're not seeing any tornado warnings right now with this storm. I think if we go into tomorrow morning, maybe parts of Northeast Florida might see it, but I think really as the storm comes inland, it's really starting to fall apart here. Still Category 2 hurricane, though, over Central Florida. I think that will start to diminish, but we're still seeing a lot of rainfall and even that flooding threat. So I want to turn on that flooding threat here. And again, we are using the MyRadar app, completely free for you guys to download. You can follow along with me and track the Hurricane Milton, and even track the alerts. So if you are in this flood area, you should have gotten an alert on your phone. You can also toggle alerts on your phone. Maybe you just didn't know that those existed. That's definitely something that you can toggle on your phone. But let's get an update here. So this is for Orange County, that flash flood warning. And so it's still in effect here until at least 2 o'clock this morning. Includes Osceola County, Seminole, Volusia County, Lake County. So you're still under that flash flood warning. Life-threatening flash flooding is a possibility here, and that's going to continue. I think we may get another warning here as we head towards the overnight. So a lot to take in with this storm and a lot to track. So let's, if you have any questions on what you might see later on today, drop in the chat. I'm monitoring everything that you guys are saying here as we track Hurricane Milton. But yeah, let me know where you are. Are you reporting power outages? What are you seeing in your city? You know, our cameras here in Orlando, and I'm curious to see what they look like, Jack. Maybe if we can pull up there on what's going on there. I think the screen's a little too small, so I think I can't see it, but let's do this. Okay, yeah, so, you know, still a lot of rainfall, the wind's still blowing around. And yeah, I don't know, that looks pretty eerie there. I'm glad no one's out on the roads. Yeah, it looks like the rain's a lot heavier now in Orlando. I think earlier when we were watching these cameras, you could at least see a little bit of the building lights, but looks like it's a little bit more foggy now. Oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, you're seeing the rain just pouring over this area. And yeah, we're waiting to see if they get a wind gust. So I'm actually going to check some of the observations here and see if we got any newly reported wind gusts. I did see earlier that the rainfall, we've gotten some significant rainfall already in and around the Orlando area. Some of the highest totals I'm seeing are, let's see, almost 6 1/3, 8 inches of rainfall here. This is the Orange Fire 40 reporting station. Yeah, so already seeing significant rain. I'm seeing 4 to 5 inches of rainfall along the I-4 corridor. Deltona, where we shared that video earlier that had power outages, nearly up to 8 inches of rainfall. And then in Flagler, 10 inches of rainfall just from the last 24 hours. So already seeing some significant rainfall accumulations across Florida. But let's talk about, and I want to get an update on these wind gusts. See if it's a little slow to load.
Hey there, Erica. Well, can you hear me?
Oh, hey, Capucci. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, awesome. While you're talking about rainfall, it reminded me, Tampa, as we saw earlier, saw 5.09 inches of rain in a single hour's time. I think, one thing you've been doing a great job communicating with folks is that it's not just a lot of rainfall, but it's that the rainfall rates are so incredibly heavy that they'll overwhelm storm drains. They'll sort of cause excessive runoff because no surface can really absorb 3-4 inches of rain in a single hour. Tropical cyclones, for the folks at home, are such incredibly efficient rain producers. During normal downpours, part of the raindrop evaporates on the way down, but in hurricanes, you have almost 100% relative humidity. So there's nothing, not a stitch of dry air to erode any of the raindrops on the way down. And so none of it evaporates. And so you just have a ton of rain. But the weird part is the raindrops are actually smaller in tropical cyclones. You just have a lot more of them because it's something called a warm rain process. Ordinarily during downpours, you get big drops because you're getting, melting hail or snowflakes. Whereas in hurricanes, it's warm bottom to the top of the atmosphere. So there's nothing to really get a hailstone or a snowflake forming way high in the clouds. So you don't have anything big that's melting to produce bigger droplets. So just a ton of small droplets. But it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. I mean, the rain here, as you pointed out, Erica, is excessive, extreme, and very impactful.
Yeah, and you saw it firsthand. So you were in the thick of the storm earlier. And I guess, what's your update? Where are you?
So I actually just got back into my hotel. The reason I had to disappear earlier from the stream was because I was trying to get into the hotel, but I couldn't figure out which room was mine. It was one of those ones where you have to enter from the outside. I couldn't honestly figure out which was mine because it's pitch black and I was trying to use my phone flashlight, but I couldn't because the phone screen was wet. Obviously I'm coming to you on Zoom via the phone. And so everything's been a little bit chaotic, as you can imagine. I have no electricity. There's rainwater seeping into my room. I'm above the surge, but the only light I have, believe it or not, is from an exit sign. One of those, those like a fire escape this way or emergency exit signs. One of those flew through the parking lot and nearly hit me. And so, but it's still somehow lit up, even though it's been ripped out of the wall. I guess there's a battery backup. So it's my flashlight tonight. And I just posted a picture on Twitter too.
Yeah, I thought I was about to plug that in because if you want to actually see the picture of what it looks like where Capucci is, go to his Twitter and you will see him with the exit sign. It doesn't look like an exit sign, but I hope it's safe.
Well, honestly, the exit part blew out, so now that's just left as a frame, but it has the lights at least. I don't even know where the rest of it went.
Leave it to Capucci to pick up something random for light. Well, I'm glad you're safe. The storm seemed very intense, and I know you and Jordan were talking about it. It was a little bit more intense than Helene that made landfall almost 2 weeks ago in the Panhandle of Florida.
Yeah, and it's all to your point, Erica. It definitely felt more intense to me. I'm sure to Jordan, and honestly, it's showing up as more intense in the numbers. Numbers don't lie. Even though Helene on paper was a Cat 4, it did not bring Cat 4 impacts in the Big Bend, and I know that's going to be sort of controversial to say, but it didn't. Whereas this felt every bit of a high-end Category 2 to perhaps a Category 3 hurricane with widespread gusts to 115 plus in some spots near the immediate coast. And it's all courtesy of that sting jet. A sting jet is one of those rare weather features that normally only happens over the ocean. But to get a sting jet occurring in Florida is so unusual, so bizarre. I can't think of a time when I've experienced a sting jet before. Most people haven't, because they really do occur only over the open ocean. You know, sting jets are such weird weather phenomena. They form actually because of a transition in the structure of the storm, in that it's becoming less of a hurricane and more of a mid-latitude storm. So dry air is infiltrating the backside, and what that does is cause rain and cloud and precipitation to evaporate and dry out. But in evaporating and drying out, it makes the air heavier, so it sinks to the ground, and it pulls strong momentum from aloft to the surface and helps mix down winds that otherwise would never reach the ground. And that's why it's just been so ferocious. And that's why, too, you look on radar, it doesn't look like that impressive of a storm. There's like a little pointy stinger on the backside, but there's not even much rain there. That pointy stinger is the sting jet. And so the lack of rain, or the drop off in rain, is actually where the air is evaporating. And that's why it's such a big deal, because you can't even see it on radar. One cool thing, too, and I'll mention real quick, we didn't even know that sting jets existed until 1987. And there's a big storm that was, a non-tropical storm. It wasn't a hurricane, wasn't anything like that. And a guy named Michael Fish was on BBC World News, and he was giving an update on this, just run-of-the-mill winter storm type thing that they'd have in the United Kingdom. And he said, a viewer wrote in and said we were getting a hurricane. There's not going to be a hurricane. And then about 4 hours later, the storm came through, and there happened to be a sting jet that produced winds of 100 to 130 miles per hour across much of the UK. And obviously, that caused a huge questioning in the scientific community. How did this regular storm produce such extreme damage? And they went back and looked at satellite data, and over the years developed this theory about what causes a sting jet. And that's kind of what's happening right now. So this truly is a sting jet. It's an extreme situation. It's a storm that is just unbelievably powerful and will be for a little while to come. And, I'm still seeing the impacts. There's no electricity here where I am. It's certainly been a long day for a lot of people, and it's going to be a long night ahead for a lot of people, too. I'd say we still probably have 3 or 4 more hours before the worst of the winds finally exit the coast. So hopefully, if you're in Orlando, you know that this is coming. Very strong winds are still coming, and, you're already getting strong gusts there, but it might be a little while before the ultimate worst winds arrive. And when they do, you're definitely going to know it.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important point to bring up, because you're still dealing with those winds across the coast in Orlando. You're just getting in the thick of it. So a lot of our viewers here live in Orlando, and so that's been a hot topic. Of course, the MyRadar office is located in Orlando. That's where our headquarters are. So half of our team is hunkering in the Orlando office because of the storm. And you're seeing the camera down there on the bottom left, the rain that's coming down. I don't see so much wind. The tree doesn't seem to be swaying as much. I just see mostly rain, but of course the winds will be gusting throughout the night. You could see there a better picture. Yeah, a lot of rainfall already falling there. And that's from the outs. That's a camera from outside our office. It's the MyRadar parking lot. I'm
Erica,
glad nobody left
I
their
can-
car there. Looks like a lot
I
of
can
rain.
confirm. I can confirm, Erica, that it certainly has picked up a lot. And off camera are our cars, the team's cars. You just can't see them. They're on the right hand side there. Jack, can we pull up the? Is that the only camera that we're seeing? Can we pull up the east and west cameras there?
How about the bus? Is the bus in the parking lot?
No, Capucci, the bus is long gone. Never gonna see it again. So there's the. Sorry, I don't mean to be so curt. All right.
No one's nice to me around here.
Interestingly enough, the that bottom part of the billboard really hanging on. That was a good idea. I mean, obviously that would have been hugely dangerous to leave the billboard intact there, especially if you guys are unaware. Jack, can you take it in full? We got to have Jack the ability to do like a John Madden, rest in peace to the GOAT, to be able to telestrate on the map here, or on the screen, right to the left.
We need
so
Jack
that
on camera too. A lot of people have been asking about Jack.
He never
all
wants
night.
to reveal his face. Oh, and by the way, big shout out to this super chat here on YouTube. Thank you very much, Solar FL. Are more tornadoes expected? So earlier today, Erica, what was the number? How many tornado warnings we had? It was over 130.
I think. Yeah, 100, over 130 tornado warnings in just the state of Florida alone.
Which by the way, just for you guys wondering, that is the second greatest number of tornado warnings ever issued in a single state in a single day, behind only the April 27th, 2011 outbreak in Alabama. So this was basically the biggest tornado warning episode to ever happen in a single state that wasn't on that crazy 2011 outbreak.
And Capucci, they all happened in like 3 hours and they were gone. Like they showed up and disappeared. Like it was bananas how fast they started popping up.
I still can't believe I got one of them too. 3 of them actually.
Yeah.
You got
oh, Jordan's here too.
Yeah, we got 3.
We're
Jeez.
still,
And,
we
you know,
still
for
don't have
folks at home
final
wondering-
confirmation, by the way, on that. We were reporting earlier that it's possible that some people were killed in that tornado on the east side.
In Fort Pierce. And by the way, that one,
Yeah,
I'll
Fort
just
Pierce.
say real quick, you know, if we look at just the height at which the debris made it, and we look at just the radar signatures, that would correspond to EF4, you know, strength to get debris to about 30,000 feet. You know, everything else, the VROT, the rotational velocities, you know, using standard algorithms, that would give us a wind of about 181 miles per hour, which is EF4.
Oh man! So as of 3 hours ago, from WFLA, they're reporting that 125 homes have been destroyed statewide, mostly mobile homes in senior communities, and that's where the bulk of those fatalities occurred. Yeah, no, it's terrible. It's according to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, they've confirmed multiple fatalities at the Spanish Lakes Country Club. They're unclear as to how many that is, but they occurred at a senior living facility, which is terrible. Obviously, that number I would expect to go up as we head into the overnight hours and into tomorrow. Reports of a car being tossed. Just terrible. Terrible, really. So the question from the super chat, will there be any more tornadoes? Pretty unlikely at this point. Capucci just put out a video that was sent out to Floridians related to the Sting jet here. That effectively, as the rain is falling, it's evaporating in the dry air below. It's effectively what can take down an airplane, like a downburst, where it's just effectively like this invisible weight just like falling from the ground and just pushing an insane amount of wind, again, of hurricane force intensity. As Erica reported before, I mean, you saw hurricane force wind in Daytona Beach when the center of the storm is still here just south of Bartow, like near Polk County. So just a wild storm. Jack, it looks like we lost the Apple TV there. We're giving Apple some shine there. I think yeah, there it is. I'll connect back to it. Pretty bananas there. But sorry to interject there, Capucci and Jordan.
No, you're good.
Oh yeah, that's the report. MyRadar, yeah, that it was a senior living facility. Terrible. Oh, Did Capucci?
Hey, Mike, too. I was
Capucci
seeing
dipped out
in
for
the
a second. He'll
comments
be
that they're
back.
saying a lot of people they're losing power in Daytona Beach, and I just saw that they just gusted to 84 miles per hour at the Daytona Beach International. Earlier it was 70, but now that number is going up. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're at Daytona Beach that you're losing power because the winds are just hurricane force winds. And I'm even seeing here Flagler County EM a wind gust of 73 miles per hour. These are all on the East Coast.
Right. John, thank you very much for that super chat on YouTube. Appreciate it very, very much. I think today has been like a banner day for us with those super chats. So again, thank you very much, John Connor, for that. And by the way, huge shout out to Sandy Rose on YouTube, who we made a mod way too late. I mean, Sandy is literally like the OG follower for us on YouTube. So Sandy, thank you for, you've been right here with us almost this whole time. So thank you, Sandy Rose. Appreciate you keeping the chat clean there. I know things can
And
get
she's
out of
been
control
with us
on the
for
internet.
the entire stream, I think, too. So
That's what
shout
I'm
out
saying.
to her.
She's been streaming with us the whole time. She was here yesterday. Every time we go live, she's here. So it's only, I mean, it was only right to make her a mod. So big shout out to Sandy. Erica, we got someone in the chat asking here about the Sanford airport, if there's any data being reported there. Sandy saying, thank you, I'm exhausted. You don't have to stay, Sandy. You can leave. It's really okay. I think we've sent you some stuff before as well, Sandy. I've got to look once the Cybertruck is back from Vegas at the end of the month. That's where a lot of our merch went. I'll send you some more stuff. You absolutely deserve it. Spiffy McSnazzy, thank you very much for that super chat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, in Sanford, I'm just seeing a wind gust of 54 miles per hour. So tropical storm force wind gust for whoever was asking for that.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's
it's pretty, yeah.
Golly. Good Lord. Spiffy McSnazzy coming in from Oregon. Shout out to the Pacific Northwest. I used to live up that way. Oh, wait, I see Jordan posting in Slack. Oh, he's still
on
here.
the Facebook side.
Okay. By the way, Jack, you were saying to put you and Mauricio on camera. I mean, it's up to you guys.
Show Jack and Mauricio. We love showing off our team.
There's Jack and Mauricio. We see the backs of their heads there. It's up to Jack. Jack's got to push the button. There they are. There's Jack and Mauricio. Jack waving. There's Mauricio. Those guys, they're the unsung heroes. All the content that you see in the MyRadar video portal at some point goes through those two individuals. So without them, none of this would be possible. Seriously. And then, of course, none of this would be possible without our fearless CEO, Andy Green, making sure that we have like an obscene amount of food in our break room at all times. So big shout out to Andy, the development team, and of course Mauricio and Jack. All right, Capucci, I think, is doing a hit for the BBC here, so we will continue to stream here for a bit longer here. I think at some point we want to stream for really as long as we can, but I think at some point, being that we've got Mauricio and Jack here, we need to make sure they're not completely cooked as we go into the next couple of hours, being that it is already almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Someone asked, when is Capucci going to bed? He's doing a news hit with the BBC right now. What time is it in London? They're what, 5 hours ahead of us? 6 hours ahead of us? It's 5 hours. Right, that's what I thought, 5 hours. So it's 6 a.m. then generally. So Capucci's doing a morning news hit for BBC. Yeah, so they are 5 hours ahead. Someone just confirmed. Y'all are quick. Someone said here in Southeast London. What football team do you support? I don't want to say mine just yet. Someone said it got unhinged during Helene. Listen, how long we've been streaming, Jack? How long have we been streaming for? It's got to be like 8 or 9 hours at this point. 8.5? Yeah, that's what I thought. Norwich City. All right. I'm an Arsenal supporter, so, you know. Shout out to Norwich City. Timu Puki, he's over here now. Union? Oh, the Philadelphia Union. Yeah, well, that's the MLS. Shout out. Dude, we live in Orlando. You got to rep Orlando City. Someone said boo. Oh, I'm getting booed. Why? I called out Timu Pookie. Why are you booing me? Max Aarons, Timu Pookie, Tim Krul. I know your team. I know your team. I'm not some ignorant American. All right. Oh, they're laughing at me because I'm an Arsenal supporter. Listen, I grew up in New York. Thierry Henry coming to play for the Red Bulls. It's my guy. Crystal Palace. Yeah. Adam Wharton. You better hold on to that guy for as long as you can. I don't think that he's going to play there for much longer. He is very, very, very good. All right. Let's bring it back to the top here. I think we have Jordan. I guess we'll wait for Capucci. And then I think at that point we could just end up wrapping things up. Oh, gosh. I don't know if Jason is still watching. He's saying weekly show. Yeah, we've definitely, I mean, I know I've talked to Erica about this. I've talked to Capucci about this. We've wanted to do some form of a weekly live show. I mean, since I started with MyRadar, it just requires a lot of pre-production, and we got something to talk about. I mean, we're definitely now with this new streaming infrastructure going to be coming to you live a lot more often. So there is that, right? And then, of course, we've got Erica, myself, Capucci, Colin, Will. We have a pretty deep bench now. David, obviously. So we got a lot of folks covering weather. But anyway, let's bring it back to the top here. We'll talk about what's going on. We'll talk about the threats to the central and west coast of Florida right now, or central and east coast, I should say, of Florida, and then we'll go from there. Maybe Capucci will rejoin us. We've got Jordan's camera up. You're watching on the screen here. So, Jack, we just want to pull the app up, and then I guess if you want to take Jordan in a picture-in-picture here. So, folks, it is just after 1 a.m. Eastern Time, so it is early Thursday morning. My name is Mike Linden. Of course, I am joined by meteorologist Erica Lopez. We have got storm chaser Jordan Hall in the field. Senior meteorologist Matthew Capucci is on the call, but he just had to step away for a moment. But you can see Jordan's camera there. Jordan, remind me where you are again. You're in Venice? I don't know if he can hear me. I think... Okay, I can't hear him, so all good. I still see Erica, too, for what it's worth. So
Yeah, I can see. I can hear you.
All right, Jack has just said that the Zoom Rooms controller, restarted. Oh, okay, we're good. Sweet. All right. Yeah, strange that it would do that. Okay, so Milton, Category 2 hurricane. Erica, this is new. 90 miles per hour now, so it is really weakening fairly quickly. Again, for it to be 90 miles per hour just south of Lakeland, pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
Pretty darn impressive for it to still... oh, we just got a big jump there. Hang on. To the okay. Wow. Literally. Wow. Milton out here playing me. Completely, literally just updated the path here.
Yeah,
it
just
is now
south of Orlando now. Yeah.
Literally just updated. It is a Category 1 hurricane now. 90 miles per hour. It is moving at 16 miles per hour. Now, similarly to Ian, and I'm going to pull Ian's path up here in a minute. I mean, Ian kind of went more to the east and then went up toward Daytona Beach. But similar to Ian, it looks like Orlando is going to avoid the direct hit from it. Although we are on the northern side, as you see right now. Jack, can we pull up our camera and see how things are cooking outside? I mean, it looks like, yeah. You might have to hide Jordan's camera shot there for a moment. Or again, if you can take this full here. We are looking at effectively the core of the storm here, the Sting Jet, as we talked about, which the Sting Jet effectively happens when a storm is going extratropical, at least in this particular instance, is where the rain is falling from so high up that it is evaporating into the drier air underneath it. And because of that, effectively the air is then getting pushed down to the ground because it becomes so heavy. So there's our camera facing west. Holy cow. And there's our camera pointing at the parking lot. So the parking lot, thankfully, hasn't flooded, which is good. You can see that that billboard just flapping in the breeze there. And the tree is still up. We moved all of our vehicles away from the trees because right on the side of our building there are a significant amount of them. So still holding steady, which is great. And again, there's our shot looking east. So east, effectively looking north and east, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I saw somebody post that there were some power flashes happening downtown. I'm not sure if you're seeing anything.
Yeah, that was Noah Berggren from Fox 35. Big shout out to them. It's my wife's employer, lifting the curtain there a little bit. We still have power here in Orlando. Our power lines are underground. But if I go back to the app here, I'm going to go into the layers menu. And I should mention as well, of course, we are the MyRadar weather team. But of course, MyRadar is a weather app. You can download it for free on iOS, Android, Amazon, and Windows PC. I'm using it right now on a Windows PC. We had some people asking today about it coming to Mac OS. That is something that is in the works. Holy cow, a super chat here. Hang on one second from Deseret Shearer. Got you guys from Watford Lakes Talks page. Been nice to have a local voice. Got you guys in the background while I play Fallout. Which one? Which Fallout are you playing? Can't sleep till it's gone because I got my kids to worry for. I hear you. I got grandpa and grandma watching the kids. I mean, my children are asleep. They're 7 and 2. If they're awake, we got problems. But thank you so much for the kind words and the super chat there. I appreciate it very much. Sandy Rose is still here. I fully expected her to dip out. You can go. You don't have to stay. You've been with us for like 9 hours now. Let me know which Fallout you're playing. Appreciate it very much. All right, back to the app here. Again, it is completely free to download. So. A lot of rain falling over Orlando. You can see these red boxes. These are flash flood warnings. Now, I don't think, Erica, that it is a flash flood emergency for Orange County. Still a significant amount of rainfall. It's expected to be roughly what's the word I'm looking for here? 14 inches of rain. He's playing Fallout 76. Jack, do you ever play that one? I haven't played that one. I know that's the multiplayer one. Fallout 76. I know they fixed it. I know that they fixed it after the TV show, which was very good. I enjoyed the TV show. Anyway, interesting. All right, going back to talking about the weather, because we are slowly descending into madness here.
Yeah, I think one of the flash floods is a PDS tornado, PDS flash flood warning until 2 a.m. And then they extended another one that's not a PDS flash flood until 6 a.m.
For Orange County?
Yeah, I think it's, yeah. So Orange County, I think it's mostly for, yeah. So the PDS flash flood warning is until 2 a.m. And then they extended it beyond 2 a.m. for just a regular flash flood warning.
Okay.
And I have it there on the WSI computer, Mike, if you want to see that. I'm kind of panning through both.
Sure. Real quick, big shout out to Spiffy McSnazzy again for the super chat. Someone is asking for an update on Port St. Lucie. Yeah, we'll talk about that here in just a moment. Just want to get through effectively the general update here. So it's going to be a long night here. In the sense where Milton still has a ways to go. It's effectively now at the midway point of the state here. So if you're in Orange County, if you're on the east side, there's still so much more to go. In fact, those super strong winds are still coming. If you were to lose power in Orange County, it's likely going to be here over about the next hour or so. That would have been crazy if as soon as I say that, we lose power here. It's what's really nuts here is it's expected to maintain Category 1 hurricane intensity by the time it exits off the eastern seaboard here. Now, it is forecast to go south of MCO. Of course, that's the Orange County, that's the Orlando International Airport. But if I zoom out here, in the MyRadar app, you can see power outages. I'm just going to turn off the weather alerts for a moment. We're going to turn off per station and turn off the hurricane tracker. Look at all those power outages. Polk County, of course, that's home to Lakeland, now up to 33.8% of customers without power. That was at like 20-something%, really not too long ago here. Hillsborough County, which of course is home to Tampa, 58.6% of customers. Orlando still holding steady at 5.2. Seminole County now up to 6.1. So you can see around Orlando and Seminole County, these I got Osceola there, 10%, Okeechobee, 13%, Indian River, 15%. Yeah, so we're seeing them climbing. We were at 2.2 million at last check. We're now up to 2.4 million customers without power. So it is going to likely be a long, wet, and dark evening for the folks of the Sunshine State. Someone is asking about Port St. Lucie. Let's talk about it. So again, you're on the eastern coast of Florida. You don't need me to tell you that, of course. Now, obviously, earlier today in the Fort Pierce area, there was a pretty terrible tornado there. Of course, someone said, "Is the app working?" The live is not working in-app for me. Thank you very much, by the way, for that super chat. Appreciate it. The live is up in the app as well. PDS, the slang version, pretty darn strong. That's pretty dang strong. That's very funny. But yes, a PDS is a particularly dangerous situation. That's effectively a tag that is set aside for a warning that deserves, an extra bit of attention. If anything is ever labeled as an emergency, like flash flood emergency, tornado emergency, really, a tornado emergency would mean a large and powerful tornado is on the ground and causing damage, and then a flash flood emergency, like we're seeing in parts of Orange County and in Lakeland, means that there are parts that are actively flooding, and it is again a particularly dangerous situation.
I'm back.
So again, what's up, Jordan? So talking about Fort Pierce here, St. Lucie County is at roughly 13% of customers that are without power. That's roughly 25,000 of them. Remember that a customer is not the true number of people. The sheer amount of people is likely a lot higher than that. A customer could mean a home, an apartment building. So again, higher amount of customers there. Amazingly enough, Brevard County, which is home to Palm Bay, Melbourne, Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, they don't have any reported power outages right now. That will likely soon change, being that they are, of course, on the far eastern side of the state. But remember, folks, if I go here and I turn on the winds layer, and we're going to make sure I've got the ground-based winds. I'm just going to turn off per station for a second here. Just look at the way that the winds rotate around. Oh, Jack, they're saying that they can confirm the stream froze up in the app.
Yeah, it's an issue on my end.
Oh, are you guys talking about Jordan's stream? Yeah, because Jordan's camera is locked up here.
Yeah,
Jordan.
I've been frantic trying to get it to reconnect, but I can't get it to reconnect. So I'm working on that right now.
That must be what people are talking about. Okay, gotcha. Yes. Gotcha. Yes, Jordan's feed is, he's working on repairing it. I hear him in the Zoom. You guys should hear him as well. So Jordan is trying to get it back up. But our live stream is still live. Okay. Glad we could clear that up. Excuse me. Okay. That's my first yawn. All right, so low pressure, obviously the winds in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise, okay? So this is a pretty crazy sight to see, too, that we have this crazy center of low pressure literally right over the state of Florida. So I need to make it clear to folks, you see these blue lines that are effectively slamming the coast? That means right now in Sarasota, still an area that saw a 12-foot storm surge, there is more water rushing to the coast right now. Same thing goes for Palm Bay, Titusville, again, Cape Canaveral, and then up into Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, St. Augustine. I mean, shoot, if I go over here to the PC over here, Jack, and we pull up the storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center, you can see again that they're still maintaining 1 to 3 feet of storm surge there for Port St. Lucie. Up into Sebastian Inlet, roughly 3 to 5 feet of surge. That goes all the way up to near Savannah, Georgia. So, I mean, you're seeing that effectively, Jack. If you switch back to the app, we're seeing that in real time, right? where the winds are again swinging counterclockwise around the center of circulation and bringing with it that storm surge up along the eastern coast. Whoa, another super chat here from Bert. Bert, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Thank you. Watching from Italy. Holy, I mean, I think I speak for everybody here. Very jealous. I'm Italian. I've never been to Italy. That's awesome. Hope you're having a good time there. He said, ever thought about making a video on how to storm chase safely? I'm struck by how your live spotters are driving around and wondering how they do it safely. It's a bit of a double-edged sword there, Bert, because while our chasers, Jordan has been doing this for quite a while. It's not like this is his first rodeo. And then Capucci is our senior meteorologist. He also is very experienced. And of course, both Jordan and Capucci have an extensive meteorological background. If we were to do a video like that, it could be bad if somebody were to watch that and then go out chasing, right? And then put themselves in a bad situation or hurt themselves or somebody else. And then they say, oh, I saw the video on MyRadar on how to do it safely. You see what I'm saying? It's messy. But that being said, I know we did a series on YouTube, if you go back and look, with Aaron Jajak, another fantastic storm chaser, about effectively what it's like being a storm chaser. Jordan, can you hear me? We might have lost Jordan. Maybe he's not in the Zoom anymore. Yeah, I think he's trying to get his stream back up. We'll probably have to do a video series with Jordan on that. We did one with Aaron, and it was great. Obviously, Aaron is the man as well. But Bert, to answer your question there, I think maybe what we could do is show people what it's like for people what Jordan's life is like on the road. A tour of his storm chasing vehicle. We probably should do that. That's a good idea. We did it with Aaron, like how to photograph storms correctly, like basically basic photography skills and whatnot, and kind of did a little biography kind of on Aaron. Yeah, we'll probably have to do that with Jordan. There's a person here on the YouTube chat. You gotta stop. Sandy Rose, I'm gonna put this person in timeout real quickly. We're teetering on the edge there, okay? All right, Brian, thank you very much for that very generous super chat as well. Watching from Orlando, the Millennia area, the power still on. Of course, they're talking about the Millennia Mall. I'm pointing this way because that's the way that it is. It's south of us here. It's a beautiful mall. Oh, excuse me, guys. And he's reporting that power's still on. Yeah, for now. Someone said they're watching from Dubai. Holy cow, that is far away.
What time is it in Dubai right now? That's what I'm wondering.
Let's find out. Let's find out. If you can let us know what it's like over there in Dubai. It is 9:18 a.m. Someone said no yawning. I am trying my best here.
I think they saw me yawning.
Oh, we both did. We both did, Erica. I don't have any more caffeine. Someone said, anyone else H3 family? Did you like our the weather segments there? I'm a big H3 guy, so I actually reached out to Tom how all that started, and then Tom Ward and I got talking, and yeah, I thought that was awesome. So big shout out to Ethan, Dan, and the H3 crew there. That was really fun. Bradenton, yeah. So back to Bradenton. Bradenton was really close to landfall, right? If your family member there, your granddad refused to leave. Yeah, I mean, again, if we look at Bradenton right now, of course, Manatee County, 83% of customers don't have power there. So it's very likely that your grandfather does not have power there. Yeah, I mean, that part of the world is literally right now. The backside of Milton is still coming through. It's going to be about another, 2 hours or so, I would say, until it is like finally over for the west side of the state. So unfortunately, you know, this is the part of the world that took the full force of the storm. But now there's more coming on the back end there. So not great for the people that live there. So I hope your grandfather is okay. You got to understand, folks, if you are told to evacuate, just do it. Now, I get it. There's people that don't have somewhere to go, but there are emergency shelters that are put in place. Like, just don't put your life at risk, right? It's just not worth it. Let's see. Someone says they're watching from Australia. What time is it in Brisbane? I've been rewatching Lost, so I have like Australia like on my mind. Man, I remember when I was younger and I watched Lost, it was great. It is a good show. I don't remember all that much that happens toward the end there, but too many episodes. 2:21. So yeah, in the afternoon, there's too many episodes in Lost. The first season had 25 episodes. It was so long. Oh my gosh, like at least modern TV, like, you know, Game of Thrones, listen, 10 episodes a season? Perfect. That's exactly what we need. I am really starting to fade here. All right, let's see. All right, so the person who said they have somebody in Bradenton, his power went out a few hours ago. I haven't heard from him, worried about the storm surge. Yeah, I hope he's okay. Okay, no way. This person said watching from Tasmania. It's very possible people are... It's the internet, right? You don't know for sure, but shout out to Tasmania. Also, shout out to Twitch, by the way. This is like by far our biggest audience that we've had on Twitch sustained for this long. So big shout out to, there's no way that Gabs is still in here. There's just no way. I don't know for sure, but she has been a huge help in making sure that our Twitch presence is where it's at. So we intend on doing some more cool stuff on Twitch. So look out for that. And we can always use some cool new mods on Twitch too. Someone said watching from Canada. Capucci was literally there. Like, I think he trekked all over Canada yesterday, literally just to fly down to Florida. And he refused to eat poutine while he was up there. Shame, right? What else we got here? Someone said Lost never made sense. Had to stop. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Believe me, I get it. That writer strike really, really hurt. Gabs went to bed, but is amazing. She is amazing. She, of course, Chaotic Gabs there, fishing influencer that reached out to us and really helped us take a big step forward with our Twitch stuff. I've actually never been fishing in my whole life. Erica, have you?
Yeah, no.
No,
I
I've
live
never
by
been
the beach,
fishing.
and I don't think
I
I've
live
ever
in Florida.
been
I've
fishing.
never been fishing in my whole life.
Looks fun though. I would go fishing if somebody would take me, but I wouldn't go by
Jennifer,
myself.
yeah, Jennifer and Spiffy, they are asking about TikTok. We were on TikTok, and then all of a sudden we were hit with a suspension for live streaming for 24 hours. So yeah, really, really sucks because, you know, this is obviously a time where we'd want to disseminate, you know, life-saving, critical information, and that's a big bummer. Luckily, one of our developers is going to an event next week, I think, in San Francisco, a TikTok event. So hopefully we can meet some developers there that can help us if that were to ever happen. I think they suspended us for dangerous activities when we had Jordan and Capucci's cameras up as they were storm chasing, and I think what happened is TikTok just doesn't like driving. And I get it. There's a lot of younger folks that use the TikTok app, and maybe their AI thought that, you know, he was driving and pointing a phone out the window. So it sucks. Really does. Hopefully, listen, this will certainly not be the last live stream that we do. I don't know, Erica, when the next time a major hurricane is going to hit the Tampa, Sarasota area, but it is what it is. Flynn's Logic on Twitch saying, yeah, what? How can someone refuse poutine? He said cheese curds are weird. Capucci is great, right? But like, He's a strange dude. he's a strange dude. All right, we got someone watching from Jacksonville, not going to be able to sleep until the hurricane passes. I mean, listen, even up into Jacksonville, you are like at the tippy top end of the storm threat there. It's going to be raining and windy, but the real bulk of the nasty stuff is going to be to your south. But you will see some storm surge along the shore. Joe, we didn't get banned on TikTok. We were just suspended from live streaming for 24 hours. Spiffy says Mike has to go fishing in Italy to cross off some bucket lists. Listen, I don't know if fishing is on my bucket list. All due respect to Chaotic Gav. She's great. But going to Italy, absolutely. Took Italian in middle school and high school. So, like, we're talking basic levels of Italian comprehension. But I would love to go to Italy. I believe that my mother is the Italian one. I believe that our family is from Benevento, outside of Napoli. Benevento, they were in like Serie A, I think, last season or the season before that, and just got absolutely smoked. But shout out to them for making it into the Italian top division. Erica, someone's saying fishing is peaceful if you aren't scared of worms and bait. How do you deal with that?
I don't think I'm scared of worms. I am scared of spiders, though, like Capucci, and snakes.
Jack, if you want to pull up the app here, we'll leave the app as the background there. Someone said, yeah, boo TikTok. Yeah, no kidding. Can you show live footage? Sergeant Pop-Tart, for one, great name. And do you mean like live, like cameras? Capucci is not streaming anymore. He's actually doing news hits for the BBC. And then Jordan is having some issues with his live shot. And bear in mind, Jordan has a Starlink satellite mounted to the roof of his car. So for him not to have a live shot means that something technologically is wrong. But listen, Jordan's had a long day. I mean, yeah, we can show you our cameras on the roof of the building. Of course, there's our camera looking. It says east, but I'm pretty sure that that's north, Jack. That's because they used to be pointing west and east. So yeah, we should definitely rename them. But I know where they used to be pointing. The shot out that way, east, that camera used to be pretty sweet, out pointing toward downtown Orlando. I love this shot here because you can see the Kia Center, and obviously if we had any storms coming in, this is the direction in which they'd be coming in from. Can we show the shot, Jack? Up? Yeah, there it is. There it is. So, I mean, it looks like the rain is letting up there. I mean, I guess we kind of are. The worst is kind of passing us, which is fairly interesting. Better. So Euro wondering about Capucci's here. Oh, this is we are truly in the unhinged part of the show here. Capucci, we revealed that you were in Canada and you think cheese curds are weird and you didn't have poutine.
Oh, that stuff scares me. No, thank you.
It scares him.
I'm a texture person, and weird textures freak me out. And plus, I can only ever have cheese on a sandwich or on pizza, and on rare occasions, French onion soup. And I'm still not even crazy about that.
Capucci, what is this around your face?
So, I haven't been on camera pretty much all night long, and I felt bad for that. I actually just went on BBC News like this because the only light around is this exit sign that was blowing around the parking lot, and that's all we got. And so if y'all want to see me, here I am. But yeah, it goes to show you that, oftentimes during hurricanes, you lose electricity, you lose resources, things don't work the way they're supposed to. But, MyRadar's going to bring you coverage nonstop. So for the folks at home, this is what we're doing right now. And you can at least see me, trying to make it a little more personable. But I can tell you the winds are finally beginning to come down a little bit here along Florida's west coast. We're taking a live look right now in Orlando, however. And the winds are going to soon be picking back up. So in Orlando, you look at the backside of the storm, that Sting Jet feature that I saw. It's working up the Interstate 4 corridor right now. And I know Lakeland has been seeing some very strong gusts, and I think Orlando likely will as well. So suffice to say, it's a very chaotic evening, but we're looking right now west from the office, and obviously the rain is pouring down. This Sting Jet means business, and the tough thing is, on radar you can't really see it, because there's no rain associated with it. It's literally where the moisture is evaporating, and that evaporation induces drying, which pulls the strong momentum from aloft down to the ground. And so, yeah, ultimately, we're going to see some very strong winds continue to increase before things finally get better early tomorrow morning.
Capucci, so we got Spiffy McSnazzy in here, who's watching from Oregon, says that you're canceled for that take about cheese curds, but then people coming to your defense saying that cheese curds are weird. That's fair. So it looks like we're split in the MyRadar chat on social media about cheese curds here. And then people are talking about TikTok. Yeah, it sucks, Fio, for sure. And I think that driving is against their community guidelines. Of course, there's no blame being passed around. TikTok, it is what it is. It really, sucks that we're not streaming on TikTok, being we had such a huge audience. And, Capucci and Jordan are literally professionals. They know exactly what they're doing and not putting themselves at risk.
Even that, but also it's hands-free, which floors me because It's not like I was doing distracted driving or touching the phone. This wasn't even over the phone. This was over a live view unit. So it's disappointing that TikTok and, the fact that no one reviewed it manually, that's even more disappointing to me.
Yeah, I think to Fio Blitz's point here, unfamiliar if any of you guys are aware of this, but I feel like I'm terminally on the internet, so I see these things. There's this, I'll say it bluntly, it's a very dumb influencer who was streaming on Kick, by the way, which is its own can of worms, who was driving a McLaren supercar in Florida while it was raining. And the person who was in the passenger seat showed him on camera as he's literally looking at his chat on his phone, flying down the highway and crashed. And then, I don't need to talk about it. So, but I think that potentially live streaming social platforms are maybe really, I'm just guessing here, speculating that they're training their AI models to pick up on that, right? Even if it's safe driving, that they just don't want to even take the chance to show, something happening, right? That's my assumption, Capucci. I don't know for sure, at least. But it is what it is. Now people are saying cheese curds are peak cheese. They squeak. Yeah. What's the death toll? Someone's asking.
Squeak?
Pardon me.
What is squeak?
It's just because of the moisture content.
They're going to scare him. They're going to scare Capucci.
It's just because of the moisture content. Someone's asking what the death toll is. It's still unclear. It seems like right now, while we don't know about the storm surge impacts along the west side in terms of the death toll, if there will be one, which if we come away from this with no deaths related to inland flooding and from storm surge along the southwest, I think that emergency management officials need to be pretty proud of themselves for the efforts that they went through to make sure that people were safe from this. But the only reported deaths that I'm seeing thus far, and Capucci or Erica, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's from that tornado that occurred near Fort Pierce earlier today, what's likely going to be rated a fairly powerful one as well. For those of you that didn't hear this before, Capucci, can you drop some knowledge on the folks about how significant of a day this was when it comes to the number of tornado warnings that were issued?
Yeah, so from what Erica mentioned earlier on, I think we had close to about 130 tornado warnings issued, which is incredible. It is the second greatest number of tornado warnings ever issued in a single day in a single state. The only time we've ever seen more tornado warnings issued in a single day in a single state was April 27, 2011, when Alabama had its prolific outbreak, during which 358 tornadoes touched down over the course of a couple days. And so to be in the same territory as that goes to show you just how many warnings were issued. Now, not all will be confirmed, but we do know at least several tornadoes, perhaps strong to violent, did occur. I'd venture to say the number will probably be close to 3 dozen, give or take. And for that in Florida is pretty substantial. Earlier on at I think it was 12:08, we pushed a special tornado alert to our users. And it goes to show you the power of those push notifications, because that came out 90 minutes before the first big tornado hit down by Fort Myers. And then since then, we've seen numerous tornadoes since. And Mike, like you mentioned earlier on, most of the tornadoes happened in only roughly a 3-hour window.
It was so fast. I've never seen that happen before.
Oh, yeah. It was like nothing. Suddenly 17 simultaneous tornado warnings. And
sorry, Mike. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, the sheer from, we can. You had
I just got the EAS alert for they extended the flash flood warning for Orlando until 3 o'clock. So sorry, yeah.
Oh, no worries. Did they go considerable or emergency?
I think Erica said before that one of them was an emergency. I truth be told, dismissed that one pretty quick because I couldn't hear you guys. It is. It's just a flash flood warning till 4:30. Let me see. Yeah, nothing more than
It's
that.
a PDS. It's a PDS.
It is a PDS? Why is it? Why did
Yeah.
it not show that on the EAS alert? That's crazy.
I see it here on the screen if you see that on the WSI computer. That's what this reads.
Oh, yeah. Why would it not say that on the EAS alert? That's a huge fail.
So actually, I'll speak to that actually. So a couple years ago, there's a guy named Eli Jacks who's brilliant. He works for the National Weather Service up in Silver Spring, Maryland. And it was found that people weren't really responding to flash flood warnings anymore on their cell phones because they got so many of them. I mean, you remember a couple years ago, it seemed like our phones were buzzing all the time with flash flood warnings to the point where some people were actually disabling wireless emergency alerts. And it was found that they should basically do away with triggering the wireless emergency alert system for flash flood warnings unless they were top tier, so flash flood emergencies or particularly dangerous situations. It was decided that those would be issued only about 15% of the time, and those would trigger the wireless emergency alerts. So realistically, people should be getting about 85% fewer of these flash flood warnings on their phones. And also, it doesn't have to specify it in the text anymore because the only tier to trigger the wireless alerts are the considerable, so particularly dangerous situation ones.
So Erica, I just saw your post on X. I just reposted it here. Why did it not show up? There it is. So we talked before about the damage inside Tropicana Field. Jack, can you take the screen share here? This is from Ryan Stryker at Stryker175, one of the security agents inside Tropicana Field. I mean, this is terrible, right? You can see that right here on the field are all of the cots for first responders. I mean, the roof of the stadium was torn apart, right? I mean, that's absolutely terrible. I just wonder how this happened. It wouldn't just tear apart because of the wind. I mean, possibly this is you know, a stadium in desperate need of renovation here. But it's possible that some debris flew up there, pierced a hole in it, and then it just ripped open because of the pressure differential. Terrible situation there unfolding. Capucci, a lot of people saying that they appreciate your MacGyvering with the exit sign. Folks, Capucci's down in the Bradenton area, Capucci, or Sarasota?
Sarasota, yeah. And
yeah, there's no power in his hotel. Like, this is battery operated. He's making do with the lighting.
I mean, I don't know if y'all can see this, but I'm going to hold it up. That's the cord. So this literally ripped out of a ceiling somewhere. I have no idea where it came from. It was basically whipping around the parking lot. And I was like, ooh, shiny. And I grabbed it. And, you know, I joke, but that literally was my thought process. I was like, oh, something I can broadcast with. And I grabbed it and pulled it inside. And so, yeah, this is the only light I've seen. If I open the door right now, it is pitch black outside. The winds have finally quieted down a little bit. I'm not hearing them roar anymore. So I think we're almost on the backside here. It seems like the entire event is winding down for most, with the exception of Orlando and points eastward. I think the next hour will be crucial in Orlando, but thereafter things will finally hopefully begin winding down. A lot of folks, though, reeling with flooding, dealing with some very strong winds still. Tornado threat is done, and the surge threat is waning. Not over, but waning. I think in the next hour, 2 hours, we'll start seeing any surge that is inland begin to reverse, which is good news and honestly overdue news. But, you know, it's been one of those days where we've really gotten the worst of everything. We've got strong to violent tornadoes. We got a devastating surge for some. We got incredible winds that triggered an extreme wind warning in the downtown Tampa area. And then, you know, we get heavy rain and freshwater flooding too. So to get a foot plus of water in 4 hours time in Tampa, that goes to show you just how crazy the rains have been. And I'm sure that when all said and done, Orlando will probably wind up with about a foot of rain too.
Capucci, people are saying they're pretty sure you have a side job at the Haunted Mansion. Disney's closed, folks, so Capucci's not there.
I mean, let's be honest. I'm pale enough to be a ghost.
Have you been on that ride, Capucci? Magic Kingdom?
Oh, the haunted one, right?
Yeah, the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah. I went on once, and then they tried to keep me because they thought I was part of the exhibit.
Ho. Yeah, I like that ride. That's a pretty good one. Scared the crap out of my children. I didn't realize that at the because I hadn't done it. I remember Harper was very young. She was like 5 or 6, 4 or 5, and like at the beginning of it, someone I'll just say jumps from high up and lands on the ground, and yeah. I was like, whoa, what are you doing, Disney? This is crazy. What else here? People are, this is funny, saying on TikTok you can eat Tide Pods, but you can't drive. Yeah. Or get in there and do ridiculous things for roses and whatnot, huh? Let's see. What else we got here? Okay. I'm high up in the chat. People are saying that influencer's name. Yeah, you don't need to say his name. He's dumb.
I hate him. Man. He should be charged. I hope he is.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. He had somebody in the car with him that got hurt. Like,
well, and the worst part too, as soon as he crashed, his first thought was, let me get the good angles. Let me make sure I get out of the vehicle and film everything. And then only after like 2.5 minutes, he said to his friend, oh, are you okay? And his friend is bleeding profusely out of his head.
Bleeding from the face, yes. This is also a person, Capucci, that antagonizes people and walks around with, giant bodyguards. It's whatever. We don't need to talk about him. Okay, here's a question from Patrick. The hurricane is southwest of Orlando. I mean, yeah. Why does the wind seem to put the hurricane right on us? Why does the wind effect seem... Well, so it's a sting jet that's happening right now. So effectively, the whole southern side of the storm is like not there. And what's happening is that because it's undergoing extratropical transition, which doesn't necessarily happen, if ever, over land this south. Typically, it happens as storms work their way northward toward like Nova Scotia. That's why, oh my gosh, Capucci, what was the storm that went to Canada last year? It was the lowest central pressure ever recorded in Canada, Nova Scotia.
Oh my gosh, was it? It started with an.
I think so. I think because I think it was Ophelia, right? Because Frankie McDonald, the man, was up there covering it with Aaron Jajak. I think it was Ophelia.
But it wasn't Lee, was it?
I can't remember. Either way, typically extratropical transition occurs when these storms work their way that much higher in that part of the world. But for that to occur here, and for effectively the north side of the storm to just be the storm, what's happening here is that as the precipitation falls, of which there's quite a bit in the upper levels of the atmosphere here, it's the wettest in terms of water, to quote someone who you may be familiar with. With the precipitation falling into the dry air beneath, the precipitation is then evaporating in that portion of the atmosphere that is much drier than what is above it. And what's effectively happening there is the air is then just sinking. I mean, effectively dropping and causing the winds to just flow at a ridiculous clip. That's what Capucci saw earlier today when he was in his car and mentioned, right, Capucci, that this storm felt more significant than Helene 2 weeks ago, which was a full category above.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the leading edge of the storm really wasn't that bad. And even the tropical part didn't feel that bad. But once the sting jet came in, it was a powerhouse storm. And, we didn't even know that sting jets existed until 1987. There was a guy named Michael Fishing who worked for BBC News, and he was doing a report on, a non-tropical storm. Basically, there was like a nor'easter in the far northeast Atlantic coming to the United Kingdom. And he went on the air and said, oh, people are saying hurricane. It's not a hurricane, October or whatever. A couple hours later, this teeny, probably 10, 20 mile wide swath of 100 to 130 mile per hour winds tore through the United Kingdom in some very populous areas. And it didn't make sense. And scientists had to go back and figure out what was going on. They looked at satellite, they looked at all sorts of stuff and saw this little stinger on the backside. And we finally learned that it was due to evaporative drying, pulling down momentum from aloft. And, sting jets rarely occur over land. It's usually an ocean thing and on rare occasions, a Europe thing if a storm makes it that far east. I don't think I've ever seen a sting jet over Florida. And, there may be some debate as to whether or not it truly counts as a classic sting jet. I'm comfortable calling it a sting jet, having seen everything that, I've looked at. Dr. Iglugi is as well, and I'm seeing that term used a lot on social media. But I mean, Mike, to get a sting jet is just insane. And we earlier on, as soon as we noticed that this was taking on sting jet characteristics, sent a special push alert to Floridians, letting them know this was coming. And it's still working east, and it looks to me like some sting jet winds will be in Florida soon.
I mean, this Milton is a hurricane that I think, for many reasons, will be talked about for a very long time. For that purpose, right there, that it brought on the sting jet and underwent extratropical transition over land in Florida. The fact that it became a Category 5 hurricane twice, right? At one point reaching 180 mile per hour central sustained winds with gusts over 200. The central pressure, it escapes me what that number was. We said it before. It ranks among the top 5 strongest storms in terms of that central pressure ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. As we alluded to before, the Pacific kind of does, the typhoons out there are bananas, but the Atlantic now has quite a few of them to rival it. And Milton, a tiny storm with an eye 3.8 miles wide. Again, a record number of tornado warnings issued in a single day, behind only, one could argue, the most significant day in weather history in late April 2011. Of course, you're talking about the super outbreak across the southern United States, the deep south. So Milton, a super significant hurricane, despite, if somebody were to just look at the landfall and say, oh, Category 3, those happen all the time. I mean, just where it made landfall, the path it took, the records it set, it'll be one that we study for a long time. Also, real quick, Poochie, before you jump in here, because this was now over 10 minutes ago. Unfiltered Dubai on TikTok or on Twitter. On YouTube. Thank you very much for your super chat. The Great British Pounds there. He says, thank you guys. It's been a comfort to get live info, having family in Florida, praying for everyone's safety. Yes, hope your grandfather is okay in Bradenton. Capucci, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're talking about air pressure. Just so the folks at home know what air pressure is, it's basically just the weight of the air above you. And so we should have about 1,015 units of air pressure at any given point at sea level. That's just, how much air's weighing down on top of us. What a hurricane does is heat the air so much that it kind of rises and lifts out the middle. And so in the middle of the storm of Milton the other day, it was like 12, 13 degrees warmer inside the storm than outside. So it was like a chimney. So the air kind of rose up, and 10% of all the air in the middle basically went missing because so much was rising out the top that it turned the middle of the storm into kind of a vacuum of sorts. And that's what sucked in the strong winds, and why Milton's winds got up to 185 miles per hour, because all that air was rushing in to fill where that air was missing. So a kind of cool mechanism there.
Maureen, thank you very much for your super chat as well. She says, thank you all very much. Informative and helpful. Hey, that's what we're here for. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see what else we got here. I'm trying my best to work through the chats here as best as I can to see. I can't, again, Sandy Rose, I can't believe you're still with us here. You can go to sleep. Let's see what else we got. Maureen, I'm so sorry for missing your super chat. I'm like way high up in all of the comments. I'm trying my best to scroll through here. Let's see. All right. I've made it back to a baseline here. I think, folks, that we are probably going to be rounding things out here soon. Capucci is literally using the last remainder of his battery power to be talking with us here, and I'd like to make sure, just in case.
13%.
Yeah, I'd like to make sure. No, you're good. I'd like to make sure that he has some of that battery power. You have your power bank that we got for you, right?
I do, yeah.
All right, good. So at least you get some juice off of that. Hey, Solar Florida, thank you very much. It says, thank you for your service. Hashtag Capucci Gang. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your super chat.
That's your new nickname for your fans, Capucci Gang.
The Capucci Gang.
We should all get matching shirts.
I'd get one too. I want one.
Of course, It's been a long stream. Someone's saying, will you be back tomorrow? It's possible. We still have more tomorrow, right? It is tomorrow. It's 1:30 in the morning, almost 2 a.m. on Thursday. Well, we shall see in terms of live streaming. We still won't be able to stream on TikTok, unfortunately. I believe that suspension is lifted at like 5:30 Eastern time, like PM, which again sucks. It is what it is. It is what it is.
One thing, by the way, that we should discuss, and I know it's kind of a non sequitur here, but I mean, we have almost the entire MyRadar team watching and listening right now. So for tomorrow, I think the big weather story, believe it or not, and it's been a heck of a long week, a geomagnetic storm. Almost the entire country has a chance to see the northern lights because of an extreme geomagnetic storm, severe to extreme, that might happen.
I'm so excited. I'm going to try to see it. I'm so excited for it.
It stinks for me because I live, well, I guess, I don't think my house has lost power yet in Seminole County. I'm on the same grid as a hospital and a police station, but that means I'm close enough to them that they emit so much light pollution that I can't see anything at night, which kind of is a bummer. I remember, though, when I was living in southeastern Washington and I lived near the Hanford nuclear site and I went out to the observatory out there. It's the first time I've ever seen the Milky Way. For folks that have never done that before, have like gone away from the city lights to like look up at the stars. I mean, it's truly like a trying to look for the words here. It is a life-altering event that, really puts things into perspective as to how minuscule you really, really are. Capucci over here, I know, has like literally flown all over the world and seen all angles of the solar system. But boy, if y'all have the chance to see the Northern Lights, I've never gotten to see them. Capucci, did you get to see them in Canada, Capucci? Yeah, we talked about this just barely, right?
Minimally. Years ago, I took an old buddy of mine to Alaska, to Fairbanks. And it was funny because at the time, neither of us were old enough to rent a car. So we had to rent a U-Haul van and we drove around looking for the Northern Lights, saw them, a little bit. And then on the way home, my plane took off at 1 a.m. into a massive geomagnetic storm. And I got to fly beneath dancing pillars of purple and pink and green. And they moved so fast. I couldn't believe it. It was otherworldly. Pictures don't do it justice. Everyone thinks that, because most of the pictures are taken with long exposures to the mid-latitudes, usually the shows we see in the United States aren't super impressive. But to see a real show, it will make you tear up. It's incredible.
Someone on Twitch just said, I've been watching since the stream started, fell asleep, woke up, and y'all are still going. Well, thank you very much for sticking with us. Appreciate it very much. Una says she's in Southeast Washington in the Tri-Cities. I lived in Richland. That was my first ever TV job. I remember very clearly driving down George Washington Way at like 1:45 in the morning and a police officer pulling me over on my way to work thinking that I was drunk driving. Because who else is on the road that early in the morning other than people working in local news? So that was fun. All right. I think we have fully gone off the rails here. That being said, Erica, Capucci, is there anything else that you guys would like to mention before we round things up here? It looks like, and Jack, if we want to take the tower cameras here, it looks like, and I can see it on radar too, that like Orlando proper seems to kind of be on the back end now of the worst rain, although those sting jet winds are going to come rushing in behind this, so do not get a false sense of security here. Shout out to that billboard. It's still holding on. And then what about the other camera there, Jack? I think the rain is probably letting up a little bit. Yeah, it's still raining, obviously, but it's not at the intensity that it was before. Anywho, Jordan, Capucci, Erica, anything else you guys would like to mention before we kind of put a bow on this thing? We've been streaming for almost 10 hours,
just
guys.
For, power outages, 2.6 million without, I think that number will go up. Just hang in there. Some of the strongest winds coming across the East Coast. I don't know if Capucci's talking. I can't hear him.
I see.
Oh, I'm back.
Capucci, anything else that you would like to mention?
Let's see. Just how appreciative I am of all the folks who tuned in. There are 18 million different sources for weather. You're literally watching me with little sleep for the past 3 days, in a Super 8 motel in the middle of a hurricane zone, lighting myself with an exit sign that flew out through the hurricane. And people have been nothing but kind amid a hellacious storm. So many people going through so much rough stuff. People have been so kind to me, to the entire MyRadar team, for watching our stream, for being a part of this, and you know, to the editors too. Jack and Mauricio have been here since, gosh, I mean, the beginning of yesterday. Mauricio was up at 7:30 in the morning editing our forecast videos, and now 18, 19 hours later, he's still working. Jack has been the mastermind of the entire stream, getting everything going. I mean, he knows I can barely start my computer without it catching on fire, and yet he has 18 million. I mean, I've seen it looks like a Boeing 737 cockpit. All the buttons and the levers and the knobs and the twisty things, and honestly, I don't know how he does it.
We have to show them on camera. You have to show Jack and Mauricio. You have to show yourselves on camera.
Listen, ultimately,
and Mike
they
and
control
Erica,
their own
YouTube and
destiny.
troopers, YouTube and absolute troopers. Jordan Hall, to get multiple tornadoes on one side of the state, blast east, cover the or west, cover the landfall is amazing. So with that, you know, we hope we don't see you again for a future hurricane, but we know there will be more hurricanes. So we hope that you'll make the decision to join us again. But thank you so much to everyone who's been here. And guys, I got to hop out to do a quick hit for the German news for MyRadar. But it's been a pleasure chatting with y'all for so long. And, you know, Mike, Erica, Jack, Mauricio, I guess I'll see you bright and early in the morning for another long day of weather.
Get some sleep, Capucci, as best you can. Everyone in here asking about Nadine. Stop. Don't put that evil out into the world just yet. Erica and I are supposed to be in Las Vegas next week for an insurance convention where Boys to Men is going to be closing the convention. Did you know that, Erica? Or am I just breaking that news to you? Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Boys to I've to see Motown Philly live, I think would be pretty fun. Listen, folks, I was born in 1989, right? So like Boys to Men, that's right there. That's my childhood right there. So that'll be pretty cool. And then, of course, we have the NASCAR race. Big shout out to Kyle Weatherman, the unofficial weatherman of NASCAR. All right. So did we someone's asking, is Jordan good? Jordan is fine. There's an issue with the servers that feed the live streams. Jordan is completely safe. It is all technical stuff. This is what happens when you're streaming. So, Jack, you can show yourself if you would like to, if Mauricio is still there as well. If you guys want to say hello, you certainly can. But again, big shout out to Erica for hanging with us all this time. Big shout out to Sandy Rose, who literally has been here this whole time modding things. There's Jack and Mauricio. Again, you guys are the real MVPs here. Thank you very much. Oh, face reveal from Mauricio. I don't know if we're ever going to get that from Jack.
Jack, we need a face reveal.
I don't know if we're ever going to get that from Jack, but we'll get there one of these days. All right. So I think that's going to do it. We really appreciate all of your support. Apologies about TikTok. That stinks, right? We will obviously be back on that platform and be streaming on all of our platforms down the line here. But I think that's going to do it for our live streaming coverage. Jack, how long did we go? How long was this stream? 9.5 hours. All right. Well, folks, that's going to do it here for this stream here. Again, the threat is not over. We might be wrapping things up, but Jack, take the app in full just one more time for the people here. If you haven't done so already, download the MyRadar app. It is completely free to download. iOS, Android, as well as on Amazon and Windows PC. It's imperative that you download it and turn your notifications on. That being said, if for whatever reason a tornado warning would be issued, I think that's unlikely at this point. But those more severe alerts, a flash flood emergency, a tornado warning, those will still be issued to you. So again, the app can literally provide you critical weather information as well. Someone's asking what our TikTok name is. It's at MyRadarWX. We're still there, but again, our live streaming ability was suspended for 24 hours, which again is a bummer. Anywho, that being said, download the app. It's completely free to download. Follow us across all of our social media platforms as well. We would really appreciate your support there. If you're watching on YouTube, a like on the stream would be great. Subscribing to us would also be great. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video or whenever we go live. For everybody that has watched us on Twitch, thank you so much. By no means do you need to subscribe to us, but hey, follow us. That way you know the next time that we go live. I know that there's other streamers out there that are picking up tons and tons of viewers. Listen, we're not Queso or Jinxie. Hopefully he's doing all right in Tampa, or Hassan Piker or Kai Sinat. We're certainly don't have the audience size that they do. But listen, everyone's got to start somewhere. So thank you for your continued support there. We'll get some more emotes into the chat there for use on TikTok. And again, if you're watching on X, hey, we appreciate it as well. Follow us and turn our post notifications on, that way you know whenever we post on that channel. And again, on Facebook, liking the MyRadar Facebook page is super duper helpful too. All right. Erica, anything else that you would like to mention before we put a bow on this thing?
Yeah, just everyone, thank you for joining us. You know, I know for a lot of you guys, it's been a very long afternoon and evening. We'll have more updates on our social media, so don't let your guard down. And you know, everybody, I hope, can rest up. You know, it's going to be a very long, still, you know, impacts into tomorrow as well. And, you know, it's been a very long hurricane season. So I know the fatigue is there. So just hang in there, guys. And we'll be here anytime there's any active storms.
December 1st, Erica, that is at least on the calendar, the end of Atlantic hurricane season, but by no means is it truly the end of active weather. All right, folks, that is going to do it. For Jack and Mauricio behind the scenes, our hardworking developers and engineering team that make all of this possible. Again, we are meteorologists, and Jack and Mauricio certainly know what they're doing when it comes to video editing and video production, but I don't want to throw any of us under the bus. I don't think any of us can code or be software developers. So what you're seeing behind me here, again, the MyRadar app and the app that's been downloaded over 50 million times, wouldn't be possible without our hardworking engineers making that all possible. So again, thank you so much to them. Thank you again to Andy Green, our founder and CEO, to Chandler to make sure that we had food here. You all are amazing. We couldn't do it without you guys. But that's going to do it for us here in the studio in Orlando. Be safe, stay dry. We'll catch you back here for the next stream. See you later, guys.
Bye, y'all.
We're getting inside of it! We're getting inside the tornado right now, right here! We are in the tornado!
In the tornado right here!
We deploy
Power lines are going down! Stop it right here! Stop right here!
We gotta back up!
Back it up! Back it up!
Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone right now! Eyewall, Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. As you can see, power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.